The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 1597 to Chapter 1772. But they roughly knew that they were caught by the bad guys and almost died. In the end, they were saved by a powerful boss. This boss not only saved them, but also taught them martial arts and sent them all the way here. Where's your boss? Duan Xiangyang said excitedly, he is our Duan family's great benefactor. We must thank him properly. Boss went with little brother Lan to look for something. Boss still has to look for his mother. Our boss is very busy. Yes, boss is busy all over the world. Hey, why is Jianjiangij also gone? Jianjiangij must have gone to pick up boss. Several little guys talked and went astray, excitedly boasting about how heroic and great their boss was. In any case, they would add our boss as #1 in the world. And this funny and warm scene made the tense atmosphere of the entire Tai Square disappear all of a sudden. The crowd looked at these lovely children and revealed happy smiles. Then there was a lot of discussion. Didn't they say that the people of Yaoguang branch killed the children? But now these children are still alive and well? Yes. I said that Jun Mayan and the Xiaoyao team wouldn't do such a thing. So, someone is slandering Yaoguang branch? Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Ruoxuan and Di Yudao. Di Yudao's complexion turned green and white. He wanted to stand up from the ground, but he felt that the blood in his chest was surging and he couldn't move for a long time. He didn't know what hit him just now, but it seemed to be a sword. But the sword's aura gave him a familiar feeling. But when he wanted to take a closer look, he found that there was only a group of children there, and there was no sword at all. Lu Ruoxuan's heart was even more unwilling. Just a little bit more and she could have killed Jun Mayan. She didn't expect that these little bastards were still alive. She took a deep breath and suddenly revealed a kind smile. She faced Lu Hongyuan and the others and said, little brothers and sisters, big sister has a question to ask you. Duanzi spat, ugly woman, I hate you, I don't want to answer your question. Yes, your smile is ugly, not good at all. It stinks, stay away from us. Feng Su directly gave him a supercilious look. That sister over there is prettier. Morong Hao secretly pointed at Mu Yan. Why do I feel like that sister looks a little like boss? If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed it. It really looks like boss. Someone like boss must be a good person. Yes, that beautiful sister must be a good person. Lu Ruoxuan was immediately seething with anger after being despised by a few little radishes. But in the end, she still endured it and turned to face Lu Zhenjiang and the others. She smiled gently and said, Patriarchs, didn't you hear it just now? They were really being hunted down. It was just that the young masters and young ladies were blessed by the heavens, so they managed to escape. But this didn't mean that the people who kidnapped them didn't have to pay the price. Don't you think so? She said as she glanced at Mu Yan, when I saw the few young masters and young misses in the Danyang mountain range that day, they were unconscious. I'm afraid they themselves don't know who kidnapped them. But if it wasn't done by Jun Mayan and Yaoguang branch, then how can you explain the clothes that were found in Yaoguang branch? It's the black-clothed men. Yes, there are also strong, fierce, and ugly men. They were killing people, killing a lot of people. Yan Yan was very scared, and then we were discovered. Then they knocked us out. Yes, knocked us out. Then they threw us to the monsters to eat. Boo-hoo-hoo, the monsters are so scary. So many corpses. The little ones have indeed been knocked out, which coincides with what Lu Ruoxuan said. Lu Ruoxuan shows a horrified expression, so many corpses, could it be that demonic technique? This kind of scourge cannot be left alive. Duan Xiangyang pulls his son over and points at Mayan and the others. Take a look, do you remember if these people were among the people who were chasing you? Duan Zi shakes his head, and the other 4 children also shake their heads. The little radishes are still whispering together, is my father senile? That beautiful sister looks so much like boss, how could she be the bad guy who was chasing us? Yes, I think that smelly and flirtatious slut is the bad guy. And that old man who was glaring at us is also not a good thing. Oh, there are so many bad guys, why hasn't boss come yet? Lu Ruoxuan says, these people want to commit murder, how could they show their true colors in front of the Gongzi and misses? Saying that, she wipes her tears and says, I have no enmity with Miss June and Yaoguang branch, and I don't even know the Gongzi and Mrs. Why would I deliberately frame them? Duan family head, please believe me, okay? Saying that, she moves closer to Duan Xiangyang with tearful eyes. Intentionally or unintentionally, she sticks out her breasts. Duanzi immediately yells at the top of his lungs, Nyangqin, there's a vixen who wants to seduce daddy, quickly go and slap her. Lu Ruoxuan's expression stiffens, her charming face almost distorting. This damned little bastard. If she could, she would really burn them to ashes. Du Dao manages to regulate his breathing with great difficulty. Standing up, he coughs lightly and says, this matter has now become confusing and difficult to distinguish. Your Highness, you have a noble status and will not be biased. Why don't you decide how to deal with this matter? Lan Huahong's eyes flashed, and he coldly snorted, Gu doesn't know if this June Mayan kidnapped or not. Gu only knows that she stole Gu's divine tool, the primordial zither, and the crime is conclusive. Men, come and capture her. Lan Feng's face immediately darkened. Your Highness, the matter has not been thoroughly investigated. How can you, Lan Feng, I've tolerated you for too long. Lan Huahong said sternly, if I say I'm going to arrest someone, then I'm going to arrest him. Are you going to rebel against your superior? Lan Feng's face turned ashen. He was speechless. Instead, Li Zuping came out and laughed, no matter what the truth is, this June Mayan and the members of the Carefree Squad are suspects. I think we should lock them up first and then interrogate them. Du Dao immediately nodded, His Highness and Hall Master Li are right, please take these people away first. Our academy will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Haha, Du Dao had long seen through Lan Huahong and Li Zuping's thoughts. One wanted the person, and the other wanted the zither. With a glance from Li Zuping, the golden elixir cultivators behind Lan Huahong immediately moved and surrounded Mu Yan's group in an instant. Everyone, please follow us obediently. As he spoke, the leading golden elixir cultivator reached out his hand to grab them. Ling Yuma suddenly raised her sword and slashed down. Go my ass. Do you think I don't know that you want to take our junior sisters, Guqin? You people from the Purple Cloud Realm are so king shameless. Li Zuping's face instantly became so gloomy that it could drip water. Ling Yuma then pointed at Du and said, and you old bastard. As the chief of the Starry School, you don't protect your own students, but help others to harm students time and time again. What are your intentions? Du was speechless. Chumoli smiled slowly and said, College Chief D seems to be in a hurry to close the Alcade branch. It was the same last time when Ling Long's wish happened. Haha, I wonder what secrets the Alcade branch is hiding. Yuma, Xiaoqi, let's turn the Alcade branch upside down when we have time tomorrow. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu immediately said happily, sure. If there's really a secret, we'll dig it out even if we have to dig 3 feet underground. Du Dao was so angry that he almost fainted. He pointed at them and shouted, Rebel! Rebel! You bastards! I'll definitely kick you out of the Starry School. Li Zuping had already said coldly, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. As he finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed and he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the 7 people's heads. A full-powered attack from a nascent soul cultivator was not a joke. The people from the Xiaoyao sect's expressions changed and they were filled with anger. They knew that these people were shameless, but they did not expect them to be so shameless. Nascent soul cultivators had attacked them, who were in the fasting stage, time and time again. Even the clan leaders of the 5 major clans revealed expressions of surprise and dissatisfaction. Their children had already returned safely and the truth had not come to light yet. However, the people from the Purple Cloud Realm had casually attacked and injured people from the Azure Blue Realm. They were really looking down on the Azure Blue Realm. But it was too late to stop them. These shockingly talented youths. Pretty big sister is going to die. The little radishes covered their eyes in panic, unable to bear to watch. Mu Yan watched as Li Zuping's attack descended. Her eyes narrowed and she made up her mind. Even if she reveals the full strength of the Tian Mo Qin, even if her identity as a Shen musician is discovered, she will never let her fellow brothers and sisters come to harm. His slender fingers gently plucked the strings in the air. Even though there was no zither under his hands, there were still beautiful notes dancing in the air. Lan Huahong looked down at the zither in his arms in surprise. He clearly did not strum the zither, so why did the zither suddenly sound by itself? Li Zupeng's face was ferocious. His eyes shone with a cruel light as he ruthlessly slammed his palm down. But at this moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. The attack that was expected to land on Mu Yan and the others did not fall, but was intercepted halfway. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and a dazzling light exploded. Mu Yan and the others were swept several meters away by the blast. Even Li Zupeng was sent flying, tumbling several times in the air before barely managing to stand up. However, in the end, his complexion was still alternating between green and white. His qi and blood surged, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, damn, damn. It's actually an attack from a high-level nascent soul cultivator. I'm still a young seedling. You want me to block an attack from a nascent soul cultivator? No, no, little master, I'm going to rest. Don't call me if there's nothing important. Li Zupeng stood still and shouted angrily, "Who are you?" However, no one answered him at all. Just when everyone was in a daze, unable to react to what had happened, in the smoke, a clear and tender voice of a child rang out, "Mother." Mu Yan suddenly opened his eyes wide, he staggered a step forward, his eyes staring straight in the direction of the smoke and dust. Vaguely, a small figure appeared, the figure that she yearned for day and night. Was this the baby she had been waiting for? Mayan's hands are tightly clenched, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, but she doesn't feel it at all. That tranquil heart, at this moment, was hanging high up in the air, thumping madly. She had been anticipating and waiting for this moment for too long. Every time he thought that he would finally find a treasure, he would be disappointed again, and he would continue to wait helplessly. At this moment, Mu Yan no longer dared to hope that what she had just seen and heard was not an illusion. However, he couldn't help but crazily desire it. Xiao. Bao. A low and hoarse voice came out from between her lips and teeth. It was so soft that it seemed to be soundless, and only she could hear it. However, the figure who was looking around in the smoke seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around and looked in her direction. "Mother!" A cry filled with a sobbing tone resounded throughout the world. Immediately after, a small figure rushes out of the smoke and dust like lightning, and heavily crashes into Mu Yan's bosom. "Mother! Mother! Mother!" Wah wah wah. The little figure clung tightly to her body, sticking to her chest, calling out "mother" over and over again. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he burst into tears. Mu Yan tightly hugs the little person in her arms. Unknowingly, her vision became blurry and tears rolled down her cheeks. "Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao. Niangqin finally found you." This scene caused the entire Tai square to fall into a deathly silence. Especially the people from the Xiaoyao sect, they were dumbfounded. What? What was going on? Why was a little doll so beautiful that it didn't look like a real person hugging their little junior sister and calling her mother? Why was their invincible junior sister crying? Wait a minute. How old was junior sister? He already had a son? They really wanted to say that he might be their junior sister's adopted son. But looking at their extremely similar faces, would anyone believe that they weren't biological sons? Little junior sister. Ling Yuma cautiously approached Mu Yan and secretly glanced at the little boy in her arms whose eyes were red from crying. Oh my God, why is he so cute? Seeing such a little elf cry, her heart was about to melt. Little junior sister, this is. Hearing someone speak, Xiao Bao immediately stopped crying. He felt that he was now a little adult. When he thought of his crying appearance just now, he embarrassedly burrowed into Mu Yan's arms. So fragrant, so soft, it's his mother's scent. Xiao Bao's nose feels sour again, and his little hands hug Mu Yan even tighter. He finally found his mother. From now on, he will never be separated from his mother again. Mu Yan is also a little embarrassed. She wipes away her tears and looks at Ling Yuma and her other fellow disciples. She picks Xiaobao up and says, "Senior brother, senior sister, Xiaoqi, this is my son, Junmachan. His nickname is Xiaobao. Xiaobao, call him Martial Uncle." Xiaobao hugs Muyan's neck, and his little face is bright red. His pair of ice blue eyes are like the most beautiful glass beads, and his whole face is so beautiful that it seems to have come out of a painting. He is a little shy, but he naturally maintains that kind of grave and calm temperament. Thus, after listening to Muyan's words, he obediently nods his head, and then uses a childish voice with a bit of a nasal tone to say, "Martial Uncle." This greeting of "Martial Uncle" almost makes the 6 people of the Xiaoyao sect faint from the cuteness. Heavens! How can there be such a cute, beautiful child in this world? The thought of asking his junior sister why she had a child was washed away. His heart was filled with bubbles that kept floating up. Luo Yu is even more excited, dancing with joy. "I'm a martial uncle, I have a martial nephew, and such a beautiful martial nephew, he he he. Boss. Boss, you're finally here. Boss, so this is your mother. Your mother is so beautiful. I just said that this beautiful sister looks like Boss, I'm really too smart. He he he, I think I just saw Boss crying. Yes, crying. Even if Boss cries, he's still the best." The few little fellows had already gathered over at an unknown time, and they surrounded little Bao and chattered incessantly. Xiaobao immediately blushes, feeling that he has lost a little bit of his boss dignity. Hugging his mother and acting like a spoiled child like this is not manly at all. However, he misses his mother too much, so he can't bear to let go of Muyan's hand. Thus, he can only keep a straight face and say, "Shut up, you're too noisy." Hearing this, the little radishes immediately cover their mouths with their hands, looking like they're very obedient. "I'm not noisy," and they're asking for praise from their boss. Duan Xiangyang and the others were stunned when they saw this scene. Because of their outstanding talents, these few little treasures and little tyrants were spoiled since they were young. They had always been lawless. Even if the patriarchs occasionally scolded them, their grandchildren would still rebel and throw a tantrum. When had they ever been so obedient to one person? Moreover, when he heard them say that their boss saved them, he thought that it was a high-level cultivator. They didn't expect it to be a baby who was even younger than their grandson. And it's even Jun Mayan's son? Xiaobao slowly comes back to his senses. He sticks close to Muyan's neck and suddenly sees the bloodstains on her hands, as well as the dissipation of her spiritual power. Suddenly, her expression changed. "Mother, are you injured?" Mayan's external injuries were caused by Madame Duan. Because of the pressure exerted by the 5 family heads and Li Zuping, the people of the Xiaoyao school suffered some internal injuries. Xiaobao's delicate and pretty little face immediately turned murderous. "Mother, who hurt you? Xiaobao will avenge you." "Yes." The little ones immediately echoed, "Auntie, don't be afraid. Tell us and we will avenge you." Saying that, each and every one of them rubbed their palms together, especially excited. Chumoli leisurely smiled, "Little Gongzi, I'm afraid you'll have to ask your parents and grandfather about this matter." Hearing that, the little turnips immediately turned their gazes towards the 5 great patriarchs and their matriarchs. "I just said that Daddy is muddle-headed, he actually said that Boss's beautiful big sister is a bad person." "Right, my grandfather also said that Boss is the one who captured us." "Heavens, don't tell me that the one who injured Boss was my grandfather. And my daddy." The few little guys covered their mouths one by one, revealing shocked and incredulous expressions. Nailin Yan's big eyes suddenly became misty. "Grandfather, did you injure little brother's mother? In order to save us, little brother almost lost his life. How could you be so bad? Boo-hoo-hoo. Yan Yan doesn't want to talk to you anymore." Lu Hongyuan and the others also angrily glared at their respective parents and grandfather. "Whoever harms Auntie is our enemy." "Right, enemy. Our Emochin Corps will absolutely not let them off." "Daddy, Mommy, tell me, did you guys want to capture our boss?" The patriarchs of the 5 great families had always said what they said, awe-inspiring. But now, facing the questioning of the little turnips, they're covered in cold sweat, flustered. Misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding. How could Nailin Qing endure his little granddaughter ignoring him? He immediately smiled apologetically, "Your boss saved you, we can't even thank him enough." How could he hit his mother? Nailin Yan angrily glared at him. Grandfather, you really didn't hit little brother's mother? No, no. You won't hit her in the future? No, no, absolutely not. Grandfather still has to thank them properly. Nailin Yan's tears turned into laughter. The other patriarchs also immediately swore to the heavens that they would absolutely not touch a single hair on Mayan's head. Moreover, they also said that they would greatly thank her, only then did they coax their treasured daughter. But the others could coax her. When Duanzi heard that the injury on Mayan's arm was caused by his own mother, he immediately burst into tears. Wah wah wah, mother, you hurt boss mother, boss doesn't want me anymore. I hate you, boo-hoo. It was difficult for Madame Duan to have children. She had been married to her husband for decades, and her husband had already reached the nascent soul realm. She finally had Duanzi. It just so happened that this old man was so intelligent and talented. He was the most promising member of the Duan clan to go to the Purple Cloud domain in the past few hundred years. How could he not be jealous? Mrs. Duan's heart was broken when her son angrily criticized her and said that he hated her. Her whole body is drenched in cold sweat, wishing that she could kneel down in front of Mayan. Miss June, I was blinded by lard just now, I actually wronged you. I ask that you, a great person, be magnanimous and don't bother with me. This is our Duan clan's best healing medicine. Mu Yan didn't refuse. Instead, she smiled and said, you also loved your son, and you were also provoked by others. What's wrong with that? As he spoke, he glanced at his son in his arms. Xiaobao snorted and turned his head away. He didn't care. In any case, he hated people who hurt his mother, so he didn't care about them. Mayan kisses his little face, her heart softening as if it could melt into water. After reuniting with Xiaobao, she could better understand Mrs. Duan's despair and madness when she heard that her son had been killed. When Xiaobao heard this, he immediately turned his head back. Mother, are you in pain? Mu Yan says softly, Madame Duan's medicine must be very good. Take it for Nyangqin and say thank you, N? Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still took it shyly and thanked him. Then, he carefully bandages Mu Yan's wound. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her snow-white cheeks puffed up adorably. She was so adorable that she could melt people's hearts. Madame Duan felt as if she had been pardoned. She was extremely grateful to Mu Yan and quickly looked at her son. When Duanzi saw that his eldest brother had taken his mother's medicine, he smiled through his tears and allowed his mother to hold him in her arms. At the same time, he said in an old-fashioned tone, Mother, you're too stupid. Pretty sister looks so much like eldest brother. How could she be a bad person? How can you be provoked by others? As soon as her son said this, Mrs. Duan immediately thought that Mu Yan had killed her son. She had always had a fiery temper. With that thought, he immediately took out a whip from his storage space and lashed it at Lu Ruochen without hesitation. He drew with Yi Xiaoqin. Lu Rua? He dodged quickly, but his clothes were torn, leaving a bloody gash on his arm. Yi Xiaoqin, on the other hand, was slapped in the face. Her pretty face was badly mutilated. Mrs. Duan was still angry. She slapped the two of them and said, You sowed discord and slandered me. My son almost ignored me because of you. I'll slap you to death. Mrs. Duan was still angry. This time even Lu Ruochen was shocked. There was no way to hide. Her cultivation was now higher than Mrs. Duan's, so she could escape or resist. But the problem was that not only was Madame Duan here, but there were also the 5 patriarchs who were eyeing her covetously. If she showed her strength or attacked Madame Duan, the 5 family heads would not let her go. So Lu Rua? He had no choice but to endure Madame Duan's whipping. The barbs on the steel whip cut into her flesh, causing heart-wrenching pain. He almost fainted. She could only sob, I didn't mean it. Stop hitting me. Maybe I was wrong. I really didn't mean it. Miss June, since you can forgive Mrs. Duan, please forgive me. Madame Duan stops whipping and looks at Mayan. Mu Yan smiled coldly and said, Wrong? Earlier on, you swore that you saw me kill people with my zither in the Danyang mountain range and kidnap a few young masters and young ladies. If you're mistaken, are you blind? Lu Rua? The expression on her face stiffened, and then she cried again, maybe I was dizzy that day, but I have no enmity with you. Why would I deliberately harm you? Family heads, I'm just concerned about the safety of the young masters and young ladies. Please spare me. In the past, as long as he did not reveal his true intentions, Lu Ruochen would not let him off easily. Showing weakness like this would gain everyone, especially the men's limitless companions. Now that she said this, tears began to fall again. Sure enough, many male cultivators revealed expressions of pity. Lu Rua? He was overjoyed and was about to say some more pitiful words. She sees Xiaobao suddenly fly out from Mayan's embrace, and kicks her in the face. Lu Rua? He only felt pain on his face, and in an instant, it was burning hot. A few of his teeth loosened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Rua? Dumbfounded, he opened his mouth, wanting to let out a painful groan. However, before she could make a sound, a few little turnips immediately rushed up and kicked her in the face. If boss says someone deserves to die, then that person deserves to die. Yes, kill her. Evil woman. Bitch. She even tried to seduce my father just now, shameless. Fight, fight, fight. Although these little turnips were not as strong as Lu Ruochen, they were not as strong as Lu Ruochen. However, during this period of time in the Danyang mountain range, he had become very agile and strong. Lu Rua? He dodged left and right, but he was still kicked and trampled all over by the little fellows. Unable to bear it any longer, she tried to resist, but her hands had not yet touched them. The little fellows immediately screamed and jumped away. They lay on the ground and wailed, "Grandpa, the bad woman hit me. Quickly take revenge for Su. Father, mother, quickly tear off that vixen's face." Lu Rua? Just as he raised his hand, he felt his wrist being pinched by someone. In an instant, he heard a cracking sound. What followed was a bone-piercing pain. Her arm had been twisted into a fried dough twist. Aha! Lu Ruochen screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It rushed out of his mouth. Humph, how dare you hit my precious granddaughter? I think you must be tired of living. Lu Rua? Just as he recovered from the shock, he felt another sharp pain in his abdomen. His entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the corner of the stage. Wow, Grandpa is the best. Susu admires Grandpa the most. Daddy is awesome, he taught that bad woman a lesson. The little turnips clapped their hands loudly, and the 5 patriarchs were all grinning from ear to ear. They wanted to reach out their hands to hug their babies. Who knew that right after the little radishes clapped, they would immediately burn the bridge after crossing the river and turn around to ask Xiaobao for credit. Boss, how do you think this kind of bad woman should be dealt with? If it were up to me, I'd say we should just kill them. I think we should strip her naked, hang her up and beat her. Only then can I vent my hatred. That's right, hang him up and beat him. Boss, what do you think? Lu Rua? He got up from the ground dizzily. Her pitiful face immediately swelled up like a pig's head. Blood, mixed with snot and tears, spread on her face. The male cultivators who wanted to take pity on her just now all looked away in disgust. Mu Yan holds Xiaobao's hand and slowly walks over to her. Looking down at her from above, she unhurriedly says, "We should be old acquaintances, right? Otherwise, a stranger wouldn't have spared no effort to kill me." Lu Rua? A trace of panic flashed across his eyes. What are you saying? I don't understand. You and I are really just strangers who met by chance. There is no need for me to deliberately frame you. Duan Xiangyang sneered, "Miss June, why are you listening to such a slut? Wouldn't it be better to just kill him? We'll have to see if you have the ability to use the people of the 5 great clans as a tool." As he spoke, he suddenly soared into the sky towards Lu Ruoxiang. He slammed the top of his head. By now, how could the patriarchs of the 5 great clans still not understand what's going on? They're being used as a tool, and their precious baby was almost turned into a chess piece in someone else's hands, directly pinched to death. At that time, these people's tricks would succeed. And the ones who set up this scheme must be Di Yudao, Li Zupeng, and this woman who had been trying to sow discord. Di Yudao and Li Zupeng might not be able to touch them for the time being, but that didn't mean they couldn't touch a woman. However, Duan Xiangyang's attack had just landed on Lu Ruochen. Then, he felt a huge wave of spiritual energy assaulting his head. His expression changed, and he quickly dodged. When he came back to his senses, Lu Ruo was already dead. Li Zuping had already pulled her to his side. He will Lu Ruoyan? He handed it to the two nascent soul realm cultivators behind him. She immediately expressed her gratitude to him. However, as soon as he turned around, Li Zuping revealed a cold smile. This was the precious medicinal catalyst that he wanted to hand over to Tianyi Men. How could he let her die so casually? Hall Master Li, what are you doing? Duan Xiangyang and Lu Zhenjiang's expressions were extremely ugly. Li Zuping righteously says, just now, this woman testified that my primordial zither is Jun Mayan's. Isn't this slandering this Hall Master? So even if someone wants to deal with this woman, only I can deal with her. Stop distorting the truth. Luo Yu said angrily, now it's proven that my sixth senior sister didn't practice any demonic techniques and sacrificed children, but you can't move this zither. Is that not enough to prove that this zither belongs to my sixth senior sister? Quickly return my sixth senior sister's zither. How could he possibly return the divine artifact that he had obtained? Li Zuping sneered, I can't activate this primordious zither only because Jun Mayan used a witchcraft spell to pollute the zither's body. Now, I'm not the only one who can't activate it. No one else can either. The zither is in Lan Huahong's hands, and Lan Huahong uses his spiritual power to fiddle with it. Sure enough, the Tian Mo Qin only emits an ear-piercing sound, without the slightest reaction. Lan Feng couldn't help but give it a try as well. However, he discovered that his spiritual energy was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no reaction at all. Li Zuping immediately laughed. See? Jun Mayan had used an evil method to defile this divine tool. Apart from her, no one else could move it. If you can find a second person to drive this zither, I'll admit that this is not my evolution moonsect's primordial zither. Li Zuping's words were reasonable, and many people revealed doubtful expressions. Even if it was a divine tool, it was strange that no one else could use it. There's no second person who can drive this zither? What if I can? Suddenly, a tender voice sounded. Everyone looked over and found that the one who spoke was a little boy who was only about 5 years old. His features were as exquisite as a painting, and a pair of icy blue eyes stared coldly at Li Zuping. He was clearly just a child, but Li Zuping felt an inexplicable pressure from those eyes. But very quickly, he regained his senses and laughed out loud. You? A child like you wants to control a divine artifact? Many people on the Tai Square also laughed kindly. This little boy was extremely beautiful, more beautiful than any other child they had ever seen. Moreover, his temperament was extraordinary, and his talent was outstanding. But no matter how outstanding he was still just a child. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator couldn't move a divine tool. Wouldn't he be dreaming if he wanted to move it? Even Nailan Qing and the others couldn't help but advise Mayan, Miss June, there will be a backlash if the divine tool isn't used properly. Gongzi is still young, you mustn't let him try it. Mu Yan couldn't help but reveal a smile. She looked at Li Zuping and said unhurriedly, is what Hall Master Li said true this time? After all, you always go back on your word, and your words are like farts. Previously, you even said that if you couldn't activate this zither, it would prove that it wasn't a divine artifact of your flowing moon sect. Now you're saying it so confidently. Don't tell me you're going to turn around and treat it as a fart and deny it? Ha ha ha. The square was filled with laughter. Now that you mention it, I remember now. He did say that he would definitely be able to activate the primordial zither, but there wasn't even the slightest reaction. That's right. Now that he's boasting, he's not going to go back on his words, right? Li Zuping's face alternated between green and white, and a cold light shot out of his eyes as if he was about to devour someone. This Jun Mayan, she's made him lose face twice. Alright. Since she wanted to court death, she couldn't blame him for being impolite. Wait a minute. Let's see if this woman can still smile when she sees her son bleeding from all 7 apertures in front of her. Li Zuping took the zither from Lan Huahong's hands and secretly touched the strings. In an instant, a dark green light flashed on the zither and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, he slowly handed the zither to Xiaobao. Alright, give it a try. As long as you can control this zither, I will believe that it is not our flow moon sect's divine weapon. Xiaobao takes the Tian Emochin. The Tian Emochin's body is a size bigger than him. At this time, it's being hugged by two short arms, looking somewhat interesting and indescribably cute. The eyes of the people on the Tai square were filled with red hearts. They wished they could snatch this doll back and hide it. Ayaya, Jun Mayan's looks are already enough to topple the world. How could the baby she gave birth to be this cute? However, when they thought of how such a cute doll might be devoured by that divine tool, all of their hearts immediately started to throb. The patriarchs of the 5 great clans also took out medicine from their storage rings, waiting for Xiaobao to be injured so that they could immediately treat him. On the contrary, the 5 little turnips worshipped their boss unconditionally. They all applauded and shouted, "Boss is mighty. Boss, you can do it." Xiaobao glances at Mayan, his small hands slowly strumming the strings of the Tian Emochin. Clang, it was just a sound, but the spiritual power in the air suddenly fluctuated violently. Immediately afterwards, 3 cold lights are emitted from the Tian Emochin, falling on the tournament stage. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive loud sounds rang out, and the arena shattered into pieces. When the smoke and dust settled, there were actually 3 large craters in the center of the arena. However, Lil Bao didn't stop there, and he pushed with his little hand. The melodious sound of the zither flowed out. Although the sound of his zither was not as pleasant to listen to as Muyan's, like the sounds of nature, it was still quite good. Soon, the people present realized that some of the people who had just exhausted their spiritual power had their spiritual power slowly filled up again. Even those who had not consumed their spiritual power felt refreshed, and their eyes and ears became clearer. This was especially the case for the little radishes. They all revealed an infatuated expression, feeling that their dantian was full and full. Their entire bodies felt as if they were submerged in warm water, indescribably comfortable. Shen musician skills? Sound breath, although Xiaobao could only cast a low level? But this was caused by a 5-year-old child. Long live boss. I feel so comfortable now. I think I can still go and fight a vicious beast. Yes, yes. Just then, a teenager wearing a loose blue robe and a mask hurries to Xiaobao's side. The music of Yinxing flows in his ears, slowly calming down his breathing and uneasiness. Sensing the teenager's approach, Xiaobao stops stroking the Tian Emochin and asks, "Did you find the thing?" The teenager heavily nods and says in a low, husky voice, "Found it." Immediately, his gaze seems to be dipped in poison as he looks towards Lan Huahong, Li Zuping, and Lan Feng. Feeling the teenager's gaze, Lan Feng looks over in astonishment, but he can't move his eyes away. Who is this teenager? Why does he give him an inexplicable sense of familiarity? At this time, Li Zuping and Lan Huahong don't notice this teenager at all. Instead, they're looking at Xiaobao with ashen faces. They never thought that a child would be able to use a godly tool that several nascent soul cultivators couldn't even activate. Xiaobao's blue eyes coldly look at Li Zuping. "Can I use this zither like this?" He's obviously a 5-year-old baby, but when he says these words, his body erupts with a noble aura that makes people want to submit. Li Zuping is speechless for a while, and even Lan Huahong is intimidated. Luo Yu and the others immediately clap and laugh. What did someone just say? As long as there's a second person who can use this zither, it means that it's not your evolution moon sect's primordial zither. Since it's not your evolution moon sect's thing, it naturally belongs to my 6th sister. A thunderous round of applause erupted from the spectator stands. Everything that just happened was full of ups and downs, with thousands of twists and turns. Just a little bit more and Jun Mayan and the carefree team would have died, but they didn't expect that they would actually turn the tide. Li Zuping's complexion turns ugly as he listens to the laughter around him and the fingers pointing at them. But when he looks at Xiaobao, there's a flash of coldness in his eyes. Laugh, laugh, laugh to your heart's content. In a while, you'll have time to cry. Lu Hongyuan and the others excitedly rush to Xiaobao. Boss, what kind of zither is this? Why is it so powerful? That's right. I felt so comfortable just now. Boss, how about you play another song? As he spoke, Morong Hao, who was the most mischievous, reached out to touch the strings. However, Xiaobao grabbed his hand before he could even touch the strings. Morong Hao blinked and looked at Xiaobao, feeling wronged. Boss, I can't touch this zither, can I? I really want to touch it. Yes, you can't touch it, Xiaobao said expressionlessly. Because he smeared poison on it. His chubby little finger pointed at Li Zupeng. The few little fellows were still in a daze, but the 5 patriarchs were shocked. They hurriedly rushed over and held their treasures in their arms. Li Zupeng's expression changed greatly as he stared at Xiaobao in disbelief, and he almost blurted out, "How did you know?" Fortunately, he reacted quickly and asked fiercely, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm the dignified Flow Moon Sect's Hall Master, how can I be slandered by a child like you?" Li Zupeng's face turned red. "Why should I listen to your orders?" Mu Yan scoffed, "Looks like Hall Master Li doesn't dare. How about this, you find a subordinate to touch the zither strings, isn't that the same?" Li Zupeng gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire, but he didn't say anything. "You don't even dare to send a subordinate." Mu Yan sighs and shakes her head, "So, Hall Master Li admits that the zither strings are poisoned?" This time, the people in the square exploded. What the hell? Not only did he fail to seize it by force, he even tried to poison it? Furthermore, they poisoned such a cute little child. My god, are they still human? What Flow Moon sect? What Lan royal clan? They're too despicable. How could they be so insane? But isn't that kid fine? Could it be that there is no poison on the zither? Li Zupeng took a deep breath, and a hint of suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be that he hadn't applied enough poison? Otherwise, how could the child be fine? Moreover, he would never hand over this divine tool to anyone no matter what. He turned to look at a golden core cultivator at the side. You, go and bring the zither over for this Hall Master. A look of hesitation and fear appeared on the golden core cultivator's face, but under Li Zupeng's tyranny, he had no choice but to slowly move over. Seeing that he wanted to grab his zither, Xiaobao did not resist and allowed his hand to press on the zither. However, just as the golden core cultivator was about to take the zither away, his body suddenly twitched and he let out a shrill scream. Then, he fell to the ground with blood flowing out of his orifices. It was not just a little bit of blood that was flowing out of his 7 orifices, but a large amount of blood that was gushing out crazily. In just a short moment, a pool of blood had gathered beneath the golden core cultivator, and his body had also turned from burly and majestic to shriveled like a zombie. He had actually died in just a few breaths of time. Everyone was stupefied by the scene. Mu Rongbai's complexion was deathly pale as he pulled his precious son closer to his chest. That had been a close shave. The one who had almost been reduced to such a terrifying state was his Hauer. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan's expression also became incomparably cold. She had long known that Xiaobao's physique was special, and that ordinary poisons could do nothing to him, but what if? At the thought of someone trying to poison her treasure, a bone-chilling killing intent rose in her heart. Hall Master Li, what else do you have to say now? Li Zupeng's face alternated between green and white. He was indescribably shocked, but he couldn't say a word. The 5 clan heads were finally angered. You dare to plunder our azure blue world and even want to harm innocent children. Just a mere Flowing Moon sect. Do you really think that we are afraid of you? Morongbei sneered and said, I'll contact the Patriarch tomorrow and report everything your Evolution Moon sect has done. I don't believe that there will be no one who will uphold justice for our azure blue realm in the face of justice. I will also contact the ancestor of my Nalan family tomorrow. Our Duan clan's ancestor will definitely not sit idly by. Listening to the unceremonious words of the 5 clan heads, a trace of panic finally flashed through Li Zupeng's eyes. The Evolution Moon sect could act like a tyrant in the azure blue realm, but in the purple cloud realm, it was really nothing. Otherwise, as the dignified Hall Master of the Evolution Moon sect, he wouldn't have become a prince's follower. Especially those old monsters, every one of them has reached the crossing tribulation stage. Any casual move from them isn't something that the Flowing Moon sect can contend against. He really didn't expect that things would turn out this way. It should have been easy to snatch a magic weapon from the hands of a young female cultivator from the azure blue realm. At this moment, Lan Huahong suddenly laughs wildly. Even if this zither doesn't belong to the Flowing Moon sect, so what? Who dares to refuse what this solitude wants? And this woman, this solitude also wants her. He points at Mayan, who dares to resist. Tomorrow, this solitude will lead the Lan royal family's million cavalry to trample over your 3 tattered academies. Your Highness. Lan Feng says in disbelief, how can you say such a thing? The face of the Lan royal family. Before he can finish, Lan Huahong has already lifted his foot and ruthlessly kicks him in the stomach. Does this solitude have the right to interrupt when this solitude is speaking? This solitude is a prince of the royal family, with a noble bloodline. All of you trash here are merely ants under this solitude's feet. Those who obey this solitude will prosper, those who defy this solitude will perish. Choose for yourselves. The scene is completely silent, but many people have angry expressions on their faces. However, for a moment, no one dares to speak. Because the Lan royal family represents one of the peak forces of the Ziyun realm. As long as they stomp their feet, half of the entire Azure Blue realm can be flattened. How can they have the courage to resist? Even the 5 clan heads are unable to restrain their anger, but in the end they don't dare to jump out. Lan Huahong looks at the tens of thousands of people present who are as silent as cicadas in winter, and his face shows an insolent and proud smile. He slightly spreads his hands, feeling the pleasure of being the center of attention. Everyone is merely an animal or an ant that he can trample at will under his feet. He can get any kind of woman he wants, any kind of magic weapon he wants, he can take it for himself. This is the feeling of being a prince of the Lan family. It's really too wonderful, too intoxicating. At this moment, a low but clear voice rings out, Animal Hong, who gave you the right to call yourself this solitude? Hearing the 3 words Animal Hong, Lan Huahong suddenly opens his eyes, revealing a frightened expression. He almost instinctively screams, who said I'm Animal Hong? I'm not. Who are you? Get out here. Lan Feng, Li Zuping and the others also heard this sound. Li Zuping and the others were scared out of their wits. Their eyes quickly scanned their surroundings. Lan Feng's expression changed drastically. Why did that voice sound so similar, so similar? Moreover, why did this name sound so familiar? Just as Lan Huahong turned pale with fright, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Then, something was ruthlessly stabbed into the skin on the back of his neck. Lan Huahong screamed and fiercely flung him backwards. The figure was immediately flung out and fell to the ground, letting out a muffled groan. Assassin! There's an assassin! Lan Huahong roared. Quickly kill that assassin. Lan Feng instinctively protected his master. He grabbed the person who had fallen to the ground and locked his neck tightly. However, just as he was about to break the assassin's neck, he suddenly met a pair of familiar eyes. That pair of eyes stared fixedly at him. The bottom of the eyes were clear and limpid, carrying an inherent nobility. When the eyes looked at him, there was a trace of childish admiration. Lan Feng was instantly stunned. This child's eyes, this youth's eyes, why are they so similar to His Highness? Lan Feng subconsciously glances at Lan Huahong. Isn't His Highness right here? Lan Huahong clutches the back of his neck and looks up to see the youth being choked by Lan Feng. The youth's face is wearing a mask. It's the person who was just standing behind Xiaobao. It's just that, in order to successfully launch a sneak attack just now, he had taken off the loose robe that concealed his figure. Therefore, his current height and build are on full display. As soon as Lan Huahong sees the youth's figure, he's scared out of his wits. He almost screams at the top of his lungs, kill him, quickly kill him for me. Lan Feng, Gu is ordering you, do you hear me? Li Zuping, quickly kill him. After Li Zuping sees the youth's build clearly, his face also changes. Without thinking, he slaps his palm towards the youth. This palm contains an incomparably powerful spiritual power. If it hits, the youth won't even have the chance to say a word before he dies. Lan Feng is still in a daze and hasn't reacted yet. By the time he realizes that Li Zuping is going to kill him, it's already too late to take the youth to dodge. The little radishes close their eyes in fear. Ah! Little brother Lan, be careful. Little brother Lan, don't die. Clang! The sound of a zither resounds. Mayan's hand presses on the strings, accurately aiming in the direction of the blue-clothed youth. As the sound of the zither resounds, an invisible shield falls on the blue-clothed youth's body. Divine hand weaves the heavens, activates. Li Zuping only feels that his palm has hit an invisible wall, and he's shaken back several steps. His chi and blood tumble, and it takes a long time for him to calm down. He fiercely glares at Mayan, his eyes filled with killing intent and even more greed. It's this woman who ruined his good deed again. It's simply not an exaggeration to dismember her body into 10,000 pieces. But at the same time, he covets that zither even more. What kind of artifact is this? A casual sound from the zither can actually force him, a nascent soul stage cultivator, to retreat. If he can get this zither, but the most important thing right now is to solve the immediate danger. Li Zuping's heart shudders. Without giving anyone time to react, he gives the two nascent soul cultivators a meaningful look. What are you waiting for? Someone is trying to assassinate His Highness, why aren't you quickly putting him in the array? The two nascent soul cultivators immediately rushed forward with Li Zuping. Lan Feng's expression changed drastically. He let go of the youth and circulated the spiritual energy in his body, sending a palm strike at the three of them. With a loud bang, the earth trembled. Li Zuping and the two nascent soul cultivators simultaneously retreated 10 steps back. Lan Feng's complexion was deathly pale, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Lan Feng, what are you doing? Was he going to protect the assassin who tried to assassinate Her Highness? What are your intentions? Li Zuping scolded loudly, immediately taking the moral high ground. At this moment, Lan Feng was in a daze. He had unknowingly made his move just now. He could not allow them to harm the young man behind him. However, this young man was really the murderer of Her Highness. Lan Feng, you old fart, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and finish off that assassin. Lan Huahong roared hysterically, Lan Feng, I'm warning you, if you don't make a move, I'll report to my royal father when I return that you're dissatisfied and plotting a rebellion. Kill him now, do you hear me? Then, he looked at Li Zuping and the two nascent soul cultivators who were closing in on him. The young man pushed Lan Feng away and slowly walked forward with a mocking smile. I want to see if you guys really have the guts to make a move against me. With that, he took off the mask on his face. Behind the mask, a somewhat feminine and handsome face appeared in front of everyone. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Lan Feng even exclaimed, Your Highness. The young man who took off the mask looked exactly like Lan Huahong. No, there were still some differences. This young man in blue had the same face as Lan Huahong, but his temperament was 100 times more noble than Lan Huahong's. There was a kind of innate aloofness in his every movement, but he didn't have that kind of domineering arrogance. On the other hand, Lan Huahong was staring at the young man with a twisted and ferocious expression. He didn't look like a prince of a country at all. Instead, he looked more like an extremely vicious fugitive. What the hell is going on? Even the golden court guards were dumbfounded. How can there be two highnesses? In the end, which one was the real one? Lan Feng stared straight at the young man. After a long time, he said with a trembling voice, Your Highness, are you really Your Highness? Hearing his question, the young man's straight back trembled, and a hint of tears appeared in his eyes. Uncle, I almost couldn't see you again. Hearing the words, Imperial Uncle, Lan Feng unconsciously burst into tears. During this period of time, he saw the strange behavior of Lan Huahong and felt a chill in his heart. However, only now did he know why His Highness had changed. Your Highness, what the hell is going on? At this moment, he was completely convinced of which one was the real Highness. As soon as Lan Feng asked, he heard a shout. Audacious madman, you dare to pretend to be the 11th Highness. I think you're tired of living. Li Zuping glared at the young man. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and put this madman in an array. The golden court cultivators looked at each other, but no one moved. Faced with a face that was exactly the same as the 11th prince's, perhaps even more noble, they did not dare to make a move. Lan Feng shielded the youth behind him. Who dares to make a move before the matter is fully investigated? Li Zuping, Lan Feng, what are you doing? Could it be that he had to protect the murderer? Was there anything unclear about the facts? There are some daring people who want to impersonate Your Highness. Lan Huahong also came to his senses at this time. He looked at Li Zuping and the two nascent soul cultivators who were guarding him, and then looked at the embroidered clothes he was wearing and the coarse clothes of the youth. His panic slowly dissipated, and an arrogant expression appeared on his face again. Where did this lowly thing come from? How dare you impersonate me? Why don't you take a look at your impoverished appearance? Is it possible for a dignified prince of the Lan clan empire to dress like a ragged beggar like you? As he spoke, he glared at the golden core cultivator beside him. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear my order? Capture this madman who tried to impersonate Gu. Whoever dares to disobey, I'll chop off your head right now. Animal Hong, do you really think that you can become a prince of the Lan family empire just by wearing my clothes and changing my face? The blue-cloaked youth sneered, do you think you're worthy to be a prince of the Lan family empire? Hearing the three words Animal Hong, Lan Huahong's face suddenly twitched, his eyes bursting with intense fear and murderous intent. A light flashed in Lan Feng's mind, and he suddenly remembered where he had heard the name Animal Hong. Isn't that one of His Highness's personal shadow guards? Because His Highness the 11th Highness is the only legitimate son of His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress, he can be regarded as the first in line of succession. Therefore, in addition to his trusted guards, he is also equipped with a few shadow guards who look extremely similar to His Highness, who can be sacrificed as substitutes. Those few shadow guards stand out from the 64 children. And those 64 people originally used the last character of His Highness as their surname, and were named after the 64 Fuxi trigrams. Hong Desheng was one of the children who stood out from the 60 children. Lan Feng pointed at Lan Huahong and exclaimed, "You're Animal Hong, one of His Highness's shadow guards. No wonder you can pretend to be His Highness. How dare you, Animal Hong, you've really eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, you actually dare to betray your master and steal his identity." Lan Huahong, or rather, Animal Hong, being pointed at and exposed of his true identity, suddenly panicked, and he could hardly control his expression. The veins on Li Zuping's forehead also jumped, and he knew that he couldn't delay any longer. What perverted mouth, what Animal Hong? What shadow guards? His Highness has always been with us, if he was replaced, how could we not know? Come, let's kill the assassin pretending to be His Highness. When we return to Xianxia, His Highness will definitely reward us handsomely. With that, the three nascent soul experts attacked again, attacking the blue-clothed youngster. Lan Feng hurriedly stopped them. His strength was far higher than the three, but facing the three nascent soul cultivators, he was somewhat at a disadvantage and couldn't cope. In particular, Li Zuping was extremely cunning. He didn't care that the two nascent soul cultivators might be seriously injured by Lan Feng, and directly rushed to the front of the blue-clothed youngster. Mu Yan quickly plucked the strings of her zither. She used Divine Hand's Weave to protect the young man and Zither Sound Blade to attack Li Zuping. However, Li Zuping is an expert of the nascent soul stage after all, and Mayan's current cultivation level is much lower than his. This kind of attack and defense could be resisted for a while, but definitely not for long. Li Zuping's face revealed an ominous glint, his expression ferocious. "I want to see how long that bitch can protect you." A loud bang rang out, and the fist that contained powerful spiritual energy smashed into the sound barrier. The protective barrier formed by Divine Hand Weave trembled, and a cracking sound rang out. Mu Yan's complexion is pale, fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead, but the movements of her hands plucking the zither strings are getting faster and faster. "Mother!" Xiaobao nervously grabs the hem of Mu Yan's clothes, his big eyes staring at her without blinking, full of worry. A few of the little radishes were already jumping up in anger. "Daddy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help Brother Lan." "That's right. Little Brother Lan was saved by us. If little Brother Lan dies, I won't care about you anymore." With the addition of 5 nascent soul cultivators, Li Zuping and the others could no longer gain the upper hand and could only retreat pathetically. Li Zuping's face twisted in anger. "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" Naylan Qin took a step forward and snorted, "How can we kill people before things are clear? If the real prince of the Lan Empire dies in our azure blue world, how can we bear the responsibility? Hall Masterly, I think we should properly distinguish the authenticity of these two princes." Morongbai said faintly, "Why is Hall Masterly in such a hurry to make a move? Those who know will think that you're trying to protect your master, but those who don't know might think that you're in a hurry to silence them. Li Zuping never thought that these 5 people would actually come out to mess things up. He was practically seething with anger and couldn't help but feel a trace of panic in his heart. What's there to distinguish? One is the prince who has always been by our side, and the other is a tramp who popped out of nowhere. Don't tell me that we have to investigate every random hooligan who pretends to be of royal blood in the future? Nailan Qing frowned, momentarily unable to refute. Lan Huahong gnashed his teeth. You bitches, how dare you disrespect me? When I return to the purple cloud world, I'll definitely have my imperial father exterminate all of you. Nailan Qing and the others' expressions became very ugly. They indeed couldn't afford to offend the princes of the Lan Empire. At this moment, the blue-clothed youth slowly said, "What if I can prove that I am of the Lan Empire's bloodline?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly undid his clothes and revealed his back. Immediately after, the spiritual energy in his body revolved, and a bright white light gradually appeared on his shoulder. The white light flickered, becoming brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling, until people couldn't look straight at it. Finally, within the halo, a huge white beast slowly appeared. The huge beast's figure was somewhat faint, but the horn on its head was red, abnormally distinct. Lan Feng immediately covered his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. "Your Highness, you are indeed my esteemed Highness." The Golden Core cultivators were also in a state of chaos, shouting one after another. "Bay Soul Pearl, it's the Bay Soul Pearl. That is the symbol of the Lan Empire's bloodline, he is the true Highness." The spectator stands were also in chaos. My God, so this is the Lan Empire's Soul Pearl, and the divine beast bays contained within it. That's the symbol of the most noble bloodline of the Lan clan empire. Ha ha ha, now there's no doubt as to who the real 11th prince is. On the carefree team's side, Luo Yu's eyes widened when she saw this. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. He gently pressed his left hand on his chest. Yun Ruhan glanced at him, and a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. The blue-clothed youth slowly put on his clothes and looked at Hong Big Animal with disdain and arrogance. The 11th prince of the Lan family empire has the purest royal bloodline. When he was 6 years old, he had already activated his soul pearl. Since you said that you're the Lan Empire's 11th prince, then why don't you let everyone see your soul pearl? Before Big Animal Hong could finish his roar, he suddenly screamed, clutched his neck, and fell to the ground. Then, his body began to twitch violently. The young man's slender wrists began to become broad and rough. The face that was almost the same as that of the young man in blue gradually grew and became about 15 or 16 years old. What was even more shocking was that 2 words gradually appeared on his face. The left side of his face was written big, and the right side was written animal. Everyone's eyes were focused on his face. Feng Su and Morong Hao jumped over and pointed to the left and right side of his face. They read aloud, "This is big, and this is animal. Put together, it's Big Animal." Ha ha ha, so Brother Lan was right. You're called Big Animal Hong. Nailan Yan and Duanzi nodded like adults. So the word on the right is pronounced animal. Yes, yes, animal's animal. He, put together, it's Big Animal. Big Animal Hong suddenly covered his face and screamed in panic. No, I'm not Big Animal Hong. I'm Lan Huahong, the most honorable 11th prince of the Lan family empire. I'm the 11th prince. Lan Huahong sneered. You're not the real prince of the Lan family empire. Of course, you don't know that every shadow guard will be implanted with a parasite after passing the test. Once they betray, the master can kill them on the spot. This time, your plan was very precise, and you plotted against me. I didn't even have time to take away the insect whistle that controlled the parasite, and I was almost killed by you. But you're holding the whistle in your hand, and you don't even know that it's a weapon that holds your life. How dare you say you're the prince of the Lan family empire? As he spoke, he took out the insect whistle from his pocket. Big Animal Hong's body had been modified with drugs, so even blowing the insect whistle would not make him reveal his true form. Lan Huahong risked his life to get close to him just to activate the insect whistle and swallow the drugs left in Big Animal Hong's body, so that he could reveal his true form. And now, Lan Huahong blew the insect whistle. Big Animal Hong immediately fell to the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered, and rolling all over the ground. Spare me, spare me. Your Highness, I don't dare anymore. So painful, so painful. Hall Master Li. Li Zuping, save me. You're the one who made me do all this, save me. Li Zuping's complexion changed, his eyes revealing a ferocious look. Audacious villain, you dare to frame this Hall Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zuping swiftly charged before Lan Feng and the others before they could react, and then he fiercely slapped down towards the top of Lan Feng's head. Big Animal Hong let out a blood-curdling screech. His eyes stared blankly as he lost his life. Li Zuping withdrew his hand and knelt down in front of Lan Huahong. With tears and snot flowing down his face, he said, Your Highness, this subordinate was really blinded by lard and was actually blinded by a fake. Your Highness, please be magnanimous and forgive this subordinate's mistake on account of my flowing moon sect's loyalty to the royal family. The two nascent soul stage cultivators also knelt down in fear. Lan Feng was unable to restrain his anger as he said, Li Zuping, who allowed you to attack Big Animal Hong? He still hasn't said who's behind this. Are you in such a hurry to kill him to silence him? That's why I was a bit heavy-handed in a moment of desperation. Your Highness, you can punish this subordinate for failing to protect the guards, but please don't doubt the loyalty of this subordinate and the flowing moon sect to the imperial family. Lan Feng's face alternates between green and white. Li Zuping keeps mentioning the flowing moon sect, but he's clearly using the flowing moon sect's loyalty as a threat. Although the Lan family's power in the Ziyun realm is monstrous, and the 11th prince's birth is the noblest, there are still competitors and hidden dangers in the imperial family. The loyalty of any force is very important to the 11th prince and the empress. Lan Huahong reaches out to stop Lan Feng, who is about to flip out, and says with a faint smile, I hope that Hall Master Li can remember today's words. Get up. Li Zuping's heart relaxes a little, and he stands up. Sure enough, the 11th prince is still afraid of the flowing moon sect's power. If the flowing moon sect defected to the other princes, it would be a huge blow to Lan Huahong and the empress. Just as he stands firm, he hears Lan Huahong say, It's all thanks to my benefactors that I was able to escape danger today. He points at Lu Hongyuan, Duanzi, and the others. The few little radishes immediately hold their heads high, indescribably proud. And the patriarchs. Lan Huahong deeply bows towards Nailan Qing and the others, if it wasn't for the help of the 5 of you just now, I might have already lost my life in the hands of some people. I will never forget the kindness of the 5 families. The patriarchs of the 5 families didn't expect that not only would they find their treasured grandsons, they would also receive such a great favor from the Lan family's prince. They are immediately overjoyed. Lan Huahong's gaze turned to descend onto Xiao Bao and Mu Yan, and there wasn't any arrogance left in his eyes, only deep gratitude remained. Especially boss. In short, I owe them a great debt of gratitude for being able to survive. And you, Hall Master Li. His sharp gaze suddenly sweeps towards Li Zuping, just now, you actually wanted to rob my benefactor's things, and almost caused my benefactor's death. Tell me, how should you be punished? Li Zuping's knees go numb, and he almost kneels down again, Your Highness, this really isn't related to this subordinate. It was the impostor Hong Desheng who coveted Miss June. Because Miss June. He bore a grudge against Miss June. That was why he had instigated his underlings to attack Miss June. This subordinate didn't know that it was an impostor, this subordinate was only following orders. Even Lan Huahong's eyes were filled with anger when he heard that he had stripped himself clean. Anyone could tell from the scene just now who was coveting the zither. Lan Huahong endured his anger and said coldly, Since you know you're wrong, why don't you apologize to my benefactor? Li Zuping's complexion changes. Gnashing his teeth, he walks in front of Mayan, Miss June, there was some misunderstanding just now. Please be magnanimous. Before he could finish his words, a few of the little ones had already started to chatter and protest. What kind of apology is this? He didn't even kneel down. Yes, he didn't kowtow either. Just now, you wanted to beat up our mother, and even tried to poison our boss. You deserve to die 10,000 times. I don't think just kowtowing is enough. You should spank him. That's right, that's right. When we make a mistake, we also get spanked. We even have to take off our pants and spank. If you want to apologize, you'll have to spank your butt. Spank him. The noisy voices of the little ones can be heard clearly by everyone in the entire square. Lan Huahong held back his laughter and said, "Hall Masterly, did you hear that? How are you going to apologize to Gu's benefactor?" Li Zuping's face distorted. "Your Highness, I am the dignified Hall Master of Evolution Moon Sect. How can, if you are not willing to apologize properly, it proves that you are in cahoots with that impostor." Lan Feng sneered, "Choose to apologize obediently, or be accused of murdering a prince." Li Zuping, choose yourself. Li Zuping gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break, but he could not admit that he wanted to murder the 11th prince. Otherwise, not to mention the Lan royal family, even the Marquis would definitely consign him to eternal damnation. Not long after, Taiyi Plaza was filled with laughter. Because not only did Li Zuping kowtow to Mayan and Xiaobao to apologize, his pants were pulled down, and he was ruthlessly spanked 30 times on the high platform. For a nascent soul cultivator, such a punishment was naturally insignificant. However, Li Zuping's face had been completely lost at this moment. Especially when he was humiliated in public in front of a group of Azure Blue Realm cultivators that he looked down on. The pain on his butt was clearly insignificant, but Li Zuping gritted his teeth so hard that blood almost seeped out. Jun Mayan, Lan Huahong, just you wait. I, Li Zuping, will definitely take revenge 10 times, 100 times over. After Li Zuping was dealt with, he was immediately dragged away. The two nascent soul cultivators were not spared either. They were even more miserable than Li Zuping. They were directly stripped naked, hung up and beaten in front of everyone. After the 3 of them were dragged away, Lan Huahong hurriedly walked to Xiaobao. "Boss, thank you. If not for you, Gu would have already died in the Danyang mountain range. You are Gu's benefactor for life, and also Gu's boss for life." Xiaobao expressionlessly held Mayan's hand and said coldly, "If you want to be my lackey for life, it will depend on whether you are promising in the future." "Right. Our boss only accepts the most powerful lackeys." Duanzi and the rest immediately held their heads high and puffed out their chests, extremely cocky. "Just like us, we won't embarrass our boss. Little brother Lan, when you get back to the purple cloud world, you have to work hard on your cultivation. You can't turn bad. Otherwise, boss won't want you anymore." "Hee, big brother Lan's cultivation is higher than ours right now, and he's our boss #1 lackey, but that might not be the case in the future. We will catch up from behind and snatch back the throne of the #1 lackey." Yes, boss, the throne of #1 lackey is mine. It's mine." Lan Huahong immediately shouted, not to be outdone, "Impossible. The position of boss's #1 follower must be lonely, forever lonely." When Lan Feng saw this and heard these words, he was dumbfounded. What was going on? His Royal Highness was actually fighting with a bunch of little turnips to be someone else's underlings? Furthermore, it was the little brother of a 5-year-old child. Was he hallucinating because his brain was damaged? Or had His Highness suffered too much this time, so his mind was not normal? However, Lan Huahong didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his mind at all. He secretly clenched his fists at Xiaobao and swore that he would cultivate as hard as he could when he got back. He absolutely couldn't let the throne of boss's #1 lackey be snatched away. Xiaobao's cold and dignified boss expression immediately disappears, and he rubs against her like a spoiled child. "Nyangqin, they're so noisy." Mu Yan crouches down and touches his little face. "They're very noisy." But when Nyangqin isn't by Xiaobao's side, they accompany Xiaobao. Nyangqin is really grateful to them, for Xiaobao won't be so lonely. Xiaobao hugs Mu Yan's neck and nods seriously. They're still a bit useful. But the gentleness in the corners of his eyes reveals that he doesn't completely dislike these little brothers. Mu Yan smiles and holds his baby in her arms. The little radishes immediately show envious expressions. Auntie's embrace looks so warm. Rub against her. We also want to be hugged by Auntie. Auntie is so beautiful. It would be great if Yan Yan grew up to be half as beautiful as Auntie. Yan Yan also wants to be hugged by Auntie. Even Lan Huahong shows an envious expression when he sees the scene. His mother is very good to him, but because of the majesty of the Empress, she rarely gets close to him like this. He also wants to feel his mother's embrace. It must be very fragrant, soft, and warm, right? Xiaobao sees that his little brothers are looking at his mother covetously, and he immediately becomes furious. Nyangqin belongs to Xiaobao alone, no one will hug her. He doesn't even want to give her to his lecherous father, others want to hug her, in their dreams. After Li Zuping and the others are taken away, Mu Yan discovers that the woman who framed her has unexpectedly disappeared. She frowns slightly. This feeling of not dying no matter what, and having ridiculously good luck, seems somewhat familiar. However, Mu Yan doesn't care about this kind of trash. Right now, her eyes are only filled with her lost and recovered treasure. Thus, she picks up Xiaobao and goes back to Yaoguang branch. She hasn't seen her baby for so many days. She wants to take a good look at Xiaobao to see if he's injured, and ask him what he has experienced during this time. The other people of the Xiaoyao school are also looking at their outrageously beautiful martial nephew with starry eyes, forgetting to find someone to settle accounts with. However, they want to leave, but some people are unwilling to let things go, or they don't dare to let things go. Wait. You can't go back to the arcade branch. Di Yudao suddenly glared at Mu Yan and said coldly, Jun Mu Yan, you gave birth to a child out of wedlock and behaved inappropriately. Staying in the starry school will only ruin the school's reputation. I now announce that you have been expelled from the school. Are you kidding me? The people of the Xiaoyao sect were enraged. Screw you. Di Yudao, you old bastard. You framed us just now, and we didn't even care about it. How dare you slander our junior sister? Di Yudao straightened his back and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. And the 6 of you, you have no respect for your elders, disobedient, and stubborn. The starry school will not tolerate you either. All of you, leave. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the grandstand was stunned. What did Ding Zhai just say? Expel the members of Xiaoyao squad? Did I hear it wrong? Is he crazy? In this 3 Academy tournament, the Xiaoyao team has given us a lot of face, and Jun Mayan is even more of a heaven-defying existence. Maybe the leader of Qingyun sect, God Yi, is her. Other schools can't even beg for such a monstrous existence, and he actually wants to expel her? The Tai Square is suddenly in chaos. Xing Donqing's loud laughter suddenly came from the viewing platform. He leapt down from above, and looked at Jun Mayan and the others with a burning gaze. Miss Jun, and everyone else, I represent the Phoenix Sky Academy to sincerely invite you to join our academy. We guarantee that we will give you the best conditions, and you will be free to choose the academy's instructors. If the Starry School doesn't want you, the Phoenix Sky School does. The stands were silent for a moment, and then suddenly, earth-shattering shouts erupted from several places. That's right, let Great God Yi and the Carefree team come to our Phoenix Sky Academy. Ha ha ha, I told you that only our Phoenix Sky Academy is worthy of the title of Emerald Sky Master. Long live Dean Xing. If we can really invite the Carefree team to our academy, I'm willing to convince my father to donate 1,000,000 crystals to the academy. God Yi, Xiaoyao team, Starry School doesn't want you, we want you. Humph. If he wants to come, he should come to our Spiritual Martial Academy. Not to be outdone, Li Wenyuan leaped down from the stage as well. His previous resentment towards the Carefree team was gone, and he was smiling so widely that his face was filled with wrinkles. Miss June, I guarantee that the treatment in the Spiritual Martial Academy will be better than in the Feng Tian Academy. Even if you don't want to be in the same branch as others, we can still open a branch for you just like the Arcade branch. Aoo aoo. This time, it was the Spiritual Martial Academy's turn to be excited. Dean Li, good job. You must let the Carefree team come to our Spiritual Martial Academy. Yes, the Starry School is nothing. The Spiritual Martial Arts School is the most open-minded. We don't care about having children out of wedlock or being gay. Ha ha ha, I'm about to go crazy thinking about God Yi coming to our Lingwu Academy. Me too. If we can get our hands on Master Ye's barrier-breaking talisman, wouldn't we make a fortune? Feng Tian and the students of the Spiritual and Martial Arts Academy cheered. On the other hand, the students of the Starry School were dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? God Yi and the Carefree team both belonged to Starry School. The champion of the Tri-Academy tournament should also belong to Starry School. Why should it be taken away by other schools? After being dumbfounded, he flew into a rage. F***ck, is there something wrong with Di Yudeo's head? The Carefree Team and the Lord of the Green Cloud sect both belong to the Starry School. Why should they be given to others? Motherf asterisk Kerr, if this daddy says that I'm in the same academy as Clear Sky Sovereign, how much face would I have? How many people would be envious of me? If the Carefree Team leaves, I'll drop out of Starry School. Yes, I'm quitting too. What kind of damned academy is this? What kind of trash dean is this? I don't want to serve you anymore. A wave of rebellion was completely set off in the stands. There were even quite a few people who rushed down from above and stood directly behind Mu Yan and the others. When Diyu Dao saw this scene, he was so angry that he almost fainted. Rebel. Rebellion. All of them had rebelled. I'm the dean, and I'm ordering all of you to return to the super monastery. However, no one in the Starry School listened to him. TSK, so what if I'm rebelling? Wherever Xiaoyao squad goes, I'll go. Yangqing looked at Ling Yuxing calmly and said loudly, if the Carefree Team is really expelled from the Starry School, I will also apply to quit. Hearing this, the members of the Dubhe squad immediately echoed, boss is leaving, what are we still doing here? Let's go together. Seeing this, Xing Danqing and Li Wenyuan were so happy that their mouths were crooked. If he could really recruit the people from Xiaoyao Team and Tianshu Team, wouldn't he have 2 more places to go to Dragon Soaring Academy, not to mention Jun Mayan's identity as the leader of Qingyun sect. Also, her son's kindness to the 5 clans was a treasure among treasures, only an idiot would not fight for it. Diyu Dao did not expect that this would happen when he just wanted to expel a few students. He was so angry that he could not even speak properly. He could only keep repeating, it's the opposite. I'm the college chief. College Chief Zhai, have you had enough? A stern voice came from the spectator stand. Immediately after, Meng Baichuan and the other college chiefs of the 6 schools landed on the ground. They looked at Diyu coldly and said, College Chief D, even if you are the college chief of Starry School does not belong to you alone. What did the 7 people from Yaoguang branch do wrong that you have to expel them? Moreover, even if they did something wrong, they should get the approval of all the college chiefs and deputy college chiefs to expel them. How can you make such a hasty decision? Sui Luan also slowly walked out from the crowd. The expression on his face was still gentle and elegant. In fact, the corners of his mouth even curved into a gentle smile. Dean Zhai, your actions today are indeed a bit unusual, right? Just now, it has already been proven that the 7 people from Yaoguang branch did not do anything wrong. The school's rules do not stipulate that female cultivators cannot have children out of wedlock. If you insist on expelling them like this, people will think that you have something up your sleeves. Diyu Dao's face twitched. He was already panicking. I am the college chief. Do I not even have the right to punish a few students? Meng Baichuan sneered. College Chief Zhai, can't you see that the other colleges are fighting for the students that you are trying so hard to expel? If you can't even see this, then I think that you, as a college chief, are really muddle-headed. You are no longer suitable for your position. You. How dare you? Diyu Dao was so angry that he almost fainted. However, Meng Baichuan did not even look at his expression. Instead, he looked directly at the deans of the other branches. What do you guys think? Outstanding cultivators like the Carefree Team must stay in our Starry School. Only a fool would push them away. I agree with Branch Chief Meng's words. If Chief Zhai still refuses to come to his senses, I think it's time for us to elect a new chief of the Starry School. Meng Baichuan turns to Jun Mayan and the others, his expression softening a bit. Previously, I didn't agree to let you enter the Alcade branch, there. He pauses, but now, you didn't lose face for the Alcade branch, and you also made the Alcade branch proud of you. I hope that all of you will reconsider and stay in Starry School. I promise that you will not be treated unfairly again. Meng Baichuan was the college chief of the Tianshu Institute. The members of the Tianshu team naturally respected and feared him. They did not dare to retort even after being scolded. They could only mumble, that's because someone was too aggressive. Otherwise, how could we bear to leave Starry School? Yes, if the Carefree Team stays, we stay too. If the Carefree Team leaves, we leave too. College Chief Meng, you must keep the Carefree Team in Starry School. A smile appeared on Meng Baichuan's face. Don't worry. Since the 7 members of the Carefree team entered Starry School, they are naturally members of Starry School. Moreover, they performed so well in the 3 schools tournament. The school will reward them greatly. Repair the Alcade branch and let them enjoy the best treatment in Starry School. Hearing that the Alcade branch would be repaired, Diudeo's face paled and fear flashed in his eyes. Suiluan glanced at him and his lips curled into a faint smile that disappeared in a flash. Mang Baichuan's words caused the Starry School people to cheer. But now, the people from the Fengtian School and the Spiritual Martial Arts School were not happy. It was not easy for the Carefree team to become part of their school. It would be such a pity if they slipped away for nothing. Thus, the Tai Square became noisy again. Xing Danqing and Li Wenyuan almost snatched them away. In the end, it was Mang Baichuan who made the final decision. Why don't we let the Carefree team decide whether to stay or leave? Everyone's eyes are focused on the 7 people, while the members of the Xiaoyao team all look at Mu Yan. Clearly, this decision had to be made by her. The corner of Mayan's mouth hooks up into a faintly discernible arc. She glances at Diyu Dao, and under everyone's attentive gaze, she says unhurriedly, "We've decided to stay in the Alcade branch." As soon as he said that, the students and teachers of the Starry School cheered. Feng Tian and the students from the Spiritual Martial Arts School were disappointed and sighed. Diudeo's face turned green and white, his hands clenched into fists. Mu Yan continued, "College Chief Zhai wants to chase us out of the Alcade branch so much. There must be a very interesting secret there, right? Before we dig out this secret, how can we bear to leave?" With that, the 7 of them, including Suzy, left. Only Diyu Dao was left behind, listening to the excited discussions of the surrounding students. "What secrets does the Alcade institution have? Why don't we go and take a look?" His face was filled with terror, and he could barely stand. At night, in the Alcade branch. Luoyu stood in front of the bronze mirror and stared at her reflection for a long time. His face was devoid of his usual playfulness and cuteness. What was left was only a deep sense of solemnity and confusion. Luoyu suddenly stretched out her hand and slowly unbuttoned her shirt, taking it off. The candlelight in the room flickered and seemed to grow brighter. However, in the next moment, a ray of light that was 100 times brighter than the candlelight soared in the room. Luoyu stared blankly at the huge shadow that appeared behind her in the mirror. It was an incomparably beautiful snow-white beast. Its fur was long and glossy, and a pair of deep eyes looked at him through the mirror. There seemed to be the vicissitudes of life in those eyes. The most dazzling thing was the blood-red horn on its head. Under the white light, it was so small that it looked like a ball of fire. Because the giant beast behind Luoyu was also a Baizé. And the Baizé that appeared behind him was far more solid and powerful than the Baizé mythological beast that Lan Huahong controlled. Luoyu looked at the mythological beast in the mirror and murmured, "The Lan Empire is also surnamed Lan. Does it have something to do with me?" After a whole day, everyone in the Xiaoyao sect was in a state of emotional turmoil. So no matter how much they liked and were curious about Xiao Bao, no one disturbed Mu Yan and her son's reunion tonight. Mu Yan examined Xiao Bao carefully and was relieved to make sure that he wasn't injured and that his strength had greatly increased. Xiao Bao nestled in Mu Yan's arms and told her what he had experienced recently. "Mother, when little Treasure was very, very sad, I heard your voice, and I also heard Daddy's voice." Mu Yan was startled. "Do you mean Ju?" Xiao Bao nodded heavily. Xiao Bao felt like he was about to die, but suddenly, a powerful force killed the bad guy. Xiao Bao could feel that Daddy's breath was in that force. Mu Yan hugged the person in her arms tightly and said hoarsely, "Xiao Bao, I'm sorry. Mother won't let you suffer anymore." Xiao Bao buried his blushing face in Mu Yan's arms. Xiao Bao didn't suffer. As long as he could be with his mother, Xiao Bao didn't suffer at all. "Eh? What is this place? Is this a woman or a man? A demon or a ghost?" As the mother and daughter were being intimate, they heard a noisy male voice at the same time. Xiao Bao blinked. "It's Baixia. He's awake." Mu Yan had heard Xiao Bao say that Baixia was a broken sword that was trapped in the Fuxi secret realm. But a sword that could give birth to a weapon spirit couldn't be that bad. Just as they were thinking, Baixia's scream rang in their ears again. When they entered, they saw a short-haired youth with a baby face being ruthlessly trampled under Qi Huang's feet. Seeing Xiaobao come in, the baby-faced youth's eyes brightened and he immediately shouted, "Little master, you are little master, right? Little master, save me. This she-male wants to kill me." Ah. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Huang suddenly increased the force under his foot, causing the young man to let out an earth-shattering scream. "Where did you come from, monster? Who allowed you to enter the space? How dare you scold me? I think you must be tired of living." Little Phoenix flapped his wings and spun around while shouting, "Hit him, hit him." He had wanted to pluck Qiuqiu's beautiful feathers just now. Lord Seven Brilliance, quickly beat it up. Looking at the mess, Mu Yan couldn't help but cough lightly. Holding Xiaobao's hand, she walked forward. "Seven Brilliance, let go. He's the artifact spirit of Xiaobao's flying sword." Artifact spirit? Seven Brilliance looked suspiciously at the youth who was shouting at his feet. How can there be such an ugly artifact spirit? F***ck. How am I ugly? And no matter how unsightly I am, I'm still better than an androgynous gay transvestite like you. Then, Mu Yan and Xiaobao watched another inhumane torture. When Bai Xia was completely beaten by Qi Huang, he finally admitted defeat and begged for mercy. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I won't dare to call you a transvestite ever again." "Alright, Qi Huang." Mu Yan quickly stopped Qi Huang and looked at the baby-faced youth. "You're Bai Xia?" Bai Xia nodded and was about to speak when he saw Mu Yan. He was dumbfounded. Damn, how can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? All the celebrities I've seen in the past are not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Then he looked at his little master. When he was still in the sword, he could only roughly feel Xiaobao's figure and temperament. Now that he saw his little master, he was dumbfounded. God, he really recognized a 5-year-old as his master. Not only was this 5-year-old child as beautiful as a little angel, but he was also so awesome and valiant. Although he knew that they were in a fantasy world, it was still too fantastical. Wait. Bai Xia's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Mu Yan and Xiaobao's extremely similar faces. You two are really mother and son? Xiaobao immediately hugged Mu Yan and stared at Bai Xia unkindly. Of course I'm Xiaobao's mother. Xiaobao's alone, Bai Xia almost fainted. Beast, beast. Little master, your father is such a beast. How could he do this to such a young girl and give birth to such a beautiful child? This is so unfair. I've lived for so many years, but I'm still a single dog. God is so unfair. Bai Xia's every word was strange but strangely familiar to Mu Yan. It was very similar to the words in Bailey Liuing's notebook. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat but she did not speak. Just then, Qi Huang's expression suddenly changed. He sniffed and murmured, "It's the aura of the divine beast Bays." Bays? Mu Yan was stunned. It should be the 11th Highness? She remembered that when Lan Huahong activated the soul orb in Tai Square, a huge figure had appeared. Mu Yan only knew that it was the divine beast Bays from the discussions around her. Lan Huahong and the 5 clans had not left Starry School yet because the little guys all wanted to stay with Xiaobao, so they all followed him to Arcade Branch. However, they were chased away by Xiaobao who only wanted to be alone with his mother. Who knew that when Qi Huang heard Mu Yan's words, he would coldly snort in disdain. What kind of Baizé is that? It was just a little bit of Baizé's soul energy. But now, he smelled the scent of the real Baizé. Jun Mayan, hurry, let's go take a look. Mu Yan hesitated for a moment, then immediately left the house and headed in the direction that Qi Huang had pointed. Right here. Seven Brilliance's excited voice rang in his ears. Such a rich divine beast aura. This sovereign was right. Mu Yan looks at the house in front of her, her brows tightly wrinkled. This was Seven's room. Why did Qi Huang feel the aura of God Beast Baizé in Xiaoqi's room? Did something happen to Xiaoqi? Thinking of this, Mu Yan couldn't care about anything else. Without hesitation, she pushed open the door and rushed in. Xiaoqi, are you okay? However, the scene in front of her shocked her. Luo Yu's upper body was naked, her white skin was enveloped in the light. Luo Yu is startled, his mind is distracted, and he can't control the soul beat anymore. The giant beast behind him howls in warning, unwilling, and finally dissipates into the air. Sixth sister. Luoyu puts on his clothes in a panic and looks at Mayan nervously. Why are you here? Mayan still hasn't come back to her senses. Just now, was that the divine beast by Zay? Luoyu is silent for a while, then says softly, I don't know. When I was very young, one day, my whole body suddenly hurt. Then, a white pearl suddenly appeared on my back. Then, there was a huge ferocious beast following me. I was very scared at that time, afraid that the beast would eat me, and afraid that others would think of me as a monster, so I didn't dare to tell anyone. Luoyu has lived in the Xiaoyao sect since he can remember. At that time, there were only 2 people in the sect, Master and Big Brother. Hence, only Master and eldest senior brother knew that Luoyu's body was acting strangely and that she could summon the mythical beast by Zay. Until now, Luoyu clearly remembers what Master and Big Brother told him over and over again. He must not reveal the tattoo on his back in front of others, and he must not let the white beast appear in front of others. Otherwise, he will be taken away and eaten as a monster. Luoyu isn't afraid of being taken away and eaten, but he's afraid that others will look at him like he's a monster, and treat him as a terrible and disgusting alien. Especially his favorite senior brothers and sisters. So for so many years, apart from Shiqing and Yunruhan, no one knows that Luoyu also has a soul bead, and can even summon the real body of the divine beast by Zay, which is 100 times stronger than the Lan royal family of Xianxia. Luoyu looks at Mayan in panic, his eyes full of fear, uneasiness, and hope. 6th sister, do you think I'm a monster? Idiot. Mayan knocks him on the forehead. For others, summoning the divine beast by Zay is a symbol of noble bloodline, and you're actually afraid that you're a monster? Is there something wrong with your brain? Luoyu's forehead turns red from the hit, but he laughs foolishly. Sure enough, 6th sister doesn't despise him. Moreover, when Lan Huahong summoned the divine beast by Zay today, everyone's expression was shocked and envious. No one showed disgust or fear. That meant that he really wasn't a monster that people would hate and despise. But, why didn't Master and eldest senior brother let me show my soul orb, let alone summon by Zay? Luoyu asked doubtfully. Muyan's heart trembles slightly. Perhaps this has something to do with your past. Origin? Luoyu murmured and repeated, I always thought that I was an orphan and that Master and senior brothers and senior sisters were my only family. Muyan, however, restrained her expression and said solemnly, since Master and eldest senior brother don't want you to reveal your soul pearl, they naturally have their reasons. In the future, you must never reveal it in front of others, understand? Luoyu nodded obediently. Then, she couldn't help but ask absent-mindedly, 6th senior sister, tell me, why can I summon the divine beast by Zay like the prince of the Lan royal family? Why am I also surnamed Lan? Could it be that my parents are related to the Lan imperial clan? Muyan touched his head. Aren't we going to Dragon Soaring Academy to participate in the Deer Cry banquet? When we are in the Purple Cloud realm, we can ask around secretly. Maybe we can find some information about your parents. But as long as they were in the top 3, they would be qualified to go to the Purple Cloud realm's Dragon Soaring Academy to participate in the Deer Cry banquet. The Lan royal family, who could also summon the divine beast by Zay, was in the Purple Cloud world. He believed that he might be able to find clues about Luoyu's origins there. Yes. Luoyu hugs Mayan's hand and gently leans her head on her shoulder. 6th senior sister, I just want to know who I am, who my parents are, and why they abandoned me. But to me, the Carefree sect is my forever home, and you are my only family. The corner of Mayan's mouth hooks up into a shallow smile, softly saying, I know. To us, you're just our Xiaoqi. No matter what your identity is, no matter if you can summon by Zay or not, you are still our most beloved junior brother. Luoyu's eyes are brimming with tears, reaching out to hug Mayan. However, before he could do anything, he felt the temperature in the room drop by 3 degrees. Immediately after, her whole body is pushed away, and a small figure pounces into Mayan's arms, tightly hugging her. A pair of icy blue eyes turned to look at Luoyu. It was an unbelievably beautiful and adorable little face, but at this moment, it was filled with dominance and majesty, causing Luoyu to be momentarily stunned. Wait a minute. Why did he feel like he was looking at a miniature version of Teacher Mo? Why was the possessive look on his face when he was hugging 6th senior sister was exactly the same as Teacher Mo? Xiaobao hugged Muyan tightly and said angrily, Mother is Xiaobao's, only Xiaobao can hug her. Mu Yan's heart simply melts at his little adult appearance. She smacks a kiss on his tender cheek. Alright, Niangqin will only give Xiaobao a hug. Xiaobao's face immediately flushed red. His thick and long eyelashes drooped down, covering the timid and sweet radiance in his blue eyes. He forced himself to remain calm, wanting to maintain his usual grave and stern appearance, but the curled corners of his lips betrayed him. Luo Yu was originally a little indignant that her sixth senior sister had been snatched away. At this moment, when he saw little Bao's appearance, his heart immediately began to pound and bubble with pink bubbles. Aya, as expected of his sixth senior sister's son. How could she be so beautiful? He wanted to hug her, kiss her, and pinch her cheeks. Mu Yan stroked Xiaobao's head and said gently, "This is your seventh martial uncle, Lan Luoyu." When Xiaobao wasn't around, they were always accompanying mother and protecting her. Hearing Mu Yan's words, Xiaobao's gaze shifted. He looked towards Luoyu and called out obediently, "Seventh martial uncle." Luoyu's heart melted when she heard him call her seventh martial uncle. She immediately dug into her cosmos sack, wishing that she could give all her belongings to Xiaobao as a greeting gift. Haha, from now on, I'm not the youngest in the Xiaoyao sect anymore. I'm the junior martial uncle now. In the next few days, everyone in the Starry School realized that there was a group of people following behind Mu Yan. Because of this long separation, Xiaobao doesn't want to leave Mayan's side for even half a minute. No matter where she went, the little tail always followed her step by step. Behind Little Treasure, the little radishes from the 5 great clans were chattering away, calling out boss. Occasionally, the 11th prince of the Lan family empire of the Purple Cloud Realm would join them. There was also a group of bodyguards protecting the heirs of the 5 great clans and the 11th prince. But Lu Zhenjiang and the others are the heads of the aristocratic families after all. After the Jasper Forest gathering, they can't stay here forever. And after experiencing that their precious grandsons were almost killed, they can't let them leave their sight no matter what. Lan Huahong has already left the Purple Cloud world for a long time. Lan Feng and the others are worried about his safety and stay by his side, constantly urging him to go back. However, when the little turnips hear that they are to leave their boss, they immediately throw a tantrum and refuse to leave no matter what. It's not that Nailan Qing and the others haven't thought of inviting the people of the Xiaoyao sect to the 5 great families, giving them the best treatment and recruiting them as their own retainers or disciples. But as soon as this idea was put forward, it was rejected by Mu Yan without hesitation. What she wants is absolute freedom, not to attach herself to a huge force and not move forward. If she wants to live such a stable life, wouldn't it be enough to directly attach herself to Di Mingju and let him take her to the Xiaoxian continent to find a safe place to hide? Lu Zhenjiang still doesn't give up and asks the other people of the Xiaoyao sect. In the end, there's still no trace of hesitation in their answers. These youngsters from small sects, faced with the opportunity that other cultivators yearn for even in their dreams, they don't even have a trace of desire in their hearts. Even Lan Feng's recruitment and promise to take them to the Lan Empire of the Purple Cloud world were rejected by them without hesitation. Despite their disappointment, Lu Zhenjiang and Lan Feng are more and more appreciative of these young boys and girls. It's just that their little ancestors don't cooperate, it's really giving them a big headache. No, I want to follow boss. I'm a member of the Emochan Corps, how can I leave boss? Right, as early as in the Danyang mountain range, I vowed to follow boss to the ends of the earth. If you want me to go back, unless boss goes back with us, I won't go back. Grandpa, don't take Yan Yan away, okay? Yan Yan wants to be with little brother. Nailan Qing and the others simply can't do anything to these little ancestors. He advises with kind words, but the little guys don't listen at all. They put on a straight face, and the little guys shamelessly roll on the ground, crying and making a scene. In any case, if they want to leave their boss, there's only one word, no way. Finally, it's Xiaobao who says with a cold face, all of you, go back. Boss, why? Boss, do you not want us anymore? Boo-hoo, we're not leaving. We promised to follow boss. The little fellow's eyes were filled with tears, and they looked as if they were going to cry for him to see. Unfortunately, little Bao didn't fall for their tricks at all. All of you forgot that if you want to be my little brother, you're not allowed to cry. The little fellows immediately sniffled and wiped their tears. We won't cry. Secondly, you guys are too weak. Xiaobao cast a sidelong glance at them and said rudely, you'll only be a burden to me and mother if you follow me. When Nailan Qing and the rest heard this, they all held their breaths. Seeing that their babies were in a daze and seemed to have suffered a huge blow, their hearts twitched. They were afraid that their tears would burst out in the next moment. Yes, I won't always be so weak and drag the boss down forever. Then Susu shouldn't drag the boss down. Susu also has to go home to learn. The little kids all looked at Xiaobao with tears in their eyes. Their little bodies kept shaking. Obviously, they were very sad, but this time they stubbornly didn't cry. Xiaobao said, idiot, you can come here to see me at any time. I can also come to see you on Bixia. Hearing this, the little guys immediately smiled through tears. Boss, can we still come to see you? Xiaobao nodded. Boss, then we'll go first. You must wait for us to come back. Little brother, Yan Yan will miss you. Xiaobao nodded expressionlessly and watched them leave. Xiaobao watched as the few reluctant children boarded their own spaceship, looking back every few steps. Xiaobao immediately hugged Mu Yan happily and buried her little head in his neck. That was great. Finally, no one would disturb him and his mother alone. Xiaobao said that it was not easy to reunite with his mother. He didn't want to waste time on other people. Miss June, young Master June Lan Feng walked before Mu Yan and Xiaobao, and bowed deeply. Your Grace towards His Highness and the Lan royal family, we are deeply grateful, and will never forget it. If there is a chance in the future, I will repay you well. Lan Feng didn't give a substantial thank you, but gave such a promise. But the value of this promise was far more than any spiritual weapon or elixir. Because this was tantamount to saying that the entire Lan royal family owed Mu Yan and Xiaobao a huge favor. This was something that ordinary people couldn't even beg for. However, Xiaobao and Mu Yan didn't care about this, so they didn't take Lan Feng's promise to heart. By the way, why didn't I see Hall Masterly? Mu Yan suddenly asked. Lan Feng frowned. After that day, Hall Masterly left a message saying that he had something to deal with, and then he disappeared. Then he sneered. A mere Hall Master of the derived moon sect thought that he could show off by giving him a little face. Oh, don't worry. When I go back, I will definitely settle the score with them. In Tianluo City, Lu Ruoxuan pushed a male cultivator who had become a mummy onto the bed and slowly put on his clothes. Her face was beaten into a pig's head, and her wrists were broken. But now, it was as good as new. Lu Ruoxuan looked at the beautiful woman in the mirror and sneered. Her eyes were filled with pride. The heavens were indeed looking out for her. No matter how that slut June Mayan oppresses her, she can always rise from the ashes. And now, she's in the dark, while Mayan's in the light. It's time for her to see June Mayan and her bastard die without a burial ground. After absorbing the essence of more than 10 practitioners, her cultivation had already stepped into the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, these few days, she had even used the male cultivator's essence to refine 1,000 charm goo. In Mei Xian's memories, this 1,000 charm goo was an extremely powerful thing. Even a nascent soul cultivator would not be able to withstand its power. Once 1,000 charm goo invaded one's body, they would burn with lust, unable to control themselves. Even in public, she couldn't wait to take off her clothes and throw herself into a man's arms. The humiliation and trampling that she had suffered were all brought to her by June Mayan. Suddenly, a paper crane flew in from the window. Lu Ruoxuan took it and opened it. She was surprised at first, then laughed out loud. June Mayan, I was thinking how to sneak into the Starry School to deal with you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Ha ha ha, then I'll let you embarrass yourself on the busiest street of Tianluo City. You'll never be able to see anyone again. Lu Ruoxuan looked at herself in the mirror and smiled sinisterly. She immediately put on her veil and left the inn. She had seduced countless male cultivators in Tianluo City during this period of time. Some male cultivators were sucked dry of their essence and turned into corpses. There were also male cultivators who were charmed by her and worked for her. Lu Ruoxuan's current charm was far from what the young and inexperienced Lu Ruoxuan could compare with. After being seduced by her, the male cultivators would fall head over heels and gradually lose their sanity. In the end, they would be completely controlled by her and become her puppet. The paper crane just now was sent to her by the puppet. It was the news of Jun Mayan's group being found in Tianluo City. Soon, Lu Ruoxuan found Jun Mayan on the busiest street of Tianluo City. She suddenly held her breath and hid herself on the second floor of a hotel. She stared coldly at the girl who was surrounded by the crowd. Jun Mayan, today, I'll make sure you never recover. Ever since Mayan found out that Xiaobao had been trapped in the Fuxi secret realm for so long, her heart ached terribly. So after the Jasper Forest gathering, she brought Xiaobao to go shopping. She wanted to bring him to taste delicious spirit food, dress him up in beautiful clothes, and give him the best in the world. However, every time Mayan takes a fancy to something and wants to buy it, someone will definitely rush out from the side. Xiaobao, do you like this? Buy. I'll buy it all for you. Aya, fourth senior sister, get out of the way. This time, it's my turn as seventh martial uncle to buy it for my little martial nephew. Even the steady eldest martial brother, the wooden Qinjiu, and the deep and unfathomable Chumoli, after strolling for an hour on the street, were all filled with cosmos sacks, all of which were gifts for Xiaobao. This time, Suzy also came with her. He was more or less hostile and jealous of those who were close to Muyan. However, after seeing Xiaobao's small and exquisite face, which is 70 to 80% similar to Mayan's, he can't be jealous at all. On the contrary, she was captivated by his cold and adorable appearance. Along the way, he was the one who bought the most gifts for Xiaobao. The people of the Xiaoyao sect, including Suzy, had just placed bets on the Tri-Academy tournament a while ago. Although they lost money because the Xiaoyao team didn't win the championship, they still made a huge profit overall. Therefore, everyone was very rich now. He didn't feel any heartache when he bought things. In the beginning, Mayan would still try to stop him. She also really wants to spend crystals for her baby, okay? But when he saw how happy his fellow apprentices were, he let them be. Ling Yuma hung a small jade pendant on Xiaobao's waist and said with a smile, Xiaobao, this is for you. Fourth martial uncle will hang it for you. Xiaobao nodded expressionlessly and said in a childish voice, thank you, fourth martial uncle. Xiaobao's body stiffened. He pushed Ling Yuma away and scolded, fourth martial uncle, men and women should not touch each other, you can't do this. As soon as these words came out, everyone present burst into laughter. Even Baixia couldn't help but jump out and laugh, you little brat, you haven't even graduated from kindergarten at my place. Do you know that men and women should not touch each other? Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. Xiaobao squinted his eyes and grabbed Baixia and stabbed him into the ground. No one knew how much strength he used, but Baixia was stabbed into the ground and couldn't come out for a while. Xiaobao and the rest continued to walk forward, leaving Baixia shaking the sword and shouting, damn it, you're angry because I said it right, you can't do this. Bridge is full of gunny sacks, I was wrong okay? Little master, wait for me. Of course, only Xiaobao and Mu Yan could hear it. Behind the window on the second floor, Lu Ruoxuan carefully concealed her presence. She didn't even let her gaze fall on Mu Yan to avoid being noticed. When she saw Xiao Nao and the others walking towards her, she sneered and silently sent out the 1,000 charm goo in her hand. And this time, she didn't just send out 1,000 charm goo, but 3. In the past, when she dealt with Mu Yan, she always succeeded at the beginning, but failed at the end. The root cause was that she was too careless with her rival in love. But this time, she won't be careless. Seeing the goo flying towards Mu Yan silently and slowly landing on her shoulder, Lu Ruoxuan couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Very soon, she could see Mu Yan tearing off her clothes and pouncing on the man hungrily. And all of this is happening in front of her son. She would like to see how Mu Yan is going to behave in the future. Ha ha ha, bang. A light sound came from behind. Baixia had unknowingly broken free from the stone floor and pounced towards Xiaobao. Bastard master, you really abandoned me. You heartless brat, have you forgotten who saved you in the Fuxi secret realm? In order to save you, I almost lost my life, bala. Xiaobao reached out and grabbed the Bixia sword. He said coldly, I'll throw you away if you make any more noise. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly as if he was about to throw it away. Ding, there was a soft sound. Eh? Baixia asked curiously, I feel like I just slapped something away. Was it an illusion? Lu Ruoxuan stood by the window and watched as the goo worm was about to land on Mu Yan's body. However, she could only watch as the 1,000 charm goo was slapped away by the evil warding sword and was trampled to death on the ground. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. How could this be? How could Jun Mayan's luck be so good? But fortunately, she still had the second and third goo worms. On the street below, Little Bao frowned and said, "What is it?" "I don't know. Maybe it was a flying insect, or maybe it was a rock. Could it be someone's booger?" "Little master, you must help me clean up." Xiaobao frowned and flung the sword away. Lu Ruoxuan watched helplessly as the 1,000 charm goo that she had painstakingly refined was cut in half by the Bixia sword. She almost fainted from anger. How could this be? How could this be? She doesn't believe it. She doesn't believe that she can't kill Mayan. Lu Ruoxuan's eyes are red. She activates the malevolent energy in her body and injects it into the last 1,000 charm goo. The 1,000 charm goo in the air immediately turns into a ray of light and shoots towards Mayan. She doesn't care if her position is exposed, she only wants to kill Mayan immediately. On the street, Xia is playing with Xiaobao. Suddenly, he feels a cold and frightening malevolent energy in the air. His voice changes, "Little master, there's a demon." Xiaobao doesn't even think, he grabs the hilt of Xia and lightly swings it in the air. With a clink, something was sent flying by the Bixia sword again. The body of the sword trembled and emitted a buzzing sound. A wisp of gloomy and cold temperature drifted in the air. Xia is confused, "Little master, I didn't even feel where the malevolent energy came from. How did you send it flying? What was that thing that flew over?" Xiaobao is expressionless, but he holds Mayan's hand tightly. "I don't know." Intuition. He doesn't know what it is, he doesn't know where it came from. It's just that his intuition is a threat to his mother, so he instinctively retaliated. "Xia, I give up." "Little master, are you sure you are not the son of heaven? This luck is a little too heaven-defying." But Mayan also feels something is wrong, especially the malevolent energy in the air. She is familiar with it. "Xiaobao, what's wrong?" Xiaobao is about to speak, but a scream comes from upstairs. Then, on the second floor of the restaurant next door, a veiled woman suddenly tore off her clothes and pounced on the man next to her. Without saying a word, she straddled him and let out moans that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. Mayan quickly covers Xiaobao's eyes. Xia screams, "What the hell, is this ancient or modern? There's actually such a strong woman, such an eyesore." Xiaobao obediently nestles in Mayan's arms. He doesn't look, but frowns. "Mother, I think this person wants to harm you." He actually didn't see what attacked his mother, nor did he see where it came from. But his instinct tells him that this person wants to harm his mother. Mu Yan frowned, a stern look flashing through her eyes. "Little junior sister, stay here and look after Xiaobao. We'll go capture them for you." "Yes, I can't let my good nephew see such a dirty scene." "Little missy, don't worry. If anyone wants to harm you, we won't let them off." At first, Mu Yan wanted to go and catch them herself, but when she recalled the scene above and looked at Xiaobao in her arms, she nodded. The people of the Xiaoyao school, including Suzy, jumped into the restaurant. Even the evil warding sword flew up to join in the fun. Just as they rushed to the second floor, they saw a naked woman desperately clinging to a male cultivator. She kept raising her head and moaning. The people in the restaurant all pointed at this scene, and their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain for this woman. Ling Yuma sneered, "It seems like he schemed against our junior sister and suffered the consequences of his own actions." Before she could finish her sentence, she had already leaped into the air and swung her long saber at the woman. But in the end, her chest was still cut, and blood immediately gushes out. Ling Yuxing's movements are also very fast. The rope in his hand quickly shoots out, and in the blink of an eye, the naked woman is firmly tied up. Ling Yuma strides forward, "I'd like to see which blind thing dares to harm our junior sister." "Hey, isn't this the slut who insisted on saying that junior sister killed the child on Tai Plaza that day? She still hasn't given up? This person is sick, right? We've never seen each other, and junior sister shouldn't know her. Why does she insist on pestering junior sister?" Chumoli stares at Lu Ruoxuan's face, and suddenly sneers, "Not necessarily? Perhaps she's our old acquaintance?" Even a nascent soul stage cultivator can't resist the 1,000 charm goo's power. Lu Ruoxuan used 3,000 charm goo, thinking that no matter what, she would make a fool of Mayan in front of everyone. She didn't expect that child to casually wave his sword and kill 2 of her 1,000 charm goo. The final 1,000 charm goo directly flew back to her body, allowing her to do it in front of everyone, but 1,000 charm goo was raised by her, and Ling Yuma's sword made her mind clear. Thinking about everything that just happened, she almost grinds her teeth in hatred. In the past, her luck was always excellent. But today, she doesn't know what's going on, but it's like she's suddenly been pestered by the god of misfortune. No, that's not right. It should be said that ever since Mayan's son appeared, it's like she's met her nemesis. All her good luck has turned into bad luck. In the past, although she couldn't succeed in scheming against Mayan, she could at least take the initiative a few times. But ever since that child appeared, she's simply been unlucky to the extreme. How could this be? What kind of person is Mayan's son? Young lady, who exactly are you? Why are you scheming against little sister? Suzy crouches down, looking at the naked and distressed Lu Ruoxuan. He says in a gentle tone, "Is there some misunderstanding in between?" The youth's voice is soft and clear, warm and gentle. Coupled with his clear eyes and the mole at the corner of his eyes, it makes people unconsciously feel close and trustworthy. Lu Ruoxuan said absent-mindedly, "My name is Lu." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly came to her senses and stared at the youth in front of her in disbelief. His eyes were filled with intense fear, anger, and hatred. She remembers now. No wonder she felt that this youngster looked familiar when he first appeared by Mayan's side. She had a pair of gentle and limpid eyes, and there was a mole under the corner of her eye. He was the one who had fed her poison in the Danyang mountain range, forcing her to sign a soul contract with Mei Xian. Lu Ruoxuan glared at the person in front of her. Her face was distorted and her eyes were bursting with intense hatred. Her mind repeatedly replayed the pain of her body being torn apart after the poison entered her stomach, as well as the despair of watching death come upon her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have signed a soul contract with Mei Xian and become a promiscuous woman. She also wouldn't have nearly lost her body to Mei Xian. She recalled what Suzy had said before he left. "Although I don't know where you came from, I actually happened to hear you cursing Big Sister. How can I let you live? Little Missy." It turns out that the little sister he was talking about is June Mayan. Suzy looked at the malevolent expression on his face, and the smile on his face suddenly became even gentler and gentler. He turned to look at Chu Moli and said, "Senior Chu, as expected, he knows little sister, and he seems to know me as well. Maybe one of our enemies changed their appearance." Ling Yuma was eager to give it a try. "Why don't we bring them back and interrogate them? I don't believe that I can't dig out her true identity." Chu Moli had a gentle and bashful smile on his face. However, he shook his head slightly and said, "Although I also have a few torturous punishments that I really want to put into practice on her, I can't do anything about it. But I don't know why, but I have a feeling that letting this woman live would be a bigger problem. So, second senior brother, go kill her." When Xianxia heard this, he immediately nodded without hesitation and strode towards Lu Ruoxuan. Lu Ruoxuan did not panic when she was tied up. She knew that these people would not easily kill her in order to find out her true identity. As long as she was alive, she could think of a way to escape. Who would have thought that Chu Moli's way of doing things was completely illogical? Seeing Xianxia approaching step by step with a strong killing intent bursting out from her eyes, Lu Ruoxuan finally panicked. Don't you want to know my true identity? June Mayan? Have June Mayan come see me. She won't kill me so easily. I want to see Mayan." Chu Moli chuckled lightly and said unhurriedly, "There's no need to trouble little junior martial sister with this kind of matter. Second senior brother, attack." Xianxia ruthlessly punched Lu Ruoxuan in the face with a loud bang. Lu Ruoxuan vaguely heard a cracking sound. It was the sound of her nose and cheekbones breaking. One of her eyes almost popped out of its socket. She let out a blood-curdling scream, and her whole body was sent flying. She couldn't get up for a long time, and at this time, Wang Qin's second punch had already arrived. If she was hit a second time, her brain would definitely burst and she would die. Lu Ruoxuan didn't care about anything else and suddenly let out a sharp scream. The next moment, she saw the figures of several male cultivators rushing in from the window, blocking her way. The faces of these male cultivators were muddle-headed, as if they had completely lost their minds. When Xianxia's fist arrived before him, he did not even bother to dodge. With just a single punch, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, Lu Ruoxuan had already jumped out of the window in the time it took for her to stop him. Ling Yuemo sneered, "Want to run?" "No way." After saying that, he took the lead and chased after them. Yun Ruhan, Ling Yuxing, and Luo Yu didn't stay idle either. Chu Moli, who remained where he was, frowned slightly. This woman is indeed somewhat strange. There seems to be a power in this world that is preventing us from killing her. Sure enough, 2 hours later, Yun Ruhan and the others returned in low spirits. After listening to their narration, Mu Yan also looks pensive. Moreover, speaking of luck that could not be killed no matter what, another person suddenly appeared in her mind. Lu Ruoxuan. Back then, Lu Ruoxuan was also like this, no matter how much he beat her down. However, there would always be someone who would save her. At the very least, she would not die. But if the ghost lingered around and couldn't be gotten rid of no matter what, wouldn't it be annoying? "Heh, I know what that woman is." Seven Brilliance's disdainful voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Bah! What kind of heaven's favored child is she?" Qi Huang sneers, "It's just a medicinal goo left behind by those shameless humans in ancient times." Medicinal goo? What's that? Mu Yan sinks her divine sense into the Tian Mo-Chin space. She sees Qi Huang frowning tightly, his eyes filled with disgust and hatred. What else could it be? It's just trash created by you greedy and selfish humans in order to satisfy your own selfish desires. It can enhance your own strength by robbing the luck of other creatures between heaven and earth. Such a medicinal goo, once it matures, is both a demon and a devil, a monster that simply cannot be tolerated in the 3 realms and the 6 paths. It will be a disaster and catastrophe for all creatures, but you humans still rush to it. Mu Yan gently pats his head. Those stupid humans have already suffered the consequences of their own evil deeds. They can't be any more dead, but our great Qi Huang is still alive and well, and will live even better in the future. So, don't deviate from the topic, let's go back to medicinal goo. According to what you said, this Lu Ruoxuan is a medicinal goo that can rob other people's luck. Doesn't that mean we can't do anything to her? Qi Huang stares at her blankly for a long time before he lowers his eyes, the corners of his mouth pulling up into a shallow smile. When he speaks again, his voice is especially smug as he hums a few times. Why not? Those stupid humans in ancient times said that the medicinal goo they created is the heaven's favored child. Bah, it's a demonic monster. Usually, it looks like it's baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but when it encounters a child of heaven's chosen with great luck, it can only die miserably. Child of heaven's chosen? Mu Yan blinks, are you talking about me? It seems that every time Lu Ruoxuan encountered her, she would end up miserably, without the glory of a heaven's favored child, who knew that Qi Huang would roll his eyes. Are you dreaming? I'm talking about your son, the immortal physique, born at the right time, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, containing the spiritual wisdom of all living things. He is the true child of heaven's chosen. Even the future fate of the 3 realms may be rewritten by him. And you, at most, you've stayed with the child of heaven's chosen for a long time, basking in some light, that's all. Mu Yan is despised by her own artifact spirit, but she doesn't feel the slightest bit ashamed or annoyed. Instead, she's happy. She hugs Xiao Bao and kisses him several times as soon as she gets out of the space. Xiao Bao, you're really Nyangqin's most beloved baby. Xiao Bao's little face flushed from the kiss. He hugged Mu Yan's neck. He was both shy and happy. His big, watery blue eyes carried a bit of doubt. Why did Nyangqin suddenly kiss him? She even called him her most beloved baby in front of so many people. She felt a little shy and happy at the same time. Lu Ruoxuan had been chased by Yun Ruhan and the others, and her killing intent and spiritual energy were almost depleted. She was in a sorry state, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake them off. Moreover, Lu Ruoxuan couldn't understand. She was obviously at the peak of the Gold Core realm. However, when facing the Xiaoyao sex cultivators of the Anidia stage, they couldn't do anything. Many times, he had narrowly escaped death and almost lost his life under their hands. In the end, Lu Ruoxuan thought of Li Zuping and the chief of the Starry School, Di Yudao. These two people obviously have a grudge with Jun Mayan. Since she can't deal with Jun Mayan now, she can only rely on the strength of others. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoxuan escaped into the school of the Emperor Star without hesitation. The only person she could find now was Di Yudao. Lu Ruoxuan's current concealment ability was extremely good. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the 5 great clans' patriarchs to not notice her tracking. Therefore, she quickly sneaked into Di Yudao's cave residence. At the moment, Di Yudao was talking to a man in black. "Master, there are more and more people searching the Alcade branch. Although it's hidden, it can't be hidden anymore." Di Yudao's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was ferocious. "I promised those B***stards from the Alcade branch so many benefits to move out of that corner, but they didn't want to. Master, what should we do now? If this is exposed, Chief Mang and the others will not let it go." Di Yudao gritted his teeth. "Everyone is watching the Alcade branch. It's too late to stop them. Also, the Sword Master asked us to look after his lost. This can't be hidden for long. Damn it, do the heavens really want me dead? Right." He suddenly thought of something and bit his nails nervously. "How's the experiment going? I've gotten so many test subjects from the school for you. Is there still no progress?" "This?" The man in black looked troubled and scared. "Master, we found a way. But those test subjects are too weak. They can't even fuse before they explode. Useless. Useless. You're all useless." Di Yudao kicked the man in black hard. Then, his expression became more and more terrified. "No, I can't do this. I can't die like this. I have to complete the experiment so that Master won't punish me for losing the sword. He might even let me go to the Purple Cloud Realm. Ha, ha, ha. By then, what's the secret of the Alcade branch? What's the Starry School?" Thinking of this, Di Yudao immediately rushed to an oil lamp behind him. He grabbed the oil lamp and turned it left and right. Soon, the stone wall behind the house cracked and a tunnel appeared in front of him. Lu Ruoxuan waited for Di Yudao and the man in black to enter the tunnel before jumping in through the window and following them. Di Yudao and the black-robed man's speed was very fast. When Lu Ruoxuan entered the passage, the two of them had already disappeared. She could only feel her way forward, and soon, she saw many stone rooms. There were several stone beds in each of the stone rooms, on which lay monsters that were beyond recognition. Some of these monsters had a face full of scales, some had a tongue as long as a lizard's, and some had 7 or 8 legs. All of them struggled and howled on the stone bed. Lu Ruoxuan was shocked by the scene in front of her because the cries of these monsters and their expressions were too miserable and painful. It was as if they were experiencing the most miserable purgatory in the world. Suddenly, the scaly monster closest to her suddenly widened its eyes, its body twitching violently. Then, with a loud bang, his entire body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even Lu Ruoxuan's body was splashed with several pieces of flesh. From the monster's broken body, a black ball of light rushed out and flew straight towards Lu Ruoxuan. However, after taking 2 steps, several men in black rushed out and pressed him to the ground. Di Yudao strode out of one of the stone rooms and looked coldly at Lu Ruoxuan on the ground. "What are you doing? You didn't notice that someone broke in?" The men in black trembled and knelt on the ground. Di Yudao sneered. "Forget it. Let's just take it as one more experiment subject. Put the flood dragon beast soul that just flew out into her body." "Yes, master." Hearing this, Lu Ruoxuan immediately thought of the monster that had just exploded and screamed in fear. "No, no, no, no. I don't want to become that kind of monster. I don't want to die. Dean Zhai, listen to me. I know where to find a carrier that can bear the flood dragon beast soul. Yes, I know how to achieve the heavenly flood dragon's lifespan." Just at the moment of life and death, Lu Ruoxuan suddenly pulled out a memory from Mei Xian's memory. She immediately grasped at the life-saving straw. Di Yudao's expression changed greatly. "How do you know about the heavenly flood dragon's lifespan?" In the Cultivation continent, there was a kind of ninth-rank spirit beast called Xianxia. This kind of spirit beast had a very big characteristic, which was its longevity. All Xianxia had a lifespan that was 100 times longer than ordinary people. Even a high-level practitioner who had reached the crossing calamity stage could not compare with the Xianxia's lifespan. The so-called longevity of the flood dragon was to put the soul of the Xianxia into the body of a cultivator below the gold core stage. If this cultivator could bear the soul of the Xianxia and fuse with it, if the practitioner could bear the soul of the Xianxia and integrate with it, then the flesh and blood of the practitioner would become a panacea that could make him immortal. No matter how old the practitioner was, as long as he took the human flesh and blood that integrated with the Xianxia, he would be able to rejuvenate and live for at least 1,000 years. Most of the Xianxia in Azure Blue World did not know about these secrets. Because the Xianxia was a ninth-rank spirit beast, powerful and rare. Even if there were people in the Azure Blue World who yearned for immortality, they did not have the ability to obtain the soul of the Xianxia. However, it was different in the Ziyun domain. There were many old monsters in the Ziyun domain who were at the leaving aperture stage or the crossing tribulation stage. They were slowly approaching the end of their lifespans, but their strength was unable to break through and ascend. Thus, for the sake of survival and greed, many people came up with all kinds of evil means to keep themselves young forever. Xian used men as cultivation vessels to absorb their profound qi. That was one way. The heavenly flood dragon longevity was also a method, but the heavenly flood dragon longevity had very high requirements for the carrier of the Xianxia, divine soul. If the soul of the Xianxia was placed in the body of an ordinary person, the body would not be able to withstand two souls at all. In the end, the body would explode and die, or become a monster filled with killing intent. In Lu Ruoxuan's mind, the image of the young man she had met today appeared. Just as the young man approached, she sensed the instability of his divine soul and the uniqueness of his physical body. If there was anyone in this world who could withstand the heavenly flood dragon's lifespan, it would definitely be his physical body. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ruoxuan suddenly burst into laughter. Her face was twisted with indescribable joy. The heavens have indeed treated me well. I am the true favored child of the heavens. So the reason why I went through this experience today was to let me discover this point. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and tell me, who told you about the heavenly longevity, Jiao? If you don't tell me the truth, don't blame me for being impolite. He he he. Lu Ruoxuan doesn't care about his threat at all. She hooks up the corners of her lips and sneers, you don't need to know how I know. What if I tell you that I know where to find the best carrier for the heavenly longevity, Jiao? And I guarantee that as long as you catch this carrier, your experiment will not fail. What did you say? Di Yudao suddenly widens his eyes, quickly tell me, where is that carrier? Lu Ruoxuan touches the wound on her face that still hurts to the bone. She sneers, I can help you catch that carrier, but you have to give me enough male cultivators. Moreover, I want you to promise me that after it's done, you must make Jun Mayan and those bitches of Yaoguang branch die without a burial ground. Xiaobao has been following Mu Yan around for several days. Wherever she goes, he sticks to her. Mu Yan also puts almost all of her experiences on him. Every day, she takes him everywhere, buys him new clothes, hugs him to sleep, and plays the zither for him. The martial uncles of the Xiaoyao school can't wait to circle around him, sending him all the good things for him to choose from. Xiaobao feels that this kind of life is simply too blissful. But gradually, he still feels that something is missing. That night, after Mu Yan bathes Xiaobao and puts on his pajamas for him, she sees Xiaobao grabbing the hem of her clothes. After a long time of awkwardness, he softly says, Niangqin, that person? Mu Yan, which one? Xiaobao blushes, and his voice is like a mosquito, Dad, where's Dad? After Xiaobao came back, I haven't seen Dad. At first, he was very happy to find that the lecher wasn't by his mother's side. Because in this way, he would be able to dominate his mother. However, day after day, the lecher still hasn't appeared. Xiaobao's heart starts to panic. Could it be that Dad doesn't want him and Niangqin anymore? No, it can't be. Otherwise, when Xiaobao was so uncomfortable, he wouldn't have felt Dad's breath. Dad definitely won't abandon Niangqin and Xiaobao. Mu Yan stares blankly. Meeting Xiaobao's nervous and expectant eyes, she can't help but smile. Don't look at how Xiaobao and Di Mingju usually don't get along. When the two of them meet, their noses are not noses, their eyes are not eyes. But in fact, Di Mingju has never turned his back on Xiaobao. Even when Xiaobao was in danger, he was able to save Xiaobao across the distance between the two worlds. And Xiaobao is even more so. Don't look at how he always quarrels with Di Mingju. In fact, he has long regarded Di Mingju as a father in his heart. Occasionally, she sees Xiaobao looking at Di Mingju with eyes full of reverence and yearning. That was the sense of security and trust that only his father could give him. It was a feeling that no matter how hard she, as his mother, tried, she could not make up for. Mu Yan carries Xiaobao in her arms and kisses him on the top of his head. Does Xiaobao miss daddy? Xiaobao awkwardly stays silent for a while before he buries his little face in Mu Yan's arms and softly says, "N." However, his little head quickly lifts up again, and he looks at Mu Yan with a bit of nervousness and expectation. Xianxia, doesn't daddy know that Xiaobao is back? Why hasn't he come to see Xiaobao? Does daddy not like Xiaobao anymore? He always knew that Di Mingju wasn't his biological father, and he also heard those people calling him a bastard. So, even if he appears strong and cold on the outside, he's actually afraid in his heart. He's afraid that Di Mingju will dislike him and not like him. Little fool, how could that be? Mu Yan smiles gently. Daddy likes Xiaobao the most. If he knew that Xiaobao was back, he would definitely rush back to see Xiaobao. It's just that daddy isn't on this continent right now, so he doesn't know that Xiaobao has returned. Xiaobao nods, not really understanding. Mu Yan suddenly remembers a certain someone saying that they would get married after finding Xiaobao. She can't help but hesitate for a moment, then asks, Xiaobao, do you like daddy? Xiaobao's eyes flash, he raises his chubby little hand, his thumb resting on his index finger, and whispers, a little, like. After that, he feels that it's not enough, so he moves his thumb back, his voice even quieter, a little more than a little. When he says this, his delicate little face is cold, but his ears are red to the neck. Mu Yan is simply melted by her son's adorable appearance. She hugs him and kisses him several times. She asks again, then, does Xiaobao want daddy to become your real daddy? Xiaobao blinks, his long eyelashes fluttering like little wings. Does Xianxia want to marry daddy? Mu Yan smiles gently and nods. In this way, Xiaobao, Xianxia, and daddy will become a real family. Does Xiaobao like it? His big aqua eyes suddenly light up, like stars in a summer night, shining brightly and projected into the tranquil deep sea, dazzlingly beautiful. Xiaobao's cold little face seems to be brimming with lively happiness in a flash. But very quickly, his two little eyebrows wrinkle. But, does Xianxia like daddy? If Xianxia likes, then Xiaobao likes. Xianxia doesn't like it, Xiaobao. Xiaobao also doesn't like it. Mu Yan's breathing slightly stagnates, and her heart instantly feels sweet and sour, as if it's soaked in warm honey water. In this life, she has Xiaobao, Di Mingju, and a family that dotes on her, protects her, and loves her. She really has no regrets in this life. Yes, Xianxia likes your daddy, very, very much. Before the people from the Phoenix Sky Academy left Constellation, they made a trip to the Arcade branch. Xingdanqing grinned and said, Z is a student of our Phoenix Sky Academy after all, and his time as an exchange student has come to an end. It's time for him to return to the Phoenix Sky Academy with us. The people of the Arcade branch were all stunned. If Xingdanqing had not mentioned it, they would have forgotten that Suzy was from the Phoenix Sky Academy. Suzy frowned. I don't want to return to the Phoenix Sky Academy. I want to be with little Missy. I've decided. I want to transfer to Starry School. Z, don't mess around, Xingdanqing said with a straight face. I've already let you be willful and let you go to the Starry School as an exchange student. A few days ago, someone in your family asked me about your situation. If something happens to you after you transfer to Starry School, how am I going to explain it to your family? Suzy sneered, they asked about me? They should be eager for me to die. Xingdanqing was about to lose her temper, but Mu Yan stopped her. Can't you let Z stay in Starry School? Although he's sent here, if something were to happen to him in the Azure Blue world, neither Feng Tian nor Xing Chen would be able to bear the responsibility. Xing Danqing smiled, if Miss June really cares about Z, you can come to our Feng Tian Academy to visit him. Of course, it would be even better if the people from your arcade branch could transfer to our Feng Tian Academy. This meant that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Su Zi's usually gentle and innocent face was filled with anger. His eyes were icy cold. Big sister, didn't you say that you wouldn't abandon me? Are you going to go back on your words and give me away? Bang! An explosive pellet hit his head. Mu Yan said angrily, what do you mean give me away? Do you think you're a commodity? Su Zi rubbed his forehead and stared at her with red eyes. His expression was unusually stubborn, you just want to chase me away. From that pair of clear eyes, Mu Yan saw a strong sense of unease, loneliness, and fear. This child seemed to be used to being abandoned, but craved warmth, so his whole body was filled with insecure stubbornness. She smiled faintly, you really can't stay here. You have to return to Feng Tian Academy. Su Zi's face instantly twisted, his eyes even leaking a bit of hatred. However, Mu Yan's next words made him suddenly widen his eyes, but, I will tell Dean Xing to let you stay for another 7 days. In these 7 days, I will cure your illness. Su Zi's lips trembled, he almost couldn't believe his ears, big sister, what did you just say? Cure your illness. Isn't this what I promised you? Mu Yan's tone was indescribably calm, but it was like a sudden clap of thunder in Su Zi's heart. In fact, I have been preparing to cure your heart disease for the past few days, but it was delayed because of the Jasper Forest gathering. Su Zi looked at her anxiously and hopefully, big sister, are you saying that my illness can really be cured? Mu Yan stared unblinkingly into his eyes, without the slightest bit of hesitation or evasion, when have I ever lied to you? I can also cultivate and fight like a normal person in the future? Yes. I won't die before I'm 25? Can I live a long life? Yes. Tears rolled down Su Zi's cheeks without warning. The sparkling tears made the mole at the corner of his eye even clearer and more dazzling. Su Zi suddenly reached out, wanting to pull Mu Yan into his arms. Little Missy, thank you. Thank you for giving me a new life. Thank you for never giving up on me and giving me new hope. However, before Su Zi could touch Mu Yan's body, he was pushed away by a strong force. Xiaobao hugs Mayan tightly. He turns his head and coldly glares at him, you're not allowed to hug Niangqing. Only Xiaobao and Daddy can hug. Mu Yan looked at her jealous baby, and was not annoyed at all. Instead, she burst out laughing, and bent down to pick up Xiaobao. Ever since the conversation between mother and daughter that night, Xiaobao has been talking about Di Mingju, his father, more and more. Even her most beloved mother was only willing to let her father hug her. She just doesn't know what happened to Di Mingju in the end, why hasn't he appeared yet? Thinking that his illness would be cured soon, he was so happy that he could not contain himself. After hearing Mu Yan's explanation, Xing Danqing shook her head. Miss June, I don't know what kind of miracle doctor you know. But Zi's illness cannot be cured. Do you know how many famous doctors there are in the Purple Cloud realm? The Su clan has invited many, but none of them succeeded. Do you think that the doctors in the Azure Blue realm are better than those in the Purple Cloud realm? However, Su Zi insisted on staying in the arcade branch for another 7 days. Xing Danqing could not dissuade him and could only ask Lu Jinheng to stay behind to take care of him. She also asked Lu Jinheng to bring him back to the Feng Tian Academy within 7 days. No one thought that something could happen in just 7 short days. Mu Yan had everything prepared to treat Su Zi, but she still lacked a few spirit herbs. These spirit herbs were not particularly rare or precious, but the amount needed was huge. She had to purchase them from many shops in various cities to prepare them. Mu Yan handed the task of purchasing the spirit herbs to Fatty Jing and Jiangxinyu. The two #1 fans of God Yi were so happy that they danced with joy after receiving the task. They had been busy collecting the spirit herbs for the past 2 days. Jiangxinyu was busy putting the collected spirit herbs into a Qianquan bag before heading to the next city. She heard the clear voice of the youth behind her. Can I go with you to purchase the spirit herbs? Jiangxinyu turned around and saw the handsome Su Zi. Her eyes brightened immediately. However, before she could speak, Fatty Jing leaned over unkindly. What are you going to do? Don't you know that you are now under the protection of the Starry School and the Fengtian Academy? If we bring you out and something happens to you outside, won't we have to bear the consequences? Xianxia quickly elbowed him. We're just going to Tianluo City to purchase spirit herbs. What can happen? Junior brother Su has been locked up in the arcade branch for the past few days. Isn't he bored? What's wrong with bringing him out for a walk? Hearing this, Su Zi's already clear eyes brightened. His handsome face became even more attractive. In reality, he wanted to give little Missy a gift before he left. However, after rummaging through all his storage equipment, he felt that none of his belongings were worthy of little Missy. However, he was not familiar with the few towns near the Starry School, so he wanted to ask Xianxia and Jing Xiaopeng for help. As soon as Xianxia saw his handsome face revealing a cute smile, she held her chin and was infatuated with him. She agreed without any resistance. Jing Xiaopeng was so angry that he could only sulk at the side. In the afternoon, the weather is unusually sultry. Mu Yan comes out of the space after practicing her Shin musician skills. She is somewhat breathless. At this moment, she saw little fatty Jing angrily walk in with a bag of elixirs on his back. Little fatty, what's wrong? When he saw Mu Yan, his eyes reddened. He stuttered and hesitated for a long time before Mu Yan understood what he meant. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. It turned out that Jing little fatty, Xianxia, and Su Zi had gone to collect spiritual herbs. In the end, Xianxia was obsessed with Su Zi the entire time. She circled around him, completely ignoring Jing little fatty. In a fit of anger, Jing little fatty ran off on his own. Xianxia, that heartless woman, she only knows how to giggle when she sees Su Zi's face? Bah, what's the use of a good-looking man? Can he protect her? Can he give her a sense of security? The 7 brilliances in the space heard this and immediately felt indignant. That's right. What's a pretty boy? He's not as good as a mighty and sturdy man. You women are so short-sighted. Mu Yan pressed her forehead, thinking, Ancestor, please don't join in the fun. Then she patted Jing Xiaopeng's head, but couldn't help laughing. Who was the one who bullied Xianxia with the people from the outer courtyard? Who was the one who stood up for Lu Ruoxuan and stripped Xianxia in public? Now you actually have the nerve to say that she ignored you? Jing Xiaopeng was stunned, his fat face suddenly flushed. At that time, I don't hate her at all. She wouldn't remember what happened back then and bear a grudge against me, right? Mu Yan looked at him stuttering, almost biting his tongue, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed that Jing Xiaopeng had fallen in love with Xianxia. As for Xianxia, this girl actually only liked good-looking men. So when she first saw her martial uncle, she was infatuated. Later, when she saw her in men's clothes, she fell in love with him. Now, when it came to Su Zi, she also threw Jing Xiaopeng to the back of her mind. But that was only pure appreciation of appearance, not true love. It's just that Xianxia and Jing Xiaopeng didn't know it. Mu Yan looked at Jing Xiaopeng up and down, and said with a faint smile, You really want Xianxia to look at you? Even like you? Jing Xiaopeng's face turned red, but he still nodded shyly. It's very simple, as long as you can get rid of this fat on your body, maybe Xianxia will look at you in a different light. Jing Xiaopeng's facial features were actually quite good, but he was too fat. His whole body was covered with fat, so it covered his delicate features. If he could slim down, well, it would definitely be to Xianxia's liking. After teasing Jing Xiaopeng, Mu Yan went to continue preparing for Su Zi's operation. However, at night, Su Zi and Xianxia didn't come back. This time, the entire Yaoguang branch, including Lu Jinheng, couldn't sit still. Everyone went out to search. Jing Xiaopeng even mobilized the entire Starry School's outer house to search along the road from Tianluo City to Yaoguang branch. However, there was no trace of him. There's a strong ominous premonition in Mayan's heart. This premonition reached its peak in the early hours of the next day. Meanwhile, the people from the outer domain finally found Xianxia in a secluded cave in the Danyang mountain range. The moment she sees Xianxia, Mayan feels as if her brain has exploded, almost making her unable to breathe. Xinu! Jing Xiaopeng screamed as he lunged over, grabbing the ice-cold naked body. His entire body trembled violently as tears rolled down his cheeks. Xinu. 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 How could this be? Who could it be? Who did this to you? He saw Xianxia lying naked in the muddy cave. There was not a single part of her body that was unharmed. His 10 fingers were all broken, and the place where the black eye was originally embedded was now empty, leaving only a bloody hole. However, when she opens her mouth, she can only see a mouth full of blood and a tongue that has been cut in half. She opens her mouth and makes a hoarse and mournful sound. Her body keeps convulsing, as if she wants to say something, but she can only make meaningless sounds. Mu Yan quickly pushes Jing Little Fatty away and takes Xianxia from his arms. Healing talismans and elixirs are fed to her as if they cost nothing. However, as the talismans burn on Xianxia's body, the spiritual power completely collapses, unable to condense in her body. Mu Yan's hands begin to tremble uncontrollably, and her cold fingers almost can't hold Xianxia's pulse. Xianxia's dantian and meridians are destroyed. Therefore, her body can't even bear the spiritual power. Naturally, she can't accept talismans, elixirs, or even the Tian Emochin's treatment. Nyangqin. Xiaobao nervously grabs her sleeve, looking at her worriedly. The other people of the Xiaoyao school look at this scene with sorrow, but also worry as they look at Mu Yan and Jing Little Fatty. Jing Little Fatty's cold hand firmly grabs Mu Yan's hand, asking in a hoarse voice, You are the omnipotent great god Yi, aren't you? You can save her, can't you? Mu Yan closes her eyes, bending down to pick up Xianxia, saying hoarsely, I will save her. However, just as she is about to carry Xianxia back to Yaoguang branch, Xianxia suddenly struggles violently. Then, her whole body rolls to the ground. Sinew. Jing Little Fatty cries and rushes over, wanting to pick her up. Sinew, let's go home, I'll carry you home, okay? It's all right, let's go home together, okay? Xianxia desperately shakes her head, opening her mouth to say something, but she can only make hoarse sounds. Her face shows despair, as if her heart is dead. 2 lines of bloody tears fall down from her empty eye sockets. This scene makes everyone who sees it feel sad to the point of despair, so painful that they can't breathe. Xianxia makes ah sounds, suddenly using her bloodied and powerless hands, she sticks a talisman on the ground, and shakes it hard. Mu Yan suddenly thinks of something. She reaches out to grab her hand, gently not touching her fingers, and softly says, Are you looking for Yi Liangchen? Xianxia's face brightens, and she heavily nods. Mu Yan held back the urge to cry. She hugged her and said softly, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you the truth. I'm Yi Liangchen. Sorry to disappoint you. Xianxia leaned against his chest in a daze and shook her head lightly. Her face that was covered in blood actually revealed a loving smile. She seemed to be saying, I'm not disappointed at all. In my heart, Goddess Yi is just like you, omnipotent, beautiful, and powerful. Suddenly, her face changed, and she let out a hurried ah sound. Her hands kept waving, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't. As she moved, the wounds on her body split open, and blood mixed with dirt seeped out. It was a ghastly sight. Zheng. Xiaopeng's eyes were already swollen from crying. He hugged her tightly, wanting her to stop moving. Xinu, stop talking. Let us bring you home first, okay? However, like crazy, Jiang pushes him and uses. Jiang. And she, and uses. With. Of. She. Blood cuts through the skin on her hand, but she doesn't feel it. Save. Su. Z. E. It's. Lu. Finally, her body no longer has any strength, and she softly falls down. Xing Xiaopeng shouts, throwing himself at her and holding her in his arms, tears streaming down his face, I'm sorry, Sinew, why did I quarrel with you in the afternoon? If I had accompanied you, I could have always been by your side to protect you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, why did I have to leave your side? Wah. Sinew, my Sinew. Mayan and the others bring the unconscious Xianxia back to the Yaoguang branch courtyard, and carefully treat her wounds. However, even with Mayan's medical skills, she's still powerless in the face of such a scarred Xianxia. Xing Xiaoping stays by Jiang Xinyu's side, not willing to leave even a step. Every time he glances at Jiang Xinyu's wounds, he can't help but let out a low stifled cry. Mayan and the others leave the room. Hearing the sorrowful cries coming from inside, their mood becomes indescribably gloomy. Luo Yu's eyes are red, gnashing her teeth. In the end, who is so deranged? To actually use such a cruel method to torture a woman. Chu Moli suddenly says in a low voice, Jiang Xinyu wrote the word Lu. Junior sister, what did you think of? Mayan's eyes are as dark as water, surging with monstrous waves. Lu Ruoxuan. What? Lu Ruoxuan? Ling Yuma says in disbelief, didn't you say that she was taken away by the Zhu family? How could the Zhu family allow her to come out alive? However, Chu Moli said slowly, in the 3 Academies tournament, that woman who wanted to frame little junior sister for no reason, I felt that her aura was somewhat familiar from the start. However, I didn't think that it was Lu Ruoxuan. But now, it seems that we have been negligent towards this woman. It's my fault. Mayan closes her eyes and hoarsely says, I always thought that she was nothing more than a jumping clown. It didn't matter even if I ignored her. It was my arrogance and carelessness that led to Sinyu's ending today. Nyangqin. Xiaobao hugs her, raising his little head and looking at her worriedly. Meeting her son's concerned gaze, Mu Yan's heart that was filled with anger and killing intent slowly calms down. The people of the Xiaoyao sect quickly comforted her, Junior sister, this has nothing to do with you. Who would have thought that Lu Ruoxuan would have such heaven-defying luck? She fell to the bottom again and again, but she still managed to climb back up. Moreover, her methods are becoming more and more cruel. No, this is indeed Junior sister's mistake. Only Chu Moli didn't console Mayan. Instead, he looked at her coldly, and said word by word, the world of cultivators is one where the weak are prey to the strong. It's cruel and cold. Even a lion beast knows to go all out to capture a rabbit, but little junior sister, you looked down on your opponent because she was weak, so you watched her grow stronger, and in the end, you caused irreparable damage. This in itself is your fault. Third senior brother. Luo Yu wanted to refute but was stopped by Mu Yan. She bowed deeply towards Chu Moli and slowly said, many thanks for third senior brother's teachings. I will firmly remember this lesson and will never repeat it again. Chu Moli smiled faintly. There was an indescribable admiration in his eyes as he looked at her. With such incredible talent and an even more talented son, she was pursued by so many people. She should have been at the age of arrogance, but she was able to keep her composure. In time, the entire Shoshan continent, and even the Shoshan continent, would be stirred up by the rise of their little sister. Mu Yan suppressed the regret in her heart and frowned. It seems that Z has fallen into Lu Ruoxuan's hands. But I don't understand why Lu Ruoxuan captured him. Chu Moli knocked on the back of the chair. I'm more curious about how Lu Ruoxuan can come and go as she pleases in the Starry School's protective matrix. The cave that Jiang Xinyu was found in was within the inner school of the Alioth branch. Logically, even if Lu Ruoxuan could enter the outer school of the Starry School, she could not enter the inner school. This was because other than the Alcade branch, every inner school was protected by a matrix. Without the identity token of the school, one could not enter at all. Now that you mention it, Yun Ruhan suddenly said. I've been attending classes in the Alioth branch and Heavenly Jade branch recently and heard some news. What news? It said that many students in the branches have gone missing. At first, they were only from the outer school, so it did not attract much attention. But in the past 2 days, even disciples from the Alioth branch and Heavenly Jade branch have gone missing. This includes the disciples who attended Teacher Mo's and youngest uncle's lessons. Luo Yu immediately said, could these people's disappearances be related to Lu Ruoxuan? I heard that because of Lu Ruoxuan, many people did not attend Teacher Mo's and youngest uncle's lessons in the end. As a result, they flew into a rage and taught Lu Ruoxuan a lesson. Jiang Xinyu too. I'm afraid she has the deepest grudge with Lu Ruoxuan. Mu Yan frowned. But Lu Ruoxuan alone could not make so many people go missing. There must be someone helping her behind the scenes. But who could this person be? Before she could finish, her expression suddenly changed. She shouted in a low voice, who is it? However, it was quiet there. There was no sound at all. Little sister, I don't feel anyone. Did you make a mistake? Mu Yan frowned and quickly walked to the location where she had sensed the unknown aura. Suddenly, she stopped and looked down. Beneath her feet was a crumpled piece of talisman paper. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. She bent down to pick up the talisman. On the back of the talisman, there were words written in cinnabar, School of the Emperor Star, under Xianxia, there is someone you are looking for. Be careful of Du Dao. Mu Yan had just finished reading when the talisman paper in her hand ignited and disappeared without a trace. Who left this note? Was this person friend or foe? But now that Su Zi's life was on the line, there was no other way but to try to save him. Moreover, the last part where he told her to be careful of Du Dao made her eyes even more serene. Lu Ruoxuan had a grudge against Xianxia and the missing people, so she wanted revenge. But she didn't have the ability to take revenge. But what if Du Dao was the one behind Lu Ruoxuan? Then everything makes sense. Du Dao was the chief of the Starry School, which meant that all the students here were under his control. However, with Du Dao as the college chief, there would be no problem at all. First brother. Mu Yan suddenly turned around and made up her mind. Please invite Lu Jinheng over. In the main hall of the School of the Emperor Star, College Chief Du Dao, a few deputy college chiefs, and the college chiefs of the various branches were gathered together to discuss the final matters of the Qiongling gathering. Suddenly, the door of the hall was pushed open. Xing Danqing's face was full of anger as she strode in. Behind him were Lu Jinheng and the other members of the Phoenix Sky King team. Du Dao frowned. Xing Danqing, what are you doing? Xing Danqing sneered and gritted his teeth. A student from the Phoenix Sky Academy went missing in your starry school. Du Dao, how are you? Going to explain this to me? What student? Du Dao asked. Su Zi. An exchange student from the Phoenix Sky Academy to your starry school. Hearing Su Zi's name, Du Dao's pupils constricted. However, he immediately put on a confused expression. Didn't the exchange student from the Phoenix Sky Academy go to the Arcade branch? He's gone. You should ask the people from the Arcade branch. What's the point of asking me? You're the college chief of the Starry School. If not you, who should I ask? Xing Danqing was furious. Du Dao, let me tell you, Su Zi's identity is not ordinary. If something really happens to him, the entire Starry School will be in deep trouble. Xing Danqing said angrily. Du Dao's eyebrows twitched, but he quickly suppressed his uneasiness and pretended to be confused. College Chief Xing, could it be that Su Zi went out to train himself and didn't report to anyone? Lu Jinheng stepped forward and said calmly, reporting to College Chief D, someone saw junior brother Su return from Tianluo City and disappear after entering the Starry School's matrix. It's been a day and night now. I think that no matter how playful he is, he should be back after playing in the Starry School for so long. Moreover, we promised to bring him back to the Phoenix Sky Academy tomorrow. He won't break his promise for no reason. Du Dao asked, then what do you want to do? Xing Danqing waved her hand and said, search. I want to flip all the branches of the Starry School upside down. Especially the Alioth branch where Z disappeared, we must search it thoroughly. Du Dao immediately sighed in relief when he heard that they wanted to search the various super courtyards. He agreed without any hesitation. Lu Jinheng smiled and said, the people from the Phoenix Sky Academy are not familiar with the Starry School. I would like to invite College Chief Zhai and the other college chiefs to accompany us. Is that possible? The entire Starry School was in chaos because of Su Zi's disappearance. Only the School of the Emperor Star was silent. Under the tranquil moonlight, the people of the Xiaoyao School appeared on the Tai Square. Luo Yu held on to Xiaobao's hand as she searched the Tai Plaza. She nagged, Xiaobao, it's really dangerous here. You're still so young. How could you come here? Why don't 7th Marshal Uncle send you back to Guan Branch Courtyard now? Xiaobao glanced at him coldly and ignored him. Ling Yuma, who was at the side, also said, I don't know what junior sister is thinking. Xiaobao said he wanted to follow and she actually agreed. Moreover, she's missing now. If our baby Bayer is injured, my 4th Marshal Uncle's heart will ache. However, after searching for a while in the Tai Square, they couldn't find anything. Ling Yuma and the others also tried to destroy it by force. But the Tai Square wasn't an ordinary square building, it was a mustard seed space. The flying sword magic treasure slashed down towards the ground, but it could only leave a shallow mark, then disappeared without a trace. Is the person who left the message really reliable? This should be the Tai Square of the School of the Emperor Star, but there's clearly only the Tai Square, there's nothing. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Xiaobao's stomach suddenly moved. Then, a fluffy rabbit suddenly drilled out and landed on the ground, yawning. Bunny! Xiaobao was overjoyed to see the fat rabbit wake up. He quickly bent down to pick it up and kiss it. Bunny, are you okay? The fat rabbit had been in a coma since that day in order to save Xiaobao in the Fuxi secret realm. It couldn't even reunite with Mu Yan. At this time, being held in the arms of its favorite little master, its short tail shook, and from time to time, it made a comfortable purring sound. The people of the Xiaoyao school revealed kind smiles when they saw this scene. The exquisite and beautiful little boy was hugging the soft and adorable rabbit. This scene was simply too beautiful. Their hearts were about to melt. But their precious martial nephew's spirit pet was too weak, it was actually a rabbit. How could such a spirit pet protect Xiaobao? When they have time later, they must catch a few high-level spirit beasts for their precious martial nephew to choose from. The fat rabbit warmed in Xiaobao's arms, then suddenly twisted its body and held downwards, slurping its saliva. Oh well, little master, there's something delicious down there, quickly let the bunny go down to eat. Although the fat rabbit couldn't speak, Xiaobao immediately understood what he meant. There's something delicious down there, but I can't find an entrance. Suddenly, he said, Mother said that if there's no road, then open a road. Why didn't I think of that? Then, Xiaobao spread out his small hand, and the Bixia sword appeared in his hand. The huge black sword looked particularly old and shabby under the moonlight. Furthermore, the Bixia sword could not be shrunk. When the sword stood up, it was about the same size as Xiaobao. Now that it was in little Bao's hands, it was like a little doll hugging a huge toy. It was extremely uncoordinated. The martial uncles and martial uncles of the Xiaoyao sect felt sorry for him. This sword is too old and broken. It doesn't suit our precious nephew at all. That's right, that's right. How did junior sister become a mother? Why didn't she change Xiaobao's sword? Tomorrow, I'll go buy a long sword for martial nephew. At the very least, it must be a 7th grade spiritual weapon forged by Master Yin Xiu. Only then will it be worthy of our little Bao. As they spoke, they saw Xiaobao raise the sword in his hand and stab it into the ground. There was a piercing sound. The ground of the Tai Square, which the people of the Xiaoyao school had failed to cut, was pierced through. Xiaobao waved his hand and a square-shaped brick was cut out from the ground of the Tai Square. At the bottom was a pitch-black entrance. Everyone from the Xiaoyao sect, they were all in a mess. Was this really the King Tai Square that they had slashed for half a day without being able to damage? And he was using the broken sword that they had just despised. At this moment, they really wanted to find a piece of tofu to knock into. After exiting the cave, the obedient Xiaobao remembered that his mother had to respect his teachers. He looked at Yun Ruhan and the others with sparkling blue eyes. Uncle Master, please go first. The Xiaoyao sect people who were invited first all entered the cave with complicated expressions. Far away in the Aliyah school, Di Yudao, who was searching with Xing Danqing and Lu Jinheng, immediately sensed that Tai Square had been destroyed. He quickly wanted to leave but was stopped by Lu Jinheng. Lu Jinheng smiled faintly. Chief Zhai, why are you leaving now? We've only searched 3 out of the 7 schools. Di Yudao forced a smile. The school of the Emperor Star has something to deal with. The other school chiefs will accompany you from now on. No. Xing Danqing stopped him and said coldly, if we find the person who hurt Suzy in the Starry School, shouldn't you, the chief, stay here and give me an explanation? I'm telling you, don't think about leaving just like this. Di Yudao was very anxious, but he could not leave at all. He could only call Suiluan over. Go to the school of the Emperor Star and take a look. If you see any troublemakers, capture them immediately. Suiluan had been by Di Yudao's side for the past few years. Because he was humble and obedient, Di Yudao trusted him a lot. Although Di Yudao did not completely treat him as a confidant, he had already started to ask him to do many things. And every time, Suiluan had never disappointed him. Even if he was asked to kill or set fire, he would never object. Ever. Since Wei Tianming died, he had lost a capable helper. As a result, he was restricted in many things. It seemed like it was time to promote Su Yiluan. Hearing this, Su Yiluan immediately answered respectfully, "Yes, chief." Just as he was about to turn and leave, Du Dao suddenly gritted his teeth and took out his token. "Especially my room. Help me look after it. If anyone dares to enter, kill them without mercy." A dark light flashed in the depths of Su Yiluan's eyes. Then he immediately took the token respectfully. The moment he turned around, a sinister, crazed, pained, and yearning expression appeared on his face. Xiao Bao and the others entered the Tai Square and found that there was a tunnel inside. However, a metal door appeared at the end of the tunnel. Yun Ruhan lightly touched it, and the iron door immediately lit up. Many talisman arrays appeared on it. Ling Yuma said impatiently, "Let me chop down this metal door." "No." Yun Ruhan hurriedly stopped her. "This talisman array might have an alarm function. What if you cut it off and the people inside get wind of it? What if they get desperate and hurt Z? If this doesn't work and that doesn't work, then what do you think we should do? If we wait any longer, Suzy will still be dead by the time we arrive." A beautiful little red head suddenly popped out from behind Xiao Bao. It was an extremely beautiful little bird. She said in a weak voice, "Little big brother, can I try?" Of course, the people of the Xiaoyao sect all knew Qiu Qiu. But they had always thought that it was just an ornamental spiritual pet raised by their junior sister. Later, they found out that this beautiful little bird was raised by their little martial nephew. They couldn't help but silently curse in their hearts. How could little martial sister raise such a useless spiritual pet for her own son? Although it looked cute, it couldn't protect their little martial nephew. How could it be compared to those powerful spiritual pets? Now that they heard the little phoenix say it had a way, they didn't take it to heart. Xiao Bao nodded, "Try it." The little phoenix immediately flew out from his back happily, its beautiful feathers circling in the air. The originally dark tunnel immediately became bright and vibrant, it was indescribably beautiful. Then the little phoenix opened its mouth and let out a clear cry. It spat out a ball of fire towards the iron door. However, this fire was really too small. It was about the size of a baby's fist, and after it flew out of the little phoenix's mouth, it seemed to be too heavy, it fell down and almost fell to the ground. The little phoenix was anxious, it hurriedly flapped its wings and flew over, blowing and blowing. Luo Yu and the others didn't dare to look straight at it. Although Qiu Qiu's appearance was 100 times better than a normal fiery bird. But this strength was really, what kind of fireball was it spat out? Even the spiritual fire condensed from their fire spiritual power was bigger than it. However, the little bird was finally able to spit out spiritual fire, so Luo Yu and the others still gave it face and applauded. Qiu Qiu is not bad, at least the fireball it spat out is slightly bigger than before. Yes, Qiu Qiu has already done very well, but leave the rest to me." Before the last word could be said, the fireball landed on the iron door. The fireball landed on the metal door. In an instant, a silent golden flame suddenly sprang up from the metal door. In just a short moment, the talisman array on the iron door was completely burnt. Moreover, only a few breaths had passed, not a single sound was made. The words of comfort from the Xiaoyao sect were stuck in their throats, they were completely dumbfounded. The little phoenix happily hovered around Xiao Bao. Little big brother, did Qiu Qiu become stronger?" Ever since little big brother became stronger, Qiu Qiu discovered that it also became stronger. And after little big brother came back, the ball of fire became bigger. "I'm so happy." Xiao Bao rubbed the little phoenix's head, "You did well." The little phoenix immediately happily kept circling around, and the entire corridor was filled with its clear cries. When it was happy enough, the little phoenix looked at Luo Yu, "Seventh martial uncle, what did you say I would give you?" Luo Yu. "Hee, nothing. At this moment, the fat rabbit in Xiao Bao's arms was already wriggling its butt impatiently. If it wasn't because it was too big, it would be too big. Luo Yu saw the rabbit in Xiao Bao's arms wriggling non-stop. She couldn't help but say, "Xiao Bao, why don't you keep the rabbit? The scene inside might be a little bloody, and it wouldn't be good if the fight scared the rabbit. Look, it's trembling in fear." Xiao Bao pressed down on the fat rabbit's body, which was about to bounce out, and raised his head to look at Luo Yu. Seventh martial ant, it's okay. Rabbit is very powerful and isn't afraid of anything. Rabbit is only hungry. Luo Yu thought to herself, if you're hungry, why don't you feed it spirit fruits? Rabbit. Lil Bao cried out in alarm and hurriedly followed. When the Xiaoyao sect disciples saw this, they realized that if they let their beloved martial nephew get hurt, they would commit suicide. Therefore, they quickly followed after them. Just as they turned the corner, they heard the roar of a wild beast. Yun Rohan and the others' expressions changed greatly. They quickened their steps, but when they saw the scene in front of them, their pupils shrank. At the end of the corner was a place that looked like a coliseum. There were all kinds of strange monsters inside. Some had scales, some had tentacles all over their bodies, and some had sharp claws and fangs. The only thing they had in common was that every one of them looked ferocious and had crimson eyes. It was obvious that they did not have any intelligence. Between the tunnel and the coliseum, there was originally a barbed wire fence. But now, the wire fence had been bitten through by something. Lil Bao and the fat rabbit had already entered. The monsters inside immediately smelled the scent of living people. They let out beast-like roars and excitedly pounced towards Lil Bao and the fat rabbit. One of the monsters that was covered in scales opened its mouth and stretched out a bright red, narrow, and barbed tongue towards Lil Bao. Lil Bao. The people of the Xiaoyao sect screamed and wanted to rush over. But it was too late. Even if they could fly, they wouldn't be able to make it in time. They couldn't imagine what would happen if their little martial nephew was harmed under their protection. How would they explain it to their little martial sister when they returned? Luo Yu was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She almost wanted to close her eyes and didn't dare to look. Only Lil Bao, who was surrounded by the monster, remained calm. He lightly swung the Bixia sword in his hand. The black sword spun in the air and fell to the ground with a clatter. It actually pierced through the monster's tongue and nailed it to the ground. Aha! The monster let out a mournful roar. It wanted to retreat, but it couldn't move at all. Not only could it not move, but the Bixia sword with its tongue in it lit up with a green and white light. It was as if something was flowing from the monster's body into the Bixia sword. When the fat rabbit saw this, it immediately became anxious. It let out a loud howl and suddenly jumped onto the monster's head. Its claws clawed and its mouth bit. He didn't bite out a mouthful of flesh and blood, but he pulled out a ball of black gas. The Bixia sword couldn't stand it any longer. It let go of the monster's tongue and pounced forward with a buzzing sound. You damned rabbit, put down my food. This is mine. Awoo, mine. All the food is my fat rabbit's. Bastard. How dare you steal my food? I'll chop you to death. Awoo. Woo. You dare steal my beast soul? I'll bite you to death. Therefore, the people of the Xiaoyao sect, who had just arrived in a panic, witnessed a scene that completely shattered their worldview. They saw the worn-out flying sword that they looked down upon and the adorable white-furred rabbit that looked like an ornamental pet. The two of them were slaughtering the monsters in the Colosseum while fighting over the black gas that floated out of the monsters. Biting, fighting, cursing, howling, they resorted to every conceivable means. In the end, the two of them angrily rushed in front of Xiao Bao, asking him to be the judge. Awoo. Little master, this bad sword stole the fat rabbit's beast soul, you have to help the fat rabbit. Little master, you can't be biased, bullying the kind and fearing the evil. The evil warding sword's strength increased, that is equal to little master's strength increased. This damn fat rabbit even dared to steal little master's things. Little master, you must not tolerate it. Awoo. Wung. Roar, bang. As the rabbit and the sword spoke, they began to quarrel again. In the huge coliseum, the swords flashed, sand flew, and stones rolled. The murderous aura was enough to make a golden core stage cultivator's legs weak. The people of the Xiaoyao sect were dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. But soon, they saw their precious martial nephew in the center of the storm. The small figure in the rain of swords was like a small boat that could be overturned at any time. The few of them wanted to rush over and carry Xiao Bao out of the battle. But before they could move, their hearts inexplicably jumped. They felt that the next scene might be a slap in the face. Sure enough, in the next moment, they saw Xiao Bao, who could not bear it anymore, walk forward expressionlessly. He mercilessly punched the sword and the rabbit. Bang! The first punch, the arrogant evil warding sword buzzed twice, and fell to the ground powerlessly. Bang! The second punch, the fat rabbit somersaulted in the air, whined twice, and obediently burrowed into Xiao Bao's arms. Xiao Bao coldly said, "Too noisy." Wu the fat rabbit rubbed its head in his arms, its butt and short tail swaying outside. "Humph, this rabbit will not stoop to your stupid sword's level," the evil warding sword buzzed, and with a whoosh, it shot into Xiao Bao's chest, disappearing without a trace. Leaving behind a string of clamors, "Humph, for little master's sake, I'll let you go today. One day, I'll turn you into stir-fried rabbit meat." Xiao Bao touched the fat rabbit in his arms, and comforted the frightened little phoenix on his shoulder. He then turned to Luo Yu and the others, Martial Uncle, it's settled, let's go and find Uncle Z." "Oh, okay. It's good that it's settled. Hee, if only the solution wasn't so dreamy." In an empty room in the underground laboratory, Diyu Dao's trusted aides, He Shanjing and Lu Ruoxuan, stared at the youth lying on the bed without blinking. The young man's 4 limbs were tied up, and his skin turned black and purple. His entire face was contorted from the pain. From time to time, he would let out a shrill, beast-like howl. He Shan and Lu Ruoxuan, as well as the other black-clothed men in the room, were excited to see this. He Shan, Miss Lu was right, this person's body can really bear the Changjiao's beast soul. Ha ha ha, Miss Lu is the main reason why the longevity of the heavenly flood dragon was successful. Master will definitely not treat you unfairly. Lu Ruoxuan looked at Su Zi, who was moaning and struggling on the bed. She felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Back then, it was this young man who used his gentle and innocent face to trick him into drinking the poison that pierced his intestines. How could this little bit of pain be enough for him? He Shan promptly stops her. "Miss Lu, what are you doing?" He, there are only 3 Changjiao souls. After Jiao Tian succeeds in extending his lifespan, the elixir refined from his flesh and blood can at most extend his lifespan by a year. However, if it turns into 6 Changjiao souls, then it's different. Perhaps it can let him enjoy immortal fortune forever, and live as long as the heavens? This? He Shan hesitates, the Changjiao's beast soul is very powerful. If by any chance his body can't bear it, then all his efforts would be in vain. Lu Rua? She tenderly smiles as she approaches him, rubbing her ample bosom against him. "Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. When he can't bear it anymore, I'll take out the Changjiao's soul." Big brother this person fed this servant gut-piercing poison at that time, almost taking this servant's life. If he can't be taught a lesson, how can this servant be reconciled? Listening to Lu Rua? Her coquettish words, smelling the fragrance on her body, He Shan's heart is like a monkey galloping like a galloping horse, his mind and soul captivated. Fine, Miss Lu, you can deal with him however you want." Lu Rua? Her eyes flash with deep disgust and pride, she turns around and walks in front of Su Zi. Su Zi suddenly opens his eyes, meeting her gaze. If you have the ability, kill me." "Kill you?" Lu Rua laughs sinisterly. "If I kill you so easily, wouldn't it be too easy for you? Don't worry, you'll definitely die. However, I'll wait until you're in a state where you can neither live nor die, then I'll refine your flesh and blood into an elixir. Ha ha ha. Little sister, will never let go. Pass. You." Hearing him mention Jun Mayan, Lu Rua? Her face instantly distorts. This woman is like her natural nemesis, sending her into an abyss of eternal damnation again and again. But it doesn't matter. Very soon, she'll be able to climb up a high branch. As for Jun Mayan, she can only watch helplessly as the people around her die without a complete corpse. How much remorse and pain would she feel? Ha ha ha. I wonder if she saw Xianxia, that slut's miserable appearance. That scene must be very interesting. It would make her very happy. Lu Rua? She looks at Su Zi with a thick malice in her eyes, and shakes the black elixir in her hand at him. He. If you want that slut Jun Mayan to come and save you, then she has to be able to find this place. Unfortunately, they would never be able to find this place. As for you, you can only be a fish in my hand, waiting to be slaughtered by me, ha ha ha. Right now, you only have 3 Chang-fled dragon beast souls in your body, and you're already in so much pain. Take a guess, if I stuffed 4, 5, 6 Changjiao beast souls into your body, what would happen to you? Su Zi's pupils constricted slightly, revealing deep fear and despair in his eyes. The pain of his divine soul being torn apart just now was like hell. If he had 3 more beast souls, seeing the fear and despair on Su Zi's face, Lu Rua? He laughed out loud and stuffed the beast soul elixir in his hand into his mouth. However, at this moment, a loud bang suddenly sounded. Lu Rua? Before he could even react, he was sent flying, crashing heavily into a large urn at the side. The large urn shattered with a loud bang, and the black beast soul elixirs all tumbled to the ground. Lu Rua? She screams miserably, her whole body pressed against the fragments of the urn, blood flowing everywhere. As soon as she finished, dozens of men in black rushed out from all directions. Each of them was at the peak of the evil warding realm. Ling Yuma raised her broadsword and smiled sinisterly. My broadsword has endured for a long time. Now, I can finally start killing. Along the way, their desire to protect their little martial nephew was completely extinguished from the moment it was boiling. In the end, they were led by Xiaobao and won without doing anything. That felt really good. As martial uncle, their self-esteem had suffered a serious blow. At this moment, they only wanted to have a good fight to vent their frustrations and show off their power in front of their precious nephew. Therefore, in less than 15 minutes, the dozens of men in black were all lying on the ground, barely breathing. Hishan stared at them in horror. You want to rebel? This is college head Jai's place. You just barged in, aren't you afraid of being expelled from the school? Luo Yu squinted her eyes and said with a faint smile, oh, I didn't know if you didn't tell me. So this is college head Jai's territory. I didn't expect the college head of the Starry School to do something like this in the school of the Emperor Star. Hishan's face paled and he shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Suddenly, Su Zi's painful scream came from the stone bed at the side. Yun Ruhan and the others rushed over and saw that Su Zi's skin seemed to have been hit by something. It kept bulging and sinking. And the heart-wrenching screams he let out were simply unbearable to listen to. Luo Yu asked, what do we do? Should we carry him out to find our little sister? Yun Ruhan reached out to touch him, but Su Zi screamed even louder. Seeing this, Hishan couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Don't waste your energy. His body has already been stuffed with the souls of 4 Changjiao. He will either become a monster or explode and die. And before he dies, he will be tortured day and night, living a life worse than death. Ha ha ha, no one in this world can save him. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a delicate and pretty little boy, carrying a furry fat rabbit in one hand and dragging a huge longsword in the other, slowly walk in. Hishan was confused as to why a child would come here. The fat rabbit and the longsword suddenly trembled at the same time. Then, without waiting for anyone to react, they scrambled to be the first to fall to the ground. Scattered on the ground were several dozens of beast soul pills, which contained the beast soul of Changjiao. Moreover, it was the last beast soul elixir that Di Yudao had. The fat rabbit opened its mouth, and with a sweep of its long tongue, a dozen beast soul dawn were directly swallowed by it. Not to be outdone, the Bixia sword buzzed and swept in a circle. The originally shiny black beast soul elixir immediately lost its luster and shattered. In just a few short breaths, the beast soul pills on the ground had either disappeared or shattered. Not a single one was left behind. Hishan trembled as he looked at the scene in front of him. He almost fainted. This was dozens of beast soul elixirs. If any human or beast swallowed one, they would explode and die. But what was this rabbit? It actually swallowed 20 to 30 pills, and there wasn't even the slightest reaction, and that sword, how could a sword devour beast souls? What was going on? One stood on the top of the rabbit's head, the other on its chest, dragging and pulling. The fat rabbit burped and lazily jumped back into Xiaobao's arms. It twisted its buttocks and turned over comfortably, letting Xiaobao scratch it. Seeing that there's so much food and that I'm already full, I won't argue with you, you damned bitch. The evil warding sword also shook its body, which was clearly much brighter than before, and flew back into Xiaobao's body. The feeling of being full of energy was so comfortable. Bixia felt that it was about to be unsealed again. Suzy, whose beast soul had disappeared, immediately stopped screaming. Although he did not wake up, his expression became calm and peaceful. Xian stood there in a daze for a long time, then suddenly screamed, "Those are all precious beast soul pills given by the noble. Only by stuffing these beast souls into people's bodies and making them into heavenly longevity Jiao can we report to the noble." "You actually swallowed them all, swallowed them. Are you looking to die?" Yunruhan's expression darkened. "So you've stuffed beast souls into those half-human, half-ghost monsters? Those are the missing students of the Starry School, right?" Xian sneered. "So what? Those are just useless outer sect disciples. There are 2 inner sect disciples, but they have no power or influence. It's their good fortune for us to use this kind of trash for our experiments. Let me tell you, these useless people merged with the Changjiao's beast souls to make the elixir of immortality. This elixir is to be given to the most powerful noble in the Ziyun realm. Do you know what will happen to you if you dare to destroy the noble's things?" Hearing that these people had actually captured innocent students and used them to refine pills, Yunruhan's group's anger flared like a raging inferno. This was a school that was supposed to educate people, but they treated young cultivators who came to seek knowledge as experimental subjects and trampled on them. They turned them into monsters that were neither human nor ghost, then casually killed and discarded them. How could someone like this be a teacher? A college chief? Seeing that they did not speak, Xian thought that they were afraid. "I advise you, if you know what's good for you, kneel and beg for mercy, then leave obediently. Otherwise, the next ones to become the Changjiao's vessel will be you." Luoyu couldn't take it anymore and suddenly moved her fingers. Xian was talking when he suddenly felt something small fall on his body. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when he suddenly felt something rushing into his body. Then, a heart-wrenching pain surged from his internal organs, throat, and esophagus. "Ah!" A moment later, Xian fell to the ground, twitching. Black blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. This was a miniature puppet controlled by Luoyu. During this period of time, the people of the Xiaoyao school had been practicing hard, hoping to awaken their domains. Although Luoyu had yet to open the door to her domain, her control over the puppets had already reached an unimaginable level. Qingjiu stepped forward and carried Suzy on her back. They were about to leave. Luoyu's expression changed. "Where's Lu Ruoxuan?" The woman who had just fainted in a pool of blood had already disappeared. Ling Yuma gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, this beast actually ran away again." Then, they saw Diudeo's figure suddenly flash in front of him. Behind him were a few golden core deacons from the Academic Supervisory Committee. After Diudao stood still, his eyes swept across the mess, and his body trembled violently because of anger and fear. A strong pressure, accompanied by a bone-piercing killing intent, filled every corner of the room, and rushed towards Xiaobao and the people of the Xiaoyao sect. "How dare you damage my beast soul elixir and ruin my lifespan? Today, I will make you beg for death." Under the moonlight, Lu Rua? Fleeing in panic in the Tsang Mountain, she touched her wounds from time to time and looked back in panic. When he realized that no one was chasing after him, he slowly stopped running. Unconsciously, a proud smile appeared on her face. "See," she said, that the heavens were looking after her. She was the favored child of the heavens, and was destined to have a meteoric rise. Those lowly trash were destined to be trampled under her feet one day. At this moment, she suddenly heard a low sound of a zither. "Lu Rua?" She stopped and was puzzled. How could there be zither music in the Danyang mountain range? Just as she was thinking about this, the spiritual plants around her suddenly made a rustling sound and shook gently. Under her feet, something was crawling quickly. It was as if something was surging in her direction. Lu Rua? She had a bad premonition. Who? Who was the one hiding in the shadows? "Get out here." The grass was slowly moved, and then a chubby youth walked out of the tall bushes. "Lu Rua? Do you remember me?" "Lu Rua?" Seeing the person, her heart that had been in her throat immediately calmed down, and a trace of contempt flashed across her eyes. Xing Jiabao, what are you doing here? Fatty Xing revealed a dazed smile. So you still remember me? Then do you remember Jiangxinyu? Lu Rua? Hearing this, she immediately frowned in disgust, and then giggled. So, you hooked up with Jiangxinyu? A useless fatty and a shameless slut, what a good match. Upon hearing this, Jing Xiaopeng's reddened eyes instantly turned bloodshot. His face instantly contorted into a sinister expression. Say it again if you dare? Ha ha ha. Lu Rua? Looks like you've seen that bitch's pitiful appearance? How is it? As your junior sister, I treat her well, right? He specially found 7 or 8 strong men to serve her. In the end, they dug out her eyeballs, severed all the tendons and veins in her body, destroyed her dantian, and even cut off her fingers and tongue so that she could not send any messages. But I didn't expect that you didn't despise such a broken woman and even guessed that I was the one who did it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such deep affection is really touching. Listen to Lu Rua. As he recounted the process of torturing Jiangxinyu, Jing Little Fatty's entire body trembled. Tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. After Jiangxinyu woke up for the second time, he felt much better. He even gestured to Jing Little Fatty to fetch some beautiful clothes for him. Jing Little Fatty did not suspect anything and happily went to buy new clothes for her. However, when he returned, all he saw was Jiangxinyu's cold corpse. Jiangxinyu had committed suicide. He walked away quietly with a smile on his face. Jing Little Fatty spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He was filled with remorse, anger, heartache, and despair, but most of all, he had an irreconcilable hatred for the woman in front of him. Ever since he had woken up, Xing Xiaopeng had sworn to himself that he would never, ever let Lu Ruochen win. This vicious slut, blood for blood. Xing Jiabao clenched his teeth and said word by word, Lu Rua? I swear, I will tear you to pieces. I will return the pain you inflicted on Xianxia 10 times, 100 times more. Lu Rua? His bloodthirsty eyes frightened her so much that her heart turned cold. Then, he laughed out loud. Tear me to pieces? With just you? Ha ha ha, Xing Jiabao, you are just a good-for-nothing who has just reached the first rank of Anidia. You actually want to tear me, a practitioner at the peak of Jindan stage, into pieces. Are you dreaming? As soon as she finished speaking, the melodious sound of the zither rang out again in the mountains. Lu Rua? He felt as if the ground beneath his feet was cracking again. The sound of. Then, she heard a light and sweet female voice that sounded like the sounds of nature. Because he has me to help him. Hearing this voice, Lu Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat. His expression changed. Then, the rustling grass and trees that were brushing against her clothes suddenly flew to the sides as if they were alive. The moonlight shone on a black-haired girl in a green robe. Her white skin was like the most sparkling and translucent porcelain under the moonlight, and her ink-black silky hair fluttered in the wind. A pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes carried a bone-chilling coldness as he looked over with a faint smile. It was like the reflection of light from the abyss in the depths of hell. Lu Rua? His body suddenly stiffens, his heart welling up with instinctive fear and bone-piercing hatred. June. Mu. Yen. Why are you here? Mu Yen smiles faintly, I've been waiting for you here. No, that's impossible. She screamed, how did you know I would escape in this direction? Of course, Mu Yen doesn't know which direction she will escape to. But she had guessed that Lu Ruochen would not be able to escape. Eldest senior brother and the others probably wouldn't be able to catch her if she didn't run out of luck. As for Lu Rua? The most likely direction was the Danyang mountain range. The Danyang mountain range was huge. If she escaped into the mountains, ordinary people would not be able to find her. But Mayan is different. She has been waiting here since early in the morning, playing the Tian Mochin. Myriad plants resonating, and, summer bug of ice, were activated at the same time. At this moment, in the forest adjacent to the school of the Emperor Star in the Danyang mountain range, all the plants, snakes, insects, rats, and ants were her eyes. It was as if an inescapable net had been set up in the Danyang mountain range. Lu Rua? No matter how heaven-defying his luck was, there was no way he could escape. Mu Yan coldly looks at her. What's the use of a dead person knowing how I found you? Lu Rua? Clenching her teeth, she says, Jun Mayan, don't be too arrogant. Even if you're powerful, you're still just a foundation establishment stage cultivator. I'm currently at the peak of Aura's core stage. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Mu Yan doesn't pay attention to her at all. Instead, she looks at Jing Xiaopeng. Do you want to personally avenge Jiangxinyu? Jing Xiaopeng grits his teeth and hisses, I dream of it. Lu Rua? She has always been on guard against Mayan. However, when she sees that Mayan is just sitting in front of the Tian Mo Qin, not even having the intention to move, but letting Jing Jiabao attack her, she almost wants to look up to the sky and howl. In the end, is Jun Mayan too arrogant, or is her brain broken? How could he let a piece of trash who had just entered the Anidia stage kill him? Ha ha ha, did she really think that her cultivation at the peak of the gold core realm was just for show? Wait a minute, as long as she restrains Xing Jiabao, that damn fatty, and tortures him bit by bit in front of Mayan, she doesn't believe that Mayan wouldn't be thrown into confusion. Lu Rua? The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. She felt that she was indeed the favored child of the heavenly Tao. All the luck was on her side. However, just as this thought flashed through her mind, suddenly, she felt a cold and heavy aura engulfing her entire body. The sound of the zither, which was originally just echoing in the air, suddenly seemed to have smashed heavily on her heart. Star domain, activated, Lu Rua? He frowned and almost wanted to cover his ears. The sound of the zither was too noisy, so noisy that she couldn't breathe. Moreover, gradually, her hands and feet seemed to be tied by something. It was heavy and painful, and even lifting them required a lot of strength. On the contrary, Jing Little Fatty's originally cumbersome body suddenly became as light as a swallow. All the spiritual energy in his body began to circulate, and there was no longer any obstruction. With a swing of the sword, spiritual energy surged, and the momentum was extremely powerful. This was definitely not the battle power of a level 1 fasting cultivator. Support battle skill greatly increases one's own combat power and reduces the enemy's combat power. Graceful feather, activated, Lu Rua? He quickly dodged Jing Little Fatty's slash, his face filled with surprise and doubt. However, at this moment, she could not afford to think too much. Lu Rua? A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his originally thin white fingers suddenly turned into sharp claws. There was a thick baleful aura lingering around it. As soon as this baleful aura appeared, the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet. Jing Little Fatty felt the blood and qi in his body churning, followed by a wave of coldness, as though the blood in his body was about to freeze. However, in the next moment, the sound of the zither rang out. Flashing golden runes appeared in front of Jing Xiaopeng. In the blink of an eye, he drew a soul-locking talisman in the air. As the evil energy rushed towards Jing Little Fatty, the soul-locking talisman in the air emitted a dazzling light, and started to burn. In the blink of an eye, the baleful aura that was so thick it seemed as if it wanted to devour Jing Little Fatty disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, Jing Little Fatty didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he felt refreshed, and his eyes were bright. Without a pen or paper, he created a talisman in the air. Mutual affinity, level 2 skill activated, Lu Rua? Looking at the scene before him, his face paled. His frightened eyes keep looking at Jun Mayan, who is not far away. Before this, it wasn't that she hadn't heard of auxiliary musicians, but in this world, where could there be a musician like Jun Mayan, who could allow a weakling at the first level of Anidia to have the ability to fight against a cultivator at the peak of Jingdan stage? No. This was impossible, she would never believe it. He wouldn't even be able to beat Jing Jiabao, that trash. Lu Rua? His expression turned ferocious, and he suddenly leaped into the air, ruthlessly slamming his palm toward Jing Jiabao's head. Jing Jiabao thrust his sword towards the sky. Boom! There's a loud noise as the two forces collide. Lu Rua? Before she could rejoice, she suddenly feels a pain in her palm, followed by a huge force that heavily hits her chest, causing her to scream and fly out. After a long while, she awkwardly climbs up from the ground and sees that Jing Jiabao's whole body is surrounded by a faint layer of light. This layer of light is like a protective cover, protecting Jing Jiabao inside, making her unable to hit, unable to touch, and can only passively take a beating. Using musical notes to weave a protective cover, after being upgraded to the 3rd level, the protective cover has the ability to reflect damage. The lower the cultivation, the stronger the attack, the greater the reflected damage. Divine Hand weaves the sky, activates, Lu Rua. Her body keeps twitching, the surging pain in her body and the taste of blood in her mouth are telling her. She, Lu Rua? Lost to Jing Jiabao, who is at the 1st level of abstinence? No. She is a gold core stage cultivator, how could she lose to a waste at the abstinence stage? It's Mayan, all of this is Mayan's doing. She wants to use this method to humiliate herself. Lu Rua? Her eyes are filled with madness, she suddenly throws herself at Mayan. Slut, slut, I'm going to kill you. As long as I kill you, I will be the darling of heaven. Everything in this world will be mine. Mayan looks at Lu Rua, who is throwing herself at her. She smiles. Her slender jade-like fingers gently pluck the strings. In the next second, an invisible thread twines around Lu Rua. She was just about to pounce over when she suddenly stopped in midair. Using music to control the trajectory of the enemy's movements, making the enemy unable to move within a small range. At this stage, it can only control people with weak minds and chaotic spiritual power. Prison drawing activates. Almost at the same time, the sound of the zither suddenly changes. The melodious music suddenly turned into the roar of war drums that resembled the sound of armored horses and spears. Swish swish swish. Hundreds of sword oars turn into light and shadow, ruthlessly penetrating Lu Rua. Unable to move her body. Ah ah ah. Lu Rua lets out a mournful scream, blood splatters all over her body, penetrated into a sieve. Sound blade, 10,000 arrows shoot at once, Lu Rua, who is like a mass of flesh and blood. He fell heavily to the ground, his body still twitching. The murderous aura swirled around her wounds and healed them from time to time. However, the damage caused by the hundreds of sound blades was too great. In a short period of time, when the murderous aura healed one wound, another wound would immediately bleed. Lu Rua? His eyes widened and his lips trembled. Suddenly, he murmured hoarsely, Divine Musician. I remember now. In Mei Xian's memories, it has the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Just one Tian Mo Qin can subvert the 3 realms. Jun Mayan, you're a Shin musician, you're a demon that everyone in the world wants to punish, you're a demon. Mayan slowly stands up and walks over to Lu Ruachin. In front of him, there was not the slightest trace of fear on the beautiful face, only a faint smile of mockery. Aya, you actually recognized me. You. Lu Rua? Letting out a shrill howl, I want to tell the world of your identity. Jun Mayan, I want you to be on the winning and losing list, and die a horrible death. Before she could finish yelling, she heard little Fatty Zhang's faint voice in her ear, that's if you can say it out loud. Ah! Lu Rua? She screamed in terror, and tears gushed out of her eyes. She looked at Jing Little Fatty with pleading eyes. Jing Little Fatty coldly laughed, at that time, didn't Xian also beg you like this? Did you let her go? He waved the knife in his hand. A cold light flashed and blood splattered. However, the one he cut down was not Lu Rua. Not her tongue, but her ear. Jing Little Fatty stuffed his ear into her mouth and forced her to chew and swallow it. At Lu Rua? Amidst her cries and pleas, Jing Little Fatty cut off the tendons in her arms and legs one by one, crushing her dantian. He even chopped off her hands and feet and smeared honey with spiritual energy on her wounds. Due to summer bugs' language of ice, and myriad plants chirping, the insects and demonic plants that had gathered here immediately smelled the spiritual energy and rushed over to eat Lu Ruacheng. My body. Heart-wrenching screams came from Lu Ruachin again and again. From his mouth. In the beginning, she cursed and screamed. Then, she wailed and begged for mercy. In the end, she even wanted to die. Little Fatty Jing only asked her again and again, did Xian beg you like this before? Did you let her go? Kill me, I beg you, please kill me. I know I'm in the wrong, I've let Xian down. I'm willing to pay with my life. Jing Little Fatty pulled out her tongue and cut it off. Lu Rua? Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he finally let out a cry for mercy. Jing Little Fatty stared blankly at Lu Ruoxiang, who had been tortured by him to the point that she no longer resembled a human. She could no longer hold back her tears. Xianyu. Xianyu. Even if I kill you, even if I take revenge 10 times or 100 times more, my Xianyu will never be able to return. Woo 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 woo. Can you return my Xianyu back to me? After crying for a long time, Jing Little Fatty raised the dagger in his hand and was about to stab Lu Ruoxiang. My heart. However, before he could move, he was stopped by Mu Yan. You can't kill her like this. Jing Little Fatty stares blankly as he raises his head to look at Mayan. Mu Yan sneers at Lu Ruoxiang. Her soul has fused with a devil cultivator at the tribulation stage. Even if you completely destroy her body, her soul can still be stored in her bones, waiting for her next resurrection. Besides, her karmic luck hasn't been exhausted yet. If you kill her, you'll suffer a backlash instead. A look of disbelief appeared on Jing Xiaopeng's face. So, the reason she begged me to kill her wasn't because she wanted to repent, or to atone for her sins? He abruptly turned to look at Lu Ruoxiang. Only Lu Rua? After hearing Mayan's words, he finally revealed a look of horror and despair. The hatred in Jing Little Fatty's heart was like boiling lava, wanting to burn away his rationality. God Yi. With a putong sound, he knelt in front of Mu Yan as he cried bitterly, God Yi, I beg you to take revenge for Xianyu. As long as this woman gets her retribution, I am willing to be your slave in my next life, doing anything for you. I will never regret this. Saying that, he directly pointed to the heavens and swore to the heavenly Tao that he would be loyal to Mu Yan for all eternity. If there was any betrayal, he would be punished by the heavens and destroyed by the earth, dying a horrible death. For a true cultivator, the oath they made to the heavenly Tao will come true. In other words, from this moment on, Jing Jiabao had already recognized Mu Yan as his master, and could never betray her for all eternity. Firstly, her identity as a Shin musician really can't be leaked out, not even the slightest mistake. Secondly, Jing Little Fatty has now completely collapsed because of Jiang Xinyu's death. Only Jiang Xinyu's vengeance is hanging on to him. Once this life-saving straw disappears, Mu Yan is very afraid that he will collapse. Now, this vow of allegiance may become a shackle on his body, so that he won't abandon himself to despair. Mu Yan gently pats Jing Little Fatty's shoulder, and walks over to Lu Ruoxiang. She walks over to Lu Rua and looks down at her, slowly revealing a smile. Lu Rua? Since you know about Shin musicians, then do you know that Shin musicians have a skill called floating like a dream? Do you know what kind of interesting experience it is in the nightmare dream of floating like a dream? It's a dream, but it's not a dream. It's just a short quarter of an hour of zither music, but it can make your soul experience thousands of years of hellish torment. In that nightmare world, you may be a low-level vicious beast, hiding from the pursuit of cultivators, enduring the law of the jungle, and finally becoming a bowl of delicious food on someone else's plate. You may also be an ugly peasant woman without spiritual power, toiling all day, exposed to the wind and the sun, beaten by your husband, abandoned by your children, and finally dying of depression. Lu Rua? What kind of life do you want to experience? I can weave it for you in floating like a dream. When you wake up, you will find that only a few days and nights have passed, but your hair has already turned white, your face is full of wrinkles, and your teeth have fallen out. The aging of the soul is truly irreversible. How long do you think it will take for me to grind away your so-called luck, your soul, and your murderous aura bit by bit? June Mayan's sweet-sounding voice is clearly transmitted to Lu Rua. It's like ants gnawing at her spirit, which is already on the verge of collapse. Boo-hoo-hoo, boo-hoo-hoo. Sparkling and translucent tears of blood flow from her eyes. That's true remorse, fear, and despair. However, it's all too late. Mu Yan slowly sits down beside her, a grim smile on her pale face. Lu Rua? I originally didn't want to bother with you, but you kept bumping into me. Now, he had taken innocent lives one after another. Bull**** favored child of the heavenly Tao. Do you really think that no one in this world can do anything to you? Lu Rua? Woo 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 woo. Ah. Ah, hee hee, you want to beg for mercy now? Too late. Her slender fingers gently plucked the strings, and melodious music surrounded them. She began to slowly use the musical notes to create bizarre and dazzling dreams. However, this time it was not a beautiful dream, but a hellish nightmare. Lu Rua? Are you ready to welcome your first nightmare? Under the school of the Emperor's Star. Diyu Dao was just about to make his move when he heard a violent commotion coming from the entrance. Then, there were a few loud bangs. Before Diyu Dao could react, a large group of people had already rushed in from outside. Diyu Dao's expression changed drastically when he saw the people rushing in. Xing Danqing was in the lead, while Meng Baichuan and the other branch deans followed behind. When they came in and saw the scene in front of them, they were all dumbfounded. The people possessed by the Changjiao beast souls were different from Su Zi. They had consumed the beast soul elixir for too long, and their souls had been completely devoured by the Changjiao beast souls. Now that the Changjiao in their bodies had been eaten by the fat rabbit and the evil warding sword, all that was left was a corpse. However, without the effects of the Changjiao beast souls, their appearances returned to normal, so they were immediately recognized. The college chiefs of the other schools also recognized their students. Although most of them were from the outer sect, they were still their subordinates. They were both shocked and angry. Who killed our students? Behind the crowd, Chumoli, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was slowly pushed forward by Ling Yuxing. The corners of Chumoli's mouth hooked into a faint smile. The entrance to the secret passage was discovered in Dean Zhai's study. Shouldn't you be asking Dean Zhai about this? Xing Danqing had already rushed to Su Zi's side. After confirming that he was only unconscious and not in danger, she heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing this, she immediately glared at Diyu Dao and said, "College Chief Zhai, shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? As the college chief of the Starry School, how could you do such a crazy thing underground?" Diyu Dao's face turned green and white. His gaze swept across the people of the Alcade School, extremely gloomy. Just now, after sending Sui Luan to investigate, he suddenly felt the jade pendant he wore become hot. Diyu Dao knew all too well what this jade pendant represented. It was a secret that he had hidden with all his might. It was something that he could not let anyone find out. Diyu Dao was scared out of his wits. Without even bothering to find an excuse, he hurried back to the school of the Emperor's Star. However, by the time he arrived, the thing that he had hidden away had already disappeared without a trace. There was even the aura of the demon race around the house. At this moment, there was nothing that Diyu Dao did not know. Sui Luan had betrayed him. No, it should be said that Sui Luan had evil intentions from the start when he appeared beside him. Diyu Dao gritted his teeth in hatred. He swore to destroy Sui Luan's soul. Moreover, he had already guessed what Sui Luan wanted to do. This was something that he could not allow to happen. However, before he could give chase, he heard a sound coming from underground. The heavenly life serpent was his last hope. No matter what, he couldn't give up. This time, he didn't even have time to care about Sui Luan. He brought his trusted subordinates and hurried to the underground. He didn't even have the time to set up the defensive array glyphs. Unexpectedly, before he could make a move, Xing Danqing, Meng Baichuan, and the others barged in. He didn't even have time to hide. Diyu Dao took a few deep breaths before he said with a straight face, "I also just discovered that there is such a mechanism in my study. What kind of place is this? Why are you here?" He pointed at Yun Ruhan and the others and said harshly, "Are you guys colluding with the demonic creatures and purposely causing trouble in the Starry School? Men, capture them for me." Ha ha ha. Dean Zhai's ability to play the blame game is truly superb. I can't help but admire him. Luo Yu sneered. However, when Dean Zhai rushed down and yelled at us to kill us, he didn't say that. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yuxing flashed and brought the unconscious Hishan before Chumoli. Ling Yuxing was extremely fast. In a short distance, even nascent soul cultivators could not catch up to him. Just now, he had pretended to be a suspicious person and lured Xing Danqing and the others here. Diyu Dao obviously noticed his movements. Seeing the unconscious Hishan at the side, he knew that things were bad. But he could not catch up to Ling Yuxing's speed. Chumoli lifted Hishan's collar. Somehow, Hishan opened his eyes slowly. His consciousness was still blurry. Seeing Diyu Dao, Hishan immediately screamed in fear, "Master, Master, save me." They destroyed all the beast soul elixirs and still want to take Suzy away. Master. Chumoli could not help but chuckle. College Chief Zhai, if I remember correctly, Shan should be your confidant, right? What are the beast soul elixirs he mentioned? Why don't you let the people from the Alcade branch bring junior brother Su back? At this moment, Shan's muddled thoughts slowly came back to him. When he saw the people gathered around and Diudeo's pale face, he was immediately flustered. Master, before Shan could finish his words, Diudao suddenly moved and slammed his palm on the top of Shan's head. In an instant, his brain exploded and his neck was broken. Shan did not even make a sound before he died. Before he died, he stared at Diudao in disbelief, as if asking, Master, why did you do this to me? However, Diudao did not even look at him. With a righteous expression, he said, I did not think that there would be someone with such evil intentions lurking around me. College Chief Xing, I am willing to apologize to you. It is my fault for not teaching him well. That is why Feng Tian's disciple had such an accident in the Starry School. This was pushing the blame away, completely shirking his responsibility. But the people present were not fools. This matter was simply too strange and bizarre. Students disappeared from time to time in the Starry School. Now, the missing students were all found in the secret room under Diudeo's study. The person who did such a crazy thing was Diudeo's confidant. Now, without saying anything, he was silenced by Diudao. Xing Danqing sneered, Dean Zhai, do you think we are fools? Do you think you can deceive us? I can tell you this, if you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, our Phoenix Sky Academy will definitely not let this matter rest. Not to mention Xing Danqing, even the college chiefs of the various faculties were livid. Chief Zhai, it's because we trust you that we recommended you to be the college chief of the Starry School. But now, you actually dared to do such a thing to innocent students. We definitely won't let this matter rest. Meng Baichuan said coldly, Dean Zhai said that everything here has nothing to do with you. Fine, let's investigate this thoroughly. We must get to the bottom of this. During this period of time, I would like to ask Dean Zhai to temporarily suspend his position as dean. Diudao gritted his teeth so hard that his teeth made cracking sounds. He wanted to tear the people of the Alcade branch and Sui Luan into pieces. At that moment, he was absolutely sure that Sui Luan and the Alcade branch were in cahoots. They had set up this trap to consign themselves to eternal damnation. However, would he, Diudao, admit defeat so easily? It's the demonic cultivator who snuck into the school. He wanted to collude with the people from the Alcade branch to frame me and even harm all the students and teachers in the school. If you don't believe me, follow me. Diudao quickly brought Xing Danqing and the others to the secret room. Feeling the remaining demonic aura in the room, Xing Danqing and the others' expressions changed. It's indeed the aura of a demonic cultivator. On the cultivation continent, there weren't many demonic cultivators. They usually hid in remote corners. These demonic cultivators were usually unreasonable and cruel. They didn't care about worldly ethics and did whatever they wanted. However, demonic cultivators usually cultivated in a different way. Their early stages were much smoother than normal cultivators. As a result, they were usually very powerful. As long as a demonic cultivator appeared, it could bring about great suffering and countless deaths. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people and orthodox cultivators, evil demonic cultivators should be killed. As long as they met one, they must gather all their peers and eliminate them. Diudao said righteously, I felt the aura of a demonic cultivator and rushed back. I didn't expect him to escape. But I've seen his true face. Who is it? Diudao put his hands behind his back and said coldly, It's Sui Luan, the vice college chief of the Starry School. He has been hiding his demonic cultivator identity and lurked in the Starry School to harm innocent students and cultivate the demonic palace for him. Shan must be his lackey. Diudeo's words naturally had many loopholes. However, Xing Danqing and the others had already been stunned by the news of Sui Luan being a demonic cultivator. They were completely confused. Vice College Chief Su is really a demonic cultivator? Is there a mistake somewhere? Where is the demonic cultivator now? Diudao calmed down and glanced at Yun Ruhan and the others coldly. I can feel that the demonic cultivator stole the treasure of the Starry School and went to the Alcade branch. Hearing this, Yun Ruhan and the others frowned. It seemed that Diyu Dao was going to make a false accusation. Only Chumoli was deep in thought, his lips curling into a faint smile. Thinking about what his junior sister had told him about the abnormal situation of the Yaoguang branch, he felt that the following show would be very exciting. Thus, when Diyu Dao proposed to search the Alcade branch, Chumoli stopped the fellow disciples who wanted to object, and said slowly, "If you want to search the Alcade branch, that's not a problem. However, it's not the first time that the Alcade branch has been framed. This time, if some people say that the wind is the rain and want to use us as scapegoats." Before he could finish, Meng Baichuan patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Do you think we don't know whether the people of the Alcade branch are innocent or not? The disappearance of the students had already happened before you guys arrived. This matter definitely has nothing to do with you guys." Xing Danqing took the opportunity to say, "If there's really someone in the Starry School who can't tolerate you, you're welcome to join the Fengtian School." Chumoli glanced at Diyu Dao with a faint smile. "Also, this is a separate matter. I heard that Sui Luan, the vice college chief, only came to the Starry School a few years ago. Even if he's really a demonic cultivator, I've looked through the school's history and found that the disappearance of students from the outer school has been happening for more than 10 years. Could it be that Sui Luan has the ability to control everything in the Starry School from thousands of miles away?" Furthermore, the ruthlessness and darkness in his heart were slowly ignited by the demonic flames. Bang! Sui Luan slapped Diyu Dao with his palm and sent him flying. He fell to the ground, but his eyes were not on Sui Luan, but the light behind him that was getting brighter and brighter. "What are you waiting for?" Diyu Dao roared. "Sui Luan is a demonic cultivator. He's the one who captured innocent students to conduct inhumane experiments. Behind him is the demon-gathering matrix. If he succeeds, the entire Starry School will be finished. Quick, kill him. Destroy the matrix behind him." Sui Luan sneered. "Diyu Dao, you should know better than anyone what matrix is behind me." Diyu Dao panicked even more when he heard him. He shouted again, "Have you forgotten that everyone has a responsibility to kill demonic cultivators?" Hearing Diyu Dao's words and Sui Luan's real identity as a demonic cultivator, Xing Danqing and Meng Baichuan all attacked Sui Luan despite their doubts. Just as Diyu Dao said, killing demonic cultivators was the responsibility of all orthodox cultivators. With the addition of Xing Danqing and Meng Baichuan, two nascent soul cultivators, and the other school deans who were all at the peak of the Golden Core realm, Sui Luan was in a difficult situation. All of a sudden, Sui Luan found himself in a difficult situation, and was no longer as relaxed as when he was dealing with Diyu Dao. Seeing that Sui Luan was being held up by Xing Danqing and Meng Baichuan, Diyu Dao's eyes flashed with malice. He quickly rushed towards the matrix on the cliff. Seeing the light on the matrix and the vague figure behind it, Diyu Dao's expression was complicated. A complicated look flashed across Diyu Dao's face. He suddenly raised his sword and slashed at the glyph array. Diyu Dao would rather destroy what belonged to him than let others have it. Seeing that the falling sword was about to destroy the matrix, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of the matrix. Puff, Sui Luan spat out a mouthful of blood. His back was also slashed by Diyu Dao's sword, leaving a deep wound. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Especially Meng Baichuan and Xing Danqing. Although Sui Luan was exhausted and battered by the dozen of them surrounding him, it was impossible for them to take him down in a short period of time. He was secretly shocked by the strength of the demonic cultivators. All of a sudden, Sui Luan seemed to have discovered something, and his expression changed greatly. It completely disregarded their attacks and turned around to devour the creatures behind it. He threw himself at the cliff. Xing Danqing's palm landed on Sui Luan's back. This palm strike contained 100% of his strength. It could be imagined how severe Sui Luan's injuries would be if he were to receive this palm strike. But that was not enough. He suffered such heavy injuries, yet he didn't even try to protect himself. Instead, he used all of his spiritual energy and demonic chi to cover the stone wall. Diyu Dao's sword had also forcefully struck him. Blood stained the man's clothes. His neatly combed long hair hung loosely, contrasting with his pale, blood-stained face. The demonic charm and mysteriousness that belonged to a demonic cultivator had disappeared, replaced by a clean, clear, delicate, and pitiful frailty. When Meng Baichuan saw this face, his mind suddenly flashed. Ilungsu. You are Ilungsu. Sui Luan slowly raised his head and met his eyes. A weak smile appeared on his lips. Meng Baichuan was even more incredulous. How did you become a demonic cultivator? How can you be worthy of Yao Guang's nurturing? Furthermore, the ruthlessness and darkness in his heart were slowly ignited by the demonic flames. Bang! Sui Luan slapped Di Yudao with his palm and sent him flying. He fell to the ground, not looking at Sui Luan, but at the light behind him that was getting brighter and brighter. What are you waiting for? Di Yudao roared. Sui Luan is a demonic cultivator. He's the one who captured innocent students for inhumane experiments. Behind him is the demon-gathering matrix. If he succeeds, the entire Starry School will be finished. Quick, kill him. Destroy the matrix behind him. Sui Luan sneered. Di Yudao, you should know better than anyone what matrix is behind me. Di Yudao panicked even more after hearing his words. He shouted again, have you forgotten that it's everyone's responsibility to kill a demonic cultivator? Hearing Di Yudao's words and Sui Luan's real identity as a demonic cultivator, Xing Danqing and Meng Baichuan all attacked Sui Luan despite their doubts. Just like what Di Yudao said, killing a demonic cultivator was the responsibility of all orthodox cultivators. With the addition of Xing Danqing and Meng Baichuan, two nascent soul cultivators, and the other school chiefs who were all at the peak of the golden elixir realm, Sui Luan was in a difficult situation. All of a sudden, Sui Luan found himself in a difficult situation, and was no longer as relaxed as when he was dealing with Di Yudao. Seeing that Sui Luan was being held up by Xing Danqing and Meng Baichuan, a malicious light flashed in Di Yudao's eyes. He quickly rushed towards the matrix on the cliff. Seeing the light on the matrix and the vague figure behind it, Di Yudao's expression was complicated. A complicated look flashed across Di Yudao's face. He suddenly raised his sword and slashed at the glyph array. He would rather destroy what belonged to him than let others have it. Seeing that the falling sword was about to destroy the matrix, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of the matrix. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Sui Luan's mouth. His back had also been slashed by Di Yudao's sword. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Especially Meng Baichuan and Xing Danqing. Although Sui Luan was exhausted and battered by the dozen of them surrounding him, it was impossible for them to take him down in a short period of time. He was secretly shocked by the strength of the demonic cultivators. All of a sudden, Sui Luan seemed to have discovered something, and his expression changed dramatically. Completely ignoring their attacks, he turned around and pounced towards the cliff behind him. Xing Danqing's palm landed on Sui Luan's back. This palm strike contained 100% of his strength. It could be imagined how severe Sui Luan's injuries would be if he were to receive this palm strike. But that was not enough. He suffered such heavy injuries, yet he didn't even try to protect himself. Instead, he used all of his spiritual energy and demonic chi to cover the stone wall. Di Yudao's sword had also forcefully struck him. Blood stained the man's clothes. His neatly combed long hair hung loosely, contrasting with his pale, blood-stained face. The demonic charm and mysteriousness that belonged to a demonic cultivator had disappeared, replaced by a clean, clear, delicate, and pitiful frailty. When Meng Baichuan saw this face, his mind suddenly flashed. Ilungsu. You are Ilungsu. Sui Luan slowly raised his head and met his eyes. A weak smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Meng Baichuan was even more incredulous. How did you become a demonic cultivator? Are you worthy of Yao Guang's nurturing back then? Sui Luan sneered. I should be the one asking you that. How can you face Yao Guang if you're with the culprit who harmed her? Meng Baichuan, what harm Yao Guang? Didn't junior sister Yao Guang travel the world? Without waiting for Sui Luan to speak, Di Yudao had already leapt into the air and a powerful attack landed on Sui Luan. Meng Baichuan, are you stupid? How can you believe the words of a demonic cultivator? Sui Luan, I don't care who you are. But you're a demonic cultivator, and everyone has the right to kill you. Now that you're a nun in my starry school, I will not allow you to live. The boundless spirit energy attack, mixed with the powerful lightning energy, ruthlessly landed on Su Yiluan's body. Su Yiluan spat out another mouthful of blood and slowly knelt down. The demonic chi on his body had almost completely dissipated. Diudeo's sword took the opportunity to slash at the matrix behind him. However, in the next moment, Su Yiluan, who should not have been able to get up, suddenly stood up and stood firmly in front of the matrix on the stone wall. Around his body, a pure black devil chi was released, forming a barrier. However, it was not protecting him, but the huge matrix on the stone wall. Diudeo's sword slashed at him again and again. Every slash left a bone-deep wound on his body. If not for his demonic chi's self-healing and defensive abilities, his limbs and head would have been chopped off by Diudao. With every second that the demonic chi lingered, his face became paler and paler. His already thin body swayed as if he would collapse at any moment. However, even though he was covered in wounds, even though he was on the verge of death, he still stood firmly in front of the stone wall, not allowing Diudeo's sword to harm the matrix at all. Just a little more time, and the formation would be completed. Yaoguang, wait for me. Just a little bit more, soon, I'll be done soon. At the side, Yun Ruhan and the others could not help but avert their eyes when they saw this. He's burning his demonic body, Chu Moli sighed. Once his demonic body burns out, he'll die. Do you really believe that the formation behind him is a demon-gathering formation? It was not easy to set up the demon-gathering formation, but if the person who set up the formation died, what use would it be, no matter how much demonic energy was gathered? All righteous cultivators were taught that devil cultivators were heinous and unforgivable. However, the people of the Xiaoyao sect had always been rebellious. They were free and unrestrained, but they didn't know the difference between good and evil. They only knew good and evil. In their eyes, Diudao was definitely not a good person. Compared to Su Yiluan, who was a devil cultivator, they felt that Diudao was more deranged, a devil that was worse than beasts. Yun Ruhan sighed softly. I don't think it's a demon-gathering array either, but they won't believe me, and they can't afford to take the risk. In the eyes of righteous Dao cultivators, the majority of devil cultivators were unreasonable, cruel, and tyrannical. What if this really was a demon-gathering array? What if Su Yiluan was really harming the Starry School's students? No one could afford to pay the price of letting a fiendish cultivator go. Therefore, even if Meng Baichuan had doubts about Su Yiluan's identity, even if the people of the Xiaoyao sect could not bear to see it, they could only watch. However, Xiaobao suddenly frowned and said in a cold voice, "There's the sound of a guqin." Guqin? Everyone was stunned. Is little junior sister back? It's not mother. Xiaobao shook his head without hesitation. But it's as nice as mother's. He paused and said with some confusion, that zither sound seems to be saying something, but little Bao doesn't understand. The people of the Xiaoyao school looked at each other. Did you hear the zither music that Xiaobao was talking about? No. I didn't hear it either. Xiaobao, did you hear it wrong? Xiaobao tilted his little head and frowned, but didn't say anything. He really did hear the sound of the zither, and it became more and more urgent, more and more panicked, as if he was in a hurry to tell something, to pray for something. However, Xiaobao could not understand the meaning of the zither music, so he was helpless. It would be great if Nyangqin was here. Mother must be able to understand what this zither music is saying. Su Yiluan's body grew weaker and weaker. Even his figure became more and more blurry, as if he would collapse at any moment. However, the talisman formation behind him was firmly protected by him and was not damaged in the slightest. A trace of malevolence and impatience flashed across Diudeo's face, and he gave a look to his confidant behind him. Su Yiluan was preparing to receive Diudeo's next wave of attacks. Suddenly, he felt two figures rushing towards him. Since the start of the battle, no one had dared to approach Su Yiluan. This was because, to ordinary cultivators, the devilish aura on his body was like a scorching flame, or as cold as 10,000-year-old profound ice. If an ordinary cultivator were to come into contact with even a little bit of it, they would suffer unbearable pain and would need at least a year and a half to dissolve it. However, these two golden core cultivators didn't seem to be afraid of the demonic chi on his body at all and directly threw him to the ground. Su Yiluan's body was already riddled with holes and was extremely weak. He was only holding on by relying on demonic energy. Let alone 2 golden core cultivators, even a normal body-tempering cultivator would be able to send him flying with a single kick. He raised his head in horror and saw that the 2 golden core cultivators were smiling slyly at him. They weren't afraid of the devil chi at all. What kind of cultivator wouldn't be afraid of devil chi? Naturally, it could only be someone with the same devilish aura. However, at this moment, Su Yiluan had no time to think about why Di Yudao would have someone with demonic chi around him. He abruptly turned his head towards the direction of the stone wall. At this time, Di Yudao had already raised the sword in his hand and slashed at the stone wall. With a rumbling sound, the rock wall was smashed into pieces. After the dust settled, the light that was originally lit up was slowly extinguished. Su Yiluan stared at this scene. He felt that the little bit of hope in his heart, the little bit of light, was about to be extinguished. Yao Guang. That heart-wrenching roar was like the cry of a cuckoo gazing at the emperor, and it was extremely painful. 2 streams of bloody tears flowed down from Su Yiluan's eyes. Ignoring his wounded and powerless body, he desperately crawled towards the shattered stone wall and the disappearing glyph formation. Yao Guang. Alcade. Alcade. Their cries were filled with grief and heartache. Even the onlookers were wary and suspicious of the demonic cultivators. When she saw this scene, she couldn't bear it and tears filled her eyes. Meng Baichuan and the other branch deans were even more shocked. Why is he summoning Yao Guang? Didn't junior sister Yao Guang go to roam the world? Di Yudao looked at the extinguished light on the stone wall and let out a long sigh of relief. Then he stared at the stone wall, as if looking through it to see something. His eyes were filled with resentment, unwillingness, and jealousy. Alcade. Alcade. You forced me to do all of this. I clearly love you so much, why do you have to choose someone else? If you had accepted me, you would be the headmaster's wife right now. Glory, splendor, wealth, power, and status, what wouldn't you have? Now that you've ended up in this state, it's all your own doing. Suddenly, Di Yudao abruptly turns to look at Su Yiluan, his eyes bursting with intense hatred. It's this person, it's this man who took away Yao Guang's heart, turning himself into a laughingstock for everyone. Di Yudao originally thought that this person had died decades ago. He didn't expect that he would actually struggle on while at death's door and survive. Today, he will settle old and new enmity together. He must dismember his body into 10,000 pieces. Di Yudao suddenly raises the sword in his hand and ruthlessly slashes at Su Yiluan's feet. At this time, the demonic energy around Su Yiluan's body has already dispersed. With this slash, he will no longer be able to resist Di Yudao's attack. He will completely become a fish on the chopping block. However, at this time, a melodious sound of a zither suddenly resounds in the air. Almost at the same time, hundreds of zither sounds transform into swords, shooting straight towards Di Yudao. Di Yudao is caught off guard, and the sound blade actually cuts a hole in his clothes. He repeatedly retreats, barely dodging the attack. Who is it? Di Yudao shouts, in the end, who hurt me? Get out here. In the dark night, a clear and melodious female voice leisurely rings out, my apologies, Headmaster Zhai. My hand accidentally hurt you, I'm really sorry. Under the moonlight, a young girl dressed in blue slowly walks over, holding a black zither in her hand. Her jet-black hair gently sways with the night wind, from time to time covering half of her flawless white jade face, and from time to time revealing that unparalleled beauty. Everyone present can't help but stare blankly, their faces revealing amazement and infatuation. The young girl comes treading on the moonlight, beautiful and elegant, like the most beautiful fairy, and also like an ethereal banished immortal. With just a glance, it can even take away people's breath and souls. Nyangqin. A crisp, childish voice breaks the silence. The small figure rushes into Mayan's embrace like a small cannonball, tightly hugging her thigh. On her raised little head, a pair of big, clear, sapphire-like eyes stared unblinkingly at Mayan. Her eyes were filled with longing and attachment. Although he had only been separated from his mother for a few hours, he still missed her very much. Mu Yan strokes Xiaobao's head, then crouches down to kiss her son's soft little face. Did my baby miss Nyangqin? Xiaobao blushed and buried his head in her arms. Yes, he said in a low voice. Xiaobao missed his mother so much. Xiaobao didn't want to leave his mother for even a moment. Jun Mayan. Di Yudao suddenly bellows, what are you doing? Do you want to disobey your master and protect a demonic cultivator? Mu Yan releases Xiao Bao and signals him to return to Yun Ruhan's side. Unfortunately, Xiao Bao was unwilling to leave his mother. He grabbed her sleeve and refused to let go, vowing to be a little tail. Mu Yan smiled and rubbed her son's head. She let him be and slowly walked to Sui Luan's side and sat down cross-legged. I was entrusted by someone to save someone. Mu Yan looked at Sui Luan, who was riddled with scars. She suddenly raised her hand and took out a talisman, pressing it on his body. This talisman is called Elemental Talisman. As the name suggests, it can gather the vitality needed by living beings. What cultivators need is spiritual energy. What demonic cultivators need is devil energy. There's also that demonic thing that's neither human nor ghost, it needs demonic energy. In short, the elemental gathering talisman can gather all kinds of elemental energy between heaven and earth and turn it into living beings' use. As the elemental gathering talisman burns on Sui Luan's body, his body that was on the verge of collapse slowly solidifies. Even the several fatal wounds on his body gradually begin to heal. But it's only a moment before the elemental gathering talisman burns out. Sui Luan's injuries have only recovered by less than 10%, barely enough to preserve his life. Mu Yan can't help but shake her head. This elemental gathering talisman is really not easy to draw. It's not easy to draw one, but it can only display this little effect. However, everyone at the scene was stunned. What kind of talisman is this? It can actually gather elemental energy? Logically speaking, cultivators only have spiritual power, how can they draw talismans that can gather demonic energy? Diyu Dao suddenly comes to his senses and angrily shouts, Jun Mu Yan, you're also a demonic cultivator. Could it be that you're Sui Luan's accomplice? As soon as these words come out, the people of the Xiaoyao school who were watching with folded arms can't take it anymore. Old fart, who are you saying is a demonic cultivator's accomplice? Ling Yuma holds her long saber horizontally and stands beside Mu Yan. She bluntly curses, first clearly tell us how many innocent lives have been harmed in the secret room under your study. Luo Yu, I think that some people, even if they don't look like demonic cultivators, are actually much more ruthless than real demonic cultivators. Diyu Dao angrily points at Sui Luan who was saved by Mu Yan. If she isn't a demonic cultivator, how could she gather demonic energy for Sui Luan? Chumoli unhurriedly says, then why don't Dean Zhai tell us first, why aren't your two trusted subordinates afraid of demonic energy? I've heard that only people who possess devilish qi are able to resist devilish qi. Chumoli's words make everyone's gazes uniformly look at Diyu Dao's two trusted subordinates. Everyone's eyes reveal a suspicious light. Meng Baichuan and Xing Danqing are two nascent soul cultivators, they have the ability to resist demonic energy. But how can two trifling third-rank gold core cultivators have the ability to resist Sui Luan's demonic energy without suffering a backlash? The two golden core cultivators panicked and looked at Diyu Dao for help. Diyu Dao's heart thumps, and he roars loudly, don't try to change the subject, you're shielding that which Jun Mayan. Bah! Luo Yu spat, Diyu Dao, you're so shameless. You don't need to explain when your own people have problems, and you still have the cheek to say that we are changing the topic? Do you really think everyone here is an idiot? Chumoli also said unhurriedly, as for why my little junior sister is able to gather demonic energy, that's because my little junior sister's true identity is the Azure Cloud Sex Master, Yi Liangchen. Since ancient times, have you ever seen a talisman master become the champion of the flourishing heavenly light finals? Since my junior sister has such a title, she naturally has some extraordinary means. What's so strange about that? Meng Baichuan and the others sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard that Mu Yan's true identity was the Lord of Clear Sky, Yi Liangchen. Although he already had his suspicions. However, when he heard Chumoli reveal his identity, he was still shocked and excited. When he saw the Azure Cloud Command medallion that Mu Yan took out, he had no doubts at all. Diyu Dao still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Xing Danqing mockingly, Dean Zhai, have you gone senile? Don't you know that as long as a devil cultivator or someone related to a devil cultivator enters the soaring sky, Ling Long, and Nirvana pagodas, they would be directly killed by the artifact spirits of the pagodas. For Jun Mayan to be able to become the Lord of Clear Sky, that means that her identity is absolutely not suspicious. Diyu Dao's complexion alternates between green and white. He looks at Mu Yan with a gaze that wishes to tear her body into 10,000 pieces. It was that woman again. It was her again. Why did this slut have to ruin his plans every single time? Jun Mayan, since you have nothing to do with this devil cultivator Sui Luan, why don't you get out of the way and let me kill him? Mu Yan, however, shakes her head, that won't do. I was entrusted by someone to save Weisstein Su's life. Meng Baichuan asked curiously, who did it? Mayan's fingers are placed on the Tian Mo Qin, gently moving. However, the music she played was very strange. It had no beginning or end, and it did not seem like she was playing a complete piece of music. Instead, it seemed like she was playing with someone else, so it was intermittent. Diyu Dao was furious. If you don't say it, it means that you are making excuses. However, the next moment, the girl's pleasant voice, accompanied by the melodious music, interrupted him. The person who asked me to save him is the dean of the Alcade branch, Ning Yaoguang. As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly quietened down. Diyu Dao's angry face suddenly froze. His expression seemed to be forcibly distorted before it froze on his face. Sui Luan's eyes were filled with despair, hatred, and darkness. After hearing these words, he abruptly raises his head and looks at Mayan in disbelief. What did you just say? Even Meng Baichuan and the deans couldn't help but exclaim, Junior Sister Yaoguang? Did Junior Sister Yaoguang really entrust this to you? Where was she? You really saw her? Mu Yan pursed her lips, revealing a faint smile, but didn't say anything. Meng Baichuan glanced at Sui Luan and suddenly sighed. Junior Sister Yaoguang doted on this student the most back then. Now that he has fallen into the demonic path, it's possible that she wants to save him. Maybe there's a reason why he turned into a demon. Why don't we keep him alive and listen to what he has to say? After all, he's someone Junior Sister Yaoguang wants to save. Impossible. Diyu Dao suddenly let out a hysterical roar. How could Ning Yaoguang entrust you? It's impossible for her to entrust you. She was clearly. Diyu Dao's voice suddenly stopped, and his face was filled with terror. Obviously by what? Mu Yan said with a beaming smile, it was clearly sealed by you behind this cliff, and it was impossible for me to encounter it outside, and it was impossible for me to entrust it to you, right? Diyu Dao suddenly widened his eyes, looking at her as if he had seen a ghost. How did you know? Almost slipped out of his mouth. Meng Baichuan, what? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by being sealed behind this cliff? Mu Yan sneered, otherwise, why do you think Vice Principal Su would risk his life to protect this talisman array? That was because this talisman formation was not a demon-gathering formation, but a reincarnation formation used to break the seal and allow Ning Yaoguang to see the light of day again and regain her freedom. Unfortunately, the reincarnation formation was destroyed by you at the most crucial moment. No. This is impossible. Meng Baichuan shook his head repeatedly. Yaoguang is our junior sister. Senior brother Zhai doted on her the most back then. How? How is this possible? Mu Yan, people's hearts are fickle. Jealousy and greed can make people change beyond recognition. Dean Meng, look at senior brother Zhai beside you. Does he still have the strength of character and appearance from back then? Meng Baichuan looks at Diyu Dao in a daze, only to see that his brows are sharp and his eyes are filled with coldness and tyranny, as well as a trace of imperceptible panic. His heart thumps, and his eyes slowly widen. Diyu Dao shouts angrily, Jun Mayan, don't try to mislead people with your lies. What reincarnation array, it's just your one-sided words. Sui Luan is now a cruel and tyrannical devil cultivator, and you actually said that he arranged a reincarnation array and not a giant demon array. Ha ha ha, do you really think that everyone here will be bewitched by your absurd words? Whether it's absurd or not, wouldn't it be clear if we witness it with our own eyes? Mayan smiles, takes out an array disc, and throws it at the broken mountain wall. As soon as the array disc touches the mountain wall, it immediately attaches to it. A dazzling light suddenly spreads out in all directions with the array disc as the center. In the blink of an eye, the falling rubble seems to be attracted by something, and one after another, they fly up and reform the mountain wall. And the light of the array, which was originally extinguished, shines once again. This is, Reverse Cultivation Ancient. This is the, Reverse Cultivation Ancient, array disc. Only one in the entire Shozhen continent can repair all talisman arrays below rank 9. I heard that this, reverse cultivation ancient, array disc has always been in young Master Yunjiao's hands. How could Jun Mayan have it? The people of the Xiaoyao sect are also shocked when they see the array disc that Mayan threw out. They didn't expect that little martial uncle would give such a precious, reverse cultivation ancient, array disc to junior sister. Ah, little martial uncle really dotes on junior sister, the only successor of the way of the sword. Only Chu Moli secretly chuckles, secretly despising his fellow apprentices and sisters, this group of ignorant mortals. Little martial uncle's kindness to little martial sister was not something that could be summed up by the words master to disciple and successor. Sui Luan suddenly turns his head to look at the reincarnation array that has lit up again, and tears instantly fill his eyes. Yaoguang, Yaoguang, he looks at Mayan and says in a trembling voice, "You, who are you? Why are you helping me?" "Mayan," I said, "I was entrusted by someone." How is this possible? Yaoguang wouldn't entrust you." Sui Luan glares at Mayan. Before Mu Yan could answer, Xiaobao said coldly, "Can't you hear the sound of the zither?" "WH. What's that sound?" Xiaobao pulled a long face, his expression one of disdain. "He's been playing for so long, and he's even echoing with mother. Can't you guys hear him?" Mu Yan glanced at the dodging behind her, and slowly said, "As early as when I first entered the Yaoguang branch, I often heard intermittent zither sounds, but I couldn't find out who was playing the zither. Thus, I also played the zither in response. Slowly, we became close friends through the sound of the zither. Although I can't completely understand what she wants to express, I can feel her resentment, pain, and despair." However, amidst such despair and resentment, he still maintained a trace of carefreeness and arrogance, as well as a pure heart that could not be destroyed no matter what. It is precisely this kind of magnanimous and free zither music that makes Mayan unconsciously regard this person as a confidant. She wants to understand more about her and help her. Especially after the end of the Tri-Academy tournament, he felt Diudeo's fear of the Alcade institution's secret. Thus, Mayan secretly investigated some information, and then found out. It turns out that a few decades ago, Diudao, Meng Baichuan, and Ning Yaoguang entered the Starry School together. At that time, the Alcade branch was the weakest branch in the entire Starry School. Of course, the number of people in the Alcade branch was not as terrifying as it was now. There were only 7. But there were less than 100 people, and more than 90% of them were support musicians without any combat ability. Ning Yaoguang, Diudao, and Meng Baichuan came from the same sect. But only Ning Yaoguang insisted on entering the Alcade branch, which mainly consisted of musicians. Diudao and Meng Baichuan loved this little junior sister very much. Seeing that she had to waste her time in the trashiest Alcade branch, they were heartbroken. Almost everyone thought that Ning Yaoguang, the new star who had performed well in the entrance examination, would gradually lose all her brilliance in the dilapidated Alcade branch. However, the Tri-Academy tournament held the following year made everyone's jaws drop. In that tournament, the Alcade branch could only choose 10 people to participate. 2 of them had no combat ability at all. Usually, they just showed up on the stage and left in a hurry. However, with the help of Ning Yaoguang's almost nature-defying erosion, this team of 8 advanced triumphantly. At that time, Ning Yaoguang was like Jun Mayan. She could both support and fight. In the semifinals and finals, they did not crush their opponents like the Xiaoyao school, but they still managed to win by working together. Back then, the name of Polaris Zither Master, Ning Yaoguang was known by everyone in the 3 academies. The current chiefs of the 3 schools, Li Wenyuan, Xing Danqing, and Diudao, were all defeated by Ning Yaoguang in the Tri-School tournament. After that, Ning Yaoguang, Diudao, and Meng Baichuan all graduated from the Starry School and returned to their sects, traveling everywhere. A few years later, they became teachers in the Starry School. Because Diudao was appreciated by the college chief at that time, he was quickly promoted to vice college chief. He promoted Ning Yaoguang and Meng Baichuan to Alcade branch and Tianshu branch respectively. Everything seemed to be harmonious and the Starry School became stronger and stronger. Especially the Alcade branch. Under Ning Yaoguang's management, more and more powerful musicians appeared. However, a few years later, Ning Yaoguang suddenly disappeared one day. She only left a letter saying that she was going on a long journey. No one knew why she had left or where she had gone, but from then on, no one had seen any trace of her. Combining the emotions she felt from the sound of the zither, the information she had found, Suiluan's narration and Diudeo's reaction, Mu Yan could guess what had happened back then. Suiluan stared at her blankly. Why, you can really hear Yao Guang's music? How is she now? Is she doing well? Just as Mu Yan was about to answer, a flying boat suddenly sped down from the front. Suddenly, dozens of golden core cultivators jumped down from the flying ship. They surround Mu Yan and Suiluan. Seeing the attire of these golden core stage cultivators, Meng Baichuan's expression changed. You're the subordinates of the Tian clan? How did you get into Starry School? The Tian family was also a great aristocratic family in the Azure Blue world. Its strength was second only to the Nalan family, the Lu family, and the Morong family. It was even slightly more prominent than the Duan family and the Feng family. However, even if it was the Tian clan, they should not have been able to send people into the Starry School so easily. One must know that there was a barrier around the three academies. Without an identity token, one could not enter. Diudao said coldly, I asked them to come. The leader of the Tian family was a tall man with a long face. His eyes were like a hawk's, but they were not sharp, but wretched and cunning. Exterminating demons and protecting the Dao is the duty of every cultivator. My Tian family has always been on good terms with Starry School. It is our duty to kill the demonic cultivators. After speaking, he turned to Mu Yan and Suiluan. When he saw Mu Yan's face, he gasped. His eyes were filled with obsession and greed. But soon, he calmed down. Chief Zhai, the demonic cultivators you mentioned are these two? That's right. Diudeo's gaze swept across Mu Yan and Suiluan. Suiluan is a demonic cultivator. Jun Mu Yan and the rest of the Alcade branch colluded with demonic cultivators and wanted to do evil. They deserve to die. The horse-faced cultivator immediately said, Haha, don't worry, Chief Zhai. We will bring them back to the Tian family immediately to interrogate them. We will make them confess all the plans of the demonic cultivators. After speaking, he waved his hand and the group immediately attacked Mu Yan. Meng Baichuan said angrily, Diudao, what are you doing? What am I doing? Killing the demons, of course. The horse-faced cultivator laughed coldly. Chief Xing, Chief Meng, are you trying to protect the demonic cultivators? Xing Danqing and Meng Baichuan, who wanted to stop them, were immediately stopped. Diudao said to the horse-faced cultivator, Friend Tian, don't underestimate these people, especially Jun Mu Yan. She is the leader of the Green Cloud sect, Yi Liangchen. The rest of the Alcade branch are not simple either. Why don't you and I? Before he could finish speaking, the horse-faced cultivator had already waved his hand carelessly and said in disdain, just a group of little bastards in the stage of fasting. Do you think they can turn the sky upside down under my hands? The horse-faced cultivator was already in the 9th level of the Golden Core. He was only slightly weaker than the Starry School's branch deans. Most of the teachers were not his match. His subordinates were all Jindan Xiaoxia. More than 10 Jindan stage experts against 7 young men and women in the Anidia stage, plus a dying fiendish cultivator. No matter how one looked at it, it was a crushing defeat. The horse-faced cultivator laughed and said, Dean Zhai, just watch from the side. If we can't take down these little bastards in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, I'll cut off my head and let them use it as a chamber pot. Ha ha ha, that's right. They're just a bunch of fasting stage trash. We only need to use 50% of our power to make them cry for their parents. If we lose, we won't be able to make a living anymore. However, half an hour later, the ground was littered with groaning muscular men, each of them moaning and howling in pain. Ling Yuma stepped on the horse-faced cultivator's head with one foot and revealed a carefree smile. You just said that if you can't take us down in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, you'll take off your head and let us use it as a chamber pot? The horse-faced cultivator's eyes were filled with shock. He stared at Mu Yan and the little boy beside her, unable to believe what had happened in the past half an hour. He was a 9th level Golden Core cultivator. He had rushed towards Jun Mu Yan immediately, thinking that he could take her down easily. He was even thinking about how he would humiliate such a beauty in the name of interrogating her before handing her over to his master. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the spiritual power within his body would be disturbed by the zither music, and his movements would become sluggish. Then, without waiting for him to react, he was ruthlessly beaten up by the 5-year-old child next to June Mayan. And then everything was like a runaway wild horse, going in a completely unimaginable direction. The horse-faced cultivator was beaten black and blue, unable to get up, and his subordinates were lying around him in disorder. He still didn't understand how things turned out like this. Weren't they Jingdan stage cultivators? Weren't their opponents a group of fasting stage boys and girls? Why? Why did they fail? And why did they lose so miserably? Even Meng Baichuan and Xing Danqing are stunned. God, what a terrible group of students are they. Even the Yaoguang branch that Ning Yaoguang led back then couldn't be this powerful. 7 fasting stage cultivators were able to firmly suppress more than 10 Jingdan stage cultivators. Especially the domains that Yun Ruhan and Ling Yuma displayed, they were several times more tyrannical than when they faced the fantasy team in the 3 Academies tournament. In the 3 Academies tournament, the people of the Xiaoyao team simply didn't display their full strength. What's even more shocking is not the people of the Xiaoyao school, but the little boy next to June Mayan. A 5-year-old child facing the horse-faced cultivator, a 9th stage Jingdan stage expert. He actually rubbed him against the ground the whole time. Even with the help of June Mayan's zither music, this is still too outrageous, and the sword in his hand makes Di Yudao even more shocked and aghast. Did he see it wrong? Why does this sword look so much like the Bixia sword that Master asked him to guard? No. This is absolutely impossible. How could the Bixia sword that even such a powerful master couldn't tame appear in the hands of a 5-year-old child? He must have seen it wrong. Yes, he must have seen it wrong. Di Yudao awoke from his shock, and his eyes once again focus on the mountain wall. Reincarnation array to devour it would take about half an hour to complete. Just now, Su Yiluan was about to complete the array, so he had to recalculate the half an hour. But now, the completion of the reincarnation array is getting closer and closer. If he really let Ning Yaoguang come out, everything would be over. Di Yudao's pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly leaped up and fiercely slashed at the ancient cultivation array on the mountain wall. As long as the ancient cultivation array was broken, the array would naturally collapse again. What Di Yudao wants is to catch everyone off guard while their attention is focused on June Mayan and the horse-faced cultivator. However, he did not know that there was a person in the crowd whose attention had never left the reincarnation formation. Almost at the same time as Di Yudao, action, Su of, the reverse ancient cultivation disc and the reincarnation formation behind him were still in good condition. He had protected them with his life. Just as his voice falls, an attack that carries 100% of his cultivation fiercely falls towards the top of Su Yiluan's head. Mayan abruptly turns around, wanting to save him, but it's already too late. Almost at the same time, the rune on the rune suddenly shone brightly. The already dazzling light suddenly became as bright as fireworks. Rumble. The huge mountain wall collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. The surging sound of the zither poured out from the collapsed mountain wall. There were raging waves and raging flames of anger, but there was also a trace of pain and gentleness. Bang! A powerful force collided with Di Yudao's attack in the air. The airwaves rolled, and the earth shook. Di Yudao's whole body seemed to be slapped by a huge palm. He landed heavily on the ground and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yiluan only felt that his body and soul were collapsing in waves of tearing pain. But all of a sudden, a familiar hand gently supported him and pulled his battered body into an embrace. He opened his eyes absent-mindedly, and a picturesque face reflected in the bottom of his eyes. His weak heart that almost couldn't beat violently trembled. Tears unconsciously blurred his eyes. He murmured with a hoarse voice, "Yao Guang. Yao Guang. Is that you?" "It's me." A low sigh sounded in his ears, with blame, with a sigh, and dense heartache. "Ah Su, didn't I tell you to let go of the stubbornness in your heart? But after so many years, why are you still so stupid?" Su Yiluan heard the familiar voice, the familiar blame, but his face showed a dazed smile. After so many years, the only light and warmth left in his heart was that stubbornness and that figure. If he abandoned it, what would be left in his life? But fortunately, his stubbornness was correct. He finally saved Yao from being devoured. Light. He finally fulfilled his original vow. The gentle night wind blew over his body that was covered with cuts and bruises. The pain had made him lose all other senses. But inexplicably, he felt so happy and peaceful, as if a dusty memory in the bottom of his heart was suddenly opened by someone and placed in front of him, so precious and precious. 18 years ago. You are the first in this year's assessment, Xianxia? Why did you choose to come to Yaoguang branch? Xianxia turned his head and met the woman's eyes, which were as bright as the stars in the summer night. The unkind words that were about to come out of his mouth somehow became, "No, it's none of your business." Ning Yaoguang laughed, "I'm the dean of the Alcade branch, and you're a student of the Alcade branch. How can I not care about you? By the way, what instrument are you best at? Blow flute? Playing the piano? Pipa?" Xianxia was dumbfounded. What instrument was that? He was a sword cultivator, so why would he learn that damn instrument? Huh? You don't know anything? How can we do that? Everyone in the Alcade branch must know a musical instrument. Even if you are not a musician, you must learn it. Xianxia rejected without even thinking. He had come to the Starry School to cultivate and improve his abilities. He wanted to become the #1 swordsman in the azure blue world. Who would want to learn musical instruments? However, Ning Yaoguang didn't give him a chance to refuse. "I think you should just learn the zither. No one in our academy studies the zither. It wasn't easy for me to find an ancient music score that required a zither and a zither to play together, but I didn't even have anyone who could play with me." "Alright, it's decided. I'll teach you." The woman's hand was so soft and white. She held his bronze-colored hand lightly and taught him how to play. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nose, like a feather, gently tugging at his heartstrings. Xianxia blushed. From then on, Xianxia's gaze fell more and more on this dean, who did not seem like a dean at all. Ning Yaoguang's looks were elegant, but her personality was that of a man, magnanimous and straightforward. Almost all the students in the Alcade branch, regardless of gender, were friends with her. Some students did not even call her teacher or dean, but called her Sister Ning. For some reason, Xianxia always called her by her name. Ning Yaoguang corrected him a few times, "I'm your teacher, shouldn't you at least call me sister or dean?" However, Xianxia did not care, and always called her Yaoguang. When he was only 25 years old, he had already broken through the golden core stage. Ning Yaoguang was already at the nascent soul stage at that time, and her cultivation was much higher than Xianxia's. However, she was more interested in training her musician skills, so whenever she went out, Xianxia would follow her to protect her. Ning Yaoguang was amused. "I'm a nascent soul cultivator, the dean of the Alcade branch, and I need a kid to protect me? Then wouldn't I be regressing?" When Xianxia heard this, he did not know why, but he felt an indescribable rage, and coldly said, "I'm not a kid." He slapped away Ning Yaoguang's hand that was touching his head. In the end, Ning Yaoguang could not dissuade him, and allowed him to go with her. In the forest, the two of them really met with danger. It was a secret region left behind by a devil cultivator. That devil cultivator was an evil cultivator like the All-Pleasure sect, except that the All-Pleasure sect was made up of females, and they specialized in seducing males to become cultivation vessels. This devil cultivator was a male, and he specialized in seducing females with purine physiques to throw themselves at him, so that he could absorb their energy for his own use. Ning Yaoguang accidentally entered the formation, and lost consciousness, and was almost caught by the demonic cultivator. It was Xianxia who risked his life to save her, and carried her through the devil's swamp, escaping the pursuit of the demonic cultivator. The two of them were trapped in a cave in the devil swamp. Xianxia's spiritual energy was almost depleted, while Ning Yaoguang's body was burning because of the strange formation. She hugged Xianxia and kissed his lips. Xianxia already had deep feelings for Ning Yaoguang. How could he endure the woman he loved throwing herself into his arms? Thus, it was a night of tumultuous love. When Ning Yaoguang woke up, she felt remorseful and blamed herself. When Xianxia confessed to her, she rejected him without hesitation. Ning Yaoguang said, "You're my student, which means you're my disciple. It's against the norm for us to be together. This time, it was my fault, but since it was my fault, I must correct it." "Xianxia, Ning Yaoguang, have you forgotten? I've never called you a mentor, nor have I ever called you a dean. What kind of master and disciple are we? In my heart, you're only Ning Yaoguang, the woman I love. I know I'm not strong enough now, and I'm not worthy of you, but one day, I will become a man worthy of you. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you, and protect you. Ning Yaoguang was shocked by Yilongsu's words. She returned to the arcade branch dejectedly, and found that Yilongsu had not returned. She had rejected him, but from then on, her mind was filled with Yilongsu's figure. A man who hated playing the zither but was willing to learn patiently for her. When training in the forest, he would always stay by her side, hunting beasts for her and cooking delicious food for her. No matter how she corrected him, he would always call her Yaoguang. And under the moon, when he played the zither with her, the gentleness in his eyes seemed to melt water. Ning Yaoguang finally had to admit that she was moved by Yilongsu. Just then, Diyu Dao was officially promoted from Starry School's deputy college chief to the college chief. He confessed to Ning Yaoguang. Diyu Dao poured out his feelings for Yaoguang for so many years, and that fiery love devoured him. He said, "Junior sister Yaoguang, I am not as strong as you. In the past, I was afraid that I was not good enough for you. But now, I am finally the college chief of Starry School. From now on, I can give you the best life. You will be respected and envied by others. Yaoguang, will you marry me?" Ning Yaoguang rejected him without hesitation. Diyu Dao had always been proud but also had a deep sense of inferiority. So this time, he had confessed to Yaoguang because he was confident. He did not expect Yaoguang to reject him. Diyu Dao was ashamed and angry, but he did not show it on his face. He just left sadly, making Ning Yaoguang feel very guilty towards this honest big brother. But she had only treated Diyu Dao as a brother. Moreover, she already had Yilongsu in her heart. She had already made up her mind to resign from her position as the college chief of Arcade Branch to find Yilongsu and tell him about her feelings. However, just as Yaoguang was about to leave Arcade Branch, she suddenly realized that the number of students in Arcade Branch decreased one after another. At first, it was only the outer yard. Later, even a few students from the inner yard disappeared. Moreover, this did not only happen in Arcade Branch. Students from other branches also disappeared. But these missing students were mostly lone cultivators with no power or background. Most of them did not have good friends in the school. So their disappearances did not cause much of a commotion. Most people thought that they had gone out to train or felt that cultivating in Starry School was too hard, so they did not want to return. Such a situation had happened before in the Starry School. However, Ning Yaoguang felt that something was wrong. She had always been on good terms with the students of the branch courtyard, regardless of whether they were from the outer courtyard or the inner courtyard. That was why many of the solitary students didn't interact with other classmates, but treated her as the only person they could trust. As for those missing students, they had clearly said that they wanted to learn the skills of musicians from her. How could they have disappeared for no reason? Therefore, Ning Yaoguang went to look for Diyu Dao, hoping that he would investigate the disappearance of the students. Diyu Dao had always granted his junior sister's request, so he immediately said that he would ask the student council to conduct a thorough investigation. However, the final result was still disappointing. Diyu Dao hugged the depressed Ning Yaoguang and comforted her gently, "Junior sister, don't be sad. Maybe these people really went out to train?" As he spoke, he hugged Ning Yaoguang even tighter and kissed her involuntarily. "Yaoguang, seeing you so sad, seeing your brother's heart hurts. Let me take care of you from now on, okay?" Ning Yaoguang suddenly came to her senses and pushed him away. She refused again without hesitation. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. I already have someone I like." She had fled in a hurry, hence she did not see Diyu Dao's twisted expression. Diyu Dao quickly sent people to investigate the people around Ning Yaoguang, and quickly found out about Yilongsu. Diyu Dao hated Yilongsu to the core, and was driven mad with jealousy. Especially when he found out that Yilongsu and Ning Yaoguang had been intimate, he felt that Ning Yaoguang had betrayed him, and his hatred for Ning Yaoguang grew. Diyu Dao pretended to tell Ning Yaoguang that there was news of the missing students. However, he had secretly drugged Yaoguang's tea, wanting to defile her. Who knew that after Yaoguang had been through the formation of the devil cultivators, her body had changed, and she was resistant to such drugs. At that critical moment, Ning Yaoguang woke up. She looked at the senior brother she had respected since young, and saw him in such a hideous state, she could not believe it. Diyu replied, Ning Yaoguang, you brought this upon yourself. It was you who betrayed me first, you slut. I've been so good to you, even when I was looking for students to experiment on, I would look for students from other faculties, not Alcade. Yet, you had an affair with that lowly student of yours? How am I not good enough? Why would you choose that trash, and not be the dean's wife? Ning Yaoguang's eyes widened in shock. You were the one who captured the students? What did you do to them? Diyu Dao laughed out loud, and brought Ning Yaoguang to the underground laboratory, to show her the students who had turned into monsters. He spoke, Yaoguang, I'm currently helping a noble person, as long as I succeed, I can go to the purple cloud world and become a respected person. As long as you follow me, I can guarantee that your future. Before he could finish, Ning Yaoguang spat viciously on his face, Diyu Dao, you devil, bastard, you disgust me. You want me to be with you, I'll die. Diyu Dao flew into a rage, and locked Ning Yaoguang up. He even forged Yao Guang's notes and left behind a letter, making Meng Baichuan and the others think that Yao Guang had resigned from her position as dean and left. Just like that, Ning Yaoguang was locked up for 3 months, and Diyu Dao would come every day to ask if she had changed her mind, only to be chased away. Diyu Dao became more and more irritable, and his hatred towards Ilungsu grew deeper and deeper. In the end, number 7 Ilungsu came to find him when he heard that Ning Yaoguang had left. How could Diyu Dao allow Ilungsu to live with the old and the new enmity? He fed the beast soul pellet to Ilungsu right in front of Ning Yaoguang, causing Ning Yaoguang to watch as Ilungsu turned into a monster and threw him into the Fuxi Secret Realm's demon cave to become food for the blood abyss vines. Ning Yaoguang was so enraged that she actually broke through her cultivation and broke free from the immortal binding rope, almost killing Diyu Dao. Tears streamed down Diyu Dao's face as he recounted how he had been led astray, how they were siblings, and how his father had raised Ning Yaoguang. Ning Yaoguang wavered. Before this, she had always treated Diyu Dao as her own brother. Diyu Dao's father, her master, was someone Ning Yaoguang respected like a father. Ning Yaoguang didn't dare to imagine how sad her master would be if she killed her master's only son. In the end, her heart softened. She only tied Diyu Dao up and planned to hold a starry school devouring ceremony. She would punish him for his crimes. However, Ning Yaoguang didn't expect that Diyu Dao had raised a group of demonic soldiers. These demonic soldiers not only let Diyu Dao go, but also broke into the Alcade branch and captured all the students as hostages, forcing Ning Yaoguang to give in. Ning Yaoguang was strong, but how could she ignore the lives of her students? She had to give in. But the students of the Alcade branch were not cowards. After seeing Diyu Dao's true face, they fought back crazily, disregarding their own lives. They had to save Ning Yaoguang. Diyu Dao's eyes were bloodshot, regardless of whether the students resisted or not, they were all killed by him. That night, the Alcade branch was filled with blood, and corpses were everywhere. Ning Yaoguang's heart was also completely dead that night. After Diyu Dao woke up, he realized what he had done. The corpses of the students of the Alcade branch must not be found, otherwise it would definitely cause a huge uproar. So he used the all-venom formation to seal all the corpses of the students behind the rocks. Devour in the all-venom formation, the corpses of the students would not rot, but their souls would never be able to reincarnate. Diyu Dao wanted to force Ning Yaoguang to sign a master-servant contract with him. But Ning Yaoguang directly jumped into the all-venom formation. Her lover's soul had already died. Her students were all dead because of her. She, Ning Yaoguang, did not have the face to continue living in this world. She would rather use her living body and soul to be sealed in the all-venom formation, to be a lonely dead spirit every night, than to live as a slave for Diyu Dao. When Ning Yaoguang was imprisoned, Diyu Dao forged a letter from her, saying that she had left to travel far away. Although Meng Baichuan and the others were worried, they felt that their junior sister had always been lively and liked adventure, so they did not take it to heart. But Ning Yaoguang did not come back. And after that night, the students of the Alcade branch were all slaughtered. Diyu Dao created the illusion that the Alcade branch was attacked by the demonic cultivators, and all the students died, turning the Alcade branch into a place that everyone knew. From then on, the Alcade branch became a forbidden place that no one stepped into. Until the Xiaoyao 7 came. After listening to Ning Yaoguang's recount, Meng Baichuan couldn't believe his ears. Who could have imagined that the normally gentle, calm, upright and kind-hearted director was actually so filthy and disgusting? From the moment Ning Yaoguang appeared, Di Yudao had been staring fixedly at her, his gaze seemingly infatuated. After so many years, Ning Yaoguang's appearance had hardly changed because she had been sealed in the all formation. She was like the most brilliant flower, gorgeous and proud, blooming under the bright and beautiful sun. Radiant jade. Di Yudao said hoarsely, Yaoguang, all these years, I seem to have missed you. Why didn't you accept me back then? Do you know that in all these years, I have never fallen in love with another person? My love for you is deeper than anyone else in this world. Ning Yaoguang's eyes were filled with disgust. Your so-called love is to rob and kill my lover, my student. Your so-called love is to lock me up in this formation for 18 years? Di Yudao, there is nothing more disgusting than you in this world. Meng Baichuan and the others suddenly came to their senses, and stared fiercely at Di Yudao. You crazy beast, you don't even spare your own student, even our junior sister. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and seek justice for those innocent students who died. Xianxia also laughed coldly. You said that you would get rid of demons, but it turns out that you are the real demon. Di Yudao, now that things have come to this, you have nothing to say. What else do you have to say? Di Yudao's bloodshot eyes glared at the people in front of him. Suddenly, he howled madly into the sky. Good, since you all called me a beast and said that I am a demon. Today, I will let all of you die in the hands of a demonic cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, flying boats suddenly descended from the sky. Dozens of black-clothed men rushed out from each flying boat. These black-clothed men were only in the Golden Core realm. But their expressions were twisted and their eyes were bloodshot. They did not have any consciousness. Their bodies also emitted a thick demonic aura. Seeing this, the expressions of Meng Baichuan and the rest changed. This was actually a team of 100 demonic cultivators. Just as Ning Yaoguang had said, Di Yudao had secretly raised a group of demonic soldiers. Of course, Xianxia and the rest of the nascent soul cultivators would not care about these demonic soldiers if they were just a few. But with so many demonic soldiers gathered together, they would form a majestic demonic aura. Even if Xianxia and the rest came into contact with such a thick demonic aura, they would not feel good. Di Yudao looked at them being forced into a panic by the demon soldiers, and the smile on his face became even more arrogant. 18 years ago, I was able to slaughter everyone in the Alcade branch. Tonight, I will kill all of you. As long as you all die, the history of tonight will be decided by me. In the future, everyone will know that it was Sui Luan, the demonic cultivator, who barged into the Starry School and killed all the students in the Alcade branch. He even killed College Chief Xing and College Chief Meng. I, the College Chief, went through a lot of trouble to capture Sui Luan. At that time I will still be the College Chief of Starry School. Even the doors of the Ziyun world's royal family will be open to me. And all of you will just be bones under my feet. Ha ha ha. Clang. Di Yudao's laughter did not stop. Two Guqin sounds rang out at the same time. Ning Yaoguang had launched an attack on Di Yudao. On the other hand, Mayan Zither has triggered the Shin musician's skill, mutual accord contract. Dazzling golden runes were drawn in the air bit by bit, forming a formation. In just a few seconds, a huge spirit-locking talisman was drawn in the void. The zither sounded again. The spirit-locking talisman was activated, and the whole talisman in the void suddenly burned. Specks of golden light fell from the sky like fireworks, landing on Meng Baichuan, Xianxia, and the others, as well as the devil soldiers. A strange scene occurred. When the demonic aura coming from the demonic soldiers touched the golden light, it sizzled as if it was being burned. Then, it disappeared without a trace. There were even a few demon soldiers with thick demon chi on their bodies that let out shrill screams and tumbled to the ground. How could Xianxia and Meng Baichuan not know this? They unleashed their full cultivation and subdued all the demonic soldiers. At the same time, Ning Yaoguang's sword landed on Di Yudao's neck. Di Yudao looked at the demon soldiers that had fallen to the ground in disbelief. These demon soldiers had always been his life-saving talismans, his last trump card. However, the demon soldiers that he had placed his last hope on were subdued so easily. The Heavenly List event has arrived. Event time, December 7, 1800 to December 16, 2200. Event details, go to the Discovery page and select the event entrance. Each phone can only participate in one account, and each account can only choose 3 books. Remember to choose one of the books, Aziz Enchantress, Glamorous Doctor. Other than official Q coins, we have also prepared our own gifts, according to the Shard leaderboard. First place, pillow/lamp plus pillow/cup plus snack gift bag. Second and third place, pillow/lamp plus pillow/cup plus changing alarm clock. Fourth and fifth place, pillow/cup plus changing alarm clock. Sixth to 10th place, pillow/cup. 11th to 15th place, changing alarm clock. 15th to 20th place, 520 book coins. In addition to the above rankings, the remaining students with positive performance will be randomly selected to receive peripherals and book coins. The top 10 of the Shard leaderboard will be able to participate in the lottery, with a 100% chance of winning. First place, Dior lipstick. Second place, Longi sleeping mask. Third prize, 88 yuan worth of snacks from Good Shop. Remaining 4 places, 3344 book coins. PS, during the event period, signing in for 7 consecutive days will be rewarded with 100 book coins for completing the mission. The others will be rewarded with familiar eyes. The rewards are rich. What are you waiting for? Remember to choose Aziz book. Whether you can get on the leaderboard depends on you. Remember to reward according to your ability. Sign in and share more, the more the better. Of course, other than the above benefits and prizes, there are also many more chapters. December, the last month of 2018, is destined to be a busy and exciting month. Thank you for having you along the way. With you guys, there are too many rewards during this period. The author has something to say. I can't write them all down, but that doesn't stop the clever me from writing them in batches. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia continent. In the spirit wind palace of the polar domain, the atmosphere was solemn. The immortals standing on both sides had more or less fear and uneasiness in their eyes. There were also people who turned their eyes to the throne from time to time. Only when they saw that powerful and handsome godlike man could their hearts settle down. Of course, there were also people who looked at the door from time to time, as if waiting for some news. Finally, a black figure slowly formed at the door of the palace. The eyes of everyone in the palace brightened. He's finally back. Star Wolf strode into the palace and respectfully knelt down in front of Di Mingju. Subordinate Star Wolf pays respect to the Lord. This subordinate has already investigated the movements of the Nether Realm and the Devil World. Lord Star Wolf, quickly tell us, what are these two parties plotting? Before Di Mingju could reply, someone below had already impatiently asked. It's not that the gods of the polar domain couldn't hold their breath. But the movements of the Nether Realm this time were simply too strange. First, the holy darking flame suddenly reignited. Later, it was rumored that the only son of the Lord of the Nether Realm, Yin, had obtained the inheritance of the Holy Spirit of the Netherworld, and was about to become the real, Holy Emperor of the Netherworld. Now, he was frequently meeting with the devil generals of the Devil World, as if they were plotting something. The strength of the polar domain was naturally much higher than that of the Nether Realm. But if the Nether Realm really formed an alliance with the Devil World, then the polar domain would be attacked from all sides. This was a result that the gods of the polar domain didn't want to see. Star Wolf lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, the Nether Realm will form a marriage alliance with the devil race. As soon as these words came out, the entire hall was quiet for a moment. Marriage alliance? Who will marry who? Star Wolf, it is said that the revered demon lord Xianxia has a daughter who is wandering outside. But whether this daughter is dead or alive, whether she is ugly or beautiful, where she is, no one knows. But the revered demon lord suddenly had the idea to arrange a marriage alliance for his daughter. Then who will marry the revered demon lord's daughter in the Nether Realm? Is it Yin? Star Wolf, not Yin. Yin Wuji didn't want his precious son, Yin, to marry a wife of unknown origin, so he secretly prepared another candidate. It is said that that person is also Yin Wuji's son. However, for some unknown reason, no one knows of his existence. As Star Wolf spoke, his expression became strange for a moment. Who knew that Yin Wuji hadn't even vaguely suggested that he wanted to replace Yin with another son? Xianxia, the Dark Lord, mocked Yin in public and said that he didn't deserve his daughter. On the other hand, the other son that Yin Wuji mentioned, Xianxia, said that he was barely acceptable. Recalling Yin Yuan's gloomy face, Star Wolf couldn't help but want to laugh. However, his smile quickly disappeared and his expression turned solemn. But no matter what, the demon world and the nether realm are very satisfied with this result. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid the marriage contract will be concluded in the next few days. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people who were listening to this news as if it was an anecdote changed drastically. Yes. What did it mean for both sides to be satisfied? This meant that the demon race and the nether realm would form an alliance without any ill feelings. The merging of these two enormous forces would pose a great threat to the polar domain in the future. Lord. Someone raised his head and said excitedly, "We must stop this matter. We must not let the nether realm and the demon race form an alliance. Otherwise, there will never be a day of peace in the polar domain." Di Mingju faintly looks at the speaker. "How do you think we should stop it?" This question caused everyone to be stumped. Yes. How could they stop this? Could it be that he would rush to the demon world and say, "You are not allowed to have a marriage alliance with the nether realm"? Star Wolf suddenly coughed lightly, and said, "Junjuansheng, there's another piece of news from the fiend's side. It is said that Xianxia is not particularly satisfied with the son-in-law candidate. Therefore, the marriage certificate does not intend to form an eternal contract, but only a 3-year marriage. After 3 years, whether his daughter is not found or his daughter is not satisfied with the marriage, the engagement will be annulled." Eh? It's only a 3-year engagement. Star Wolf's words caused the eyes of many people in the hall to light up. An elder on the rightmost side of the line immediately stepped out from the crowd and said excitedly, "Lord, didn't the demon lord say that he wanted to find the most outstanding man in the world to be his son-in-law? In this world, which man could be more outstanding than Junsheng? As long as you propose a marriage alliance with the demon race, then what does the nether realm have to do with you?" Yes, yes. Anyway, it was only a 3-year engagement. If the demon lord's daughter was really unbearable, they could just call off the engagement. In this way, we can not only dissolve the alliance between the nether world and the devil realm, but also pull the devil race to our side. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wonderful, wonderful. In the High Sky Hall, everyone's discussion was in full swing. They could practically see the miserable state of Yin Wuji, the lord of the nether region, crying bitterly. As for worrying about the engagement, what a joke! What kind of person was their Junsheng? In this world, is there a man more outstanding, more handsome, and more powerful than Junsheng? No. Not a single one. If Junsheng doesn't even like his lord, then his daughter doesn't need to get married. However, Elder Chang, Han Yi, and the others who are closest to Di Mingju, and even Xing Lang, quietly shrink their necks. Please don't say any more. Didn't they feel that the entire Lingxiao palace was about to freeze? Finally, the murderous and piercingly cold atmosphere in the hall made the people who were discussing in full swing feel that something was wrong. "You mean, you want me to arrange a marriage?" The man's cold voice was no different from his usual tone. But when it entered the ears of everyone in the hall, it caused them to shiver. Then, unexpectedly, he raised his head and met a pair of cold and sharp blue eyes. Some people's legs went soft and they almost knelt on the ground. "Oh my God. Junsheng is angry." Di Mingju looks down at the deathly pale complexions of the people below, they're in fear and trepidation. The corner of his mouth slowly hooks up into a mocking arc. When did the polar domain become so timid that they had to rely on marriage to protect themselves? A marriage alliance between the nether realm and the demon race has made you so anxious that you have even thrown away your pride and dignity in the past? Di Mingju rarely says such long words. But each of his words is like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly pounding on everyone's hearts. The faces of everyone in the hall were filled with shame, and they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Yes. What was wrong with them, the future mistress of the polar domain? How honorable, how sacred a position was that? What if he could casually betroth it to the daughter of the demon lord? What if his daughter was not beautiful at all? What if the daughter was just a mortal? Could it be that the entire polar domain had to revere such an unbearable woman as the divine empress? No, no, no. Absolutely not. This is simply more frightening than facing the alliance between the nether realm and the demon race. Mingju slowly stands up, his cold and untamed gaze sweeping over everyone present. Ben Jun's choice of wife, only Ben Jun can decide. If any of you mention a marriage alliance with the demon race again, sure, this lord will fulfill your wish. I'll give you the position of Polar Domain's sovereign lord, and let you go and form a marriage alliance with the fiend race. How about it? No, no, no. Absolutely not. Emperor, please calm down. We won't dare to do it again. The daughter of the demon race is nothing. How can she be worthy of our emperor? If a mere nether realm wants to form an alliance with the demon race, then so be it. If they dare to invade my polar domain, then they won't be able to return. Mingju sneers, then let Ben Jun see your performance. With that, he disappeared in a flash. My lord. Jun Shang. Elder Yu, who was the first to propose the marriage, was dumbfounded. Jun Shang's aura disappeared? Where did you go? Elder Chang coughed lightly, and with a straight face, he said, You've disappointed the ruler too much. You actually want the ruler to marry to maintain the peace of the polar domain. What's the difference between this and pushing the ruler into a marriage alliance? Elder Yu and the rest of the polar realm's exalted gods all revealed ashamed expressions. There were even people whose eyes were brimming with tears as they said, We have failed to live up to the Lord's expectations, to actually think of such a cowardly way to avoid battle. Is His Majesty really going to abdicate the throne and never come back because he's angry with us? How can this be? The polar domain's monarch can only be Lord alone. The future mistress of the polar domain is Jun Shang's wife. Only Jun Shang can choose her. From now on, we won't dare to say anything. Jun Shang, please come back quickly. Elder Chang, cough, cough, cough. Don't worry. Although his lordship is angry, he also said that it depends on your performance. I think Jun Shang is just going to the Shozhen continent to relax and will be back in a few days. Don't tell me you guys haven't noticed that Star Wolf, Han Yi, and the rest have already caught up? Only then did everyone return to their senses. When they found out that the monarch was still the monarch, they heaved a long sigh of relief. The crowd quickly dispersed. Since they had decided not to form a marriage alliance with the demon race, the polar domain naturally had to start preparing for war. Elder Yu couldn't help but mutter, Why do I feel that Lord has been going to the lower realms more and more often recently, and the time he spent there is also getting longer and longer. Elder Chang coughed twice again, then turned around and left with an indifferent expression. Hee, that's because the noble future mistress of the polar domain you speak of is in the lower realm. Just wait, Jun Shang will soon give all of you a big surprise. Tianyi men. From time to time, clanking sounds could be heard from Ling Qingwan's room. What followed was the sound of whipping, the painful moans of the maids, and the pleading voices. Useless thing. Useless things. I asked you to prepare the immortal medicine needed for the Fenghua quicksand, but you can't even do such a small thing. What use do I have for you? Sob, 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 young master, spare me, young master, spare me. The maid cried and begged for mercy as she rolled on the ground. It's not that we don't want to prepare, It's that after the polar domain announced to sever their relationship with our Tianyi men, those shops that supply immortal medicines, no longer agreed to sell us immortal medicines at a discount. Some rare immortal medicines, they would rather keep them than sell them to us. This servant has no other choice, sob, 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 sob. How could Ling Qingwan listen to what she's saying? The whip in her hand lashes out even more fiercely. He whipped the maid until her flesh was badly mangled and her body was covered with cuts and bruises. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. Ling Yuexia looked at the mess in the room and frowned in disgust. She then said in a low voice, Qingwan, what are you doing? When Ling Qingwan heard Ling Yuexia's voice, she slowly restrained her ruthlessness. Soon after, she couldn't help but cry out. She threw herself into Ling Qingwan's embrace with tears in her eyes. Master, those immortal medicine shops are going too far. They're actually not even willing to sell us a few immortal medicines. When will I be able to cultivate my magnificent quicksand? Useless thing. Ling Yuexia pushed her away and said coldly, It's just some ordinary immortal medicine. If they don't want to sell it, do you think we can't get it? What's more, the most important thing about the wind magnificent quicksand has never been those spirit herbs or immortal herbs, but that one medicinal catalyst. Speaking of this catalyst drug, Leng Qingwan became even more hysterical. I really don't know how those good-for-nothings do their work. They clearly said that they already found the catalyst drug, but after so long, they still haven't presented it to me. Leng Yuexia looked at her in disgust, but she immediately restrained her disgust and gently comforted her. Don't worry, Master has already sent your 2 martial uncles down a few days ago. No matter what, they will bring back the drug for you. When Leng Qingwan heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. She knew the cultivation of her 2 uncle masters. They were much higher than her. Furthermore, they were extremely serious and meticulous in their work. They were loyal and devoted to their master. With these 2 martial uncles helping her, she would definitely be able to obtain the magnificent quicksand's medicinal catalyst. Ha ha ha, at that time, she will have Jun Mayan's face and receive the emperor's favor. The position of the extreme domain divine empress, endless glory, splendor, wealth, power and status, all of this would belong to her, cultivation continent, azure blue world. Li Zuping bowed in fear and trepidation. In front of him were 2 old men in their 50s. The man was called Gu Yuchong and the woman was called Nguelan. If one only looked at their clothes and appearance, they would be treated as the most ordinary mortal husband and wife. Whether it was his figure or appearance, there was nothing special about him. The aura around him and the spiritual energy around him were all gone. However, Li Zuping knew that these 2 people were not mortals. They were immortals from the Shoshan continent. Their strength had already reached the point where they could crush him to death with a casual flick of their fingers. Gu Yuchong looked at Li Zuping and asked, "You said you found the wind quicksand's catalyst medicine, but you let her escape?" Li Zuping was instantly sweating profusely, and he almost fell to his knees. "Immortal Venerable, please calm down. That magnificent quicksand ingredient, although it's not with this subordinate, but this subordinate knows where it is. This subordinate has already inquired clearly." When Gu Yuchong and Nguelan heard that he hadn't lost the catalyst drug, their faces relaxed a little. "Oh? Where is the catalyst now?" Li Zuping wiped the sweat off his forehead. Replying to the 2 immortal venerables. The catalyst had been captured by the people of the Starry School and was currently locked up in the Alcade branch. There are barriers inside and outside the Starry School, and there are many nascent soul cultivators inside. I was really afraid of alerting them, so I could only wait here for an opportunity. "Humph, it's just a school barrier," and Nguelan snorted in disdain. Li Zuping immediately flattered, "With the 2 of you taking action, the barrier of the Starry School is naturally useless. The people inside are not even worthy of being crushed to death like ants by you." Gu Yu rushes to his feet. "Let's set off immediately and bring the medicine back to the Shoshan continent. Yao Guang branch." Mu Yan retracts her hand from Sui Luan's pulse and gently shakes her head at Ning Yaoguang. Vice Dean Su's injuries are very serious. When he fought with Di Yudao, he had to burn his devil body in order to preserve the reincarnation array. But these injuries, I'm sure I can cure them. Even if I can't restore his strength, at least he can live like an ordinary person for a few more decades. But there's still a fatal problem with him. Mu Yan looks at Ning Yaoguang and slowly says, 18 years ago, he was fed a beast soul pill, and his divine soul suffered a huge injury. Later, after becoming a devil, in order to keep improving his cultivation, he desperately cultivated, regardless of the possibility of Qigong deviation and his divine soul being shattered. Moreover, most of the forbidden techniques that he practiced had great side effects. After Sui Luan was thrown into the Fuxi secret realm, before the secret realm closed, a devil cultivator happened to pass by. The devil cultivator sucked dry the black-clothed man who was guarding at the side. He found that Sui Luan looked like neither a human nor a ghost, but he still maintained his consciousness and kept calling for Yaoguang. The devil cultivator saw his persistent appearance and found it very interesting. Just before the secret realm closed, he rescued him. He also put a devil seed in his body, wanting to cultivate him into his own devil soldier. Who knew that Sui Luan's willpower was so strong that ordinary people simply couldn't imagine, plus his divine soul was integrated with the Chang Jiao's beast soul. Not only was he not swallowed by the devil seed, but he also swallowed the devil seed and sucked dry the devil cultivator's devil qi. Sui Luan completely became a devil, but he still retained his consciousness. Even the murderous and tyrannical nature of the devil's seed was forcibly suppressed by his longing and love for Yaoguang. But it was precisely because of this forced suppression and crazy cultivation that his body became more and more unbearable. Mu Yan sighs softly. Now, his body and soul are already riddled with holes. I'm afraid he won't live for more than a few days. Ning Yaoguang stares at the man lying on the bed, her expression absent-minded and stupefied. Her eyes flow with deep sadness and resentment. She hated Di Yudao, but she hated herself even more. If she hadn't mistakenly trusted Di Yudao, the students of the Alcade branch wouldn't have died, and Xianxia wouldn't have ended up like this. If it wasn't for her indecisiveness, she wouldn't have missed out on Xianxia for 18 years. In the end, before their relationship could even begin, they had to be separated by life and death. A large rough hand slowly caressed her face, gently wiping away the tears on her face. Only now did Ning Yaoguang realize that her face was covered in tears. She grabbed the man's weak hand and sobbed, "Ah Su, don't leave me again, okay? I've waited for you for 18 years, and I've finally reunited with you. I haven't told you that I like you. I haven't even grown old with you and given birth to a bunch of children. If you die, what am I going to do alone?" Su Yiluan's dim eyes lit up, the smile on his face was gentle yet sorrowful. "Yaoguang, I've been waiting for you to say you like me for 18 years. Do you really like me? Is it the teacher's fondness for the student, or it's a wife's fondness for her husband? It's a lover's fondness?" Ning Yaoguang couldn't bear it any longer and cried out in pain. "Ah Su, 18 years ago, I wanted to resign my position as Yaoguang branch's dean to find you. I want to tell you with my own mouth that I like you, not like a mentor to a student, but a woman's love for a man. I want to ask you, are you still willing to accept me? I'm so careless, so stupid, I can't do anything well, I can't wash clothes or cook, I can't do needlework. Are you willing to have such a wife?" "No, it's not like that." Su Yiluan's breathing becomes a bit heavier. "You're the best Yaoguang in the world. I'm really happy to be able to hear you say. His voice becomes softer and softer, and his eyelids slowly droop. "Yaoguang, whether it's a human or a demon, I just want to find you and protect you. Now, I've finally done it." Ning Yaoguang's heart suddenly jumps, her stiff fingers tremble, and the hand she's holding softly hangs down. "Ah Su." She throws herself on the man and bursts into tears. "Ah Su, I beg you, don't leave me." On the night she saw the light of day again, she lost the man she loved the most in the world. This kind of rebirth, this kind of life, what's the point? Ning Yaoguang absent-mindedly opens her tearful eyes. She obsessively looks at Su Yiluan's face, murmuring, "Ah Su, wait for me, I'll go with you now. On the road to the Yellow Springs, you won't be lonely with me by your side." Ning Yaoguang slowly raises her hand, condensing 100% of her spiritual energy in her palm. She's about to slap the top of her head. "Wait." Mayan promptly calls out to stop her. Meng Baichuan is so frightened that he rushes over and scatters the spiritual force in her palm. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" Ning Yaoguang bitterly smiles. "Senior brother, Mayan, I'm shouldering the lives of the entire Yaoguang branch's students. Now that even Ah Su has left me, I really don't know what reason I have to live. Perhaps I shouldn't have come out of the seal at all." Mayan helplessly presses her temples. "Senior Yaoguang, can you listen to what I have to say? Beistin Su really can't live as a human, but I didn't say that he would disappear." Ning Yaoguang and Meng Baichuan looked up at the same time. What do you mean by that?" In fact, as early as when Mu Yan started to feel Su Yiluan's pulse, she had already discovered that he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Furthermore, Su Yiluan's body had already been completely contaminated by demonic qi, so it was impossible for him to withstand the healing of spiritual power. Even if Mu Yan was willing to sacrifice her lifespan to use Saint's benevolence, it was impossible to save him. Mu Yan recalls Ning Yaoguang's experience, and how she has nothing now, and she can't help but feel sad. At this moment, Qi Huang's voice rang in his ears. Isn't it easy to keep him alive? Haven't you noticed that although his human soul is riddled with holes, a part of the Changjiao soul has already merged with his divine soul? Among all the beast souls, the Changjiao soul is the easiest to be carried by an artifact. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been made into a beast soul pill so easily. Mu Yan stares blankly. To be carried by an artifact, you mean to turn Vice Dean Su into an artifact spirit? Bah. Seven Brilliants flew into a rage. Do you think an artifact spirit is some Tom, Dick, or Harry that can casually appear? Jun Mayan, you're insulting this deity. Mu Yan, fine, fine, fine. Honorable artifact spirit, I was wrong, okay? So, in the end, how can we let Deputy Dean Su survive? Qi Huang humphed, what does a mortal's life and death have to do with this sage? Why should this sage tell you? Unless. Mu Yan, unless what? Qi Huang, cough, unless you fill the Tianguang ruins with more crystals for this sage to play with. Mu Yan stares blankly at first, then she quickly takes out her Tianguang ruins jade key and immediately screams, Qi Xiaohuang. You're courting death. So many high-grade crystals, and UF Asterisk King squandered them all for me? Qi Huang puts on a brave front and shouts, where would there be a lot of high-grade crystals? Isn't it just a few 100,000? Jun Mu Yan, this sage doesn't want to criticize you, but you're too poor. A dignified Shin musician descendant, the master of the Tian Mo Qin, you actually live so shabbily. You've simply lost this sage's face. Why aren't you going to earn more crystals? Mu Yan grimaces, Qi Xiaohuang, I think your skin is really itchy. Do you want to taste the itchy meat set tonight? Jun Mu Yan, who do you think you are? You dare to threaten this sage. Qi Huang stomps his feet in the space. However, when he sees that Mu Yan is really going to pluck the Tian Mo Qin, he immediately cowers, I need the rootless wood. Sui Luan's soul needs the rootless wood to parasitize. You can put him in the Tian Mo Qin first, and then put him in when you find the rootless wood. His soul won't collapse, and he won't fall into reincarnation. Mu Yan's attention is indeed diverted by him. She frowns, rootless wood? What kind of elixir is that? How come I've never heard of it? Where can I find it? The rootless wood is not an elixir, but a rare material for refining tools. It can't be found on the market. Jun Mu Yan, you're so ignorant, of course you haven't heard of it. Qi Huang has an arrogant look, the expression on his face almost says, Jun Mu Yan, come and beg me. Beg me and I'll tell you. Looking at this brat's behavior, Mu Yan's hands itched. She really wanted to beat him up. Qi Xiaohuang, if you don't say it, don't expect me to put a single spar in your flowing light seal for the next month, Qi Huang said angrily, bastard, if you don't give the crystal to me, who are you going to give it to? Are you keeping another gigolo outside? Mu Yan presses her temple, 7. Small. Huang. 7 Brilliants snorted coldly. Alright. Let me think about it. In this broken cultivation continent, there aren't many places with rootless wood. How long has it been since I last came to this broken place? How would I remember it? You don't even F asterisk king know where the rootless wood is, yet you're showing off in front of me. Qi Xiaohuang, you idiot. Hearing Mu Yan say that she wanted Sui Luan's soul to reside in the rootless wood, Ning Yaoguang was ecstatic. Mu Yan, is what you said true? Can rootless wood really save Asu? Mu Yan, you can only survive as a soul, but even a soul can cultivate. It's just that it's very, very difficult to condense it back into a physical body. It might take 1,000 years, or it might take 10,000 years. Moreover, Senior Yao Guang, if your cultivation base cannot break through and transcend the tribulation, after you die, Vice Headmaster Su can only stay in the rootless wood alone. Even so, are you willing to let Vice Headmaster Su live? Ning Yaoguang suddenly froze, the happy smile on her face frozen. However, at this moment, Sui Luan's voice comes from the Tian Mo Qin. I'm willing. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance to be with Yaoguang, I'm willing to bet on it. Without Yaoguang, whether it's 1 day, 18 years, or 10,000 years, it makes no difference to me. Yaoguang, are you willing to give me another chance to stay by your side? Ning Yaoguang's tears rolled down, alright, Su, we'll be together forever. Whether it's 1 day, or 10,000 years, if I'm going to die, I'll find another, rootless wood, and accompany you forever. Mu Yan didn't say that a normal person's soul couldn't enter the rootless wood, and she believed that even if she said it, Sui Luan and Yao Guang wouldn't change their minds. Otherwise, these two wouldn't have waited for 18 years, and the other would rather die than live alone. But there's another problem. Mu Yan said, I don't know where to find the rootless wood. Meng Baichuan and Ning Yaoguang looked at each other, not to mention finding the rootless wood, they hadn't even heard of it. The rootless wood? Little master, I know. Xiao Bao, who was obediently following Mu Yan's tail, suddenly heard Bai Xia's voice. Xiao Bao blinked and took out the Bai Xia sword. Where is the rootless wood? Bai Xia shook the sword, because it had eaten its fill yesterday. It was very lazy today. Among the cultivators that were thrown into the Fuxi secret realm, there was a demonic cultivator. I heard him mention the rootless wood. It seems to be on a small island in the Woodfern Sea. It's quite close to here. That was already more than 10 years ago. That demonic cultivator in the Fuxi secret realm was resentful that the rootless wood wasn't ripe, otherwise with the rootless wood, he would definitely be able to leave the Fuxi secret realm. I even heard that demonic cultivator roaring, what 8 years, it's only 8 years away. So I'm guessing that the rootless wood on that small island should have just ripened by now. If no one else found it, it's probably still there. This news was simply an unexpected surprise, smashing Ning Yaoguang and Su Yiluan into a daze. Ning Yaoguang didn't dare to imagine that she could really come back from the dead, that she could really have a chance at happiness. She immediately decided to go to the island alone to look for the rootless wood. Although the embodiment of Su Yiluan's soul can reside in the Tian Mo Qin, the Tian Mo Qin is not like the rootless wood. The Tian Mo Qin itself is a lethal weapon, a sharp weapon, and it naturally has a powerful tool spirit like 7 brilliance. Su Yiluan has been residing in the Tian Mo Qin for a long time. His soul has been consumed little by little, until his soul flies away and disperses. Before leaving, Ning Yaoguang gives all the zither scores that he has collected over the years to Mayan. The two of them had known each other for a very long time, and the age gap between them was also very big. But because of the sound of the zither, because of the music, the two of them could not help but regard each other as confidants. Ning Yaoguang, in particular, didn't know how to thank this junior of hers. If it wasn't for her, Su Yiluan would have died tragically in the Alcade branch courtyard, Di Yudeo's scheme would have succeeded, and she wouldn't even have been able to see the light of day again. Mu Yan, Ning Yaoguang, will never forget your kindness to me. Ning Yaoguang's tone was indifferent, yet his eyes were filled with boundless firmness and resolution. From today onwards, so long as you have any errands for me, Ning Yaoguang, will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. If I violate this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me. After she said such an oath, she found that the young girl in front of her was only faintly smiling. She wasn't moved, nor did she refuse in fear and trepidation. It was as if she had long been accustomed to such a scene. She was obviously so young, but she could already see the prosperity of the world and deal with it calmly. Ning Yaoguang suddenly felt that such a scene, such a girl with a light smile, was so familiar, as if it had left a thick and heavy stroke in her distant memory. She suddenly couldn't help but say, you look like someone I know. Mu Yan was curious, who? The most distinguished young lady of my Ning family. Ning Yaoguang murmured, many years ago, I once saw her from afar. At that time I was still very young. Just that one glance made her feel ashamed of her inferiority, and she couldn't forget it. Even in her dreams, she wished to become a carefree and unrestrained woman like her. Later, she slowly forgot the young lady's appearance, but that dream and obsession were still deeply engraved in her mind. Ning Yaoguang didn't know why she suddenly remembered this scene. Perhaps it was because when Mu Yan smiled, it was as light as the clouds and the breeze, as if nothing had happened. It was so similar to that person. Ning Yaoguang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, nothing? I was just talking nonsense. Mu Yan, I'm leaving, take care. After sending Ning Yaoguang away, Mu Yan began to prepare for Su Zi's operation. When he heard that Mu Yan was going to cut open Su Zi's abdomen and do some heart surgery, Xing Danqing was so scared that he almost fainted. He wouldn't agree no matter what, and he almost wanted to kill Mu Yan. In the end, Su Zi threatened to kill himself, saying that if she didn't let the little sister do the operation for him, he would rather die now. Xing Danqing had to pinch his nose and agree. However, in his heart, he was filled with 10 million distrust towards this little girl, Mu Yan. What a joke, this girl was already the strongest fighter in the 3 academies, the Lord of Clear Sky, Yi Liangchen. The talisman she drew was also the champion of the finals of the Heavenly Light era. As a musician's auxiliary ability, it was said to be the strongest in history and never in the future. If she could also cure diseases and save people, she could even cure Su Zi, who couldn't be cured by the doctors of Xianxia. Then what was this guy? An evildoer? A monster? This was absolutely impossible. Xing Danqing was determined to stay on the side to observe the operation. If Su Zi's life was in danger, he would definitely stop him. During Mayan's operation, she also very much needs the help of a high-level cultivator with powerful spiritual power. There were only 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators in the Starry School. Ning Yaguang set off for the Woodfern Sea in search of the rootless wood. Because of Diu Dao's death, Meng Baichuan was elected as the Starry School's college chief at the last minute. The mentors from the other branches were also doing their best to clean up the mess left behind by Diu Dao. No matter how he counted, Xing Danqing, the Phoenix Sky Academy's dean, was the most spacious and had the densest spiritual energy. This time, Xiaobao didn't follow Mu Yan into the operation room. Instead, he was dragged away by the people of the Xiaoyao sect. The experience of breaking into Diu Dao's secret chamber that night was a huge blow to the Xiaoyao sect. It was one thing that they couldn't beat Junior Sister, but could it be that they couldn't even beat Junior Sister's son? What a joke. These martial uncles and martial uncles were all so shameless. However, reality gave them a heavy blow. If Xiaobao picked up the evil warding sword, he could easily beat all of them down. Even without the Bixia sword, Xiaobao only lost to Yun Ruhan, Qin Jiao, and Ling Yuma, who were the strongest. Ling Yuxing could barely fight Xiaobao to a draw with his speed. Chu Moli was not good at fighting and had no interest in fighting, so he did not participate in the fight with Xiaobao. Thus, Luo Yu became the only person who was beaten by Xiaobao, regardless of whether she had a sword or not. Luo Yu was about to cry, "Sixth senior sister, you can't bully people like this. You're so powerful, but why is your son so abnormal? How can I, the 7th martial uncle, show my face in the future?" Xiaobao remembered that his mother told him not to bully his martial uncles and martial uncles. He also remembered that these martial uncles and martial uncles had bought him good things. Thus, he walked up with a straight face and patted Luo Yu's shoulder. "7th martial uncle, don't cry. Continue to work hard. Next time, hold on for 10 minutes. Ha 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 ha." The other people of the Xiaoyao school laughed. Ling Yuma hugged Xiaobao and kissed him. "Oh, Xiaobao, you're so cute." Xiaobao's face was red. He dodged left and right and said coldly, "Men and women should not touch each other. 4th martial uncle, let go of me." Another round of laughter came from the square. However, at this moment, there was a buzzing sound. The Bixia sword flew out of Xiaobao's body without being summoned. Xiaobao's expression changed. "Who's there?" Almost at the same time, the 6 people of the Xiaoyao school prepared for battle and looked at a place in the sky. "Who are you? Why did you come to the Alcade branch in hiding?" Ling Yuma shouted, "Come out if you can." Ha ha, you're so young, but you're so arrogant. However, I forgive your ignorance. In any case, you're all going to die soon." As they spoke, 2 figures wearing brown robes slowly appeared on the other side of the square. Behind them were Li Zuping and 2 boys in blue robes. One of the boys was holding a lump of flesh that was no longer human. Seeing the lump of flesh on Li Zuping, the expressions of the people of the Xiaoyao school changed. Chu Moli's face no longer had that rare fake smile on it. His deep voice carried a trace of coldness as he slowly said, "Lu Ruoxuan." That lump of flesh and blood was Lu Ruoxuan, who had been tortured to the point that she didn't even resemble a human. She couldn't speak or move, her hair was white, her face was covered in wrinkles, and she was even delirious. Gu Yuchong coldly snorted, his face full of anger. "A good magnificent quicksand medicinal catalyst has been tortured to the point where it only has a little bit of luck left. I wonder how much medicinal effect it will have after being used as medicine. All of you deserve to die. And you." Gu Yuchong suddenly turned around and ruthlessly slapped Li Zuping's face. Li Zuping screamed and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. And Guilin gloomily said, "You've already found the magnificent quicksand, but you still can't protect it. Trash that can't even complete such a small task, what's the use of keeping you?" When Li Zupeng saw Nguyelan and Gu Youcheng's murderous expressions, he was scared out of his wits. He didn't even care about his own internal injuries. He ran over and hugged Gu Youcheng's leg, crying and begging, Senior Gu, I know I was wrong. Please spare my lowly life. Gu Youcheng looked at him in disgust and was about to kick him away. Li Zupeng suddenly thought of something and said loudly, right, Mayan has a zither. That zither is even more powerful than a godly artifact. I can't use it at all. A zither? More powerful than a godly artifact? Li Zupeng nodded frantically, yes. I can guarantee it with my life. That zither can shoot thousands of blades at the same time. It can instantly increase or decrease a person's fighting strength. It can also use the sound of the zither to create a sound wall. Not only can the sound wall resist an attack from a nascent soul cultivator, it can also reflect attacks. Gu Youcheng and Nguyelan's expressions changed. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely. Li Zupeng said loudly, Senior, think about it. Even if it's a godly artifact, a nascent soul cultivator, can't completely control it. If a nascent soul cultivator can't control an extremely powerful zither, then it can only be a magic treasure that's far more powerful than a godly artifact. Gu Youcheng and Nguyelan both looked at the people from the Xiaoyao sect with a burning desire in their eyes. Although they didn't have high hopes for magic treasures from the cultivation continent, if it really was a treasure that was above the level of a godly artifact, it would be a good harvest for them. Gu Youcheng arrogantly said to the people of the Xiaoyao sect, hand over the zither and I'll let you die a quick death. The old man in front of him was clearly speaking in the most ordinary tone, and his body didn't emit any powerful pressure. However, the people of the Xiaoyao sect still looked serious and their bodies were stiff. Sweat even dripped down from their foreheads. The only one who didn't feel Gu Youcheng's invisible pressure was Xiaobao. The zither is mother's. No one can take it from me. A cold childish voice sounded fearlessly. Gu Youcheng couldn't help but look over in surprise. Although he didn't deliberately release his killing intent, the invisible pressure and the crushing cultivation made these ants of the cultivation continent unable to resist. At this moment, it was difficult for them to even stand. But this 5-year-old child actually didn't feel his pressure at all? How is this possible? However, with one look, Gu Youcheng's eyes almost popped out. This is a godly artifact. No, it's a godly king artifact. It's of a higher grade than a divine monarch weapon. What kind of sword is this? He abruptly turned his head and exchanged a glance with Nguyelan. They both saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Let's not talk about the zither that Li Zupeng mentioned. Just the sword in this child's hand and the mystical aura it emitted made it a rare treasure even in the Shoshan continent. This time, the two of them came to the cultivation continent to look for the catalyst drug. Nguyelan said with a smile, Old man, it seems that we'll have to stay in this cultivation continent for 2 more days. Gu Youcheng casually threw the Lu Ruoxuan in his hand to the boy behind him, you guys take the medicine and report to the sect master first. Just say that Nguyelan and I have some matters to deal with in the cultivation continent. The 2 children were their confidants, so they naturally had no objections. They lifted Lu Ruoxuan and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Gu Youcheng looked at the evil warding sword in Xiaobao's hand and said slowly, Little boy, if you obediently hand over the sword in your hand, I'll leave your corpse intact. How about it? Before Little Treasure could answer, the other people of the Xiaoyao school were already in an uproar. No one should even think of touching our martial nephew. If you want to kill Xiaobao, you'll have to step over our corpses. In the blink of an eye, Yun Ruhan, Qin Jiu, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing and Luo Yu were all ready for battle. They firmly protected Xiaobao's small figure behind them. Xiaobao blankly looked at the people blocking in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't tell what the sour and warm feeling in his chest was. When he had just reunited with his mother, Xiaobao had once asked, What are martial uncles and martial uncles? In reality, Xiaobao didn't like people being so intimate with his mother. It was as if his mother would be snatched away by others. But his mother had told him, Xiaobao has 6 martial uncles and martial uncles, as well as a martial granduncle and a master. This means that in the future, Xiaobao will have many relatives who will love Xiaobao like my mother. Isn't this good? Relatives who loved Xiaobao like his mother. Xiaobao thought of his uncle and grandfather, but he was still confused. In his life, the only family member that he remembered the most was his mother, and now he had another father. But what kind of relatives would martial uncles and martial uncles be? But at this moment, Xiaobao felt that he seemed to understand. Gu Youcheng's face revealed a mocking smile, an ant trying to shake a tree. You overestimate yourself. As soon as his voice fell, he flicked his sleeves. Boom, a monstrous wave, accompanied by a powerful attack, came crashing down. Yun Ruhan, Ling Yuma, Ling Yusheng and Luo Yu, who were standing at the very front, were directly thrown to the ground. Their blood and qi churned, and they almost vomited blood. But Qinjiao suddenly turned around, his iron tower-like body once again blocking Xiaobao's originally exposed small body. His thick arms trembled, but he held Xiaobao firmly in his arms. There wasn't even the slightest tremor or jolt. Xiaobao's blue eyes widened, and he softly called out, "Second martial uncle." Qinjiao revealed a silly smile towards him. However, Gu Youcheng's next wave of attack arrived. Qinjiao tightly held Xiaobao in his arms, all the spiritual power in his body condensing on his back. Boom, a loud sound. His figure was ruthlessly sent flying, and he could no longer hold back a large mouthful of blood, spurting it all out. Some of it landed on the ground, and some splashed onto Xiaobao's neck. It was wet and warm. All the bones in Qinjiao's body seemed to emit a crisp sound. His skin and flesh were even more bloody from being scratched by the air blades and the ground. However, Xiaobao, who was in his arms, was well protected and not injured in the slightest. And Guilan clicked her tongue. His skin is thick and he can take a beating. Heh, old man, watch me catch that kid for you. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Qinjiao. However, just as her hand was about to press down on Qinjiao's head and directly end his life, her expression suddenly changed and she quickly turned her body. A dagger gleaming with a cold light slashed across her neck. Ling Yusheng's beautiful face was expressionless. Seeing that his attack had failed, he immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, it was another fatal attack that caught Nguyen off guard. However, there was no trace of panic on Nguyen's face. Instead, she was overflowing with interest. Interesting, really interesting. The speed of a fasting cultivator was actually able to catch up to us. Old man, this kid is too interesting. Why don't we bring him back? As she spoke, she suddenly stretched out her hand. At the same time, powerful spiritual power and pressure spread wildly. The next moment, Ling Yusheng's groan could be heard in the air. And Guilan's withered hand quickly grabbed onto Ling Yusheng's snow-white neck, and she let out a carefree laugh. Kid, your innate talent and speed is really too interesting, but it's still too early for you to fight with me. Haha, why don't I extract your spiritual root now and see how you can have such speed? After he finished speaking, his other claw seemed to have succeeded, and it mercilessly grabbed towards Ling Yusheng's chest. Don't touch my fifth junior brother. Yun Ruhan and Ling Yuma roared in unison and unleashed their domains. Luo Yu's puppets also lined up in a line. The big ones were as large as huge rocks, and the small ones were like flowers scattered by a fairy. They all attacked Nguyen. This time, Gu Youcheng's expression became even more astonished. 2 domains, and such pure and powerful ones at that. I didn't expect such a small academy to have so many talents. Haha, alright, I'll take you on. Gu Youcheng leaped up and casually swung his hand, sending Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu back to their original positions. Under Yun Ruhan's cover, Ling Yuma dodged Gu Youcheng's attack. Her long blade swept through the air and slashed towards Nguyen. Nguyen's movements were indeed obstructed. However, she didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed loudly and threw the nearly unconscious Ling Yusheng to the ground. Her withered hand grabbed the air, and a small silver hammer appeared in her palm. She smashed it towards Ling Yuma's blade. With 2 loud bangs, Ling Yuma and Yun Ruhan were both sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Behind Yun Ruhan, a scarlet claw chased after her. The red claw emitted a scorching aura. Wherever it passed, rocks would shatter and plants would wither. The scarlet claw seemed to have a life of its own as it chased after Yun Ruhan. Eldest senior brother. Luo Yu cried out in shock. Without hesitation, she pounced forward and used her back to block Yunruhan. With a loud bang, Luo Yu's back emitted a faint silver glow before disappearing in a flash. The crimson claws did not manage to pierce through Luo Yu's back, but Luo Yu still spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from the intense collision. Xiaoqi. Yunruhan's heart was breaking. She hugged the unconscious Luo Yu, her cheeks turning as red as blood. Gu Yuchong and Nguelan had already gathered together leisurely. Looking at the mess on the ground, they were calm and unruffled. Interesting. These little fellows are all very interesting. But it's still troublesome to bring so many. How about this? Let's dig out their spirit roots and bring them back for research. Nguelan smiled warmly. That's exactly what I was thinking. No. Su. You. Guys. Injury. Harm. Me. Master. Uncle. Master. Uncle. A powerful and cold childish voice suddenly rang out. Then, the simple and unadorned Bixia sword burst out with a dazzling light, carrying Xiaobao as it charged toward Gu Yuchong and Nguelan. In that instant, the spiritual energy in the air suddenly changed violently. A terrifying pressure and nomological laws faintly concealed in the air caused Gu Yuchong and Nguelan's expressions to change. What's going on? Is the air surging with immortal energy? How is this possible? This is the cultivation continent, how can there be immortal energy to use? Although this was what she told herself. But the energy that surged in the air could even burn their skin and hair. It was clearly immortal power, which was a level higher than spiritual power. Boom. The sword slashed down, gravel flew everywhere, and the ground shook. Gu Yuchong and Nguelan were forced to separate. The Bixia sword turned and flew towards Gu Yuchong. Nguelan was about to help her husband, but suddenly saw a snow-white ball of fur flash in front of her, and suddenly become bigger. The fat rabbit let out an angry roar, and pounced towards Nguelan. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Yuchong and Nguelan were panting, and they looked a little haggard. But their eyes were flickering with flames that were almost boiling. It's the immortal physique. It's actually the immortal physique. Gu Yuchong's voice was almost trembling. And it's the immortal physique that has already ascended to the hollow immortal level. Ha, Nguelan, we really made the right choice this time. Even in the Shoshian continent, it was difficult to find 1 in 10 million people with the immortal physique. According to the legends, as long as it was refined into an elixir and consumed, it would be able to become immortal and ascend to immortality. And they actually found it, and Nguelan touched the wound on her face and looked at Xiaobao coldly. That's the immortal spirit body for you indeed. To think that a mere level 3 false immortal would be able to injure 2 golden immortals like us. Nguelan was actually extremely shocked. It was not just the heaven-defying strength of the 5-year-old Xiaobao. There was also that strange furry rabbit. When she was fighting with it just now, it actually almost swallowed a piece of flesh. It was not biting, but directly swallowing. It was as if the flesh was not under her control, and wanted to tear it apart and rush towards the rabbit's mouth. And that sword, even if it was a deity king weapon, the aura that it emitted should not be so frightening. Even the students from the Alcade branch, who looked ordinary, were more frightening than the others. After withstanding such terrifying attacks from her and Gu Yuchong, they could actually stand up and fight together with the baby. 7 small ants, not even a golden core stage cultivator. They actually forced the 2 golden immortals into a difficult situation. It was simply unimaginable. Where did these people, especially that baby, come from? However, Gu Yuchong was not interested in thinking about this. At this moment, he even threw the Bixia sword to the back of his mind. His heart and eyes were filled with the immortal spirit body. As long as he could obtain the immortal physique, breaking through to the profound immortal stage was just around the corner. Gu Yuchong's burning gaze landed on Little Treasure. At this moment, Little Bao's face was ghastly pale, and there was a bloody hole on his shoulder that was gurgling with blood. His tiny body was trembling slightly due to the extreme weakness caused by the exhaustion of his immortal power. Beside him, the fat rabbit fell limply to the ground, unconscious. In front of him, the people of the Xiaoyao sect were lying on the ground, but they were still trying to protect him, and refused to pass out. Little Treasure pursed his lips, and his face was stretched taut. Something hot seemed to want to spill out of his eyes, but he held it back. Gu Yucheng walked toward him step by step, his eyes shining with greed. "You're not allowed." Ling Yuma grabbed his leg. "You're not allowed to touch my martial nephew." Gu Yucheng chuckled coldly as he kicked the man away and walked over to Xiaobao. "Little kid, are you going to come with me obediently, or do you want me to chop all the people around you into pieces before coming with me?" Xiaobao glared at him coldly, his expression stubborn and cold. Gu Yucheng's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? He was clearly just a 5 or 6-year-old kid, but he actually felt the urge to submit just now. That formless pressure was even greater than what the clan leader, Ling Yuexia, had given him. What was the background of this kid with the celestial body? With this thought in mind, Gu Yucheng's heart surged with anxiety. He quickly reached out to grab Xiaobao. No matter where this kid came from, he was determined to have the celestial body. Xiaobao subconsciously took a step back, but was suddenly pulled into a warm embrace. He was stunned, and when he turned his head, he met Chumoli's calm gaze. Xiaobao blinked. His mother had said that among all the uncle masters, the third uncle master was the smartest and the most abnormal. She told him not to provoke him for no reason and not to learn from him. But usually, third martial uncle smiled warmly, didn't like noise, and didn't like fighting. What he did most every day was painting. Xiaobao did not understand why his mother said that the third uncle master was the scariest among all the uncle masters. However, at this moment, he somewhat understood. There was still a faint smile on Chumoli's face. However, that smile contained a chill that could make one's blood run cold. The originally gentle and harmless man's aura had completely changed in an instant. Gu Yucheng frowned and looked coldly at Chumoli. Chumoli's gaze made him very unhappy. Chumoli was clearly just a cripple, an ant that could be stepped on at any time, but he was actually showing such an evil and disdainful expression. Gu Yucheng sneered and said, "I don't want to bother with a cripple like you. Hand over the kid in your arms, and I can let all of you die quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you wish you were dead." Chumoli smiled faintly. "Is that so?" Gu Yucheng said, Do you think that by stalling for time, someone will come to save you? Dream on. Even if everyone in the Starry School comes, I can still kill all of you." Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared from his original spot, and reappeared in front of Chumoli. His palm, which was condensed with powerful spiritual power, fiercely slammed towards the top of Chumoli's head. However, before that palm could really land, it was caught by a pale and thin hand in the air. Chumoli slowly raised his head. When he saw Gu Yucheng's shocked expression, his originally pale face no longer had the slightest trace of blood. His lips had even turned purple. However, the palm that he was holding onto Gu Yucheng was the complete opposite. The skin on the surface of his palm was turning redder and redder. In the end, it was as if his entire palm was soaked in blood. Gu Yucheng's eyes widened in shock. The expression of disbelief on his face slowly twisted into one of horror. What are you doing?" Gu Yucheng let out a terrified roar. It was impossible not to tremble, impossible not to fear. This was because he discovered that after Chumoli's hand had grabbed his wrist and Chumoli's hand had slowly turned red, his celestial power had actually been madly pouring towards Chumoli. This was not ordinary celestial power, but the source of celestial power. Once it was lost, it could not be easily replenished. As he lost more and more of his immortal force source, his cultivation level would also decrease bit by bit. Gu Yucheng had never experienced something like this before. He was scared out of his wits. In fact, he didn't even notice that the power Chumoli was using to restrain him was really too weak. In fact, as long as he struggled with all his might, he would be able to break free easily. Unfortunately, Gu Yucheng did not come alone. Behind him was Nguyen. When Nguyen saw that the situation wasn't right, the silver hammer in her hand suddenly blurted out. He also let out a furious roar and charged over, crashing into Gu Yucheng and Chumoli. Chumoli and Xiaobao, who was in his bosom, were sent flying. The wheelchair overturned and Chumoli fell to the ground in a sorry state. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his complexion became even paler. "Third martial uncle." Xiaobao hugged his body, which was gradually turning cold, with tears in his eyes. It was all to save him. It was all to save him that the martial uncles were injured so badly. When Gu Yucheng was saved by his wife, he realized that he did not lose much of his immortal energy source. Just now, he was actually frightened by a little ant at the stage of fasting, and almost made a fool of himself. Gu Yucheng flew into a rage. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he charged towards Chu Moli with eyes brimming with killing intent. However, the sword was only an inch away from Chu Moli's forehead. Suddenly, a rapid sound of a zither rang out. The sound blade flew through the air and smacked the tip of Gu Yucheng's sword with a clang, causing his attack to fall to the side. Just who is it that dares to obstruct me again and again? Gu Yucheng turned around angrily. However, when he saw who it was, he widened his eyes in shock. Even Nguyen gasped in disbelief. It's you. The portrait in the young master's room. Nguyen screamed. How are you still alive? Gu Yucheng and Nguyen would never forget this woman's appearance even if they were beaten to death. This was because they had come to the Cultivation continent for the magnificent quicksand's medicinal catalyst. The young master wanted to use the magnificent quicksand to replace another person's appearance and luck. This person's portrait had always been placed in Leng Qingwan's bedroom. Leng Qingwan observed it every day, feeling both jealousy and longing. Even among the Tiani men, there were not many people who had seen this portrait. However, as Leng Yuexia's trusted aides, Gu Yucheng and Nguyen had seen her a few times. So, when they see Mayan at this time, their shock is simply indescribable. Didn't Leng Qingwan say that she had already killed this woman in the Yanwu continent, but why was she still alive? Right, what was the name of the woman in the portrait? Nguyen thought about it in a daze. Then, she suddenly recalled Leng Qingwan's hysterical scream. Jun Mayan, who do you think you are? What right do you have to gain the emperor's favor? You bitch. Bitch. Why won't the emperor accept me even after you're dead? Ha 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 ha, Jun Mayan, I will soon have your looks, and replace your destiny and life. I will marry Di Mingju, and become the future mistress of the polar domain. Nguyen's eyes widened and her lips trembled. She suddenly remembered what Li Zuping had said about the woman with the zither. June. Mu. Yan. That Shin musician successor of Yanwu continent, Jun Mayan, she's actually still alive. How was this possible? Mu Yan looks at the bloody mess on the ground, and the hand holding the Tian Mo Qin can't stop trembling. Because the operation needs an absolutely enclosed and quiet environment. So she had Xing Danqing isolate the entire space with a protective shield. She can't hear any sound inside, and she can't sense what's happening outside. However, when the operation is about to be completed, Mu Yan feels a burst of palpitations and panic. Su Zi's life is in her hands. If she leaves now, it's tantamount to directly taking Su Zi's life. Mu Yan can only suppress her panic and finish the operation as fast as possible. She also tells Xing Danqing to observe Su Zi's condition, and then hurriedly leaves. However, even if she already has a bad premonition, the scene she sees still makes her brain explode, and she almost completely loses her mind. It's just a short 2 hours, everything was clearly fine before she entered the operation room. But now, her Xiaobao and her fellow apprentices are all covered with cuts and bruises, and they're barely breathing. Nyangqin. Xiaobao didn't cry in the face of such pain and despair, but now he can't help but burst into tears, swirling in his eyes. He wants to throw himself into Mu Yan's arms and tell her his fear and grievances. But he immediately remembers that he's already a little man. He vowed to become very, very strong, to protect his mother. Xiaobao swallows back his tears, picks up the Bixia sword, and walks to Mu Yan's side. He didn't come to seek comfort, he came to fight with his mother. Xiaobao wants to protect his martial uncle, and protect his loved ones. Mu Yan doesn't hug and comfort Xiaobao as usual, but coldly plucks the Tian Mo Qin. Echo sound, activates. Rich spiritual power slowly flows into the bodies of the Xiaoyao sect people and Xiaobao, soothing their injured bodies. The sound of the zither changes, and the realm of stars activates. The people of the Xiaoyao sect slowly closed their eyes and fell asleep. Mu Yan, Xiaobao, you go and protect Martial Uncle and Martial Uncle. Xiaobao opens his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he straightens his small body and carefully drags the unconscious Yun Ruhan and the others to the side, firmly guarding in front of them. Just now, Martial Uncle has been protecting him, and now Xiaobao also has to protect Martial Uncle. The fat rabbit wobbles over to Xiaobao's side, and next to him, he lies down. Gu Yuchong and Nguelan also recovered from the shock. The trace of fear in his heart was slowly replaced by excitement. Gu Yu said faintly, "I was wondering, how could there be so many treasures in a small academy in the lower realm, and even a celestial physique? Jun Mayan, you're actually still alive." His voice paused for a moment before he asked tentatively, "What about the Emperor? Is he also in the Cultivation continent?" Mu Yan looks at him coldly and doesn't answer. Gu Yuchong immediately laughed out loud. "I'm afraid the Emperor has already forgotten about a lowly woman like you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not appeared until now. If that's the case." His eyes shine brightly and a powerful pressure suddenly erupts from his body. "Then the zither in your hand and the Shin musician inheritance in your body will all be mine, ha 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 ha. Mu Yan, if you want the Tian Emochin and the Shin musician's inheritance, then it depends on whether you have the life to take it or not." Gu Yuchong's smile froze as he glared at the girl in front of him. Just now, he had unleashed the aura of a golden immortal. Even a cultivator at the crossing calamity stage would not be able to withstand such a terrifying pressure. Those with lower cultivation bases would directly vomit blood and faint. Li Zupeng, for example, had only been affected by the aftershock, and his eyes had already rolled back as he fainted on the ground. However, the two people in front of him, one big and one small, seemed to completely disregard his pressure. On the contrary, the killing intent and sharpness emitted from Mu Yan's body caused his hair to stand on end. Gu Yuchong was furious, but he also had an ominous premonition. "Old woman," he said in a low voice, "let's join forces and finish this quickly." And Nguelan nodded. "This woman was able to escape from the hands of the young master, so we definitely can't let our guard down. If we really fail miserably in such an easy task, we won't have the face to see Sect Master again." After saying that, a powerful spiritual power suddenly burst out from the two of them. Mayan's movements are also very fast. In a flash, the Tian Emochin turns into 7 swords, revolving around her. At the same time, the astral realm was released, and the tune of graceful feather slowly changed. After upgrading the Shin musician's skills to the 5th level, in addition to the upgrade of the original skills. In fact, Mu Yan also obtained 2 new skills. The other was a medic skill called Calm Soul. The other was a martial skill called Lotus Steps. Lotus Blossoming Step was a strange movement skill that used the sound of the zither to drive the body's rhythm and stimulate the potential of the Xiaoxia's speed. The disadvantage was that at the beginning and intermediate stage of Lotus Step by Step, it could only be used by burning the spiritual energy in one's body. The more spiritual power he burned, the faster the movement of Lotus Blooming Steps became. Be it in the air, on land, or even in the water. As long as Lotus Blooming Steps is activated, Mayan's figure can shuttle through the air like a ghost, making it impossible for people to catch her. After the change in tune, the sound of the zither abruptly rose in pitch, alternating between thick and thin, faintly whimpering, as if countless ghosts were passing through the air. Lotus Steps, activated, almost at the same time, 3 figures suddenly flew into the sky and fought. Every move and every style was as fast as lightning, so fast that people couldn't even catch a glimpse of it. Little Bao stared fixedly at the sky while the immortal force within his body circulated with all his might, and his little hands unconsciously clenched tightly. Chu Moli's voice suddenly sounded beside her ear. "I didn't expect little junior sister's strength to actually reach such a level." He did not know when he had left, floating like a dream. On his pale face, a pair of bottomless eyes stared at the sky. Whether it was the 3 Academy competition or exposing Di Yudao, in fact, Mu Yan had never used her full strength. The people of the Xiaoyao sect always knew that Mu Yan was very strong. Let's not talk about anything else and just talk about the blood-slaughtering sword formation left behind by little Martial Uncle. Now, every member of the Carefree sect could easily survive for 2 hours in the blood-spitting sword formation, which contained 40 streams of sword chi. Even a golden core cultivator would not be able to stay in the blood slaughter sword formation for more than 2 hours. Many students from the Starry School came to observe the Alcade branch's daily training and witnessed the power of the blood slaughter sword matrix. They all called them perverts. However, what these people did not know was that little junior sister was many times more perverted than they were. Chumoli only knew that as early as half a month ago, before Little Bao came, the sword chi of Mu Yan's blood slaughter sword matrix had already increased to 100 streams. Moreover, her blood slaughter sword matrix was specially made by Little Uncle Master. Every stream of sword chi was infinitely close to the power of a nascent soul cultivator. The people of the Xiaoyao sect have always known that their little junior sister is very strong and abnormal. However, Chumoli only realized it at this moment. Just how strong is his junior sister, Jun Mayan? Perhaps, just a few days ago, even if she had to personally confront Di Yudao, she wouldn't have suffered any losses. However, even so. But Gu Yuchong and Nguelan aren't Di Yudao, and they're definitely not ordinary nascent soul cultivators. They're even several times stronger than out-of-body realm and passing tribulation realm cultivators. Even in the Xiozhen continent, their strength is suppressed by the heavenly Tao. But it's definitely not something that a little cultivator at the peak of Anidia like Mayan can contend against. The three figures in the air suddenly separate. Mayan's complexion is as pale as snow, but her expression is still as cold as ice. Her right hand lightly grabs at the void. The glittering and translucent 7 absolute swords slowly take shape in her hand. Gu Yuchong and Nguelan's complexions are ashen, their eyes faintly flickering with fear and horror. Suddenly, Nguelan clutches her chest. On her body, from her left shoulder to the right lower abdomen, there's an abrupt split open, and blood gushes out. Nguelan quickly takes out an elixir and swallows it. This superficial wound is quickly healed under the effect of the elixir, and it doesn't cause her any major harm. But her expression doesn't ease, instead it becomes malevolent. Old man, this woman absolutely cannot be left alive. Gu Yuchong firmly nods. Who could have thought that a little girl at the Anidia stage would be able to evenly match them for dozens of rounds? Even Nguelan, a golden immortal, was careless for a moment and was confused by her strange movements, and suffered a sword wound. Nguelan is currently in perfect condition, but that's because Mayan's cultivation is really too low. The damage she can cause to the two of them is negligible. But what if this woman is given a little more time to grow? Wait until her cultivation gets higher and her spiritual power gets stronger and stronger. The power of each sword, coupled with her strange movements, what kind of frightening opponent would she be? The muscles on Gu Yuchong's face twitches, and his heart surges with joy. Fortunately, they came to the Xiozhen continent. Fortunately, they found Mayan before she had matured. Otherwise, in time, she would become a big problem for Tiani men like the Shin musicians in the past. Gu Yuchong slowly exhales, and a sinister smile gradually appears on his face. If I'm not mistaken, that strange movement of yours just now has exhausted all your spiritual power. Nguelan, Mayan, no matter how talented you are, if you want to win against us, you will have to cultivate for at least another 10 years. But you no longer have this opportunity. Before she could finish her words, Nguelan suddenly leapt, pouncing towards Xiaobao and Chumoli. Her movements are as fast as lightning. Furthermore, he was still talking a moment ago, but in the next moment, he attacked without any warning. It wasn't even Mu Yan who was attacking, but the 5-year-old baby Xiaobao. Mayan's face. The Yan Chs's Mu He managed to block Nguelan's attack on Xiaobao. And Chumoli. Mu's Qian Luo Qi and Jian, whose? Mu each, Xiao Chen, the Tili Yan's as a palm. Mu's. Mu. Mu Mayan couldn't dao. Finally, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Niangqin. Xiaobao screams, throwing himself to Mayan's side. Tears roll down from his big eyes. Niangqin, you're hurt. Mu Yan gently caresses Xiaobao's wet face and softly says, Xiaobao, don't be afraid. Niangqin is fine. But she has no spare energy to comfort Xiaobao. Because Gu Yuchong and Nguelan have clearly discovered that this diversion tactic is effective. So, they attack the defenseless people of the Xiaoyao sect once again. Mu Yan's hands quickly form a seal in the void. Colorful light flashes. The 7 absolute swords fly back to his hands and turn back into the Tian Mo Qin. The sound of the qin is like a golden spear. A protective shield quickly rises around the 7 people of the Xiaoyao sect. Divine hands weave the heavens, there is a loud bang, and Guilan and Gu Youcheng's attacks simultaneously fall on the sound wall. The protective shield makes a cracking sound and instantly shatters. Mu Yan, who is playing the qin, spits out another mouthful of blood because of the backlash. But she doesn't dare to slack off in the slightest. The sound of the qin rises again. The divine hands weave the heavens, weaves a new sound wall, firmly protecting her brothers and sisters. The usual leisurely smile on Chumoli's face has long disappeared. It is replaced by a bottomless gloominess and the shattered protective shield in his eyes. He suddenly says loudly, "Jun Muyan, are you stupid? Protecting us will only speed up your death. If you die, we won't live either." There is a loud bang and the sound wall of the divine hands weave the heavens breaks again. Mu Yan's body shakes. Her spiritual power is almost exhausted. But she doesn't hesitate to pluck the strings again. Chumoli clenches his hands into fists and suddenly smashes them on the ground. The back of his hands is dripping with blood, but he doesn't feel it. "Jun Muyan, are you a fool?" He says in a hoarse voice, "We've only been brothers and sisters for a few months. Is it worth it for you to risk your life for us?" However, in response to him, the sound wall still unhesitatingly weaves again, and it once again collapses with a loud bang. Chumoli had never hated his own incompetence so much, hated the time he had squandered away so much in the past. If only the people of the Xiaoyao sect were a little stronger, if they were so strong that they didn't need little junior sister's protection and could stand beside her and fight shoulder to shoulder with her. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the Shin musician who once wanted to destroy the world, the successor of the new generation, would be so soft-hearted, an idiot who doesn't even care about his own life for others. And Guilan laughed loudly. The hammer in her hand suddenly grew larger and smashed down on the sound wall. Pfft. Blood sprays on the Tianmo qin like rain. Mu Yan's body swayed. Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer and softly fell down. Qi Huang's voice faintly reached his ears. "I'll help you. I'll kill them for you, mother. Mother." Xiaobao's cries were heart-wrenching and lung-splitting, and then turned into a frenzied killing intent. "How dare you hurt my mother? I'll kill you." Mayan absent-mindedly opens her eyes and sees Xiaobao's figure recklessly rushing out. Her heart suddenly palpitates. Her voice trembled as she said, "Qi Huang, help me protect Lil Treasure." Qi Huang roars, "Jun Mayan, you stupid woman. Why do you only care about other people's lives? Do you know that if you continue to exhaust yourself like this, you'll die? Save Xiaobao." "No." Qi Huang's voice is callous and resolute, "No one can order me. Jun Mayan, I want you to live, so you must live." As soon as his voice falls, a mellow and powerful energy slowly flows into Mu Yan's body. Little by little, it heals the fatal injuries in her body. And Qi Huang's figure fades a bit more. Between his eyebrows, a flame-like pattern slowly appears. But it quickly disappears. But Mu Yan can't care about this right now. She watches as Xiaobao rushes towards Gu Yucheng and Nguilan, his little figure drowning in their attacks. She immediately feels her heart and courage shatter. "Xiaobao." Gu Yucheng grasps the air, and grabs Xiaobao's neck. Feeling the power and tenderness of the immortal physique under his palm, his face reveals a crazed and twisted smile. "Little doll, since you've delivered yourself to the door, then don't blame this old man for devouring this delicious immortal physique of yours first." The Bixia sword suddenly flies over, chopping down at Gu Yucheng, but it's sent flying with a casual slap. Mu Yan's eyes are about to split open, but her body, which is being repaired by Qi Huang, is simply unable to budge. Xiaobao's neck is gripped, but there's no trace of fear or pleading for mercy in his eyes as he looks at Gu Yucheng. There's only an ice-cold murderous intent. "You killed me, hurt my mother, my father will never let you off." "Ha ha ha." Gu Yucheng laughs, "Your father? Who do you think your father is? A trash from the lower realms, how could he not let me off?" As soon as his voice falls, he suddenly hears a pop that's neither too light nor too heavy. His arm grabbing Xiaobao's neck unexpectedly bursts apart without warning. Xiaobao's body falls from the sky, but he doesn't hit the ground. Instead, he's lifted by an invisible force, and is sent into a familiar embrace. Gu Yuchong stands in place, dumbfounded. He's even thinking in his mind, what was that sound he just heard? It's like something's broken. Immediately after, a piercing pain spreads from his arm to his brain. Aya! Gu Yuchong howls like a pig being butchered, clutching his hand as he falls to the ground. And Guelan's complexion changes, and she rushes over to hug Gu Yuchong in shock and anger. But when she sees that his right hand has been completely blown up into minced meat, she immediately turns her head and snaps, "Who is it? Who dared to hurt me?" The enraged voice came to an abrupt halt, as if a crowing rooster had been choked by someone. And Guelan's eyes were wide open. Her slightly trembling lips turned into violent trembling. His eyes were filled with intense shock and fear. "What did you say just now? Who is his father?" The tall man skillfully carried the boy in his arms and looked down at them. "What do you think Ben Jun is?" "Emperor. Emperor." And Guelan sat down on the ground. Extreme fear caused her face to contort and her entire body to tremble like a sieve. Gu Yuchong comes back to his senses from the pain. He sees Di Mingju holding Xiaobao, and sees that the two of them have almost identical blue eyes. His whole body goes cold. Yes. Why hadn't he thought of that? How many immortal physiques could there be in this world? This 5-year-old child comes from the lowly Yanwu continent. Where would he get so many treasures? So he's actually the emperor's son. Earlier, they actually wanted to kill the Polar Domain Imperial Lord's son. At that moment, there was only one thought in Gu Yuchong's mind. Finished. They're all finished. It's not only him and Nguyen that's finished, even Tian Men is finished. Xiaobao blankly stares at the man in close proximity. For a long time, he can't come back to his senses, as if he's dreaming. He reaches out and gently touches Di Mingju's cheek. It's warm and hard. It's his father's embrace, his breath. Di Mingju quickly turns to look at Xiaobao. His grave and stern brows are filled with unconcealable worry. Is Xiaobao hurt? Saying that, he looks at Mayan with even more concern, and is about to walk towards him. But at this time, Xiaobao makes a soft, cautious voice, "Daddy?" Di Mingju turns to meet Xiaobao's gaze. He sees that those big blue eyes are filled with hope, expectation, uneasiness, and unspeakable grievances. Di Mingju's stone-like heart instantly softens into a complete mess. He hugs the child in his arms tightly, and says in a gentle tone that he has never used before, "Xiaobao, don't be afraid, Daddy is here." Xiaobao flattens his mouth, bean-sized teardrops tumbling down from his eyes. At this moment, all the grievances, fear, and panic accumulated in the battle just now finally erupts. "Wow. Bad Daddy. Why did you only come now? Niangqin was injured, why didn't you show up? You didn't come when Xiaobao couldn't find Niangqin, you didn't come when Xiaobao was attacked by a monster, you didn't come when Xiaobao called Daddy little by little. Boo-hoo-hoo, bad Daddy. Xiaobao doesn't want to talk to you anymore. Boo-hoo-hoo." Di Mingju is flustered as he pacifies the crying person in his arms. After discovering that his pacification is fruitless, he can only put on a stern face and shout in a low voice, "Don't cry. You're a man, how can you cry at the slightest thing?" Xiaobao finally stops crying after being reprimanded, but he still hugs his neck and sobs. He wipes his snot and tears on his clothes, muttering over and over, "Bad Daddy." Mayan stands up and sees the scene. Her eyes can't help but ache, but her heart is warm, as if it's soaked in honey. Even if Xiaobao cries bitterly when he reunites with her, he didn't release all of his feelings and grievances. Because in Xiaobao's subconscious, he had always wanted to be a little man. He wants to protect his mother and not let anyone hurt her. He doesn't want to be a burden to her. However, at this very moment, in front of Di Mingju, he has completely exposed his grievances and frailty. Because for Xiaobao, Di Mingju is already his relative, someone he can rely on with all his heart and protect his mother together with him. Mu Yan has never been more aware of this than now. In fact, Xiaobao has always longed for a father like Di Mingju who he worships, who he respects, who he can chase after. Di Mingju finally pacifies Xiaobao, and directly teleports in front of Mu Yan, pulling her into his embrace. Xiaobao also comes back to his senses. He doesn't even care about his shyness anymore. He just cried and anxiously throws himself into Mu Yan's arms. Niangqin, how are you? You vomited so much blood just now. Mu Yan easily holds her son in her arms. She reaches out and gently wipes away the tears on his face. Don't be afraid. Look, isn't Niangqin fine now? Di Mingju grabs her wrist, and his divine sense penetrates her body. Then there's an astonished expression on his face. Di Mingju doesn't have medical skills, but his cultivation is much higher than Mu Yan's. With a casual inspection, he was able to recover the injuries of a small cultivator. Mu Yan's 5 viscera and 6 bowels and dantian had clearly suffered serious injuries. The injury was almost irreversible. However, at this moment, her body was completely unscathed. Just now, there was a powerful energy that cleansed her body. That energy wasn't any weaker than his own. Yan, your injury is already healed? Di Mingju opens his mouth, very much wanting to ask who healed him. Xiaobao is already cheering, hugging Mayan's neck. Niangqin, you're alright, that's great. Mu Yan strokes his little head. Facing Di Mingju's doubtful gaze, she promptly turns away with a guilty conscience. She softly says, I have a way to treat myself, Di Mingju, don't worry. The matter of 7 brilliants must not be leaked. Especially in front of Di Mingju and young martial uncle. Qi Huang had severely warned her that if she exposed her existence in front of these two people, they would both be consigned to eternal damnation. Mu Yan doesn't want to hide anything from Di Mingju. She doesn't even care that Di Mingju has already guessed her identity as a Shin musician. But Qi Huang was the only exception. Without Qi Huang's permission, before she was certain that it was safe, she would never allow Qi Huang to be exposed. Di Mingju mistakenly thinks that her abnormal recovery is due to the Shin musician's ability, so he throws it to the back of his mind and turns to look at Gu Yuchong and Nguyelan. Gu Yuchong and Nguyelan crawled over on their knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Emperor, spare us. Emperor, please spare my life. We didn't know he was your son. I won't dare to do it again. We won't do it again. Looking at their current appearance, they did not have the slightest bit of glory that belonged to the upper realm's golden immortals. Instead, they were like 2 stray dogs, despairing and helpless. Di Mingju looks down at them coldly. Who sent you here? Gu Yuchong and Nguyelan looked at each other and saw the panic in each other's eyes. Your Majesty, we are. Before they could finish their stuttering words, they heard the man's bone-chilling voice. Tianyi Men and Ling Qingwan still haven't learned their lesson? Gu Yuchong and Nguyelan shuddered, and they were terrified to the point they almost fainted. Monarch! Monarch! We won't dare. We won't dare to do it again. Please spare us, Emperor. Both of their heads smashed into the bluestone floor again and again. They were drenched in blood, but they did not dare to stop. Emperor, I beg you to spare us on account of Tianyi Men's kindness to the polar domain that year. Please spare us one more time. Tianyi Men, Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. He dug out this name from the corner of his memory. In the Shin musician inheritance that Bailey Yinlu instilled in her before her death, and in a part of her memories. Mayan seems to have seen the name Tianyi Men before. It is a school that is irreconcilable with the Shin musicians. The sect master of the Tianyi sect, in particular, hated Bailey Yinluo to the core. He had set up schemes and plots several times in an attempt to put Bailey Yinluo to death. But because the Shin musicians have too many enemies, the Tianyi Men can only be considered as one of them. Bailey Yinlu didn't have a deep impression of this sect. The most obvious evidence was that Bailey Yinlu didn't even remember the name of the Tianyi Men sect master who had repeatedly harmed her. But thinking of this sect's hatred towards the Shin musicians, there was also the hatred of killing Chanyu in the Yanwu continent, and now almost killing her fellow apprentice brothers. Mu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold glint flickered in her eyes. Di Mingju turns to look at Mayan. Yan, how do you want to deal with them? Mu Yan smiles faintly. You decide. She won't use her hatred to kidnap Di Mingju's will. Even if she and Tianyi Men were previously absolutely irreconcilable, but they had done Di Mingju a favor. It's impossible for her to force Di Mingju to be an ungrateful person. As for the enmity with Tianyi Men, she would settle it herself one day at a time in the future. Hearing this, Di Mingju's gaze once again falls on Gu Yuchong and Nguyelan. Gu Yuchong and Nguelon think that their mention of kindness has moved Di Mingju, and they immediately breathe a sigh of relief. He felt that he had just escaped death. Di Mingju slowly raises his hand to cover Xiaobao's eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up into a shallow smile. In the next moment, Gu Yuchong and Nguelon's expressions of relief suddenly turned into horror. With a loud bang, both of their bodies exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. However, a barrier had already risen in front of Mu Yan and Xiaobao, and it kept all the filth out. Di Mingju's gloomy and cold voice is like a death god from purgatory. That bit of kindness has long since been used up. How dare he hurt his wife and child over and over again? Tiani men, no one should think of escaping this time. The people of the Xiaoyao sect had just woken up. They were originally filled with worry for Mu Yan and Xiaobao, but after witnessing with their own eyes how Di Mingju casually waved his hand and caused Gu Yuchong and Nguelon's bodies to explode, each and every one of their mouths gaped so wide that one could stuff an egg inside. Didn't they say that those two people came from the Xiaoxian continent? Wasn't Li Zuping, a nascent soul cultivator, respectful and fearful when he saw these two? It was 8 against 2, and they were almost completely annihilated, yet they couldn't even scratch the skin of the other party. But how could Teacher Mo cripple someone with a wave of his hand? No. He wasn't crippled, but he didn't even have a complete skeleton left. What was going on? Who exactly was Teacher Mo? Just how strong was he? Li Zuping, who had also just woken up, was almost scared out of his wits when he saw the scene of Gu Yuchong and Nguelon being killed instantly. He curled his body into a ball, desperately trying to reduce his presence, wanting to escape. However, Di Mingju casually grabs him by the throat and lifts him into the air. He was about to turn him into a bloody mist just like Gu Yuchong and the others. Chumoli suddenly said, "Instructor Mo, little junior sister, can you hand this person over to me?" Di Mingju's movements pause, his face expressionless as he looks towards Chumoli. Even if he didn't deliberately release his oppressive might, when Chumoli looked straight into his eyes, faint beads of sweat still appeared on his forehead. His heart was beating violently in his chest. That was the instinctive fear of the strong and the impulse to be forced to submit. Mayan raises her hand and pats Di Mingju, since third senior brother wants it, then give it to him. Di Mingju narrows his eyes. What do you mean by giving it to third senior brother? Was third senior brother that amazing? However, he still loosens his hand in the end. He directly seals most of Li Zuping's cultivation, and throws him in front of Chumoli. After Di Mingju withdraws his gaze, Chumoli breathes a sigh of relief. He lowers his head to look at Li Zuping who has fallen in front of him. The corners of his mouth slowly curve up, revealing a warm and bashful smile. He takes the unconscious Li Zuping into the space. Luo Yu said angrily, "Third senior brother, all of this was caused by that old thing Li Zuping. You mustn't let this bastard have it easy." Ling Yuma, little 7, is this your first day knowing third senior brother? Those who fall into his hands will definitely suffer 100 times more than death. Chumoli smiled warmly, but didn't say anything. His lowered eyes flashed with a dark and resolute light. He slowly clenches his fists, then loosens them little by little. His gaze turns to Mayan, who is not too far away. In his mind, it was as if the scene of his junior sister weaving the sound wall again and again, but each time, it was broken and she vomited blood. He thought that it was time for him to become stronger. In the house, Di Mingju holds Mayan tightly in his arms are like iron pincers, but they're slightly trembling. It was only at this moment that the fear and palpitation in his heart surged. If he had come a step later, Mayan and Xiaobao might have died in the hands of those two from Tiani men. As soon as he thinks of this possibility, Di Mingju's heart surges with a crazy murderous intent, itching to overturn the entire Xiaoxian continent and Xiaoxian continent. Tiani men. This is not the first time they have made a move against Mu Yan. It's impossible for me to stay by Mu Yan's side all the time. Even if Ying Mei and the others are guarding her, I can't be completely at ease. A strong killing intent flashes through Di Mingju's eyes. Even Mu Yan felt the fluctuations in his emotions and couldn't help but raise her head to look at him. Di Mingju lowers his head, gently planting a kiss on her forehead. Yan, I have to go back to the Xiaoxian continent again. Mayan stares blankly. You've just arrived and you're already leaving? Di Mingju's eyes ripple with a smile. Is Yan Yan reluctant to part with Ben Jun? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows and hooks her arm around his neck. She coquettishly looks at him. I haven't seen you for so long, of course I can't bear to part with you. Don't tell me you're willing to do it? Di Mingju breathes heavily, the look in his eyes deepens. He tightened his grip on her waist and lowered his head to kiss her. However, before his lips could touch the soft and tender lips that he had been thinking about day and night, the two of them were suddenly separated by a force. Immediately after, a small hand heavily pushes Di Mingju, but she herself turns her head and burrows into Mayan's arms. Xianxia said that without a matchmaker, there can't be illicit sexual intercourse. Father is not allowed to kiss mother. Now Nyangqin belongs to Xiaobao alone. For a moment, Di Mingju's face is as black as if a cup of ink has been poured into it. Mu Yan looks at her son, who is in her arms, as if he's protecting a treasure. She can't help but burst into laughter. Di Mingju gnashes his teeth. Who is Xie? In Xiaobao's artifact spirit space, Xie was trembling in fear. Little master, I can't say it, I can't say it. You can't betray me. Unfortunately, Xiaobao very sincerely took out the evil warding sword. Little treasure replied, it's my sword spirit. The moment Di Mingju sees the Xie sword, he stares blankly. Because with his eyesight and the number of treasures he'd seen, he was actually unable to determine exactly what grade of magic treasure this sword was. But very quickly, he threw this doubt to the back of his mind. Looking at the indistinct shadow of the sword spirit on the sword, he sneered faintly. What else did your sword spirit say? Xiaobao is about to obediently answer. He hears the Xie sword humming and trembling as it wails, Little master, I beg you, don't sell me again. I was wrong, isn't that enough? In the future, I won't dare to say that it's a beast to make a girl who's not even 15 years old pregnant out of wedlock. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room goes quiet for a moment. Xiaobao blinks, he still doesn't quite understand the meaning of Xie's words. But he still can't help but straighten his little face. Xie, don't say that my father is a beast. Mayan smiles and reaches out to touch Xiaobao's head. Isn't Di Mingju? Before she can finish speaking, she is pulled into a familiar embrace along with Xiaobao. Xiaobao is Ben Jun's son. Di Mingju resolutely says, and you, Jun Mayan, can only be my wife. What ex-husband? What Xiaobao's biological father? To hell with it. Whenever Di Mingju thinks of Mayan's words, I love Xiaobao's father, he grits his teeth in anger, wishing that he could tear that dead guy into pieces. What the sword spirit said is right, that's a beast, a piece of trash that should be hacked into pieces. Feeling the man's strong embrace and his words without a trace of hesitation, Mayan's gentle and comforting smile turns into sweetness. Xiaobao, who is stuck in the middle, keeps muttering, Daddy can't kiss mommy. Go away. Di Mingju takes a deep breath, resisting the urge to throw the naughty son away. He holds the back of Mayan's neck and gently kisses her forehead. Wait for me for a few more days? Mayan, what are you going to do when you return to the Xianxia continent? Why do you want to go back when you've just arrived? Could it be that something had happened? She sees the man's lips slowly curve up, revealing an evil smile. Yan Yan, have you forgotten what you promised Ben Jun? As long as we find Xiaobao, we'll get married. Mayan's eyes slowly widen. The smile on Di Mingju's face deepens, his eyes looking at her are blazing like fire, burning with a domineering determination and desire. Yan Yan, what do you think Ben Jun will do when he returns? Of course, it's to prepare the betrothal gift for you. Xiaoxian continent, Tiani men. Lung Qingwan looks at Lu Ruoxuan, who was brought back by the boy in black, and is so excited that she forgets herself. This is the medicine for the magnificent quicksand. Great. That was great. We're going to get the magnificent quicksand, and I'm going to have Jun Mayan's appearance and luck. Leng Yuexia frowned as she looked at Lu Ruoxuan, who looked like a lump of flesh. Her eyes were filled with disdain. She coldly looked at the blue-clothed boy. This is the catalyst medicine you found? The luck of this catalyst medicine had been almost completely used up. Even if it was made into the magnificent quicksand, how useful would it be? Lung Qingwan grabbed Ling Yuexia's hand. Master, let's quickly refine the magnificent quicksand. Those drafts and elixirs are almost ready. Ling Yuexia glanced at Ling Qingwan, and the disgust in her eyes deepened. But that was fine too. even if the effect of this magnificent quicksand was not good, there was still Lin Qingwan, that idiot, to try it out first. She said indifferently, I still need to spend some effort to successfully make the magnificent quicksand's medicinal catalyst. Master, tell me, what do you want to do? Your disciple will instruct someone to do it right away. Ling Yuexia had someone bring over a huge cauldron and threw Lu Ruoxuan inside. There was no water inside, and there was no lid either. Instead, there was firewood underneath. This firewood wasn't ordinary firewood, but it was made from dried, silver horn wood, which could withstand spiritual fire and god fire. After she finished preparing, Ling Yuexia's hands formed a seal, and she suddenly shot out a mass of purple-red flame, which fell on the silver horn wood. As soon as the purple-red flame touches the dry wood made of silver horn wood, it immediately burns. Lu Ruoxuan is in a comatose state inside the huge furnace. At this time, under this scorching heat that can burn a person's skin, she can't help but let out whimpering moans, waking up. One of her eyes has already been dug out by Jing Little Fatty. The flesh on her body has been cut off and grown back, and cut again. Every day is a hellish torture. At this time, feeling the scorching heat, she thinks that Jing Little Fatty is torturing her again. She can't help but let out whimpering pleas for mercy. However, she soon discovers that something is wrong. This isn't the secret room of Yao Guang branch. The person beside her isn't Jing Little Fatty or anyone else from the Xiaoyao sect. Lung Qingwan glances at the huge furnace from time to time. Seeing that blood clot being burned little by little, and letting out a blood-curdling scream, she doesn't feel afraid or disgusted. Instead, her eyes are filled with greed. Master, how long before this catalyst can be used as medicine? Lung Qingwan impatiently asks. These days, because the Tianyi men has been removed from the polar domain, it can be said that they have been bullied and given the cold shoulder in the entire Xiaoxian continent. They're even worse than a small third-rate sect. She, Lung Qingwan, has always been a fairy who is held high above the clouds. When did she become an ant that anyone can step on? No, she absolutely doesn't want to live like this forever. Master, I must quickly take the magnificent quicksand and become Jun Mayan. I really can't go on living like this for another day. Ling Yuexia feels the thin fate coming from the huge furnace. In the end, she still can't help but frown, coldly saying, isn't this your fault for being useless? I told you to bring back Jun Mayan's corpse, the Tian Emochin in her hands, and the Shin musician inheritance. In the end, you killed her, and you didn't even get her corpse. Being able to become the Shin musician's successor, her fate can only be stronger than this catalyst. If we can use Jun Mayan to make the magnificent quicksand as a catalyst, then it would truly be a miraculous medicine that can let you and our Tianyi men go against the heavens and change our fate. Lung Qingwan thinks of Jun Mayan who died in the Yanwu continent, and she also feels a burst of resentment. That slut. Such a happy death, it's really too easy for her. In the giant cauldron, Lu Ruoxuan, who was already in so much pain that she wanted to die and was in despair, heard their words, but it was like a bolt from the blue. What drug? Was she going to be turned into a drug? No. How could this be? She didn't want to die. She was the darling of the heavens, and there were still many wishes that she hadn't fulfilled. How could she die? Woo-woo. Aha! Lu Ruoxuan threw herself to the side of the roof and screamed with all her might. She wants to say that Jun Mayan is not dead. She wants to talk about the power of the Tian Emochin in Mayan's hands, and her identity as a descendant of the Shin musicians. But her tongue had just been cut off by Jing Little Fatty, and it hadn't recovered yet. Lu Ruoxuan could only cry and beg Ling Qingwan and Ling Yuexia for mercy. However, Ling Qingwan and Ling Yuexia only treated her as a drug catalyst, so why would they care about her? Every time Lu Ruoxuan wanted to jump out of the huge cauldron, she would be ruthlessly hit on the head by a Tianyi men disciple standing at the side with a stick, directly sending her back into the huge cauldron. The flesh on the lower half of her body had completely melted. He did not know what was so special about this fire. Even though Lu Ruoxuan still had demonic energy in her body, her melted flesh could not be restored. She watched helplessly as her legs turned into bones, and later, even the bones turned into powder. Then it was her pelvic cavity, her internal organs. Ling Yuexia muttered in disgust, it only took 6 hours to destroy more than half of her luck. Lu Ruoxuan was a medicinal catalyst left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Originally, it would take a long time to kill her. Even if Xianxia had god fire and silver horn wood, firewood, it would take at least several months to completely melt her into a medicinal catalyst. But now, in just 6 hours, Lu Ruoxuan's body unexpectedly melted irreversibly. This was enough to prove that the medicinal efficacy of Lu Ruoxuan as a medicinal catalyst was not even 1% of what she expected. In the midst of despair, Lu Ruoxuan suddenly felt her own tongue slowly growing out. She was overjoyed and quickly rolled to the edge of the giant cauldron. She climbed up with both hands and screamed, "June!" Before she could finish speaking, Leng Qingwan suddenly raised her hand and cut her throat with a sword. She sneered, "What are you shouting for? A lowly thing like you, being able to be this fairy's medicinal catalyst is your blessing." Lu Ruoxuan fell back into the giant cauldron with a bang. Her mouth was wide open, and blood spurted out from her broken throat and gaping mouth. The blood fell into the giant cauldron and was roasted by the scorching temperature, making a sizzling sound. Lu Ruoxuan's eyes were wide open, staring at the top of the cave. Her eyes were filled with resentment, unwillingness, and despair. Another 2 hours passed. Finally, there was only a small skull left in the giant cauldron. After burning for about a quarter of an hour, even the skull was burned into powder and blended into the thick and smelly blood. As the silver horn wood continued to burn, the blood and flesh gradually condensed and slowly turned into a blood-red bead. It spun around and fell on the edge of the giant cauldron. "Master, this is the medicinal catalyst for the magnificent quicksand." When Leng Qingwan picked up the blood-red bead, even her hands were trembling. A pair of insatiable eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xianxia took a look and saw that this bead looked blood-red, but it was actually full of impurities and cracks. Its quality could be said to be extremely poor. But no matter what, the medicinal catalyst for the magnificent quicksand was obtained. Xianxia looked at Leng Qingwan and revealed a kind smile. "Master will refine the magnificent quicksand for you right now. Qingwan, in the future, the revitalization of our Tiani men will depend on you." Leng Qingwan desperately nodded, her eyes sparkling. "Master, don't worry. When I become the mistress of the polar domain, Tiani men will definitely bask in the glory." Just as Xianxia was about to bring the guiding herbs to the alchemy room, a boy stumbled in from outside. His eyes were filled with alarm as he screamed, Sect Master, it's bad. The people from the polar domain had killed their way in. The Emperor is charging in." "What did you say?" Xianxia widened her eyes in disbelief. "Polar domain, how could polar domain kill their way in?" With a leap, she left the cave and arrived at the top of the highest hall of Tiani men, looking down. With a single glance, he felt as if his scalp was about to explode. His vision darkened, and he nearly fell from the palace. Only to see that the Tiani men's mountain protecting great array had actually disappeared. However, she, the person who controlled the great mountain guarding formation, was completely unaware of it. She did not even know how it had disappeared. In the surroundings of the Tiani men's inner sect, there was a dense mass of black-clothed immortals. In the Xiaoxian continent, there wasn't a single person who didn't know what these immortals dressed in uniform and their orderly movements signified. That was the polar domain's fastest blade, Profound Division. Within the Profound Division were all the trusted aides of the polar domain's emperor. Only when Dijun really wants to kill, and wants to go to war, would the people of Xian Division be dispatched. Xianxia's body sways, and she finally falls down from the hall, falling heavily to the ground. "So, this is the polar domain trying to kill Tiani men? Master!" Leng Qingwan and the others rush over to help her up. "Master, what's going on? Why would the polar domain suddenly attack my Tiani men?" Xianxia's complexion is deathly pale, and she mutters in a low voice, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My Tiani men is clearly indebted to the polar domain. Dijun, how could Di Mingju treat us like this? What's going on?" Just then, the two black-clothed children who just brought Lu Ruoxuan back run over, battered out of their wits. Their faces are full of fear. Master, and Master's wife are dead, their soul lamps are extinguished." Xianxia sucks in a mouthful of cold air. How could this be? Suddenly, her horrified gaze abruptly turns to the polar domain's army surrounding Tiani men, and she can't help but shiver all over. Could it be that the matter of Qingyuan killing Jun Mayan has been discovered, or could it be that the truth of that year, the truth that Di Mingju absolutely couldn't know, was discovered by him? By him, Ling Yuexia's complexion is deathly pale, and she can't stop trembling. Seeing the densely packed army of the Polar Domain's Xian division coming closer and closer, an extreme panic wells up in her heart. No. She can't die. Tianyi men must not be broken in her hands. Where there's life, there's hope. Ling Yuexia pulls Leng Qingwan. Go, follow me. Leng Qingwan's face still has a bit of confusion. When she's dragged by Ling Yuexia into the secret room, and then into the dark corridor, Leng Qingwan finally can't help but ask, Master, where are we going? Where? Ling Yuexia roars hysterically, where else can we go? Of course we're running for our lives. Leng Qingwan, running for our lives? Why should we run for our lives? The magnificent quicksand is about to be successfully refined. As long as I take it and change into Jun Mayan's appearance, Di Jun will be head over heels for me. Master, we don't need to escape at all. Ling Yuexia sneers, the refinement of the wind magnificent quicksand needs at least half a month. Do you think that the Emperor will allow our Tianyi men to survive for half a month? No. No way. Monarch has feelings for me, he wouldn't be so cruel to me. Leng Qingwan grabbed Ling Yuexia's hand and said excitedly, Master, let's go back. As long as I plead with the Emperor, he will definitely give me another half a month. At that time, so long as I have the magnificent quicksand, would I have to worry about the Emperor Monarch not falling head over heels for me? Ling Yuexia looked at her coldly. Are you coming with me or not? Leng Qingwan shook her head repeatedly. Master, you know how difficult it is to collect the magnificent sand spiritual herbs and immortal herbs. Even if I have to leave, I must still bring those spiritual herbs and immortal herbs back. As she spoke, she was about to turn around. Ling Yuexia's last shred of patience finally ran out. She suddenly raised her hand and a whip appeared in her hand. She ruthlessly lashed it towards Leng Qingwan's body and face. Leng Qingwan's face and body immediately turned into several pieces of flesh. In a split second, her originally elegant complexion became as terrifying and sinister as a ghost. She kept rolling on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. But Ling Yuexia's gaze when looking at her was like looking at a dirty ant, without the slightest bit of emotion. It wasn't until she had vented enough that she wrapped the whip around Leng Qingwan's neck and sneered, Leng Qingwan, you better remember this, I gave you this life. If I want you to live, you live, if I want you to die, you die. If I want you to be a dog, you can only obediently crawl on the ground. From now on, if you dare to disobey me again, don't blame me for being impolite. At this time, Leng Qingwan was already on the verge of death. She couldn't even hear what Ling Yuexia was saying. She could only cry and beg for mercy. Due to extreme fear, feces and urine flowed into her crotch, and the passage was filled with a foul smell. Ling Yuexia frowned in disgust. Just like that, he wrapped his arm around her neck and dragged her to the other end of the tunnel. As she nears the door, Ling Yuexia turns around to look in the direction of Tianyi men. She gnashes her teeth and mutters, Di Mingju, Shin musician, I, Ling Yuexia, will never admit defeat like this. Just wait for me. As long as she had the magnificent quicksand as a medicinal catalyst, she would one day be able to make a comeback. On this day, in the northern domain of the Shoshan continent, Tianyi men is burnt to ashes by a raging fire. The disciples of Tianyi men raised their swords and surrendered as soon as the people of Polar Domain's Xian division entered the sect. There wasn't even a single person who was stubbornly resisting. The Polar Domain did not exterminate these Tianyi men's disciples and allowed them to disperse on their own. Tianyi men's sect master Ling Yuexia and Leng Qingwan were nowhere to be found. The Polar Domain issued a kill order to attack Ling Yuexia and Leng Qingwan. From then on, the Shoshan continent no longer had the Tianyi men. Before Di Mingju leaves, he uses his divine power to place a seal on Xiao Bao and the Bixia sword. It was mainly to seal the aura of Xiao Bao's immortal physique, in order to prevent the people of the ghost domain from coveting it. As for the Bixia sword, Di Mingju has also noticed its peculiarities. It was clearly the intelligence of a godly monarch artifact, but it had the faint aura of a sacred ancestral artifact. However, calling it a sacred ancestral artifact was not entirely accurate. Even a sacred ancestral artifact could not give birth to an item spirit. At the very least, only the highest grade magic tools in the Xianxia continent, which are heavenly treasures, can give birth to a tool spirit. And the probability of that happening was extremely low. Even if some magic treasures gave birth to an artifact spirit, they usually only had the intelligence of a child. But Bai Xia's intelligence was unbelievably high. Sometimes even Mu Yan and Di Mingju can't understand what he's saying. According to Di Mingju's thoughts, he doesn't want Xiaobao to use such a dangerous and treacherous sword. But now, it had become his son's contracted flying sword. The fates of a man and a sword were linked together. Therefore, Di Mingju can only think of a way to seal a part of the Bixia sword's aura. From then on, in the eyes of others, the Bixia sword was just an ordinary flying sword. At the very least, the people of the Cultivation continent would definitely not be able to recognize that this sword was a divine monarch weapon. When Bai Xia realized that his aura had been concealed, he was overjoyed. Originally, he was still incomparably fearful of Di Mingju, this overbearing CEO Great Demon King. He couldn't wait for the little master and mistress to be as far away from him as possible. But now, he happily urged his young master to hug his thigh. "Aya, what's wrong with stepfather? A stepfather can also give you the gentleness of spring, a stepfather is also a flower. Such a golden thigh, let alone as a stepson, even if it was as a grandson, I would still hug him tightly. Little master, I'm telling you, other people said to look for potential stalks. Your stepfather isn't a fucking potential stalk, he's basically a leading stalk. You must definitely tell mistress to hold on tight. If he snatched away halfway, it would really be a big loss. In the future, when little master becomes a rich second-generation heir, I will be your leg pendant, the kind that can warm your bed, sing, and act cute." Xiaobao rolled his eyes, slapped the noisy artifact spirit back into the space, and turned to find his martial uncles for a spar. Suzy, on the other hand, had made a perfect recovery after a few days of recuperation. When Xing Danqing saw Suzy jumping around and even using a flying sword, she was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Heavens, Suzy's heart disease was actually cured by Jun Mayan. What kind of joke was that? Isn't Jun Mayan the ruler of Qingyun? Wasn't he supposed to be assisting the zither player? Wasn't he a talisman master? How could she cure the heart disease that even the divine doctor of Ziyun realm could not cure? If a person could become like this, how could he give others a way out? The saddest thing was that such a heaven-defying student was not from their Phoenix Sky Academy. If Jun Mayan was from their Phoenix Sky Academy, then at the Dear Cry banquet, held by the Dragon Soaring Academy next year, their Phoenix Sky would definitely be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. What kind of luck did the Starry School have to meet such a monstrous student? Oh, it wasn't just one. Including the 5-year-old child, there were 8 of them. Xing Danqing was so jealous that she wanted to cry. Therefore, when he saw that Suzy had recovered, he immediately urged Suzy to return to Fengtian with him. In fact, he was going to escort Suzy back to the Su family in the Ziyun realm. Suzy's health was beyond cure, and his influence in the Su family was not small. Now that he had completely recovered, it was very likely that he would directly change the structure of the Su family. Suzy was reluctant to part with her, but he also knew that now that he had recovered from his mental illness, he definitely had to return to the Su family in the Ziyun domain. He tugged on Mayan's sleeve and refused to let go. "Little Jiajia, can you come back to Ziyun realm with me? I guarantee that even if you want to go to Dragon Soaring Academy, I will definitely think of a way to let you in." Mu Yan smiled helplessly. You've said this 180 times already." Suzy's face fell immediately, and his clear eyes dimmed. "That's because you won't agree to it, little missy. Mu Yan, I will go to the Ziyun realm, but not now. When Dragon Soar Academy holds the Dear Cry banquet, I will look for you." Only then did Suzy's mood improve a little. "Then don't forget, little missy. You must inform me when you reach the Ziyun realm." Saying that, he takes out a paper crane and gives it to Mu Yan. That paper crane was somewhat similar to the messenger paper cranes that Mu Yan had seen before, but it was not white, but purple. Its shape was also much more exquisite than ordinary messenger paper cranes. "This is a 3rd-grade messenger crane. As long as it's within the purple cloud realm and it's not a mystic realm or a mustard seed space, I'll be able to receive your message. Suzy couldn't help but remind her over and over again, little missy, you must look for me when you arrive at the Ziyun realm. Mu Yan's ears are going to get calluses from listening. She doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good, 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 I'll remember it all. Z, have you forgotten that you haven't fulfilled your promise to me? Even if you don't miss me, I will definitely go and find you. Suzy stares blankly for a moment, then immediately remembers that Mu Yan let her spiritual pet borrow his body. Such a thing, ordinary people would certainly be in fear and trepidation. Now that his mental illness has been cured, he would avoid it like the plague. But Suzy's eyes brighten all of a sudden, even the tear mole under his eye shines brightly. It's as if he suddenly found a bond with Mu Yan, and knows that he won't be unable to see the little sister forever, so he's happy. Then, little sister, we have a deal. You must come find me. At that time. He glances at Xianxia and lowers his voice. At that time, I'll lend my body to little sister's spiritual pet, no matter how many days. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia urged him again. Even Lu Jinheng comes forward and tugs at Suzy. Only then does Suzy hang his head listlessly, looking back every 3 steps as he follows Lu Jinheng and Xianxia onto the spaceship. Lu Jinheng cups his hands at Mu Yan, see you at the Deer Feast of Dragonsaur Academy. After a pause, he says again, at that time, our team Monarch will be even stronger, and definitely won't lose to your carefree team. Mu Yan smiles and waves at them, then watches them leave amidst Suzy's teary eyes. Qi Huang's sneering voice reaches her ears, bah, pretending to be a pitiful pretty boy, no matter how many days. Blarg. Does this sage want to use that broken body of his? Mu Yan touches her forehead, Qi Huang, you'll still need to borrow someone else's body in the future, so don't take advantage of it and pretend to be obedient. Qi Huang immediately flies into a rage, Jun Mu Yan, you bastard, do you really like that pretty boy? You actually favor him and not me. Mu Yan, I'm really king stupid, not learning from my lesson and talking to this guy again. Mu Yan ignores Qi Huang's unreasonable behavior, and is about to go find her son. As soon as she turns around, she's met with a pair of cold and hostile eyes, almost startling her. I say, Xing Lang, don't you know that scaring people can scare people to death? Mu Yan glares at Xing Lang who's not far away. After Di Mingju left, Xing Lang silently went to live in the Yaoguang branch. Of course, it's to protect Mu Yan and Xiao Bao. Xing Lang is half dead with anger. What he wants the most is to follow Di Mingju, to follow his most beloved emperor to gallop on the battlefield, unhindered. Who would want to follow this bitch and protect her? Unfortunately, he had already angered Jun Shang time and time again because he hated Jun Mayan. Jun Shang has already placed him on the key observation list. If there was the slightest mistake, Xing Lang believed that Jun Shang would definitely skin him alive. No, it's not a big deal to skin him alive. What Xing Lang was most afraid of was that Jun Shang would directly expel him from the polar domain, henceforth not wanting him anymore. As long as he thought of this possibility, the Star Wolf was scared out of his wits and did not dare to act rashly anymore. However, Xing Lang was extremely unwilling to have him personally protect Jun Mayan and her little bastard child born from her adulterous husband. Therefore, he had been hiding in a corner of the Alcade institution. His divine sense covered the entire Alcade branch. In any case, he only needs to guarantee that Jun Mayan and her son won't be in danger. Who knew that when he used his divine sense on Mayan's side today, he would actually discover that Mayan, this fickle woman, was pulling on another man, tangling with him. Furthermore, it was actually the gigolo that he had caught in the act last time. Xing Lang immediately flares up in anger, and he rushes over without thinking. Hearing Mayan's words, Xing Lang restrains his anger and sneers, only a person with a guilty conscience would be distracted. Jun Mayan, you wouldn't want to do something that would let Jun Shang down, right? I'm warning you, if you dare to betray Jun Shang, Balala. Star Wolf started a new round of threats and preaching. Mu Yan rolls her eyes and turns around to leave. She had already figured out Star Wolf's methods. This guy is Di Mingju's brainless fan through and through, and has already reached the level of a pervert. She must be out of her mind to reason with him. Xing Lang sees that Mu Yan doesn't have the slightest bit of shame or repentance, and still wants to leave. He immediately flares up and teleports in front of her. Jun Mayan, are you listening or not? Do you know how good His Majesty is to you? For you, His Majesty even rejected the marriage alliance with the Demon Lord's daughter. Do you know how great the power of the polar domain will be if the Demon Sovereign and the polar domain unite by marriage? Mu Yan suddenly stopped and narrowed her eyes. Marry the daughter of the Demon Lord? When Xing Lang saw that she finally faced his problem, he couldn't help but laugh complacently. That's right. Do you know what kind of existence the Devil Lord's daughter is? If Lord marries the daughter of the Demon Sovereign, no, you don't need to marry her. As long as Lord agrees to enter into a 3-year marriage contract with the Demon Sovereign's daughter, the polar domain will be able to form an alliance with the demon race and completely suppress our enemy, the Nether domain. But because of you, his lordship completely refused to consider the Demon Sovereign's daughter. Now that the Demon Sovereign's daughter has already entered into an engagement with someone from the Nether realm, the alliance between the demon race and the Nether realm will naturally pose a great threat to our polar domain. Mu Yan's brows slightly wrinkle. Why didn't Di Mingju tell me? Star Wolf sneered, you are just a small cultivator from the lower realm. What did Lord Shang say to you? What do you know? Humph, now you should know how good Jun Shang is to you, right? In the end, you didn't even know how to be grateful. You actually hooked up with other men over and over again. You're simply a promiscuous and shameless woman. Mother. Just as Star Wolf was cursing excitedly, a clear and cold voice of a child rang out. Then, a small figure pounced into Mu Yan's arms like lightning. She then turned her head and glared at him fiercely. Mother, where did this bad guy come from? Is he bullying you? Star Wolf's curses were still on the tip of his tongue. At this moment, when he suddenly met the little boy's big, icy blue eyes, he was immediately stuck, unable to say a word for a long time. Where did this kid come from? How could there be a pair of eyes so similar to the god monarch's? The moment he saw him, he almost thought that he was looking at the young emperor. Although Star Wolf had never seen the Emperor Lord when he was young, he had seen Mo Ju in Tianguang ruins. Apart from the facial features, the little boy in front of him is different from Di Mingju. But that pair of eyes, as well as that chilly aura and pressure, were exactly the same as their Jun Shang. Xiao Bao frowned slightly and said coldly, were you cursing my mother just now? Who are you? Mu Yan reaches out to stroke Xiao Bao's head and says with a smile, he's your father's subordinate. Xiao Bao immediately shouted, Daddy doesn't have such subordinates. Daddy's subordinates are Uncle Hanyi and Sister Ing Mei, they're all good people. In other words, the person in front of him was a bad person. Star Wolf's mouth was wide open, and only reacted after a long while. He stammered, he is your son? This is the son of Jun Mayan and her adulterous husband? The bastard he mentioned? Mu Yan says unhurriedly, yes. How is this possible? So similar, him, how could he be your son? Star Wolf was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. This scoundrel actually dared to question whether he was his mother's son? Xiao Bao was even more furious. He couldn't endure it any longer. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Bixia sword and fiercely attacked the Star Wolf. Star Wolf naturally didn't dare to fight with Little Bao. Not to mention that his mission in the Yaoguang branch was to follow the Emperor's orders to protect Mayan and her son. Moreover, facing Little Bao, the Star Wolf's die-hard fan heart that was restless towards the Emperor was ignited again. This is obviously the son of the Jun Mayan that he hates the most, but he is inexplicably a little timid, and also a little eager to get close to him. He absolutely could not bear to injure him. However, Star Wolf's thoughts had only spun for a short while before it was completely replaced by shock and astonishment. Star Wolf originally thought that even if Xiaobao's eyes and imposing manner were similar to Di Mingju's, but how powerful could a 5-year-old child be? Even if he just stood there and let him hit him, the attacks that landed on his body would only be like tickles. However, reality gave him a heavy slap in the face. When the Bixia sword flew in front of him, Star Wolf felt that something was wrong. What was surging around him was not spiritual power, but solid immortal power. Star Wolf was completely dumbfounded. This is the Xiaojin continent, apart from people like Jun Shang who have cultivated godly power. When other immortals came to the Cultivation continent, which one of them didn't have the intelligence to use spiritual energy, but couldn't use immortal energy, but right now, what was surging around him was clearly rich immortal power. As such, there was only one possibility. Xiaobao was born with an immortal physique, just like the emperor. Moreover, he had already broken through the shackles of cultivators, forging a false immortal body. But this was a 5-year-old baby. On the cultivation continent, many cultivators still couldn't get rid of their mortal bodies and forge an immortal body even after they were 200 to 300 years old. But this kid was already an immortal at the age of 5? This caused Star Wolf's mind to be in a mess. And that ordinary-looking sword made Star Wolf even more incredulous. An ordinary magic treasure from the cultivation continent actually made him feel a terrible threat. How could this be? Even if it was the best divine weapon in the cultivation continent, it was just a piece of scrap metal in the eyes of the Star Wolf. Before this sword came close, Star Wolf didn't care about it at all. It was only when he got close to the sword that he sensed the murderous aura emanating from the sword that he was shocked. The baleful aura of the exorcism sword was not the baleful aura of an ordinary fiendish cultivator or fiend. Instead, it was a kind of scorching baleful yang-qi. When Xiaobao infused his immortal energy into the sword, he activated the evil warding sword's murderous aura. It made people feel as if even the spiritual power and air around them were burning and boiling. Star Wolf hurriedly tried to dodge. However, being caught off guard, he had no way of dodging and could only awkwardly roll away. In the end, before he could crawl up, Little Bao's attacks had already descended once more like raindrops. A third-stage false immortal would naturally not be able to cause any harm to the Star Wolf. But the problem was that Star Wolf didn't dare to resist, therefore, he could only be chased around the square by Little Treasure. The scene was especially lively. When Luo Yu came over from the training ground, she saw the chaotic scene, and then looked at Mu Yan, who was leisurely lying on the side, drinking tea and watching the show. She was confused. Sixth senior sister, who was Xiaobao fighting with? Did someone bully our Xiaobao? If there's really someone bullying their cute little nephew, then they absolutely have to be taught a good lesson. Mayan hands Luo Yu a spirit fruit, and unhurriedly says, "Rest assured, who can bully Xiaobao?" Luo Yu thinks so too. Their nephew is so strong, so awesome, who can bully him? Can't they see that the person in the square is looking for his teeth all over the floor from being whipped by their precious nephew? Thinking like this, Luo Yu also calms down. She happily munches on the spirit fruit that Mayan gave her, happily enjoying the sight of their nephew whipping people all over the square. Xiaobao chases after Xing Lang for an hour, only then does he feel the resentment in his heart. He holds the Bixia sword that's almost as big as his small body, and coldly looks at Xing Lang. "Did father tell you to stay in Yaoguang branch to protect Nyangqing?" Xing Lang naturally wouldn't be injured by Xiaobao. With his cultivation, Xiaobao's meager strength wouldn't even enter his eyes. But at this very moment, facing Xiaobao's questioning, his forehead is faintly oozing with sweat. It's like he's not facing a 5-year-old child, but the real future little master of the polar domain. It's only now that Xing Lang realizes Hanya's words. "I hope you still have the ability to call the little master a bastard when you see him." With great difficulty, Xing Lang presses down the churning thoughts in his heart, and lowers his eyes. "Yes." Xiaobao sneers, "So, this is how you protect Nyangqing? Who gave you the courage to actually dare insult my Nyangqing?" Xing Lang opens his mouth. I didn't." Of course, he doesn't want to insult Jun Mayan. In fact, after being fooled by Jun Mayan so many times, and almost being expelled from the polar domain by Jun Shang, he doesn't dare. He just wants to warn Jun Mayan, to let this woman remember Jun Shang's kindness. This, as he warns, his tone becomes a bit heavy. Xiaobao slightly narrows his eyes. "You mean, I'm slandering you?" "No, this subordinate wouldn't dare." Xing Lang raises his head to meet Xiaobao's cold, ice-blue eyes. He shivers all over, almost kneeling down and calling Jun Shang out of conditioned reflex. "Xiaobao, then do you admit that you were wrong?" Star Wolf had the heart to refute, but the moment he saw little Bao, he unconsciously cowered in his heart. This subordinate knows his mistake. Xiaobao immediately turns to look at Mayan. "Nyangqing, how do you think we should punish him?" Mu Yan beamed and said, "Then punish him to wear women's clothing for 3 days. Speaking of which, she couldn't forget Star Wolf's attire in a little cockroach. Xing Lang flies into a rage and curses, "Jun Mayan, don't go too far." Little Treasure pointed his evil warding sword at him, his blue eyes blazing with rage. How dare you yell at my mother? Star Wolf's body instantly stiffened. He looked at Xiaobao with a wooden expression and said through gritted teeth, "Can you change the punishment conditions?" Xiaobao said coldly, "Wear female clothing for 10 days. Star Wolf flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Why should I listen to you?" Xiaobao slowly straightened his back. His crisp and childish voice sounded out word by word, but it carried boundless majesty. "Because I'm Daddy's son." Star Wolf's heart suddenly jumped, something seemed to explode in his mind. Soon after, all the blood in his body boiled. Since a long time ago, he had envied Elder Chang for being able to stay by Di Jun's side and witness Di Jun's growth. If only he had been able to assist Di Jun when he was young, protect him, and witness Di Jun's road to becoming a hegemon. But in the end, this idea was just wishful thinking. However, at this very moment, looking at the exquisite and beautiful Xiaobao before him, Xing Lang feels as if he's really seeing the young Di Jun. Moreover, it's a living Jun Shang who can protect him as he grows up, and witness him complete his ambition. Xing Lang swallows, and finally bends his knees. He slowly kneels down on one knee, bowing and saying, "This subordinate obeys." In order to be able to accompany the future Di Jun of the polar domain, what's the point of wearing women's clothing for 10 days? Mayan immediately says excitedly, "Xiao Qi, quickly go to fifth brother's room and pick a few more women's clothes for Xing Lang. Pick the most gorgeous and sexiest ones." Luo Yu jumped up from her chair, completely enjoying the show. He, sixth senior sister, don't worry. I will definitely choose something that will satisfy you." Xing Lang, Jun Mayan, you, before he could finish, Xiaobao glares at him. Xing Lang immediately becomes listless, forcibly swallowing back the words at the tip of his tongue. Forget it. It's more important to let the little master calm down." Seeing Xing Lang's deflated appearance, Mayan smiles with uncontrollable joy. She pulls her baby son over and kisses him heavily. Sure enough, after Xiaobao came back, her luck is really getting better and better. The Star Wolf, who was hard to deal with and stubborn in the past, was easily dealt with. Now, she can even see this guy wearing women's clothing. Life is really full of joy, The Tian family is now second only to the Nalan, Murong, and Lu families in Azure Blue World. But in fact, more than 10 years ago, the Tian family was still far from being on par with the 5 great families. Not to mention, it's above the Feng and Duan families. The reason is this year's Tian family's master, Tian Haiba. Tian Haiba was originally just an illegitimate son of the Tian family's master, and simply couldn't be seen in public. But he is extremely shrewd and scheming. On the outside, he looks honest and sincere, making people unguarded, but in the dark, he's incomparably sinister and ruthless. In the end, because he climbed into the limelight of a noble in Ziyun realm, he killed all of his brothers and sisters, and sat on the position of Tian family's master. After becoming the Tian family's master, Tian Haiba was strict and brutal, not allowing the slightest bit of disloyalty under his hands. Externally, they recruited talents everywhere and annexed the businesses of other small clans. So long as those cultivators that were recruited were slightly unwilling, they would be cruelly suppressed, and in the end, they would either submit obediently or have their cultivations destroyed and driven into a corner, and their fates were extremely miserable. As for those small clans that were annexed, their families were torn apart, and their people died. In just a dozen or so years, the Tian family had relied on sucking the blood of others to quickly gain a foothold among the great families of Azure Blue World. However, he was far from satisfied with such an achievement. Tian Haiba had been looking for all sorts of opportunities, wanting to swallow up the other great clans as well, finally becoming the overlord of the Azure Blue domain. He even wanted to enter the Purple Cloud domain and gain a foothold there. And now, what he urgently needed was something that he could present to the benefactor of the Ziyun realm. He wanted him to lend him a helping hand. Patriarch. A subordinate hurriedly walked in and bowed. There's news from the Azure Cloud world? Tian Haiba hugged the bewitching beauty in his arms. His big hands moved up and down her breasts, kneading them wantonly as he said casually, "How is it? Those sects that don't know what's good for them have finally tasted bitterness and are willing to submit?" Cold sweat broke out on the subordinate's forehead. After a long while, he stammered, "Patriarch, the matter of unifying the Azure Cloud world, I'm afraid it'll be a little troublesome." "What did you say?" Tian Haiba tightened his grip on the beauty in his arms. The coquettish beauty screamed as her face contorted from the pain. However, Tian Haiba grabbed her by the neck and threw her to the side. He said sternly, "Speak clearly. What happened? Are the people of the Azure Cloud world really that tough? They refuse to submit despite being suppressed like this?" Saying that, he raised his foot and kicked his subordinate. "You bunch of trash, how do you do things?" The subordinate rolled on the ground from the kick. His face was covered in blood, but he did not dare to wipe it. He prostrated on the ground and said while trembling, "Family head, spare me. Family head, spare me. Tell me, what's going on? Family head, we were about to succeed." The subordinate hurriedly said in fear and trepidation, "Other than the largestly fire sect and mountain-breaking sect, the other small sects, such as Misty Cloud sect, Whole Unity sect, could no longer withstand our Tian family's suppression. They had decided to submit and become our Tian family's subsidiary. But who knew that a faction would suddenly appear in the Azure Cloud world? They went around lobbying, and finally, they managed to persuade those small sects and family clans to give up their allegiance to our Tian family, and instead, form an alliance with that faction." The veins on Tian Haiba's forehead throbbed. Finally, he could not bear it any longer. He stepped forward and ruthlessly stepped on the subordinate's back. With a cracking sound, the subordinate let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately fainted. But very quickly, he was awoken by a basin of ice water. What entered his ears was Tian Haiba's furious roar, "You bunch of trash, how do you do things? A mere faction of the Azure Cloud world, yet you can't do anything to them. A mere ant dares to block my Tian family's path. We just need to crush them to death, but what did you do? The plan I plotted for a year was destroyed just like that? I think all of you are sick of living. Family head, spare me." The subordinate cried bitterly and loudly begged for mercy. "It's really not that we don't want to crush that group of people, but that newly emerged force is extremely scattered. They come and go like ghosts, and their identities and backgrounds are all a mystery. No one knows where they came from and we can't find their weaknesses. Furthermore, the most important thing is that they have the support of an incredible big shot behind them. For a mere green cloud world, we really don't dare to offend that big shot. That's why we can only retreat temporarily and come back to report to the family head. Then, we'll find another way." Tian Haiba said in a towering rage, "A mere Azure Cloud world, merely a bunch of trash. What kind of major character can they have connections with, to actually dare oppose my Tian family? What kind of force is it?" This subordinate only heard that force called themselves the Dark Flame Army. There were at least 1,000 of them. But the strange thing was that these people seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No one knew where they came from. Some people have also speculated that they might be ascended cultivators from the Yenwu continent. But that's not right. The number of people who have ascended in the Yenwu continent over the past hundreds and thousands of years, I'm afraid it still doesn't have this number." Tian Haiba frowned. "Dark Flame Army? Never heard of it? So what if they have a lot of people? It's just a motley crew. Don't tell me that an entire Tian army can't destroy them?" The subordinate shivered. "No, it's not that we can't destroy them, but we don't dare to. Although their origins are unknown, one of them seems to have a great relationship with a great figure of our Azure Blue domain. This is also the reason why the Misty Cloud sect and the others ultimately betrayed us and refused to accept the recruitment of our Tian family." Tian Haiba gritted his teeth. "Which great figure is it? Could it be the Nalan family?" "No." The subordinate said softly, It's the richest man in Azure Blue domain, Zhu Fugue." Tian Haiba was startled, then flew into a rage. "Zhu Fugue, that old dog, dares to obstruct my Tian family." But no matter how furious he was, Tian Haiba could not let his subordinate go to Azure Cloud domain to do anything. Because Zhu Fugue's cultivation was not high, and his family power was not strong. But he had a very frightening background. That background was so strong that even though the Zhu family clearly did not have a single expert, and had mountains of crystals in the family, and controlled the major economic lifelines of Azure Blue Domain, no one dared to act against the Zhu family. Now that the Nether Flame army that robbed the Sky Price Dao was related to the Zhu family. No matter how much Tian Haiba hated and was unwilling, he could only give up. Thinking that the thing that he had planned for half a year, that had almost fallen into his hands, was forcibly taken away, Tian Haiba was seething with anger. He fiercely slammed his palm on the table. The mahogany table was smashed into pieces. Get out of here. The subordinate scrambled to escape, but at the door, he bumped into a horse-faced man. Lord Luo Tian. The subordinate cried out in surprise when he saw him, then said in fear and trepidation, Lord Luo Tian, there's an accident in Azure Cloud Domain, the Patriarch is furious inside. Hearing this, Luo Tian did not have much fear, but laughed, don't worry, the news I brought back will definitely improve the Patriarch's mood. Luo Tian quickly entered the room, respectfully bowing to Tian Haiba, greetings to the Patriarch. Seeing him, Tian Haiba's expression did not improve at all, but was so gloomy, Diyu Dao, that trash, as the dean of Sky Academy, can't even handle such a small matter. It was a pity that the noble of the Purple Cloud Realm had entrusted such an important matter to that good-for-nothing Diyu Dao to handle, and had even trusted him. If those matters were given to him, if he could really make friends with the noble of Purple Cloud Domain. What was Zhu Fugui? What was the Dark Flame Army of the Blue Cloud World? Nailan family and Lu family were nothing. As long as he had the help of a benefactor, he, Tian Haiba, would definitely be able to unify the Azure Blue world and become the sole ruler here. Patriarch, please calm down. Luo Tian hurriedly said, but this time, there are still benefits. This subordinate has discovered someone. Alone? Yes. Luo Tian's eyes shone brightly, his long and narrow horse-like face trembling slightly due to extreme excitement. As long as we have this person, this subordinate believes that our Tian family's business will definitely be able to reach new heights. And Patriarch, you will also have the opportunity to get acquainted with that noble person. Tian Haiba finally lost his composure. Who are you talking about? Luo Tian smiled mysteriously, family head, have you heard of the Lord of Azure Sky, Yi Liangchen? Tian Haiba, of course I have. He was the most famous person in Azure Blue Realm right now. Didn't they say that all the great clans in the Azure Blue world searched everywhere but couldn't find a trace of him? Suddenly, he paused. Did you find it? Luo Tian said, yes, family leader. I went to help Diyu Dao this time. Although I failed, I also discovered a big secret. That is the identity of the leader of the Qingyun sect, Yi Liangchen. She is the student from the Alcade branch who shone in the Jasper Forest gathering, Jun Mayan. Tian Haiba did not participate in the Jasper Forest gathering because he was busy with the Qingyun world. However, he heard his subordinates report about the Jasper Forest gathering and the Three Schools tournament. Especially the female cultivator called Jun Mayan. She could be said to be on par with the leader of the Qingyun sect, Yi Liangchen. They were known as the Azure Blue Duo. There were even rumors that Jun Mayan was Yi Liangchen. However, it was just a guess. No one could prove it. Many people found it hard to believe. If Jun Mayan is really Yi Liangchen, then this woman is too monstrous. Tian Haiba suppressed his excitement and stared at his trusted subordinate. Are you sure that Jun Mayan is Yi Liangchen? It's absolutely true. This subordinate heard it from her own mouth. Also, Luo Tian told him about how Jun Mayan drew the soul-locking talisman in the air during the battle with Diyu Dao. In this world, other than Yi Liangchen who won the finals of the Golden Heavenly Light competition, who else has the ability to draw such a powerful talisman? The more Luo Tian spoke, the more excited he became. Patriarch, let's not talk about this woman's devastatingly beautiful appearance and talisman drawing skills. Just the zither in her hands alone is something that even the Flowing Moon Sect's Hall Master wants to snatch. That must be an incredible treasure. It might even be a divine weapon. Family leader, think about it. If we can recruit Jun Mayan to our Tian clan and get her to draw talismans for us, then give her Guqin to the nobles. Do we have to worry that our Tian clan cannot prosper? Tian Haiba got more excited as he listened. He could not control his emotions. Just like what Luo Tian said, if Jun Mayan was really Yi Liangchen, If they could recruit this woman, their Tian clan would be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, June Mayan is a student of the Starry School. To recruit her immediately, I'm afraid, clan leader, you forgot that Du Dao is already dead. There are only a few nascent soul cultivators left in the Starry School. Luo Tian smiled slyly. I've already found out. Xing Danqing has just returned to the Feng Tian Academy, and Ning Yaoguang, who had escaped from the seal, has also left the Starry School. Now, the Starry School is like a group of dragons without a leader. Tian Haiba takes a deep breath. Alright, you take people to recruit Mayan. No. No. For such an important talent, it is better for this family head to go personally. If she listens obediently and joins the Tian clan, then it's fine. But if she's stubborn, haha, then don't blame me for taking the Starry School under the Tian clan. Famed clan lord. Luo Tian sucked up to him loudly. What is the Qingyun realm? How can it be mentioned in the same breath as the Starry School, a 1,000-year-old school? If we can make the Starry School become a subsidiary of the Tian clan, then the Tian clan's unification of the Azure Blue world will be just around the corner. These days, Mayan had been living a very comfortable life. Especially when she saw the cross-dressed Star Wolf shopping with her and attending public classes. Even though he was clearly furious, he did not dare to do anything. She was overjoyed. Not to mention, Star Wolf did not look ugly at all in cross-dressing. On the contrary, he looked very handsome. When the few of them were shopping, they even attracted the teasing and flirting with them. Mayan and the others almost choked with laughter at Star Wolf's embarrassment. Of course, that debauchee died miserably in the end. 10 days later, Star Wolf finally took off his female clothing. Mayan was extremely regretful. She wanted Xiaobao to order Star Wolf to wear it for 2 more days. How could Star Wolf not know of her evil intentions? He turns around and disappears without a trace. Mayan hugs Xiaobao and bursts into laughter. She occasionally eats the spirit fruits that Xiaobao cut for her. Her days are really too good. Just then, a flying boat slowly descends from the sky. The new deacon of the academic council quickly steps forward and salutes Mayan. Miss June, there is an honored guest waiting for you at the school of the Emperor Star. Please go and meet him. Tian Haiba already had a preliminary impression of June Mayan from Luo Tian's description. But when he really saw her, he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. It's not just because June Mayan's appearance is too beautiful. She's 100 times more beautiful than all the mediocre beauties that the Tian family has gathered. It's also because the girl in front of him looks too young. For the cultivators of the Shozhen continent, 25 years old is just the beginning of adulthood. Generally, as long as one's cultivation is a bit higher, people in their 50s or 60s will look like they're in their early 30s. But June Mayan, anyone with a bit of eyesight can see it. Her bones are at most 20 years old. Even in the Tri Academy, which only accepts young cultivators, this age is still very young. And it's this young girl who achieved something that no one in the Tri Academy has achieved for hundreds and thousands of years, reaching the top of the proclamation of Azure Clouds. No, not only did she reach the top of the proclamation of Azure Clouds, she's also the strongest auxiliary cultivator in the history of Azure Blue World. She's the Talisman Master who won the finals of the Golden Heavenly Light competition. Because the cultivation of talismans is very difficult and the results are very little, it can be said that in the entire Shozhen continent, there aren't many good talisman masters. June Mayan can even be said to be the #1 talisman master in the Shozhen continent. Tian Haiba's eyes shine as he looks at the beautiful girl in front of him, his heart in turmoil. If she's such a peerless beauty, even if he makes her the mistress of the Tian family, he won't lose face when he brings her out later. Thinking of this, Tian Haiba revealed a confident smile on his face. However, without waiting for him to speak, a middle-aged man sitting next to Tian Haiba immediately stands up. With a face full of solicitude, he says, "Student Mayan, this is the Tian family's master, Senior Tian Haiba. He specially came over to find you today. Quickly come over and pay respects to Patriarch Tian." Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. She recognized the middle-aged man who was speaking. In the Starry School, other than Du Dao, there were 3 other deputy deans. Suiluan was one of them. There was also an old man with the highest cultivation level. He had entered seclusion a few years ago in an attempt to break through to the late nascent soul stage, but he had yet to emerge. The only one left was the middle-aged man in front of him. His name was Jiang Taihong, and he was one of the few remaining nascent soul cultivators in the Starry School. Now that Diyu Dao had fallen from grace, Jiang Taihong, as the vice dean, should have been the one to take the dean's seat. However, he was too close to Diyu Dao. Although he wasn't in cahoots with Diyu Dao, he had done a lot of bootlicking on a daily basis. As a result, in the election of the temporary dean this time, the deans and teachers of the various schools would rather Meng Baichuan than Jiang Taihong. Of course, Jiang Taihong was not convinced. However, Meng Baichuan was the dean of Tianshu Institute and led a group of unruly genius students. There was no need to doubt his own ability. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, Meng Baichuan was not inferior to Jiang Taihong at all. The students of Tianshu Institute even used their family's influence to support their teacher Meng's ascension to the position of Starry School's chief dean. It was said that when Meng Baichuan was confirmed as the acting dean, Jiang Taihong flew into a rage and smashed almost everything in Meng Baichuan's bedroom. Recently, whenever Jiang Taihong saw the students of Tianshu Institute and Yaoguang Institute, he would not recognize them at all. Mu Yan did not feel flattered when he was suddenly so polite to her today. Instead, she had goosebumps all over her body. Student Jun Mayan, Master Tian has come here today to bring you and the students of the Alcade branch with great news. Mu Yan had just sat down when Jiang Taihong spoke impatiently. Great news? Mu Yan asked. Yes. Jiang Taihong's face was glowing. Chief Tian wants to recruit everyone in the Xiaoyao team to join the Tian clan. Also, you don't have to wait for your graduation. You can go to the Tian clan now and become our trusted aides. Mu Yan raised her eyebrows and said slowly, we are doing well in Starry School. Why do we have to go to the Tian clan? Or does Vice College Chief Jiang want to kick us out like College Chief Shai did? Jiang Taihong's face froze and he said angrily, how can you say that? I am fighting for a better future for the students of Yaoguang Institute. How can that be the same as what Diyu Dao is doing? Mu Yan sneered. You still have to ask if we are willing. Jiang Taihong was furious. A mere student who had not even grown her hair was already climbing over his head? Indeed, those who hung out with Meng Baichuan and Ning Yaoguang were not good people. He was about to slam the table in anger but was stopped by Tian Haiba. Tian Haiba's face was full of arrogance. He said slowly, Miss June, why don't you listen to the generous treatment that the Tian clan can give you after you go to the Tian clan? First of all, each of you will be paid 10,000 high-grade crystals per year. As long as you report to me, you can choose whatever you want from the Tian family's treasury. Secondly, my Tian family has thousands of private soldiers. Every one of them was an expert above the level of fasting. All the Golden Core experts who seek refuge with my Tian family will be given at least 50 Tian family private soldiers as subordinates. Miss June, although you are not at the Gold Core stage, I am very optimistic about your talent and future, so I made an exception to let you each lead a team of 50 private soldiers. Lastly, our Tian clan will take over your talisman shop in Tianguang Ruins. Under the management of our Tian family, I'm sure that store will prosper day by day. Originally, the businesses that belonged to my Tian family would not receive any profits. However, on account of Miss Jun's face, this patriarch will make an exception once again and allow you to take 10% of the profits from that shop every year. Before Tian Haiba could finish his confident words, Mu Yan finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This? Patriarch Tian. Let me say, have you ever asked around how much profit the old man is making? Tian Haiba was a man of his word, and no one could defy him. At this time, he was suddenly interrupted by Mu Yan in such a mocking and disdainful tone. He immediately frowned. But in the end, he still maintained his demeanor and sneered, it's just a small talisman shop, how much income can it have? 10,000 crystals a year? Heh, it's indeed not bad, but if my Tian family takes it over, we can definitely double the income. Tian Haiba also went to take a look at the shop. The location of the shop was remote, and the shop was very small. When he went there weren't many customers inside. Although he was the #1 talisman master in the Shozhen continent, talismans were still talismans. How could they be compared with elixirs and magic treasures? So Tian Haiba felt that the shop's annual income of tens of thousands of crystals was already the limit. But he also thought that if the Tian family took over the shop, he would go outside to buy more defective products and sell the talismans that were pretending to be Yi Liangchen's. At that time, his annual net income would definitely increase by a lot. Who knew that when he said this, Mu Yan directly rolled her eyes. Even the few students standing behind Jiang Taihong showed an expression of holding back their laughter. The respect and fear in their eyes when they looked at Tian Haiba had now been mixed with a trace of disdain. Jiang Taihong said angrily, "What kind of attitude is this? Master Tian asked you a question? Didn't you hear? Isn't the annual income of 10,000 high-grade crystals for a mere talisman shop?" Ahem. Vice Principal Jiang, actually, you can go to Tianguang Ruins and inquire about it. The income of the old man is number one in the world store is more than 10,000 crystals a month. The student standing at the back kindly reminded him, Tianguang Ruins has a hidden list of shop's popularity and profits. You can check it by spending crystals. On that list, the old man is number one in the world. Shop has never fallen from the top 10. The student said and glanced at Mu Yan. There was one more sentence that he didn't say. This kind of sales result was produced under the situation that the supply of the shop was far from meeting the demand. The shop's daily supply of talismans was limited, especially those mutated talismans. There were only a few of them every day. The most sought-after barrier-breaking talisman had been booked for a year. One could well imagine how terrifying the sales volume would be if the sale of talismans was completely open to the public. Mu Yan listened to the student's narration and couldn't help but ridicule Qi Huang in the space. Qi Xiao Huang, did you hear that? How much money did my world's number one shop earn? Other than the salary that was given to North Sunflower, Xian Yuan, and the rest, as well as the portion that was left for Master, almost all of it has been squandered by you. You wastrel, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given you the flowing light seal. Mu Yan originally wanted to share the income of the shop with everyone in the Xiaoyao school. Unfortunately, Yun Ruhan and the others felt that they hadn't put in any effort, and refused to accept it no matter what. Therefore, Mayan could only give her master Shiqing a bigger portion. As for Luo Yunxiao, when Mayan proposed to give him a cut of the shop, Luo Yunxiao waved her hand and a small hill of obsidian crystals appeared. Obsidian crystal. That was a piece of obsidian crystal that was worth tens of thousands of high-grade crystal stones. How could other people be willing to spend it? They would treat it as a rare refining material, and mix it into their magic weapons. But her family's little martial uncle is good, he directly treats it like a pile of gravel, and takes it as a small hill. Mu Yan immediately retreats in shame, and from then on, she never dared to mention the matter of giving him crystal stones in front of little martial uncle. It's better if she goes to hug little martial uncle's thigh and let him give her some crystal stones through his fingers. Of course, thinking about it is just thinking about it, Mu Yan absolutely doesn't dare. Otherwise, if Di Mingju, that stingy big vinegar jar, knew that she asked little martial uncle for crystal stones but not him, Di Mingju would definitely steam, fry, boil, and fry her, all 18 kinds of torture. As for Qi Huang, he was completely driven mad after his Shu took out a pile of obsidian crystal. He could allow himself to be compared by any stupid person, but he would never allow that person to be little martial uncle. Mu Yan really suspects more than once, is Qi Huang really not in a love-hate relationship with little martial uncle? This kind of thing, it's almost like I only have eyes for you, love you, hate you, bite you to death. Since that day, she doesn't know what Qi Huang and Little Phoenix are up to in Tianguang Ruins, but they're acting mysterious every day, and spending more and more crystal stones. Qi Huang sneers, isn't this because you're too useless? I asked you to draw 2 more talismans every day, to learn how to draw high-level talismans, but you refused. Otherwise, how could you only have this little income? Those tens of thousands of crystal stones, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between Ben Zun's teeth. Jun Mu Yan, I'm warning you, you'd better hurry up and earn more crystal stones for Ben Zun, otherwise I'll secretly leave a note to Di Mingju, saying that you're raising a lot of pretty boys outside, and the biggest one is that bastard Luo Yunxiao. Humph, at that time, that narrow-minded Di Mingju will definitely strangle Luo Yunxiao to death. Mu Yan. Damn it, she doesn't know if it's too late to strangle this dead tool spirit now. Tian Haiba and Jiang Taihong don't know about the interaction between Mu Yan and Qi Huang, and they also don't know that Mu Yan's shop is raking in gold every day. But now, those crystal stones are completely out of her hands. Often, as soon as they reach the jade key, that little bastard Qi Huang will plunder them clean. After listening to this student, they are completely shocked. An income of more than 10,000 crystals a month, the top 10 shops in Tianguang ruins? What did that mean? The top 10 shops in Tianguang ruins were either those that had been in business for 1,000 years, such as the Immortal Assembling restaurant that held the Spirit Chef tournament, or those shops that were opened by the great sects and families of the Purple Cloud domain. When did a small shop that sold talismans have such a heaven-defying profit? Tian Haiba's eyes suddenly lit up. The anger and humiliation from being ridiculed had all turned into greed at this moment. If the Tian family could obtain this kind of shop and this kind of Jun Mayan, then the Tian family would certainly be like a tiger that had grown wings. Perhaps in less than a year, they would be able to leap to become the #1 family in Azure Blue World. Tian Haiba's sinister eyes immediately narrowed into a smile. I didn't investigate carefully and underestimated Miss June. However, what I said just now was not all of the sincerity of my Tian family. He slowly straightens up and leans towards Mu Yan, revealing an expression of adoration and deep affection. In fact, the reason I came to look for Miss June alone this time is to ask to marry Miss June as my official wife. What does Miss June think about it? As soon as these words came out, the whole room fell into a deathly silence. Mayan, who was quarreling with Qi Huang in her sea of consciousness, was startled back to her senses by these words. She almost wanted to dig her ears to see if she had misheard. And Qi Huang was already stamping with rage in the space. Damn old bastard, keep dreaming. A dead toad still wants to eat swan meat. Watch as this Zune peels off his skin, pulls out his tendons, and breaks him into pieces to feed the dogs. Jiang Taihong looks at Mayan with shock and jealousy, but he still couldn't help but say, Master Tian, have you really thought it through? Although classmate Mayan's talent is outstanding, she doesn't have any family background. In the past, when the heads of the big families got married, it was basically a marriage alliance. The matriarchs of the family also had an extraordinary background. What's more, Jiang Taihong's voice is somewhat difficult to speak. I'm afraid you still don't know, classmate Mayan, she got pregnant before marriage, and now has a 5-year-old child. I'm afraid she's not worthy of you, Master Tian? Hearing Jiang Taihong's words, Tian Haiba's face really darkens a bit. He's played with countless women, whether it's by force or coercion, which one of them wasn't clean and pure. This Mayan looks like a young onion, but he didn't expect her to be so flowery and shameless. She hasn't even gotten married, but she's already no longer a virgin, and has a child. According to his traditional and strong thinking, such a dirty woman, even if she's a peerless beauty, he can only play with her at most. Letting her sit in the position of Tian family's matriarch is simply a great humiliation to him, Tian Haiba. But when he thinks of the huge benefits that marrying Mayan would bring, Tian Haiba presses down the displeasure welling up in his heart. Isn't it just a woman? When he's tired of playing with her, he'll squeeze out all her value and directly give her away as a plaything. To devour. The position of Tian family's matriarch can be changed at any time. A gentle smile once again hangs on Tian Haiba's face. What I admire is Miss June. I can ignore her past. However, after Miss June marries me, it's best that you don't show your face outside like you do now. Just stay at home and draw talismans, and manage the household chores. As for that son of yours, it's best to sever all ties with him. After all, it won't be a good thing if word of this spreads out. My Tian family has always been strict and strict. I, Tian Haiba, am a reputable person in the entire Azure Blue World. As my wife, I naturally need to have a dignified and virtuous temperament. I believe Miss June understands this, right? Mu Yan originally wanted to speak, but after listening to the end, she leisurely drank her tea, stood up, and walked out. Tian Haiba and Jiang Taihong were dumbfounded by her actions. It wasn't until she reached the door that Jiang Taihong angrily said, Jun Mayan, what are you doing? Master Tian is talking to you. It's fine if you don't answer, but how can you just casually leave? Don't you have any manners? Mu Yan unhurriedly comes back to her senses. Leaning against the doorframe, she sneers, "My manners and upbringing are prepared for those who are similarly educated. As for those shameless toads who don't have the least bit of self-awareness and still like to boast, I'm sorry. Forgive me for not having much upbringing, but I won't casually waste it." Tian Haiba's complexion suddenly changes. Gritting his teeth, he says, "Jun Mayan, what do you mean by that? I don't understand what you're saying." "My junior sister is saying that you're a toad that wants to eat swan meat." Ling Yuma's voice suddenly came from outside. The people from the Xiaoyao school quickly walked to Mayan's side. Ling Yuma looked Tian Haiba up and down, the disdain in her eyes almost overflowing. "TSK, a toad? I think he's a toad." Luo Yu laughed, "I think there's something wrong with this person's brain. Otherwise, why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself? Where did he get the face to say that he wants to marry sixth senior sister?" If Tutor Mo heard this, Luo Yu could guarantee that this person would have been torn apart by 5 horses. Tian Haiba had never been humiliated like this before. He was stunned by the scolding. Jiang Taihong slammed his palm on the table and cursed, "Impudent! What kind of attitude is this? Tian Haiba, the clan leader, is an important guest of the Starry School. Who allowed you to speak to him like this? Why don't you kneel and apologize?" "Apologize? Sorry, Jiang. Vice College Chief, where did we go wrong?" Ling Yuma said unhurriedly, "An old man in his 70s or 80s wants to marry our junior sister. Are we wrong to call him a toad?" "Oh, that's right. I did insult the toad by saying that. I'm willing to apologize to the toad." Ling Yuma patted her mouth, "I should say that he's worse than a maggot in a manure tank. After all, maggots know how smelly they are. They won't just crawl out to disgust people." Mayan almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Her 4th senior sister's battle power was getting stronger and stronger, both verbally and in actual combat. In the past, when she met such a shameless person, she had to argue with him. Now that she had 4th senior sister and Xiaoqi, she had no room to speak. Before she could say anything, the other party was already fuming with anger. Just look at Tian Haiba. The man who was smiling arrogantly and hypocritically a while ago, now had a completely twisted face. A strong murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Alcade branch, good. Good. As soon as the last word good came out, Mayan's eyes suddenly narrowed. The next moment, the Tian Mo Qin appeared in her hands. The sound of the Gu Qin rang out. In the blink of an eye, a sound wall appeared in front of him. At the same time, the sound of the zither turned into blades, and hundreds of sword chi shot out. Bang! 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 Countless sparks exploded in the small room. The surrounding desks and furnishings were affected and shattered. Dust filled the air. The students behind Jiang Taihong were so frightened that they retreated to a corner. The dust slowly dissipated, revealing Tian Haiba's incredulous and shocked face. He was a nascent soul cultivator. Although he was only at the 1st level, in the Azure Blue Realm, other than the Nalan clan's patriarch, Nalan Qing, who was at the 3rd level, the other nascent soul cultivators were at most at the 2nd level. It could be said that Tian Haiba could do whatever he wanted in the entire Azure Blue Realm. However, just then, he used 50% of his power in order to teach these audacious people from the Alcade branch a lesson. But his attack was easily resolved by Jun Mayan's zither notes. How was this possible? Could it be that Jun Mayan's strength was already comparable to the peak of core formation, a little girl at the stage of fasting, but she had strength comparable to the peak of core formation? How many people would go crazy if such news were to spread? How did she do it? Was it because of the barrier-breaking talisman? Yes, it must be because of the barrier-breaking talisman. If the barrier-breaking talisman did not have such a terrifying effect, how could a mere talisman shop have such a huge income? Devouring stared at Mu Yan. In his heart, he was even more determined to get this woman. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "Jun Mu Yan, do you really want to do this the hard way?" Mu Yan put away the Tian Mo Qin slowly and chuckled. "Then why don't you take out the punishment wine first and let me see if it's enough for me to eat?" "Don't be too arrogant," Tian Haiba said, gritting his teeth. "Do you know how many clans have resisted the Tian clan all these years and how they ended up? There are many golden essence cultivators in those clans and some even have backers. But in the end, without exception, they all became stepping stones for the Tian clan. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you are talented and strong? Don't forget that there are only 7 people in the Alcade branch. If the Tian clan wants to kill you, it will be easier than killing a few ants. It's good for young people to be arrogant, but excessive arrogance is overestimating one's capabilities. He glanced at the people of the Xiaoyao school with disdain. I advise you to quit while you're ahead. If you pledge allegiance to the Tian clan now, I promise to give you all the benefits. But if you really anger me, then those clans that were destroyed will be your example. Seeing that Tian Haiba's tone had softened, Jiang Taihong immediately stood up to smooth things over. Tian clan leader is really magnanimous. These kids don't know what's good for them, but you are still willing to give them a chance. Saying this, he glared at Mu Yan and the others. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to the Tian clan leader. Clearly, no, I think you should leave with the Tian clan leader today. I will take care of the procedures for you. Mu Yan sneered. Vice college leader Jiang, since you want to go to the Tian clan so much, why don't you go yourself? The Alcade branch will not fight with you. Hee, that's right. Luo Yu said with a smile. I saw how attentive Vice College Chief Jiang was to the Tian clan leader. I thought that you were not the college chief of our starry school, but a lackey of the Tian clan. TSK, no wonder Vice Dean Jiang was so magnanimous and gave the position of dean to Instructor Meng. Jiang Taihong was so angry that he almost fainted when he heard this. What did he mean by giving it to Instructor Meng? It was clearly that bastard Meng Baichuan who forcefully snatched the position of dean from his hands. If it wasn't for the sake of snatching back the position of dean from Meng Baichuan, would he have needed to curry favor with Tian Haiba? At this moment, Tian Haiba's stamina was completely exhausted. But this time, he didn't make a move. Instead, he stared coldly at the high-spirited youths in front of him, thinking about how these youths would soon turn into dried leaves in his hands, and be ravaged by him. Tian Haiba's face revealed a sinister smile. Seems like you guys have made up your mind to go against my Tian clan. Good, then don't blame me, Tian Haiba, for being rude. During this period of time, Meng Baichuan, who had just become the college chief, was extremely busy every day. It was really because Di Yudao had left behind too many messes. Furthermore, the Starry School was in dire need of instructors and college chiefs. It made him want to split himself into 2. However, right at this moment, the deans and a few instructors of the various branches rushed in hurriedly. College Chief Meng, something happened. Meng Baichuan's eyebrows twitched. He was already so busy that he couldn't leave, and something still happened? What happened this time? Hearing Meng Baichuan's question, the tutors who had come with him started talking before the college chiefs could say anything. The college ran out of spirit herbs to refine pills. I went to the nearest Tianluo city and Songyin city to buy them, but all the shops seemed to have an agreement. None of them sold us the spirit herbs. It's the same here. The public classes these days are about teaching students how to forge weapons, but I don't even have the most basic materials. Also, the shop owner refused to sell us the batch of alchemy furnaces that we ordered. Students need large amounts of basic spirit replenishing pills and chi replenishing pills every day. Although they are the lowest level pills, they are indispensable, and the daily demand is huge. We used to order these pills in bulk from a 1,000-year-old shop in Tianluo City. But now, the shop is not willing to sell to us. If I don't have these pills, how can I cultivate? Hearing their chatter, Meng Baichuan's head hurt at first. But as he listened, he was shocked and angry. Why are these shops not willing to sell to us? We don't know either. We asked the shopkeepers and shop owners, but they all stuttered and looked terrified. If we asked more, they would turn around and leave. We can't rob them, right? It's not just buying things. The natural treasures obtained by our Starry School students were originally sold to a big shop in Tianluo City, but now, even the shop is not willing to accept them. We can't put all the entry and exit points in Tianguang ruins, right? How can we do that? Not to mention that our level is not high enough, the storage space of the Jade Key is not that big. Just the processing fees from Tianguang ruins will cost us a lot of money. What's going on? Starry School has been established for thousands of years and has always been on good terms with the shops in the surrounding towns. This has never happened before. Meng Baichuan was also puzzled. But as the dean, he couldn't allow himself to be careless, so he immediately said, "Don't panic, wait for me to go to Heaven Luo City to find out more information. You don't have to go ask around." Jiang Taihong's voice suddenly came from the door. "Let me tell you why." Everyone in the hall turned to look at the door. Meng Baichuan frowned and said, "Vice President Jiang, do you know something?" Jiang Taihong gnashed his teeth in anger when he heard the words Vice Dean. However, when he thought about how Meng Baichuan would definitely lose his position as dean after this matter, he revealed a carefree smile. "It's all your junior martial sister Ning Yaoguang's good student who offended the Tian family. Now, the leader of the Tian clan is enraged and has committed suicide against the Starry School. You should all be very clear on how large the Tian family's influence is in the Azure Blue world, and how famous and ambitious Tian Haiba is. Even the patriarchs of the 5 great clans would be very polite to him. However, Ning Yaoguang's students actually dared to openly insult the Tian family's patriarch. Wasn't this infuriating him? He devoured the Starry School." Meng Baichuan was stunned. "You mean the students of the Arcade branch?" The other vice deans and instructors looked at each other with puzzled expressions. What's going on? The Starry School's students and the Tian clan should have nothing to do with each other. Why would Jun Mayan and the others offend the Tian clan? Jiang Taihong looked at the ugly expression on Meng Baichuan's face, his eyes filled with glee. He exaggerated the story of how Tian Haiba tried to recruit students from the Yaoguang branch, but was humiliated and left by them. In the end, he said righteously, "In my opinion, there is only one way to protect the Starry School. It was to expel Jun Mayan and the rest from the Starry School. As long as these people have nothing to do with the Starry School, clan leader Tian's anger will not affect us." When Jiang Taihong said this, he thought that everyone would agree with him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that the room was completely silent. Many of the branch deans and instructors looked at him with complicated expressions. Meng Baichuan couldn't help but scoff. Vice Principal Jiang sure is a good teacher. Without Yaoguang's consent, she didn't even inform me, the principal. Swallowing the Tian family and taking away our academy students? What do you take as Starry School students for? Jiang Taihong was furious. "I'm doing this for their own good." Bah! The principal of the Migres branch had a fiery temper. He scolded Jiang Taihong mercilessly. "Jiang Taihong, why don't you take a look at whether they want you to help them or not? Furthermore, have you forgotten that the Arcade branch is going to represent the Starry School to participate in the Deer Cry banquet? You gave him to the Tian clan just like that, and you even said that it was for their own good, for the sake of the Starry School. How shameless can you be?" Jiang Taihong's face turned green and white, wanting to refute. However, most of the branch deans and instructors pointed at his nose and scolded him for inviting a wolf into the house. This made Jiang Taihong so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Of course, there were also some teachers and branch deans who were afraid of death who agreed with Jiang Taihong. No matter what, the people from the Arcade branch had already offended the Tian family. As for the Tian clan, the Starry School could not afford to offend such a powerful force. The best way was to push Jun Mayan and the others out and draw a clear line between them. Only then could the Starry School be saved. I will never agree. You don't have to say anything else. As the college chief of the Starry School, I have the responsibility to protect all the students. As long as Jun Mayan and the rest are still in Starry School, I will definitely protect them. Jiang Taihong looked at Meng Baichuan and the people surrounding him. A venomous glint flashed in his eyes. Speaking so gloriously, I want to see how many days you can persevere under the suppression of the Tian clan, Mayan is flipping through her perfect golden core in the space. This book was taken out from the book tower by Qi Huang when he turned into a little doll carved from jade. Mu Yan cultivated according to the cultivation method recorded in the ancient book, and sure enough, her progress was very fast. Now, she could clearly feel that the peak of her but had truly reached perfection. He was only one step away from the perfect core formation. Her present strength had surpassed all Jindan Xiaoxia long ago. Even if it was a first-stage nascent soul cultivator, she would be able to barely put up a fight if she went all out. However, even though it's only one step, even though there's only a thin layer of muslin separating her from core formation, Mayan still hasn't touched that crucial point. Qi Huang, what's the problem? She couldn't help but look up and ask, why is it that after so long, my fellow disciples and I still can't reach core formation? In fact, the bottleneck of core formation was not only stuck for Mu Yan, but also for the rest of the Xiaoyao sect. Especially Yun Ruhan and Qingjiu, the two of them had been stuck at peak Anidia for longer than her. Their strength had long surpassed that of ordinary Jingdan cultivators. But they still couldn't touch the threshold of core formation. Qi Huang was showing off his new clothes to Little Phoenix and Bai Xia. This guy was stealing a lot of Mu Yan's crystals every day. He could buy clothes in Tianguang ruins if he wanted to. But he had to pester Mu Yan to give them to him. After that, he went to Xiaobao, the fat rabbit, Little Phoenix, and Bai Xia to show off. In the end, after she was done showing off, Little Phoenix, Fat Rabbit and Bai Xia could not take it anymore. Even Xiaobao was hugging her leg pitifully. Although he did not say anything, but his expression of mother buys gifts for others but not for Xiaobao, does mother not love Xiaobao anymore, was very clear. Mu Yan had a big headache. She could only take turns to buy all kinds of strange things for this group of little ancestors in Tianguang ruins. She clearly had a shop that sold crystals, but she was so poor that she was even more pitiful than a cabbage. Qi Huang sneered, what's so strange about that? Since it's a perfect advancement, of course it will be thousands of times more difficult than an ordinary advancement. If you want to reach core formation without an epiphany, don't even dream about it. As for your fellow disciples, although they didn't have a perfect advancement, but after being trained by Di Mingju and the pretty boy for a period of time, their bodies and spiritual power circulation are completely different. Plus, each of them have already activated their domains, or are about to do so. Naturally, it won't be easy for them to reach core formation. Everything in the world is balanced. A perfect advancement can bestow you with great strength, but it will naturally bring several times more difficulties than an ordinary advancement. Do you think everyone is like your son? A child of heaven's will, who can casually cast an immortal body without any bottlenecks before ascending. Xiaobao blinked, looking at Qi Huang, then at the somewhat depressed Mu Yan. Suddenly, he throws himself into Mu Yan's arms and gently rubs against her. Then, he blushes and kisses Mu Yan's face. Mother, little treasure will give all the good luck to you. Help mother advance. Mayan's heart immediately softens into a puddle of water. Mo Tianga completely threw the depression of not being able to form her gold core to the back of her mind. She hugged Xiaobao and kissed him several times. Compared to that brat who only knew how to squander, he was 10,000 times cuter. Qi Huang is flustered and exasperated as he curses, Jun Mayan, don't think that I don't know that you're silently criticizing me. Which part of me can't be compared to that little bastard of yours? Before he could finish his words, the fat rabbit had already taken a bite at Qi Huang with a howl. Even the little phoenix, who was most afraid of Qi Huang, was flying around him and pecking at him. Even the evil warding sword whistled as it rushed forward to take advantage of the situation. Daring to scold their little master, they must be tired of living, you're the little bastard. Your whole family is made up of little bastards. Mu Yan looks at Qi Huang, who's being chased all over the space by a few little guys. She immediately convulses with laughter. Sure enough, in this world, the only one who can restrain that brat's spirit is her family's Xiaobao. While the space is in chaos, Mu Yan suddenly hears a knock on the door from the outside. She opened the door and walked out, only to find that it was Fatty Jing. No, she should not call him Fatty Jing anymore. This was because he had lost a lot of weight. His originally fat face that looked like a Maitreya Buddha was now sunken in. This made him look even more handsome and dashing. Especially his bean-like eyes. After his face became thinner, they became long and narrow. Occasionally, a sharpness would flash through his eyes. His entire temperament was completely different from before. Mu Yan sighed softly. Jiang Xinyu's tragic death was a huge blow to Jing Little Fatty. Tribulations could change a person beyond recognition overnight, but they could also make a person grow up overnight. However, seeing Mu Yan, Zhang's eyes still lit up. He bowed and greeted, "Boss." Mu Yan smiles at him and leads him into the room to take a seat. Without waiting for Mu Yan to ask, Jing Xiaopeng said, "Boss, I came to find you today because something happened in the Starry School recently." Recently, when Starry School went out to buy things, they were all rejected by all the shops. No one dared to accept the goods that they took out from the school. Most importantly, apart from the most dangerous Danyang mountain range, the few forests near Starry School are all guarded. Starry School students are not allowed to enter. Students can't train, so they naturally can't become stronger. He paused and said in a low voice, "Someone wants to trap Starry School." Mu Yan frowned. Then, she thought of something and said coldly, "It's the Tian clan." Jing was surprised. "Boss, you know about it?" Mu Yan squinted and did not answer. Jing continued, "Although our Jing clan is not a prestigious clan in the Azure Blue world, we have many people under us. People from our side branches are involved in many places. I only found out about it after hearing it from my cousins." In reality, when he returned to the Jing clan, he realized that there were people who wanted to steal his brother Jing Jiaming's position as the successor. Thus, Jing Little Fatty, who had been reborn, ruthlessly taught his disobedient cousins a lesson. At that time, a cousin had spread the word that the Tian clan was determined to get the 7 people from the Alcade branch. Now, even the entire Starry School had been locked down. If the Starry School did not hand over Jun Mayan and the rest, the entire Starry School would be finished. He told Jing Little Fatty not to be too arrogant, because soon he wouldn't even be able to stay in the academy anymore. Jing Fatty taught them a good lesson, and they all begged for mercy before rushing back to the Starry School. As soon as he returned, Jing Little Fatty realized that something was wrong. Although all the mentors and branch deans tried their best to cover up the peace. But it was true that the various super courtyards were supplying the inner courtyard with fewer and fewer medicinal pills each day, and the outer courtyard students were practically non-existent. Many students from the outer yard even made a ruckus, but they were all suppressed by the tutors. But his resentment was getting deeper and deeper. There was also the items that could be exchanged within the glittering jewel warehouse. In the past, they were all rare and precious treasures. They were things that could not be bought in the shops of other cities. But right now, the treasures within the glittering jewel warehouse were becoming fewer and fewer. There were only a few items that could be exchanged. Moreover, the mission hall of the glittering jewel warehouse had not released any high-level missions for a long time. All of this showed that the Starry School was in a dire situation. Jing Xiaopeng, our Jing family is related to the Tian family by marriage, so I sent someone to the Tian family to inquire about it. Then I heard. He frowned and looked at Mu Yan, deep worry in his eyes. Mu Yan calmed down instead. Heard what? Fatty Jing said, the head of the Tian family has sworn to get the people of the Alcade branch, especially you. Cutting off all cultivation resources for Starry School is only the first step. The second step is to completely surround Starry School and turn it into an isolated city. Unless you are willing to sign a 100 years contract with the Tian clan will make Starry School lose its footing in the Azure Blue world. Mu Yan was not angry. Instead, she laughed. How shameless is Tian Haiba to want the Xiaoyao School to serve him for 100 years. Jing Xiaopeng's mood was not too optimistic, but boss, their intentions are truly sinister. In this period of time, the anger of the Starry School students will definitely accumulate bit by bit. In the end, it will turn into anger and hatred. By then, even if you don't leave, maybe everyone will chase you away. In a desperate situation, human nature could not withstand the test. I heard that the Tian clan once used a similar method to cripple the top cultivators of several sections. In the end, the sect was completely swallowed by the Tian clan. Mu Yan smiled faintly and said slowly, now that you say it, I am really looking forward to it. She did not need to wait for the Tian clan to attack the innocent Starry School students. She could go to the Tian clan and meet the Tian clan leader herself. It's just that, before Mu Yan could finish her words, all of a sudden, the identity jade tokens in their bosoms emitted a beeping sound. Mu Yan took out the Starry School token and saw a line of words. All Starry School students, gather at Tai Square of the School of the Emperor Star immediately. Mu Yan, the rest of the Xiaoyao School, and Jing Xiaopeng boarded the spaceship and quickly arrived at Tai Square. Tai Square had already changed its appearance. The center was raised high, forming a high platform. Jiang Taihong was currently standing in the middle of the stage, looking at the students gathering around him in high spirits. Seeing Mu Yan and the others jump out of the spaceship, Jiang Taihong's eyes burst out with a sharp light. Mu Yan smiled at Jing Xiaopeng and said, "Looks like someone can't hold it in anymore." Meng Baichuan rushed to the plaza and saw Jiang Taihong standing in the middle of the stage. He immediately rushed up in anger. "What are you doing? Who told you to gather all the students?" Only he, the college chief of the Starry School, had the right to gather all the students. However, no one knew where Jiang Taihong had obtained this authority from. Not only could he announce the highest level of the Starry School, but he could also control the Tai Square, a mustard divine device. Meng Baichuan was shocked and furious. It seemed like the connection between Jiang Taihong and Di Yudao was far deeper than he had imagined. Take it deep. How could Jiang Taihong care about Meng Baichuan's expression? He glanced at Meng Baichuan coldly and said in a low voice, "The authority to gather the students and control the Tai Plaza belongs to me. Your position as dean should also belong to me. After today, everything should be returned." "You." Meng Baichuan wanted to attack, but Jiang Taihong waved his hand. The place where Meng Baichuan was standing immediately sank, and the two were quickly separated. Jiang Taihong did not wait for Meng Baichuan and the other tutors to react and immediately said loudly, "Everyone, you should have noticed that the cultivation resources of the Starry School have been decreasing recently. The treasures in the glittering jewel warehouse are almost used up. Those who went out to train are either chased back or covered in injuries. Do you know who the culprit behind all of this is?" As soon as he said this, the students below were instantly stirred up. The anger and grievances that had accumulated over the past few days exploded at once. Who? Who did this to us? I went to buy pills. Once they heard that I was a student of the Starry School, those bastards not only refused to sell the pills to me, they even beat me up. Why did they do this? Hearing the crowd's anger, Jiang Taihong's expression became more and more smug. He sneered and glanced at Mu Yan and the others. Seeing that her expression was normal, he thought to himself, "You can only be smug for a while. Very soon, you will have a taste of being condemned by the public." Jiang Taihong raised his hand and gestured for the students to quiet down. However, the people below were still in a mess. No one paid attention to him at all. Jiang Taihong's expression darkened. He suddenly let out a roar and his might spread out. Only then did the noisy students below slowly quieten down. Jiang Taihong said in a low voice, "Now, let me tell you, who is the culprit behind all this?" As he said this, he slowly raised his hand and pointed at Mu Yan and the others standing in the corner. "It's them. It's the people from the Arcade branch who offended the leader of the Tian clan, causing the Tian clan to be furious and want to punish the Starry School. The humiliation that you have suffered these days and the unfair treatment that the Starry School has experienced are all because of them." The news that Jiang Taihong had dropped had all the students in the Tai Square dizzy. What is going on? How did the people from the Arcade branch offend the leader of the Tian clan? Yes, we and the Tian clan have not interfered with each other. Seeing that the students below were all agitated, Jiang Taihong's face flashed with pride. He coughs lightly and uses his spiritual power to amplify his voice. He vividly recounts how Tian Haiba spent a lot of money to recruit Mayan, and even wanted to marry her as his official wife. How Mayan didn't know what was good for her and sternly refused, and even insulted Tian Haiba as a toad. Think about it, what kind of person is Patriarch Tian? In the entire azure blue world, who wouldn't be respectful when they saw him? Those people from the Arcade branch dared to offend clan leader Tian. The Tian clan will not let it go so easily, so our Starry School was implicated by them. Jiang Taihong had originally thought that after he had finished speaking, the students would definitely be enraged and attack the people of the Arcade branch school. However, to his surprise, all of the students looked at each other. Not only did they not question the people from the Arcade branch, but they also started to shout. "Team Xiaoyao belongs to the Starry School. Why should we give him to the Tian clan? Yes, my cousin in Feng Tian heard that I can be in the same school as Jun Mayan and Team Xiaoyao. She's very envious of me. If everyone from Team Xiaoyao leaves, I'll cry for you." I've seen the leader of the Tian clan before. He has shifty eyes and looks like an old man. He wants to marry our god June, dream on. Haha, if you don't let us buy things in Tianluo City and Songyan City, I'll just go to other towns to buy. If I can't buy it in other towns, I'll go to Tianguang ruins to buy it. Isn't it just a little more processing fee? I don't lack crystals. Yes, if the school can't afford to give out spirit refill pills, then so be it. We are students of Starry School, of course we have to live and die with the school. I'll buy the spirit refill pills myself. Jiang Taihong was dumbfounded after hearing the discussion below. Without Tian Haiba's consent, he made a school-wide announcement and told all the students about it. This was to make everyone hate Jun Mayan and the Yaoguang branch to the bone. Thus, they did not like Meng Baichuan who protected the Yaoguang branch. But who knew that after these students heard that they were implicated by Jun Mayan, not only were they not angry, they even wanted to protect her. How could this be? Meng Baichuan looked at Jiang Taihong coldly, his face full of disdain. He said loudly, as long as the people of the Yaoguang branch are students of Starry School, they will never be abandoned. This is the case for the people of the Yaoguang branch and the other students of Starry School. Regardless of whether you are in the outer or inner clan, as long as you are in Starry School, I, Meng Baichuan, will protect you. An earth-shattering applause burst out from below. Long live College Chief Meng. Dean Meng, we all support you. Their voices rose and fell like the surging waves of the sea. Jiang Taihong did not expect that he would go for wool and come home shorn. He was so angry that he almost fainted on the platform. In Starry School, the news that Jiang Taihong announced the feud between Tian clan and the Yaoguang branch quickly reached Tian Haiba's ears. Tian Haiba was so angry that he almost destroyed everything in the room. The woman who was serving him was even strangled to death by the throat by the furious Tian Haiba. Jiang Taihong is such an idiot. He can't do anything right. In the past, the Tian family had done this many times to crush a sect or family. Usually, they would use Tian clan's power to suppress the clan in all aspects. After 1 or 2 days of suppression, the clan would not fight back, nor would they hand over the people the Tian clan wanted. But in a month or two, a year or two, the sect's vitality would be greatly damaged. Those who were innocently implicated would also feel resentment, which would then turn into hatred. The only good thing was that he couldn't hold on any longer and had to hand over the person the Tian family wanted. If it was a little worse, the entire sect might even fall apart and eventually become a possession of the Tian family. However, Jiang Taihong was too eager for quick success and instant benefits. He wanted the position of the headmaster too much, so much so that he lost his composure and intensified the conflict prematurely. Now that the Starry School's vitality had not been greatly damaged, the crowd was naturally furious. How could they surrender so easily? If Jiang Taihong was in front of him right now, Tian Haiba would definitely choke him to death. Patriarch, Patriarch. Something's wrong. The steward hurriedly ran in, saying in a panic, Patriarch, our shops in the Azure Cloud world have all been purchased by the Dark Flame Army. Now, their hands have even extended to the Azure Blue realm. They are rich and overbearing, and we really can't stand against them. Furthermore, the stewards of those shops are the backbone of my Tian family's army. Before he could finish, Tian Haiba had already picked up a porcelain bottle and smashed it over. The steward screamed in pain. His head was smashed, and he fell to the ground. Get lost. Why did you come to me for such a small matter? Why do I keep you useless people? Whoever dares to touch the Tian clan's property, can't I just kill them? The housekeeper wanted to explain, but seeing Tian Haiba's furious expression, he did not dare to say anything and ran away. Luo Tian approached Tian Haiba carefully and said in a low voice, Clan leader, now that things have come to this, why don't we go all the way? Let's just lock down the Starry School and snatch them back. Tian Haiba was about to get angry, but hearing Luo Tian's words, his eyes moved slightly. Luo Tian continued, Clan leader, think about it. Although the Starry School has some resources, they only have 2 nascent soul cultivators that we can use now. Jiang Taihong is on our side. The remaining golden core tutors are not even as many as the Tian clan's guests. As for the students, other than a few elites, the rest are just trash. Once the Tian army moves, I guarantee that they will be scared shitless. At that time, if they are still unwilling to hand over Junmayan and the carefree team, we might as well bring the entire Starry School under the Tian clan. What do you think? Tian Haiba's expression became more and more spirited as he listened, his eyes shining brightly. Finally, he slammed the table and said loudly, "All right, gather all the people in the Tian clan now and surround the entire Starry School. Haha, I want them to know the consequences of offending me, Tian Haiba. Luo Tian, you will be in charge of this. All the people in the Tian clan will be under your command. You must bring that bitch Junmayan back." Tian Haiba patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said gently, "If you do this well, the position of the Tian army's commander will be yours. Don't disappoint me." Luo Tian was so excited that his entire body could not help but tremble. He quickly bowed and said, "Clan leader, don't worry. I will definitely do this well." Azure Blue World, Morong Clan. You have taught her wrong, it's different from what the boss said. The chubby little bean put his hands on his hips and said sternly to the middle-aged man in front of him, "Our boss is never wrong, so you must have taught him wrong." The middle-aged man was called Liao Zhang. He was a golden core stage cultivator. He was also the instructor that the Morong family had hired to teach Morong Hao and a few other juniors. Liao Zhang was not very strong, but as a golden core stage cultivator, it was more than enough for him to teach a little kid like Morong Hao. However, he did not expect Morong Hao to say that the method he taught was wrong. Liao Zhang's face turned green and white as he was told by a 6-year-old child that he had taught the wrong things. "I've been teaching cultivation for so many years, and no one has ever said that I'm wrong. Young master said that I am different from your boss. I wonder who your boss is? Could it be a nascent soul expert?" Morong Hao puffed up his cheeks. "Boss is the boss. Boss is the best. Of course he's right. Ha 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 ha. What kind of original infant stage expert is this?" On the side, a little boy who was a head taller than Morong Hao suddenly laughed. "That's a kid who's even younger than him. I heard it from my father." "What boss, what expert, calling a 5-year-old kid boss, it's really funny. Bastard. You're not allowed to say that about my boss." Morong Hao rushed over like a small cannonball and ruthlessly hit Morong Peng's abdomen. Morong Peng cried out in pain and took a few steps back. He was so embarrassed that he was about to attack Morong Hao. Liao Zhang quickly stopped the two of them. Morong Peng was the son of Morong Bai's concubine. Morong Hao, on the other hand, was the most distinguished grandson of the Morong family and was recognized as talented since birth. Naturally, their statuses could not be mentioned in the same breath. But Liao Zhang was really angry. Morong Hao just said that he was not even comparable to a 5-year-old. He couldn't help but put on a serious face. "Young master, you shouldn't have befriended those shady people outside. They brought you back now." "What boss? How could you believe the words of a 5-year-old kid?" Morong Hao was about to explode. "You're the shady one. Our boss is the best. He's the best in the world and the best in the world. What you've taught is bullshit. It can't even compare to a hair on our boss's head. I don't want you to teach me anymore." Liao Zhang was so angry that he almost fainted. Morong Peng rubbed his stomach and suddenly rolled his eyes. "Morong Hao, you said that your boss is very powerful and what he taught you is right. Then do you have the guts to accept my challenge?" Morong Hao tilted his head. "Challenge? Yes." Morong Peng pointed at Liao Peng. "I'll fight you using what Mr. Liao taught me. If I lose, it means that your boss is more powerful. If you lose, it means that Mr. Liao is powerful and your boss is nothing." Morong Hao said, "All right. Let's fight. I don't need the skills that boss taught me. I'll beat your teeth out." Liao Zhang wanted to stop the fight. After all, Morong Hao was too young. He was only 6 years old while Morong Peng was already 9. Although Morong Hao was very talented, he had been pampered all these years. Usually, he only knew how to play around, and no one forced him to cultivate. Morong Peng, on the other hand, practiced hard every day because his father was born of a concubine. He wanted to win Morong Bai's favor. He was very scheming at such a young age. On one hand, he was jealous of Morong Hao's treatment, but on the other hand, he hoped that Morong Hao could live like this forever. At that time, he would become a good-for-nothing debauchee, and everything that belonged to Morong family would be inherited by him. Therefore, he was determined to teach Morong Hao a lesson in front of the master. At that time, when this news reached his grandfather, Morong Bai's ears, perhaps Morong Bai would have a whole new level of respect for him. Liao Zhang frowned and said, "Young master, I think there's no need for a competition." "No." Morong Hao refused without hesitation. "I won't let anyone who insults boss get away with it." He swore to be the boss's #1 follower. If he didn't work hard to protect boss's face, how would he be able to face boss in the future? What if his position as the #1 lackey was snatched away by someone else? Liao Zhang was infuriated as well. His face darkened as he retreated to the side. "Alright, then stop where you're going to. Let's exchange some pointers." It seemed like it was time to teach this young master who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. When the servants and maids who were serving Morong Hao and Morong Peng saw the development of the situation, they all looked worried and panicked. They all liked Morong Hao, the cute little boy. Although he was usually mischievous, he never lost his temper at them. At this moment, it was obvious that Morong Hao would lose the duel between Morong Peng and Morong Hao. He might even lose miserably. A clever servant had already sneaked into the crowd and ran towards Morong Bai's study. Hearing that, Morong Bai immediately slammed the table and shouted, "What did you say? Hao wants to compete with Peng Er?" What kind of joke was this? His Hao was so chubby and small, how could he beat the 9-year-old Morong Peng? What's more, Morong Hao had just been kidnapped and narrowly escaped death. Morong Bai and the others couldn't wait to see his precious grandson get beaten up. Now, when he thought about how his precious grandson was about to be beaten up, he was instantly unable to sit still, and he dashed towards the practice grounds like a bolt of lightning. However, once he reached the training field, Morong Bai discovered that the place was packed to the brim with people and the entire training field was silent. Everyone's expression looked like they had seen a ghost as they stared at the center of the training field. Liao Zhang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his mouth was half open and his face was blank. He didn't even notice that he dropped his sword. Morong Bai was surprised that everyone had this kind of expression on their faces. Then he heard his precious grandson's voice coming from the crowd. "Do you submit? Do you admit defeat?" What followed was the sound of fists pounding on flesh. And Morong Peng sobbing begging. I submit. Don't hit me anymore." "Humph, then apologize to my boss." I'll apologize." "Do you still dare to speak ill of my boss in the future?" "Woo-woo, I won't dare anymore. Isn't my boss the strongest and greatest in the world?" Yes. Woo-woo." Morong Bai regained his senses and hurriedly pushed through the crowd. As soon as he squeezed in, he saw his chubby little grandson riding on the 9-year-old Mu Rongpeng's body, arrogantly asking Mu Rongpeng to tell him how great his boss was. If Mu Rongpeng spoke slowly, he would use his fists to serve him. His fists were faintly wrapped in a layer of spiritual energy. Although the punches didn't hurt Mu Rongpeng's muscles or bones, it made him cry out in pain. A 9-year-old boy was being ridden on by a 6-year-old little bean, unable to resist at all. This scene truly scared everyone present. Seeing this scene, Morong Bai was startled at first, but then he couldn't help but clap his hands and burst into laughter. Good, as expected of my good grandson." Just by looking at the punches that landed on Morong Peng's body, it could be seen that Morong Hao's control over his spiritual power was already very fine. Therefore, even though his cultivation level was not as high as Morong Peng's, in terms of combat ability, he was able to beat Morong Peng, who was 3 years older than him. "Grandfather." When Morong Hao heard Morong Bai's voice, he immediately abandoned Morong Peng, who was beaten black and blue, and dove into Morong Bai's embrace. "Grandpa, why are you here?" Morong Bai had always doted on this little grandson who loved to act spoiled. She didn't think that such intimacy would affect her dignity. She hugged him and kissed him. "Grandpa, come and see how awesome Hao is." "Of course." Morong Hao puffed out his chest and said proudly, "I'm Big Brother's little brother. How can I embarrass Big Brother?" When Morong Hao said this, Morong Bai's expression changed a little. He pulled Morong Hao to a place where there was no one around. How the battle between you and your cousin just now, was it really taught by your boss? Of course. Moronghao said without hesitation. Big Brother brought us to fight all kinds of dire beasts in the Danyang mountain range. We're amazing, we even killed a class 4 dire beast. The teeth that Howard gave Grandpa were made by us. This time, Morongbai was truly shocked. He had always thought that they had picked up the class 4 fierce beast's teeth from the Danyang mountain range. As for the part about killing a class 4 dire beast together, that was just a child's boast. Who would have thought that it was actually true? Howard, did you guys really kill that class 4 dire beast? Your boss didn't help you? Grandpa, you are so stupid. Of course, the class 4 dire beast was killed by us. If the boss were to take action, forget about a class 4 dire beast, even a class 6 or 7 dire beast would be easily killed. Moronghao hugged Morongbai's thigh. Grandpa, when can I go see boss again? I haven't seen boss in a long time. Morongbai muttered to himself for a while before saying, alright, Grandpa will bring you to see your boss in 2 days. It seems that he should go and ask that monstrous little doll, Jun Mayan's son, how did he teach his grandson? He had actually made his grandson become so powerful within a month. Oh. Grandpa is the best. Howard loves Grandpa the most. I want to tell this good news to Yan Yan and the others. I have my grandfather to take me to see boss, but they can't. Everyone will be so jealous of me. Thus, 1 day later, the Nailin family, Lu family, Duan family, and Feng family were all in an uproar. All the little fellows were clamoring to see their boss. Nailin Yan's eyes turned into walnuts from crying. Woo-woo, Grandpa doesn't love Yan Yan anymore. How's Grandpa already brought How to see boss, but Grandpa didn't bring Yan Yan. Grandpa doesn't love Yan Yan at all. In the face of his precious granddaughter's tears, what could Nailin Qing do? He was also helpless. Okay. Grandpa will bring you to see your boss, okay? Nailin Yan immediately smiled through his tears. He hugged his grandfather and kissed him heavily on his face. Grandpa is the best. Yan Yan loves Grandpa the most. Grandpa Nailin thought sourly, what do you mean by loving Grandpa the most? The one you love the most is your boss, right? Forget it. In any case, he also wants to pay a visit to Jun Mayan and her evildoer son. After her granddaughter came back, her strength had improved so much that she was shocked. Also, the pills and talismans that his granddaughter had taken out were not things that he had never seen before. Even in Tianguang ruins, he couldn't buy them even if he wanted to. Ask her where these things come from. Nailin Yan shook his head and said happily, Auntie gave it to Yan Yan. His mother was very good. She was beautiful and powerful, and she could conjure up many things. How and the others also had some, but Yan Yan had the most. Because old mother said that Yan Yan is a beautiful girl and needs to be spoiled. Nailin Yan smiled. She wanted to see her little brother, and she also wanted to see his mother. Nailin Qing, on the other hand, had a pensive look on his face. Alright, Grandpa will contact the Morong family and the Lu family. Everyone will arrange a time to visit your boss together. Mu Yan came out of the space and yawned, looking exhausted. Luo Yu asked, 6th senior sister, what have you been busy with recently? That Tian family has gone too far, should we directly go and kill our way to their door? Yun Ruhan frowned, the Tian family's master is at the nascent soul stage, and there are hundreds of golden core experts under him, as well as thousands of Tian family's lords. If we rashly go and kill our way to their door, wouldn't that be courting death? Then what should we do? Ling Yuma gritted her teeth and said, are we just going to let them be arrogant? This. Laonyang will absolutely not swallow this. Mu Yan smiled, don't worry, if we can't hunt the vicious beast directly, we can first cut off its claws, pull out its teeth, and then it won't be too late. What do you mean? Although I don't understand what it means, Junior Marshall sisters' expression is too similar to third senior Marshall brothers. I have a feeling that someone is going to suffer. Speaking of which, what has third senior brother been doing in seclusion all this time? I didn't even see his shadow. As they spoke, the identity tokens on their bodies began to ring. Yun Ruhan asked, you want us to gather at Tai Square again? It must be that Jiang Taihong. What the hell is he up to this time? What the hell is going on? Won't we know once we take a look? Sure enough, as soon as Mu Yan and the others arrive at Tai Plaza, they see Jiang Taihong standing in the middle with a sinister expression. This time, Jiang Taihong didn't reveal any arrogant or excited expression. Instead, he looked at the students and teachers who arrived one after another with a straight face. His eyes occasionally flashed with struggle, but in the end it was replaced by malice and resentment. Especially when he saw Meng Baichuan coming over, his eyes were filled with resentment. The moment Meng Baichuan landed, he immediately pointed at Jiang Taihong and cursed, "What the hell are you doing? Who gave you the right to torment students again and again?" Jiang Taihong did not answer him. Instead, he glanced at the Tai Square and realized that all the students and teachers of the Starry School had basically arrived. Only then did he open his mouth and reveal a sinister smile. "I've warned you before. Don't go against the Tian family. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. But you don't listen to me, and you insist on protecting those people from the Alcade institution. Haha, you only have yourselves to blame for ending up like this." The expressions of Meng Baichuan and the branch deans beside him changed when they heard that. "Jiang Taihong, what did you do?" Just as he finished speaking, a blinding light shone from the center of the School of the Emperor Star. Then, the matrix that enveloped the entire Starry School disappeared. Jiang Taihong threw away the shattered jade slip in his hand and glared at Meng Baichuan with a twisted expression. "You forced me to do this. The position of dean was mine to begin with, but you just had to snatch it away. I could have been on good terms with the Tian family, but you just had to destroy it. So, don't blame me for being ruthless. I was forced by you. I just want to borrow the Tian family's hand to take back what I deserve." The next moment, countless spaceships descended from the sky. Dozens or even hundreds of shoujo wearing the clothing of the Tian family came down from each flying ship. All the students and teachers were shocked, unable to react to what had just happened. Mu Yan, on the other hand, slightly frowns. A cold glint flashes under her lowered eyes. When all the flying ships stopped, the Tian family cultivators immediately scattered. Some went to destroy or take away all the spaceships parked around Tai Square. There were also some who sealed off the School of the Emperor Star to the outside world. The students and teachers in the square were in a state of panic. Shocked and angry, they wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by hundreds of Golden Core cultivators. In an instant, the School of the Emperor Star became an isolated city. Luo Tian swaggered down from a luxurious spaceship and sneered at the teachers and students who were ready to make a move. "You guys better not act rashly. Otherwise, if our Tian family cultivators were to accidentally injure these students and cause them to lose an arm or a leg, I'm afraid you'll be the one to feel heartache." This sentence was a blatant threat. Even if the Golden Elixir cultivators of the Tian clan could not stop everyone, some students would definitely fall into their hands. Could they just watch these students die and not save them? Meng Baichuan suddenly leaped up and slapped towards Luo Tian. Dense spiritual qi surged in the air. The attack was overwhelming, and Luo Tian's face revealed a trace of fear. However, Meng Baichuan's attack was quickly blocked in midair. Boom! With a loud sound, the two figures separated in midair. Meng Baichuan's body shook after he regained his balance. Then, he stared in disbelief at the person who had just attacked. "Jiang Taihong, what are you doing?" Jiang Taihong smiled sinisterly. "Meng Baichuan, you don't know what's good for you. You've offended the Tian clan and dragged the Starry School into an irrecoverable state. It's time for someone else to be the Starry School's chief." Luo Tian calmed down and laughed immediately. "Headmaster Jiang is right. The headmaster of the Starry School should be replaced by someone with virtue and ability. Headmaster Jiang is not bad. When this is over, I will definitely report to the clan leader and let Headmaster Jiang take over the Starry School. Then I will rely on the Tian clan in the future." Jiang Taihong was overjoyed and walked to Luo Tian's side, looking like he was going to protect him. Meng Baichuan and the Starry School students all had ugly expressions. The dignified deputy headmaster of the Starry School was actually so servile to a lackey of a clan. Such a scum was a disgrace to the Starry School. The smile on Luo Tian's face becomes more and more complacent and carefree. He leisurely walks in front of Mayan, his shifty gaze sweeping over Mayan and the people of Yaoguang branch behind her. June Mayan, can you think it over clearly now? If you sign a 100-year contract with the Tian clan immediately, we can retreat immediately. If you are still stubborn, haha, then don't blame us for letting the entire Starry School die with you. From now on, the entire school of the Emperor Star only allows people to enter and not leave. Every hour, if you still don't agree, we'll kill a few Starry School students. As for who we'll kill, I can't guarantee that. We'll see who's unlucky enough to lose their heads. The Tai Square was silent for a moment, and then there was a sudden burst of noise. What right do you have to commit murder in Starry School? That's right. Aren't you afraid that the entire Azure Blue Realm will punish you for killing people as you please? Do you still have the law? Law? Luo Tian laughed heartily. My Tian family will soon become the overlord of the Azure Blue world. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. What was the law? Ha ha ha. Very soon, our Tian family will be the law. However. His gaze swept across Muyan, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Our clan leader was originally also a venerable to the Starry School, and he wanted to recruit the students here for his own use. Who asked someone to not know what's good for them and offend our patriarch? Don't blame our Tian family for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame those who overestimated themselves and implicated your people. Moreover, if they give up resisting now and sign the contract with the Tian family, wouldn't everyone in the Starry School be fine? Luo Tian's words caused many people to look at Muyan's group. Sworn to live and die with Starry School, a female voice suddenly screamed from the crowd, Jun Mayan, Ling Yuxing, are you really going to watch the entire school be implicated by you? If you still have a conscience, shouldn't you stand up and sign the contract yourselves? Mayan looked in the direction of the voice. It was indeed Ouyang Mingzhu who would point out the fifth senior brother. Ouyang Mingzhu strode out of the crowd and pointed at them, saying righteously, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and say that you're willing to sign the contract. Mayan said. Slowly, what if I'm not willing? You're so shameless. Behind Ouyang Mingzhu, a skinny woman and a short and fat man jumped out together, shouting, everyone, this has nothing to do with the Starry School. It's all because the people from the Yaoguang branch offended the Tian clan leader. That's why all of us are in trouble. If it were me, I would definitely stand up and be willing to reconcile with Tian clan. But they're so cold-hearted. He would rather watch our academy students die. Shouldn't we take the initiative to expel such a scum from the Starry School? Mayan glanced at the two people who were speaking. They were actually acquaintances. During the tri-school tournament, the two students from the Alioth branch who urged everyone to remove the Xiaoyao team from the tournament. Now it seemed that the two had a close relationship with Ouyang Mingzhu. Ouyang Mingzhu cried, Yuxing, you've always been a kind person. Even if you have to sacrifice yourself, you'd never be willing to implicate others. Why have you changed now? Just treat it as me begging you? On account of our childhood friendship, why don't you give in? Tian clan is also one of the top clans in the Azure Blue world. If you go there, it won't be a disgrace. Why are you just willing to agree? The three's words indeed resonated with a portion of the teachers and students in Tai Square. Especially the students and tutors of the Alioth branch, there were even a few who agreed. They hurriedly urged Mayan's group to immediately sign the contract with Tian clan so that innocent people like them would not be implicated. Some even suggested that they did not need to wait for Mu Yan and the others to make a decision. They could just chase everyone from the Alcade branch out of the Starry School. Jiang Taihong looked at Meng Baichuan mockingly. Do you see that? This is the general trend. Are you really going to sacrifice all the students of the Starry School for just 7 people? Meng Baichuan's face turned pale. He wanted to stop them from cursing, but he felt as if something was stuck in his throat. If he had to sacrifice other innocent students in order to protect the students of the Alcade branch, wouldn't he have failed in his duty as the dean? Luo Tian watched as these people coordinated with his performance and felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Because he knew that if this went on, then perhaps he wouldn't even have to use force, and he would be able to resolve the matter perfectly. However, what they didn't realize was that there were only a few people in the entire plaza who were shouting for Mu Yan and the others to sacrifice and scram. Most of them shut their mouths tightly while their expressions were cold, solemn, and oppressive. It was like the calm before the storm. Luo Tian raised his chin and looked at the people of the Yaoguang branch with a condescending look. Have you made up your mind? Are you going to immediately submit to the Tian clan? Submit your ass. Ling Yuma jumped up and was about to beat someone up, but was stopped by Mu Yan. End of the chapter. She smiled faintly and said, in that case, the 7 of us from the Xiaoyao school will leave the Starry School together. Before she could finish her words, a shout came from the crowd. I don't agree to expel the people from the Alcade branch from the Starry School. Qininglu from the Tianxian branch said. I don't agree either. Suingbua from the Tianquan branch also stood out. What did the people from the Alcade branch do? Why should they be sacrificed? Why should they be expelled from the school? The young man from the Tianshu branch who had always been by Ouyang Qing's side also walked up. If our lives can only be saved by sacrificing innocent students, how can we continue living in the future? Chen Ping and Wu Guo, who were loyal to Yi Liangchen, also spoke up. When the Xiaoyao team won glory for us, we shouted that they were our classmates. Once there's a bit of trouble, we denied all responsibility. We can't do such a shameless thing. More and more students started to stand out. Some were from the inner school, some were from the outer school. Some were from the freshman competition with Mu Yan and the rest. Some had listened to Luo Yunxiao and Di Mingju's lectures in the Alcade branch. Some of them had once argued with Mu Yan and the others and had disagreements. Some were loyal to Yi Liangchen and the Xiaoyao team. More and more people stood behind Qinanlu and Suingbua, who were the first to speak. Slowly, the crowd was divided into 2 groups. Behind Qinanlu and Suingbua was a dense group of students and teachers. Their eyes were firm and their expressions were determined. There was fear and panic on their faces, but most of them were determined not to turn back. On the other side, behind Ouyang Mingzhu, there were only a dozen people. After seeing this scene, some of them even looked ashamed and wanted to sneak behind Qinanlu and Suingbua. Ouyang Mingzhu's face, which was originally full of pride, instantly turned into anger out of humiliation. The faces of the people behind her were all flushed red, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Qinanlu looked at them in disdain and said coldly, none of us are unafraid of death. However, you tried to sacrifice your companions' lives and benefits in exchange for your own survival. I, Qinanlu, am ashamed to call such a person my classmate. Yes. Since you're so afraid of death, isn't it easy for you to survive? Why don't you just drop out of Starry School? The Alcade branch is a part of the Starry School. Jun Mayan and the Carefree team are all students of the Starry School. They fought for Constellation and won glory for us. Now, someone actually wants to expel them. I won't agree even if I die. Damn it, I may not be a hero, but I'm going to risk my life today. Damn Tian family, if you want to take away our academy students, then you'll have to step over my dead body. Yes, we swear to live and die with Constellation today. You want us to sacrifice our companions to survive? Dream on. The positions of the Starry School's teachers and students changed again. The dense crowd surrounded the 7 people from the Xiaoyao sect, not giving them any opportunity to attack. The tutors and branch deans of the Starry School stood up spontaneously and stood at the front of the crowd, protecting their students. With tears in his eyes, Meng Baichuan leaped and landed in front of all the instructors. Using his spiritual power to amplify his voice, he shouted, if you want to touch the Constellation students, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Bookmark for easier reading. Xiaobao's reinforcements? 1. Protect our companions. We swear to live and die with Starry School. We swear to live and die with Starry School. When they saw the Tian family army land, heard Luo Tian's threat, and Ouyang Mingzhu's questioning, the expressions of the Xiaoyao school people did not change. However, at this moment, when they saw the Starry School students surrounding them and using their not-so-strong bodies to shield them from all the attacks, their eyes turned red one after another. Mu Yan pressed her hand on her chest. Something seemed to be boiling and burning there. When she first entered Starry School, she only wanted to find Xiaobao to kill time and learn something. Entering the Qingyun ranking, participating in the glorious heavenly light, and shining in the tri-school tournament. To the Xiaoyao school people, it was just a pastime. However, their casual actions were remembered by the students of this academy bit by bit. They saw the Xiaoyao team as the pride of Starry School. They saw Yi Liangchen as the symbol of Starry School, the boss they respected and admired. Facing a desperate situation, they clearly had a chance to escape. They were so weak, but they still stood in front of them and wanted to protect them. Suddenly, Mu Yan heard Luo Yu's hoarse voice. I feel that for the first time, I'm proud to be a student of Starry School. Yes, they were students of Starry School, swearing to live and die with Starry School was not an empty promise. Mu Yan took a deep breath and forced the warmth in her eyes away. She pushed the crowd aside and walked forward slowly. Luo Tian didn't expect things to turn out the way he wanted. He looked at the group of students with a sinister gaze. Just as he's planning to kill someone to frighten the tiger, he sees Jun Mayan coming forward. He rolled his eyes and couldn't help but sneer, "What? Seeing so many students sacrificing themselves to protect you? Jun Muyan, you finally found your conscience and stopped going against Tian clan? Haha, don't worry. As long as you sign a 100-year contract with Tian clan, we will not mistreat you. We will still give you a few hundred top-grade crystals a year." Ha ha ha. But if he still wanted the treatment that the patriarch had proposed at the beginning, it would be a daydream. Mu Yan faintly smiled, and said unhurriedly, "Unfortunately, I don't want to choose either of these two paths." You don't want to choose? Luo Tian's face darkened. This is not up to you. Either you pledge allegiance to my Tian family, or you watch helplessly as your classmate dies because of you. You don't have a third choice. No, we do. The people from the Xiaoyao school slowly walked up. Ling Yuma took out her long blade. The third choice is for us to kill all of your Tian family members here. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding noise quieted down for a moment. At first, Luo Tian was startled by the powerful aura emanating from these people. But after hearing Ling Yuma's words, he immediately laughed out loud. Kill all the people of our Tian clan? Just the few of you, or the motley crew of the Starry School? Ha 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 ha, don't make me laugh to death. There were indeed many students in the Starry School. However, most of them were delicate flowers in a greenhouse that had not experienced the wind and rain. Even when they fought, they were all independent and rarely cooperated with each other. As for the outer yard students, 90% of them had not even reached the fasting stage. End of chapter. Xiaobao's reinforcements? 2. On the other hand, on the Tian clan's side, not to mention the hundreds of golden elixir cultivators, they could easily crush a large group of students and mentors. Even those cultivators who didn't need to eat had come from the edge of a knife, and their hands had been stained with countless lives. Their cooperation with each other was also impeccable. How could these inexperienced students contend against them? Therefore, after Mu Yan and the others said this, not just Luo Tian, Jiang Taihong, and the cultivators under the Tian clan all laughed. Even Meng Baichuan and the other Starry School teachers looked worried. How was it possible to kill everyone in the Tian clan? Mentors as tough as Qi Ming had already stepped forward and shielded Mu Yan and the others behind him, telling them to quickly retreat into the crowd. Mu Yan was touched. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a spaceship land in the sky. Fatty Jing, who had lost a lot of weight, and his lackeys walked down one by one. However, the person walking at the very front was not Jing Little Fatty. Instead, it was a little doll who looked like a celestial child carved from jade. Seeing Mu Yan, the little baby immediately pounced over and pounced into her arms. Mu Yan touched Xiaobao's head. She did not carry him, but held his little hand. Is it done? Xiaobao just nodded and did not speak. Little Fatty Zhang's lackeys ran over excitedly and said, "Boss, it's all done." Ha ha ha, with our young master here, how could it not be done? TSK TSK TSK, the boss is the boss. It's fine if you're strong, but even your son is so awesome. Fatty Jing walked to Mu Yan's side and whispered a few words. Mu Yan nodded and lowered her head to smile at Xiaobao. Xiaobao, you did well. Xiaobao's exquisite and beautiful face was expressionless, but his pair of blue eyes were bright and sparkling like stars. Being able to help his mother was the happiest thing for him. When the spaceship started to descend, Luo Tian was still a little surprised. When he saw the baby and Fatty Zhang's group, he immediately showed a look of disdain. Luo Tian, Jun Mayan, don't tell me that you think that you can contend against my Tian family with these several wastes. Ha 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 ha, don't make me laugh my head off. Why don't you take a look at how many people my Tian army has? You want to kill all of us? Unless you immediately summon a few thousand people? In that case, there might still be a sliver of hope for victory. Ha ha ha. Just as Luo Tian's laughter faded, he heard his subordinate exclaim, "What? What is that?" Luo Tian's complacent mood was interrupted, and he glanced at his subordinate with displeasure. However, she still followed the direction of his hand and looked towards the sky. However, when he took a closer look, his eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. In the sky, a dense group of spaceships was flying towards the school of the Emperor Star. Before Luo Tian and the others could react, the flying ship had already arrived above the school of the Emperor Star. It was descending slowly. The leading spaceship was extremely large, and it was decorated with jewels and pearls, looking extremely gorgeous. In the middle of the ship, there was a large, glittering word, Zhu. This was the ship of the richest man in the azure blue realm, Zhu Fugui. But why would Zhu Fugui's spaceship come here? Moreover, why would there be so many spaceships? What do they want? Luo Yu swallowed. Sixth sister, are these the reinforcements that you asked Xiaobao to bring? End of chapter. Did they come to repay a debt of gratitude? 1. Where did this come from? Isn't this a bit too many ships? If there are hundreds of people on each ship, then the total number of people on these ships is no less than the Tian family. But where did Mu Yan find so many reinforcements? The people of the Xiaoyao sect all look at Mu Yan. However, Mu Yan's expression is even more shocked than they are. She looks at Xiaobao and Fatty Jing. Xiaobao and Fatty Jing both shake their heads. No, the people we arranged haven't come yet. This time, the people of the Xiaoyao sect are dumbfounded. If it's not Mu Yan's people, then who are on these ships? Could it be the Tian family's helpers? Thinking of this, Yun Ruhan and the others' faces become extremely serious. Even if it's only the Tian family, they will have to pay a heavy price to break out of the encirclement. If there are double the number of people, then today, the people in the Tai E Square are full of bewilderment, guessing who the people on these ships are, and why they came. At this time, the largest luxurious ship's protective cover slowly opens, and a gray-haired but spirited old man slowly walks down from it. Behind him, there are more than 10 practitioners dressed in brown uniforms. As soon as Luo Tian sees this old man, he frowns, and the bewilderment in his eyes deepens. When the old man comes in front of him, he immediately asks bluntly, "Housekeeper Zhu, what are you doing? My Tian family is in the middle of a proper business, and you came here with such a large force. Do you want a piece of the pie?" Housekeeper Zhu strokes his beard and chuckles. Lord Luo must be joking. My Zhu family is not interested in the shady business that your Tian family is doing, so why would I want a piece of the pie? This is clearly looking down on the Tian family's unscrupulous methods. Luo Tian is furious, but he can't help but sigh in relief when he hears that the old man won't interfere. Since you're not going to get a piece of the pie, what's the meaning of Housekeeper Zhu bringing so many ships here? Housekeeper Zhu, Lord Luo might not know, but our family's master has just reunited with his granddaughter who has been missing for many years. As he speaks, there's a mournful expression on his face. Our family's miss has been wandering in the Yanwu continent all these years, suffering a lot in that barren land without spiritual energy. But thanks to a kind-hearted person who took her in and taught her, improving her strength, she had the opportunity to ascend to the Cultivation continent and become a member of our master's group. Luo Tian frowned and said impatiently, "What does old Master Zhu recognizing his granddaughter have to do with you coming here to obstruct my Tian family?" Steward Zhu smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and continued to speak slowly. "Don't be anxious, Lord Luo. I haven't finished speaking yet. The person who saved my young mistress in the Yanwu continent is now in the Starry School. Our young miss is here to thank her benefactor." Luo Tian said angrily, "Is there a need to bring so many people to thank our benefactor? You brought all of the Zhu family's subordinates here, right?" Steward Zhu said, "Haha, Lord Luo is mistaken. These people aren't from our Zhu family. Instead, he came with our young Mississippi." "What do you mean by coming with your young miss? Who were these people? Tell me clearly." Luo Tian wanted to stop them, but as soon as he moved, he was stopped by the 2 golden core experts beside Steward Zhu. Without waiting for Luo Tian to get angry, Steward Zhu brought the cultivators behind him and strode towards Mayan and the others. End of this chapter. Here to repay a debt of gratitude? too, but when he passed by Meng Baichuan, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chief Meng, I heard that the Starry School can't even buy any pills or treasures in the Azure Blue world and can't trade with other shops. Meng Baichuan lowered his head in shame. It's my fault as the chief. But even if I have to go bankrupt, I won't let the school be like this forever. Before he could finish, housekeeper Zhu had already interrupted him. How about this, from now on, all the pills, talismans, treasures, spiritual herbs, and beast cores of the Starry School will be sold to you at 50% off in our shops. WH. What? Meng Baichuan was dumbfounded. Housekeeper Zhu continued, we will also buy all the treasures that the Starry School sells at market price. If the Starry School students don't have a place to train, the Zhu clan has a secret plane in the Azure Blue world that we can open to you. This time, not just Meng Baichuan, but all the teachers and students in Tai Square were dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Was the Zhu clan going to take all the expenses of the Starry School? That's right, as the richest family in the Azure Blue world, the Zhu clan indeed had the ability to do so. But the Zhu clan was not related to the Starry School at all. Why would they work so hard to help them? Luo Tian, on the other hand, was furious. Old Zhu, how dare you? Isn't your Zhu clan clearly going against my Tian clan by doing this? Housekeeper Zhu laughed, still smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. How can that be? These are all the dowry that our master told us to give to the young lady. How the young lady likes to use them is her business. Meng Baichuan stuttered, why is the Zhu clan helping the Starry School? Housekeeper Zhu replied, of course it's because our young lady's savior is in the school. Luo Tian leaped forward and shouted angrily, who is the savior of your family's young miss? Tell me. Let's see how you repay me after I kill him. Housekeeper Zhu ignored Luo Tian and continued to lead the group forward. He walked to Mu Yan and bowed deeply. When he raised his head, his eyes were already a little wet. Miss June, thank you for your great kindness to my Zhu family. Mu Yan frowns, her face full of suspicion. Master Zhu has already thanked me for saving Zhu Kuanyong. No, it's not our young master, it's our young miss. Steward Zhu exclaimed excitedly, Miss June, not only did you save our young master, even our master's long-lost granddaughter was found because of you. Mu Yan is even more confused, your miss? But I don't know your young miss. Her words had just left her mouth when suddenly, a sobbing female voice rang out from behind Steward Zhu. Miss, we finally found you. Hearing this voice, Mu Yan suddenly opened his eyes wide, almost not daring to believe his ears. Then, Steward Zhu slowly moved to the side, revealing a delicate and pretty girl standing behind him. The girl was dressed in white, and her eyes were lively. When she walked leisurely, she looked like a dancing snow goose. But at this moment, this smart and lively girl walked step by step towards Mu Yan with tears in her eyes. When she slowly knelt down towards Mu Yan, she finally could not hold back her tears and said, Snow Goose of the Nether Fire Army, greets the young miss. End of this chapter. The Nether Flame Army pays respect to the miss, pays respect to the little master. 1. Mayan's heart violently beats uncontrollably. She feels as if a clap of thunder has exploded in her head, leaving only a buzzing vibration. Her head is in a mess, and everything in front of her has become blurry. She almost wonders if everything that is happening at this moment is a dream or reality. Why are you here? After a long time, she finds her voice. Where are the other people of the Nether Flame Army? Almost as soon as she finishes her sentence, densely packed people begin to pour out from the spaceships that are parked around them. Every one of them is wearing the same clothes. The red lines on the black background are like a raging fire burning in the night, illuminating the light that leads to hope for people. There are clearly thousands of people coming down from the spaceships. But their ranks are lined up neatly, without a trace of disorder, and have a tacit understanding. But the expression on everyone's face is one of uncontrollable excitement, and tears. A few of them have already burst into tears the moment they jump off the spaceship and see Mayan. The thousands of people quickly divide into 4 lines. The 4 people at the front, 2 men and 2 women, have familiar faces, just like in the past. Shui Yan also returns to her position with tears in her eyes. Soon after, thousands of people kneel down towards Mayan. The ink camp of the Nether Flame Army pays respect to the miss, pays respect to the little master. The great void camp of the Nether Flame Army pays respect to the miss, pays respect to the little master. The Tianji camp of the Nether Flame Army pays respect to the miss, pays respect to the little master. The commander of the Nether Flame Army pays respect to the miss, pays respect to the little master. 2,000 people shout in unison, shaking the heavens and the earth, resounding through the sky. Mayan stares at this scene in a daze, her eyes a little moist and warm. For a moment, she can't say a word. Suddenly, her hand is gently pinched, and Xiao Bao's choked voice, which he tries his best to suppress, comes to her ears. Nianqin, they're back. Yes, her Nether Flame Army, her close relatives and friends have returned to her and Xiao Bao's side. Mayan tries her best to suppress the excitement in her heart, and hoarsely says, all of you, get up. Walala, with just one command, the 2,000 people seemed to have a telepathic connection. They all stood up in unison and stood perfectly straight on the spot. However, their gazes were fixated on Mu Yan and Xiao Bao. Her eyes reddened, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. 1 year. It had been more than a year. They crazily cultivate in the Yanwu continent, improving themselves day and night, just so that they can catch up with the miss, and reunite with the miss and the little master in the Shoshan continent. Now, they had finally seen the young miss that they had been longing for. Their Nether Flame Army finally had a backbone again. Yan Haoyan takes a deep breath, taking a step forward, he gestures with his hand and lips. The commander of the Ink Camp, Yan Haoyan, greets Mississippi. 697 people from the Ink Camp have ascended, 697 people are present, willing to obey Mrs. command. Bai Yichen stepped forward, Great Void Battalion Commander Bai Yichen greets Mississippi. 523 people from the Grand Void Camp have ascended. Now, 523 people are here. We are willing to follow Mrs. orders. Ru Yan's face was covered in tears, but she still suppressed her sobs and said loudly, Heaven's Secret Battalion Commander Ru Yan greets Mississippi. 395 men from the Tianji Battalion have ascended, and there are 395 men in total. They are willing to obey Mrs. orders. Feng Haitang, Everlasting Battalion Commander Feng Haitang greets Mississippi. 357 men from the Everlasting Battalion have ascended, and there are 357 men in total. They are willing to obey Mrs. orders. End of this chapter. The Nether Flame Army pays respect to the miss, pays respect to the little master. 2. After the 4 people finish reporting, thousands of people suddenly shout in unison again. 1,972 people of the Nether Flame Army have all arrived. From now on, we are willing to obey the Mrs. command, vow to follow and never betray. Vow to follow and never betray. Vow to follow and never betray. One after another, the heaven-shaking shouts are not slogans, nor declarations, but their unwavering vow. After going through trials and tribulations, they finally found their master and their young miss. From this moment on, the Nether Flame Army has been revived. From now on, the invincible, fearless, and unstoppable legendary military soul will return to the world. 6. Sixth sister, who are these people? Luo Yu finally comes back to his senses with great difficulty and stutters as he asks. He was really stunned by the shocking scene just now. Although he has always known that his sixth sister is powerful. But seeing 2,000 people uniformly kneel before her, that kind of shock can't be described with words. Mayan says hoarsely, they are people I know in Yanwu continent. Like you, they are my most important family in this world. Luo Yu and the others initially see Mayan crying as she looks at these people, and their hearts are still a little sour. They always feel that their little junior sister, sixth sister, is going to be taken away. But hearing Mayan say this now, they are immediately overjoyed, no longer jealous. And the Nether Flame Army, who were originally solemnly lined up, after hearing Mayan's words, their tears flow even more fiercely. Many people can't help but throw themselves at them. Boo-hoo-hoo, Master, little senior, I miss you so much. For example, Mayan's chief disciple Lu Beiyu. Xiaobao looks at Lu Beiyu, who is crying with snot and tears, in disgust. But when he pounces over, he still lets him hug him. Boo-hoo-hoo, little senior, I really thought I wouldn't be able to see you. You don't know how hard it has been for more than a year. Mayan sees a tall and handsome youth walking towards her from the crowd, and the Nether Flame Army makes way for him. Shen Jingling's eyes are red, looking at the increasingly beautiful girl, and he can't help but choke with sobs. Yan Yan, you and Xiaobao have grown up. Brother. Mayan's nose is sour, she wants to hold back her tears, but she still can't stop them from falling. Big brother, I miss you so much. Those relatives who were left behind in the Yanwu continent, Mayan had also longed to reunite with them, but she always felt that it was so far away. Back then, she had left behind 1,000 spirit-molding pills and thousands of spirit-raising pills for the Nether Flame Army. Originally, he thought that even if they could ascend, it would be impossible for there to be so many of them. Originally, he thought that it would be at least a few years before they could meet again. 2, 5 Junior, 5, and Nether, Flame Army. The Nether Fire Army ran to catch up with Mu Yan and Xiaobao. The moment that imposing manner that could shake the mountains and rivers disappeared, everyone in the Taiyi Plaza who was dumbfounded from shock finally recovered. Luo Tian, Luo can Luo Tian Luo and he thought that it would be easy to take away Mu Yan and the people of Yaoguang branch. However, he didn't expect that there would be a mishap along the way. Ling Yumo glanced at Luo Tian and could not help but burst out laughing. What did that Tian or Luo guy say? Junior, if, you master, Tian Junior, Tian 2, you, I 2, end of chapter, who's the trash, you'll know after a fight, asking for votes, ha ha ha, you see, isn't my junior sister making people appear for you now? Luo Tian glares at Mayan, gnashing his teeth, so what if I make these people appear? Do these people have the qualifications to contend against my Tian army? Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh to death. Look at the configuration of your Nether Flame Army, more than half of them are at the first or second stage of abstinence, and the remaining 30% haven't even reached abstinence, just a group of body-forging wastes. As he speaks, Luo Tian suddenly lets out a carefree and contemptuous laugh. Mayan, do you really think that you can win with more people? To deal with this group of wastes, my Tian family doesn't even need a core formation cultivator to crush you all. Hearing that, the Nether Flame Army reveals an angry expression. But no one refutes or speaks, instead, they uniformly look at Mayan. Mayan wipes away the tears on her face, the corners of her mouth slowly hooking up into a lazy arc. Nether Flame Army, heed my order. Yes. Since someone wants to experience the strength of our Nether Flame Army, then let's fulfill their wish. As soon as her voice falls, her figure has already floated up, landing on the top of the hall closest to Tai Square. The Tian Emochin appears in her hands. Slender, jade-like fingers are placed on the strings, slowly plucking, the sound of the chin is melodious. Graceful feather, activates. In a split second, a familiar feeling surges in the hearts of every Nether Flame Army member. It's like an inexhaustible power has been injected into their bodies. Their spiritual power, their divine sense, their movements, their strength, all seem to have been raised by a level. The Tianji unit and the Chongqing unit quickly retreat. The Ink Camp and the Taishu unit quickly move forward, standing in front of the Tian army. In the Nether Flame Army, not everyone is a combatant. The Ink Camp and the Taishu unit are responsible for fighting. The Tianji unit is responsible for intelligence. The Chongqing unit is responsible for logistics. Luo Tian sees that there are only 1,000 or so opponents left, and he convulses with laughter. Ha ha ha, you are a group of wastes, your strength is lower than my Tian army, and your number is half of my Tian army, do you still expect to win? The Tian family practitioners behind him also burst into laughter. The outcome of this battle was obvious. There was no suspense at all. Luo Tian's malicious gaze sweeps over Mayan above the hall, loudly mocking, Jun Mayan, I heard that you are the strongest support in the history of Azure Blue Realm. However, even if it's you, it's impossible for a bunch of trash to contend against my Tian clan. We'll only know who's the trash after we fight. Mayan plucked the strings faster and faster, and the sound became more and more urgent. But her posture and expression became more and more languid and indifferent. Then, he heard her call softly, Jun Machin. Mu Yan rarely calls out Xiaobao's full name. When she said the name, the people of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't react for a moment. Not to mention the Starry School students, they did not even know who Mu Yan was calling. However, no matter if it was Little Bao or the members of the Nether Flame Army, they immediately straightened their backs when they heard this name while their gazes burned, and all of them seemed like ferocious beasts that were accumulating strength and waiting to attack. The Bixia sword in Xiao Bao's body was unsheathed, and with a leap, he had already arrived in front of the Nether Flame army. Seeing this, Luo Tian was stunned for a moment, then he laughed so hard that he covered his stomach. Ha ha ha, Jun Mayan, you can't be thinking that adding one more child can change anything, right? It's still a small explosive joke, isn't it awesome? The appearance of the Nether Flame army makes me feel like I'm on fire, but this is just a small climax. It will definitely slowly and thoroughly slap that toad's face. Monthly votes, only monthly votes can cure Ozzy's body of staying up late to write every day. Love you guys, mwahahaha. I'm dying of laughter. Any random person from my Tian family army can crush a brat like him to death. Many of the Starry School's teachers and students also looked worried. Someone even shouted at Mu Yan, asking her to call Xiaobao back from the battlefield. They were willing to fight with the Nether Fire army. However, the response she got was Mayan's melodious smile, but her voice was resolute and without a reply. The Nether Fire army needs a commander to become a real army and defeat powerful enemies. And Jun Machan is the only commander of the Nether Fire army. So, of course he can't come back, let alone retreat. Luo Tian laughed even louder. A 5-year-old kid as the commander, what kind of rubbish army is this? Is it the baby army? Ha ha ha. The cultivators in the Tian army looked at each other and laughed. Their faces were relaxed, without any nervousness or fear of the upcoming battle. The people from the Starry School wanted to persuade her, but found that Mu Yan's expression was so determined. The expressions of the Nether Fire army were even more determined than Mu Yan. Their gazes landed on the small figure in front of them. There was not the slightest bit of doubt, not the slightest bit of contempt, only worship and trust. In the entire Tai Square, perhaps only the people from the Xiaoyao school knew why. That their nephew was a 5-year-old kid, that their nephew was not qualified to lead the army, ha ha ha. Just wait for the slap in the face. After laughing, Luo Tian suddenly revealed a sinister expression and waved his hand in the air. Everyone, attack. Crush these so-called Nether Fire army soldiers one by one. Haha, I remember Patriarch said that our plans in the Azure Cloud world were obstructed by this group of fellows, and that's why we failed at the last step. Today is the time for you to make a contribution. As long as you kill all these guys, the leader will definitely reward you handsomely when we return. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. The Tian army shouted in unison, then took out their weapons and attacked the people from the Taishu camp and the Ink camp. Luo Tian leisurely sits on a chair brought over by his subordinate. He raises his head to look at the ceiling of the hall. Jun Mayan, if you still have a little brain, then take your son back as soon as possible, then kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless if I hurt your precious son. Before he could finish, a scream came from the crowd. There was also the sound of flesh being cut open. And this cry was clearly coming from his side. Luo Tian looked over in shock, only to see a sword flash past through Lord Tian's body. In the blink of an eye, it had sliced through the throats of 5 Anidia cultivators, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The battle cries in the center of Tai Square shook the sky. But the surrounding people were all speechless, completely dumbfounded. Oh my god! Was this AF * King 5-year-old? Was this the combat power a 5-year-old should have? Although he already knew that Jun Mayan's son wasn't simple during the 3-courtyard tournament. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the princes of the Lan clan empire and the successors of the 5 great clans to hold him in such high esteem. However, in the hearts of the crowd, no matter how powerful he was still just a 5-year-old child. How powerful could he be, however, at this very moment, everything that was happening before their eyes had completely overturned their imaginations. Is this AF * King baby? This is clearly a super expert with the strength of a gold core stage Ah. Luo Tian suddenly sprang up from his chair, shouting in alarm and anger, split half of the people to deal with that little doll, kill him for me. Right. Even if that little doll is more powerful, facing the siege of nearly 1,000 fasting stage cultivators, could he still escape unscathed? As for that Nether Flame army, they are just a motley crew, a bunch of trash. The remaining Tian family army is more than enough to deal with them. Luo Tian's calculations are very good. But he doesn't know that at this time, the Tian family army on the battlefield is suffering unspeakably. Because they don't know when it started, they only feel that their hands and feet are getting heavier and heavier, and the circulation of spiritual power is getting more and more sluggish. But their opponents are the complete opposite of them. Although these people's cultivation isn't high, everyone's cooperation is extremely tacit. In this ever-changing, cruel and bloody battlefield, they can actually leave their backs to their companions without the slightest hesitation. This is absolutely impossible for the selfish and greedy Tian family army, who are only good at burning, killing, and plundering to seize immediate benefits. Moreover, it is reasonable to say that these Nether Flame army in front of them are only at the first or second stage of fasting stage, and there is even a small portion of them who are trash at the body forging stage. With such a low cultivation, the spiritual chi in their bodies should be extremely scarce. In such an intense battle, they simply can't hold on for long. But what's strange is that after fighting for so long, the strength of these Nether Flame army hasn't decreased in the slightest. Their spiritual power seemed to be endless and would never dry up. On the contrary, their bodies are getting heavier and heavier, and the circulation of spiritual power is getting more and more difficult. Their physical strength and Dantian spiritual chi are madly consumed, and right now, they only feel that the battle is getting more and more difficult. Every Tian family army's face is filled with astonishment. At first, they didn't understand how a group of trash whose cultivation should be so much lower than theirs could actually gradually make them unable to fight back. Until they suddenly look up and see Jun Mayan on the distant roof. It's the sound of a zither, it's the musical assistants. Luo Tian unwaveringly raises his head to stare at the girl on the roof of the hall, simply unable to believe what's happening in front of him. The originally melodious zither sound has now turned into the sound of a powerful army, swallowing mountains and rivers. And when these zither sounds fall into Luo Tian's ears, it's like a death knell, making his heart sink little by little, and making the blood of his entire body turn ice cold. This was Azure Blue Realm's #1 support. How could the support of a musician be so powerful? On the other side, Xiaobao, who was being besieged by nearly 1,000 people, was completely at ease. No matter how high his cultivation was, it was impossible for him to deal with so many high-level Anidia cultivators. But the problem was that he could use sword kinesis flight. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Bixia sword carried its little master and soared into the sky, hovering high in the air. The Tian family army below was instantly dumbfounded. They couldn't fly on swords, and they didn't have any flying magic treasures. A normal person wouldn't be able to jump so high and let the attack land on Xiaobao. However, when they turned around and wanted to give up on Xiaobao to deal with the Nether Flame army, the Bixia sword once again whistled as it charged down. There was a flash of saber light and sword shadows. 5 or 6 screams rang out and blood splattered everywhere. After going back and forth like this a few times, the Tian family army was all trembling in fear. Facing this one and only opponent, they actually cowered together, not daring to move at all. A great battle came to an end in an unimaginable manner. Luo Tian's knees went soft and he stumbled towards the chair behind him. But because he was too flustered, he fell on his butt. More than 2,000 Tian family army soldiers were lying in a pool of blood. Some were unconscious, and some were tied up. In just a short 2 hours, they had all lost their ability to fight. The Starry School students were all dumbfounded at the scene. When Mu Yan floated down from the palace and landed on the ground, she held Xiaobao's hand. Thousands of Nether Fire Army soldiers lined up on both sides, as if they were welcoming their queen and highness, watching her walk over slowly. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy, respect, worship, and madness. It was like a raging fire was about to burn. This was their Azure Blue World's #1 assistant, Jun Mu Yan. This was their Starry School's greatest pride, a monstrous king. To be able to be in the same generation and become classmates with such a person, they might be jealous and envious, but it was more like a legend that they could boast about for the rest of their lives. Seeing Jun Mu Yan walking towards him, fear and panic flashed across Luo Tian's face. He crawled up from the ground on all fours and shouted fiercely, Jun Mu Yan, what do you want to do? Do you think that your Nether Fire army can sleep peacefully after defeating my Tian family army? Don't forget, our Tian family still has hundreds of golden essence cultivators. Yes. He still had hundreds of golden essence cultivators by his side. The power of each golden essence cultivator was not something a group of fasting cultivators could compare to. Even though there were many golden essence cultivators in Starry School, many of them specialized in alchemy and talismans. What about the Tian family's golden essence cultivators? They were all elites that the family leader had recruited from all over the world. Every one of them was a main attacker. There were even quite a few who were once well-known figures before they were recruited by the Tian clan through threats and promises. He, Luo Tian, had so many golden essence cultivators in his hands, why would he be afraid of Jun Muyan? Thinking of this, Luo Tian straightened his back. He sneered at Muyan. Jun Muyan, your Nether Fire army is so arrogant, do you have the guts to fight the Tian family's golden essence leaders? Muyan unhurriedly says, I wouldn't dare. I really don't want to fight with these golden core leaders of your Tian family. Ha ha ha. You finally know fear? Luo Tian looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. His forehead was still dripping with cold sweat from fear. At this moment, his entire horse face was twisted sinisterly, but it's too late to be afraid now. All of you, attack. Kill all the Nether Fire army members. Whoever kills the most will be heavily rewarded when we return. However, when Luo Tian gave the order, he found that most of the golden core cultivators behind him did not move. Are you deaf? Did you not hear my order? Or have you all forgotten what you have in the hands of the patriarch? Luo Tian roared furiously at the people behind him. However, he discovered that most of the golden core commanders were staring at a spaceship that had landed in the corner of Tai Square. The first to step down from the ship was Jing Little Fatty's brother, Jing Jiaming. Behind him, there were many servants of the Jing clan supporting the elderly, the frail, and the young as they walked down the stairs. Seeing these people, the Tian family's golden essence commanders all had tears in their eyes. They completely forgot where they were and directly pounced forward. Mother, why are you here? Sob sob sob, husband, we finally get to see you again? Liner, why are you here? Tian Haiba, why is he willing to let you out? The reunited family members hugged each other and cried, chattering nonstop. Seeing this scene, Luo Tian was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. Aren't these the family members of the Golden Essence Realm commanders? Why are they here? Most of the talents that Tian Haiba recruited were not willing to submit to the Tian clan, but their families were forcefully destroyed and their sects declined. In order to keep these talents by his side, Tian Haiba obviously had to take advantage of their weaknesses and coerce them. And the family members of these Golden Essence Realm commanders were Tian Haiba's biggest bargaining chip. Most of them had been given a slow poison that had to be taken regularly. They were also locked in a hidden place by the Tian clan, and were only allowed to meet the Golden Essence Realm commanders 2 or 3 times a year. Once the Golden Essence Realm commanders had the intention to rebel, their families would definitely be the first to suffer. Did these Golden Essence Realm commanders not hate the Tian clan and Tian Haiba? They definitely hated them, so much that they wanted to skin them alive and split their stocks. However, the most important people were in the hands of the other party, so they could not resist at all. But now, the family members of these Golden Essence Realm commanders had actually appeared in the Starry School. Why was this happening? Facing the anxious and confused gazes of the Golden Essence Realm commanders, Jing Jiaming smiled and said, "We have to thank Miss June for this. She was the one who asked us to save your family members." Jun Mayan, you bitch. Luo Tian suddenly roared. So what if you brought these people out? Without the antidote of the Tian clan, these old and weak people will sooner or later die miserably from the effects of the poison. Ha ha ha, do you think that this will make the Golden Essence Realm commanders of the Tian clan rebel? Dream on. Saying that, he fiercely glared at the Gold Core Realm commanders, immediately deal with the Nether Flame army and capture Jun Mayan. Otherwise, you can only watch helplessly as your loved ones die from poison. The Golden Core commander's eyes were filled with tears and resentment. However, looking at his own family, he could only abandon the conscience and hatred at the bottom of his heart, and pull out his blade towards Mu Yan and the others. Jing Little Fatty sneered, "If I were you, I would first check if the poison in my family has been cured." That's right, a bunch of idiots. Since our boss asked us to bring him out, how could he not have thought of this? It's just a little poison. It's nothing to our boss. Our boss had already removed it long ago. The Golden Corps commanders were taken aback for a moment before they abruptly turned to look at their relatives. One of them, a burly man who looked to be in his early 30s but had already reached the peak of Gold Corps stage, grabbed his old mother's hand and rolled up her sleeves. On her mother's skinny arm, the red line that had been jumping up and down had disappeared. The poison was really cured. The tall and sturdy man burst into tears. Mother, are you all right? The old woman's tears also streamed down her face. Changzhen, I'm fine. It's that little kid who's as pretty as a celestial child that cured me. As soon as she swallowed that tiny elixir, she felt that her throat was being strangled, and the feeling of dying at any time disappeared. Sure enough, the red thread that was slowly extending on her arm also slowly retreated. That inhumanly beautiful little baby had a cold face, didn't like to talk, didn't like to smile. However, the action of feeding her the medicine was very gentle. At first glance, one could tell that he was a very kind and good child. Later, the little boy stuck a few talismans on her body. As the talismans burned, she felt that her originally withered body seemed to have been injected with vitality, and a bit of vitality slowly emerged. Changzhen. The old woman grabbed her son Li Changgen's hand and said over and over again, Changzhen, we can't help the evildoer anymore, it's an utterly heartless thing. Otherwise, after mother dies, I won't have the face to meet the Li family's ancestors. Li Changzhen choked with sobs as he nodded, Mother, I know, I will never help that beast Tian Haiba to do anything again. That little baby and Miss June's great kindness to us, we must repay it. The old woman continued to prattle on, in the future, you must follow them to do good deeds and redeem the sins of the first half of your life. Okay, I'll listen to Mother. This kind of dialogue was carried out by almost every Jindan commander who saw their loved ones. Soon after, they uniformly came before Mu Yan and Xiao Bao, and one by one, they knelt down. Miss June's great kindness, we have no way to repay it. We only hope that we can join the Nether Flame Army for the next half of our lives, and serve Miss June to repay your kindness. We also ask Miss June to give us a chance, and let us repay the sins we owe. In the process of these Jindan commanders' loyalty to the Tian family, because of Tian Haiba's threat, they had also committed many sins. Each of their hands was stained with the blood of innocent people. Such a sin was not something that could be made up for by saying that it was out of his control. Mu Yan touched Xiao Bao's head, and said warmly, Nether Flame Army's commander, what do you say? Xiao Bao's little face was stiff, his icy blue eyes swept over the 100 Jindan cultivators present, and he said coldly in his crisp, childish voice, if you want to join the Nether Flame Army, you can. But you can only start from the lowest rank of soldiers. From now on, no matter what you do, you must listen to the orders of the 4th Battalion leader. Anyone who thinks too highly of themselves and refuses to be disciplined will be punished. From now on, whoever dares to help the evil do evil and kill the innocent will be executed. Those who dare to betray the Nether Flame Army at the sight of profit will be executed. He was clearly just a 5-year-old child, but when the word punish came out of his mouth, it was like a thunderclap that struck the heads of every Golden Corps cultivator. It was deafening. They trembled as they met Xiao Bao's icy blue eyes, but they felt that the one looking at them was not a little child, but a high and mighty god. He could see through them from the inside out, and he could control their life and death at any time. This was the commander-in-chief of the Nether Flame Army. At this moment, they had completely forgotten that the person in front of them was a child. They only wanted to prostrate themselves before him. Of course, there were also those who had gradually abandoned their conscience in the slaughter and plunder. They had originally begged to join the Nether Flame Army just to get some benefits. But now that they'd been intimidated by Xiao Bao's 3 executions, they're scared witless, and they promptly retreat from the crowd. There's also a portion of people who don't want to continue doing evil, but they're also unwilling to give up their core formation cultivator's dignity to give in to a little fasting brat, so they also silently retreat. In the end, there are only 24 core formation cultivators who remain. But this time everyone who remains has clear eyes and resolute expressions. In their eyes, there's remorse, rejoicing, determination, and also infinite hope for the future. They not only sincerely want to repay the debt of gratitude and redeem their sins. It's also because in the battle just now, they've seen the formidable strength of the Nether Flame Army. Perhaps, just by looking at cultivation and personnel, the Nether Flame Army is just an ordinary army. But when Jun Mayan and Jun Machin join this army, it will become a completely different and frightening powerhouse. Perhaps one day in the future, this army will shock the entire Shoshan continent. And they want to become one of them before that. Xiaobao looks at them for a while. After confirming that their will is unwavering and that there's no flicker in the depths of their eyes, he separately assigns them to the 4 battalions of the Nether Flame Army, under the command of Yan Haoyan, Bai Yichen, Feng Haitang, and Ru Yan. Yan Haoyan and the other 3 accept the core formation cultivators as subordinates. There's no trace of timidity on their faces, but each and every one of them is nervous. With such powerful subordinates, they have to work harder and become stronger as soon as possible, so that they can shoulder the responsibility of a battalion commander, and live up to the expectations of the Miss and the Little Master. Luo Tian sees that the Tian family's core formation commanders have defected one after another, and some even directly rely on Jun Mayan. For a moment, he's so angry that he almost faints. Rebel, all rebel! Luo Tian screams loudly, have you all forgotten how formidable and powerful the Lord is? Daring to betray the Lord, have you ever thought about what will happen to you? It's fine if he doesn't speak. The core formation commanders are immersed in joy and sadness, forgetting his existence for a moment. But as soon as he speaks, the hateful gazes of all the core formation commanders are fixed on him. Luo Tian's voice stops abruptly, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping down from his forehead. Meeting the core formation commander's devouring gazes, he retreats in horror. What do you want? I'm warning you, don't act recklessly, otherwise the Patriarch will never let you off. Then, the eyes of these golden core commanders who had been oppressed for a long time had already turned red. They didn't care what he said at all. They all rushed forward and beat up Luo Tian and Tian Haiba's trusted subordinates as if they were venting their anger. Shrill screams could be heard from time to time, accompanied by the splashing of blood and the cracking of flesh and bones. The students on Tai Square couldn't help but shrink their necks. They felt as if their bones were hurting as well. After a quarter of an hour, the Golden Core cultivator finally finished venting and retreated with red eyes. The leader, Li Zhongzhen, carried Luo Tian, who was covered in blood and on the verge of death. He throws Luo Tian in front of Mu Yan and Xiaobao. He's Tian Haiba's biggest lackey, Miss and Little Master, please deal with him. Luo Tian faintly opens his blood-stained eyes and glares unwaveringly at Jun Mayan. You can't kill me. I am the Patriarch's trusted aide, and my sister is the Patriarch's most beloved concubine. Killing me is equivalent to declaring war on the Tian family. Pfft, do you think we're afraid of the Tian clan? Lang Yuma sneered. Even if that old dog Tian Haiba is here, we'll still beat him up. Luo Tian was not angry but laughed instead. Haha, cough cough, ha ha ha, you lowly idiots, don't you know what the Tian clan represents? The Tian family isn't just the Azure Blue Realm's Tian family. In the Purple Cloud Realm, the Tian family is also an illustrious family. Our Tian family's ancestor is a Tribulation Transcendence Almighty. If you really offend the Tian clan, ha ha ha, not to mention a mere carefree team, the Nether Fire Army, even the entire Starry School will be annihilated. Luo Tian said, Jun Mayan, don't blame me for not reminding you. As long as you have the slightest bit of intelligence, you should obediently submit to my Tian family and offer a humble apology to our Patriarch, asking for his forgiveness. Otherwise, haha, everyone here will not have a good ending. And you? He pointed at the group of Gold Core commanders and gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. All of you just wait. Once I return to the Patriarch's side, I'll definitely dismember all of you traitors into 1,000 pieces. And your family, ha ha ha, I'll let you see how I torture them to death right in front of you. The expressions of the Golden Core commanders instantly became very unsightly. Their relatives also shed tears of fear when they recalled the days of captivity and torture. Even the Starry School teachers and students were filled with righteous indignation, but they did not dare to kill Luo Tian. Because they knew that Luo Tian was speaking the truth. The few clans were doing well in the Azure Blue world not only because they were powerful. It was also because they had a powerful backer behind them. Housekeeper Zhu frowned. Luo Tian, are you threatening our young mistress and her benefactor? Luo Tian laughed shrilly again. Zhu, I know you have a backer in the purple cloud realm. But your backer is powerful only because he is respected and everyone is willing to give him face. But in terms of strength, my Tian clan's ancestor only needs one person to destroy your entire Zhu clan. So I'm warning you, if you know what's good for you, you better not speak. Because if we really offend the Tian family, even Zhu Fugue would not be able to bear the consequences. Manager Zhu's face alternated between green and white, but he didn't say anything in the end. Because in the Ziyun realm, the Zhu family's strength was indeed inferior to the Tian family. Seeing that everyone was rendered speechless by his words, Luo Tian became even more arrogant. He even forgot about the pain in his body. He imagined how he would torture these people later, how he would make them kneel in front of him and beg for mercy, and he felt a burst of joy in his heart. However, at this moment, a thunderous roar resounded in the air. I wonder if I, Nailan Qing, have the qualifications to offend your Tian clan? Luo Tian was startled. He suddenly looked up and saw a few figures descending from the sky like lightning. Seeing who it was, Luo Tian's pupils suddenly constricted, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Following that, shouts after shouts could be heard coming from the sky. I wonder if I, Morong Bai, have the qualifications to offend your Tian family? I wonder if I, Duan Xiangyang, am qualified to offend your Tian family? I wonder if I, Lu Zhenjiang, have the right to offend the Tian clan? I wonder if I, Feng Yi, have the right to offend the Tian clan? In the blink of an eye, 5 figures had already appeared in the sky above Tai Square and slowly descended. 5 torch-like eyes stared coldly at Luo Tian, their eyes filled with sharpness and murderous intent. Luo Tian's entire body trembled. Suddenly, he felt his crotch heat up, and a yellow liquid slowly flowed out from between his legs. At this moment, there was only one word in his mind: I'm done for. Nailan Qing and the other 4 looked at Luo Tian in disdain, then turned to Mu Yan and Xiao Bao. Before they could greet each other, the little kids in their arms jumped down one by one and ran towards Xiao Bao. Boss, we're here to see you. Boss, is someone bullying you? We're here to support you. Yes, boss, we're here to help you. Whoever dares to bully you, we'll beat him to death for you. Boss, we missed you so much. It's all Dad and Mom's fault for not letting me come to see you. Mayan and Xiao Bao are quarreling incessantly with each other. Xiao Bao frowned and said in a low voice, too noisy. As soon as the 3 concise words came out, the little fellows immediately covered their own mouths and kept quiet. They even reached out their little hands to cover the mouths of others. They wouldn't quarrel. They wanted to be the most obedient little brothers. Mu Rongbai and the rest felt very upset about the fact that their lawless little ancestor was like a little puppy in front of Xiao Bao. He might as well turn his head away. Out of sight, out of mind. Nailan Qing looked at Mu Yan and stroked his beard. Miss June, I didn't expect the Tian clan to be so crazy and come to Starry School to cause trouble. We didn't come earlier and scared Miss June, the crowd in Tai Square thought. Haha, I'm really sorry. We're the ones who got scared. The Miss June you speak of can only scare others. Mu Yan smiled. It's all right. It's quite interesting. At least the Tian clan's trouble allowed her to reunite with the Netherfire army. Just based on this point alone, she was in a really good mood. Nailan Qing coughed lightly. If Miss June wants to make a move against this Tian family's lackey, you don't have to worry at all. If anyone wants to pursue you because of this matter, my Nailan family will bear the responsibility. The same goes for our Morong family. The Duan clan is also willing to ensure the safety of Miss June and the Starry School. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth raises into a shallow arc. Really? I can deal with the Tian family at will? Nailan Qing sneered and said, relax, a mere Tian family, my Nailan family still doesn't put them in my eyes. Furthermore, the Tian family brought this upon themselves. You can deal with Tian Haiba's lackeys however you like. If Tian Haiba or the people from the Purple Cloud World's Tian family dare to ask a single question, my Morong family will let them know who is the #1 family in the Azure Blue World. A bright and beautiful smile blossomed on Mu Yan's face, then many thanks to the patriarchs. As she spoke, she looked at Li Zhongzhen who was standing behind Yan Haoyan. I'll let you do it. Li Zhongzhen's eyes lit up, and then tears appeared in his eyes. His father, his sisters, and his family were all forced to their deaths by the heartless Tian clan. Now, the only family he had left in this world was his old mother. Yet for the sake of his old mother's life, he still had to work for his enemy. It was Luo Tian who had brought troops to force the Li clan. Li Zhongzhen wanted to tear Luo Tian into pieces even in his dreams. But he also knew that the Tian clan was such a powerful force that not everyone could afford to offend. He thought that he would never have the chance to take revenge with his own hands. Unexpectedly, the young mistress had given him the task of killing Luo Tian. Li Zhongzhen walked towards Luo Tian step by step, a blood-stained long sword in his hand. Luo Tian placed his hands on the ground, shaking his head as he retreated desperately. His face was covered in snot and tears as he begged for mercy. "No, don't kill me. I can give you all my treasures. I'm willing to do anything for you. Please don't kill me, don't kill me, ah." Luo Tian raised the knife in his hand and swung it down. A head covered in blood rolled to the ground. Li Zhongzhen knelt on the ground with a thud and wailed. "Father, sister, uncle, I've taken revenge for you. I've finally taken revenge for you." On Tai Square, the cries and laughter of many Golden Essence Realm commanders and their families rang out. Then, the other Golden Essence Realm commanders also picked up their swords and killed Tian Haiba's trusted subordinates one by one. The show of the Tian clan surrounding the Starry School and forcing Mu Yan and the others to submit finally came to an end. Nailan Qing and the others had originally wanted to ask Xiaobao how he had taught their precious grandchildren to allow them to improve so quickly. But Mu Yan and Xiaobao had just reunited with the Nether Fire Army and obviously had a lot to say. Nailan Qing and the others hesitated again and again, but in the end, they still suppressed all the doubts in their hearts. Under Meng Baichuan's arrangements, they stayed in the sleeping quarters of the School of the Emperor Star. Before parting, Nailan Qing and the others said to Mu Yan once again, "You don't have to worry about the Tian clan. The 5 clans have already sent a letter to Tian Haiba, telling him not to cause trouble for you. If he dares to provoke the Starry School again, the 5 clans promise that we will definitely make him suffer a great loss. As for the Tian clan of the Purple Cloud World, with the 5 clans' guarantee, even the ancestor of the Tian clan will not dare to act recklessly." Nailan Qing and the others also knew how powerful the Tian family was in the Azure Blue Realm, and Tian Haiba's cultivation was also extremely strong. He was at the first level of the nascent soul realm and was about to enter the second level. This level of cultivation was even higher than Fengyi and Duan Xiangyang. Nailan Qing was afraid that Mu Yan and the people from the Starry School would be anxious because they had offended the Tian clan. They also wanted to be on good terms with Mu Yan and Xiaobao, which was why they kept assuring her. Mayan's smile is sincere and affectionate, but her eyes are somewhat bottomless. "All right, then I would like to thank the several masters once again." Numerous flying ships carried the people of the Xiaoyao School and the Nether Fire Army back to the Arcade Branch. The sudden appearance of so many people, if it was any other place, it would definitely not be able to accommodate them. But the Arcade Branch was different. In the Arcade Branch, even including Xiaobao, there were only 8 people at most. Countless palaces were still empty. The Nether Flame Army only needed to clean up a little and they would all be able to settle down. However, no one was in a hurry to clean up their rooms. Instead, they surrounded Mayan with tears in their eyes, telling her about their experiences in the past year. In reality, just as Mayan had guessed, the reason why so many people in the Nether Flame Army could ascend was because of the spirit molding pill and spirit raising pill that she had left behind. Moreover, before Mu Yan ascended, she had already taken out the spiritual vein that she had absorbed into the space and buried it in the Dark Flame Valley. With the spirit molding pill and spirit raising pill to transform their bodies, coupled with the nourishment of the spiritual vein, most of the Dark Flame Army successfully reached the peak of the pre-celestial stage. They crossed the threshold and touched upon the path of body-forging cultivation. Later, when they went through the heavenly tribulation, another group of people were injured. In the end, there were 1,972 people who came to the Xiozhen continent. Such a large wave of people with weak strength coming to the Xiozhen continent should have been extremely eye-catching. If they were not careful, they would become the target of public criticism. But their luck was extremely good. The captain of the Great Void Battalion, Shui Yan, turned out to be the long-lost granddaughter of Zhu Fugui, the richest man in Blue World. Zhu Fugui's wife left him only a foolish son, Zhu Quanyong. Zhu Fugui had countless illegitimate children, but the one he loved the most was Zhu Quanyong, this mentally retarded son. Just because this son was the only child left by his wife. However, few people knew that Zhu Fugui's wife had actually given birth to a daughter. But because of an accident, his daughter disappeared for no reason and was never found again. Coincidentally, at that time, Steward Zhu was handling some business in Minlujia and accidentally saw the jade pendant that fell from Shuiyan. Steward Zhu had followed Zhu Fugui for many years and naturally recognized that it was the late Madame Zhu's personal item at a glance. Moreover, Shuiyan's appearance was too similar to Zhu Fugui's wife, so there was no need to doubt her identity. At that time, Steward Zhu did not make it public, but ordered the Zhu family to secretly protect Shuiyan. If she encountered any trouble, they must do their best to help, and he went back to inform Zhu Fugui. Because of the Zhu family's protection, the Dark Flame Army quickly gained a foothold in Minlujia and marched into Blue Cloud World. They absorbed a lot of forces in Minlujia and also developed a lot of forces. The Celestial Secret Unit and the Longevity Unit had even secretly planted their men in the various sections. On the other side, Zhu Fugui learned that his wife had a granddaughter wandering outside. He immediately had mixed feelings and hurried to Blue Cloud World to meet Shuiyan. In this way, the Dark Flame Army received the full help of the Zhu family, and the forces under them and their own strength developed rapidly. Luo Tian ridiculed that most of the Dark Flame Army's cultivation was only at the first or second level of abstinence. To devour. However, he did not know that these people used less than 2 years to reach the first and second level of Anidia realm. And now, in Minlu World and Azure Cloud World, other than those great families and sects, the other places had already been infiltrated by the Nether Flame Army. Now, in these two realms, when mentioning the Nether Flame Army, it was no longer an unknown small faction. But even so, when the Xiaoyao squad was in the limelight at the Jasper Forest gathering, when Mayan's name resounded throughout the 3 realms of Xanglan, Qingyun, and Minlu, they still didn't hesitate to gather and rush over to pay their respects to Mayan and Xiaobao. 1,952 people, not one less. He did not regret entering the Nether Flame in this life. They had always been part of the Nether Flame Army, and they would always be part of it. Miss and Little Master would forever be the leaders of the Nether Flame Army. That Tian family is really too much. They actually dared to make a move against young Miss and young Master. It's a pity that we are not strong enough, otherwise we would definitely go and destroy their nest. Miss, how did you and Little Master survive this past year? What happened in the Wuwang Mountains? Mu Yan suppressed the emotions and longing in her heart. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she said in a clear voice, "Let's not talk about this first. Tonight, we still have one more thing to do." "What is it?" "Please instruct me, miss." Even the members of the Xiaoyao sect looked over curiously. Mayan flips her wrist, and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her palm. Her slender, snow-white fingers lightly pluck on it, producing a melodious sound. She turned to Yun Ruhan and the others and smiled. "Senior brother, let's go to the Tian family tonight and wipe out Tian Haiba and his lackeys." The entire square was silent for a moment. The fiery red sunset shone on everyone, as if they were plated with a layer of golden red. Yun Ruhan opened her mouth, and after a long while, she stammered, "Junior, are you serious?" That was the Tian family. This was the 4th great clan of the Azure Blue Realm, the Tian clan that had a nascent soul cultivator. The curve of Mayan's mouth becomes more and more languid, more and more wanton. "What? You don't dare?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Ling Yuma waved the blade in her hand and was the first to laugh. Good, good, good. How can I not dare? This old lady has been suppressing a belly full of anger, waiting to chop Tian Haiba, that old tortoise. Little junior sister, you're really more and more to my liking. Luo Yu grinned and said, "I was still thinking that was 6th senior sister's temper. How could she just let him off when he stepped on our heads?" "That's right, that's more like 6th senior sister's style." Thinking back to the whole unitary sect, those people who were stripped naked and had sex naked. Do you think that the reputation of the demoness Jun Mayan came casually, Qinjiu? I'll listen to little junior sister. Ling Yuxing, we are the unfettered seven. If we're going to act, of course we're going to act together. On the other hand, Chu Moli's smile was much warmer and gentler. There was a clear smile in his eyes. I didn't get to join in the liveliness this morning. What a pity. That's good. Looks like I'll have more materials for my paintings. Yun Ruhan looked at her excited juniors and rubbed her throbbing forehead. How could he casually say that he wanted to wipe out a great family of the upper realm? Was this king decision a human could make? Just a quarter of an hour ago, the patriarchs of the Nailan family, Morong family, Lu family, Duan family, and Feng family were still earnestly comforting her junior sister, telling her not to be afraid of Tian Haiba's revenge. Just 2 hours ago, before Ning Yaoguang left, she gave her little junior sister an array disc so that she could activate it and ask for help when Tian Haiba came for revenge. But what about his junior sister? Just by turning around, he was going to wipe out Tian Haiba along with the entire Tian family. What could he do? He was also in despair, right? Apart from accompanying them in their nonsense, what other choice did he have? A brilliant smile blossomed on Mu Yan's face. Her fingers lightly plucked the strings of the zither once again. The sounds of nature, accompanied by the sweet-sounding music, reverberated in the ears of every member of the Dark Flame Army. Nether Flame Army, listen up. Here. The entire Yaoguan branch trembled from the sound of the shouts. Tonight, trample the Tian family and execute that old thief Tian Haiba. We solemnly obey the Mrs. command. Wherever the Nether Flame Army went, they won every battle, sweeping everything before them. This whirlwind engulfed the entire Yanwu continent. One day in the future, he would also set off a monstrous wave on the Cultivation continent. Ever since Luo Tian brought the majority of the Tian army and set off, Tian Haiba had been calmly waiting for the good news to arrive. He had no doubt that there were hundreds of golden core cultivators. Even with the addition of more than 2,000 Tian family troops, they still wouldn't be able to bring back the 7 people from the Alcade branch. Once he gets his hands on her, he'll definitely make Jun Mayan and those Yaoguang branch bitches who don't know what's good for them suffer. He'll definitely let them know the consequences of offending him, Tian Haiba. Master, you seem to be in a particularly good mood today. Luo Yingman leaned into Tian Haiba's arms and said in a coquettish voice, is there any good news? Tian Haiba looked at the beautiful and charming appearance of the woman in his arms. After playing with her for a while, he smiled and said, you have a good younger brother. He can share my worries. If this matter is really done well, it seems that Luo Tian's position and cultivation will also rise. Luo Tian's innate talent was not high. The reason why he was able to advance to the 8th level of Golden Core was mainly because Luo Yingman was doted on by Tian Haiba's side. Tian Haiba loved Luo Yingman and gave him a lot of medicinal pills. Therefore, if Luo Tian wanted to raise his status and cultivation, he could only rely on Tian Haiba's rewards. Hearing this, Luo Yingman immediately revealed a shy and happy smile. It's Tian's duty and honor to share your worries. Patriarch, you are too good to us siblings. In the future, Tian will definitely do his best for Patriarch, and this servant will also serve you even harder. How are you going to serve me? Just as Tian Haiba was about to pounce on her, the room door was suddenly knocked open without warning. The steward of the Tian family stumbled in, Patriarch, it's bad. Tian Haiba was just about to raise his spear and go into battle. How could he not be angry when his mood was suddenly interrupted? He turned around and glared coldly at her with a murderous glare. Get out. Normally, after being reprimanded by the family head, housekeeper Tian would have run away. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with fear, his face pale as he spoke in a trembling voice, family head, it's not good. All the properties of our Tian family in the Green Forest and Green Forest have been purchased by the Dark Flame Army. Even the shops in the Azure Blue world have been squeezed out by the Nether Flame Army and acquired a small portion of them. Patriarch, many of the stewards in those villas are relatives of the Tian army. Arranging them in these positions was to make the Tian family army work harder to be loyal to you, Patriarch. But now that these shops are all gone, the Tian family army will rebel sooner or later. Furthermore, our Tian clan's expenses are huge. Without the income from these farms and shops, how are we going to sustain ourselves in the future? Before housekeeper Tian could finish his words, Tian Haiba was already furious. He slammed his hand on the newly added mahogany table. With a loud bang, the thick table broke into pieces, and debris flew everywhere. Luo Yingman's clothes were not on. At this time, she was splashed by the debris, and her snow-white skin split open several times. She immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. However, how could Tian Haiba care about her now? He roared at housekeeper Tian, preposterous. What is that nether flame army? They think that with the support of the Zhu family, they dare to target our Tian family. Good. Good. That's great. Gather the Tian family army immediately. I want to swallow every single member of this nether flame army alive. Housekeeper Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead and said hurriedly, Clan leader, you are right. Let's call back the Tian army now and snatch back those shops immediately. We might still be able to make it in time. Although the Nether Flame Army and Zhu clan had used legal methods to acquire Tian clan's businesses. But the people of the Tian family were already used to plundering. Was it bought? Then snatch it back. Anyway, he, Tian Haiba, rarely used crystals to buy things in the azure blue world. If he wanted it, he could just snatch it back. Who dared not to give it to him? Then he would break up the other party's family and break up their families. Devour Tian Haiba laughed coldly and said, send someone to the Starry School immediately and ask Luo Tian to act faster. Just a few brats and girls from the Starry School. After so long, they still haven't brought the people back. What does he do for a living? Yes, yes. Housekeeper Tian's face lit up. He glanced at Luo Yingman and spoke up for Luo Tian. Perhaps Lord Luo Tian wanted to teach the Starry School a lesson. That's why he delayed. Tian Haiba nodded. He did not doubt this at all. Luo Tian came late. It must be because he wanted to toy with the Starry School's teachers and students. It would be best if he could bring the entire school under the Tian clan. Housekeeper Tian was about to leave. He was thinking about how to snatch back his family's lost profits from the Nether Flame Army. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly bumped into a Tian clan guard who was rushing in. Steward Tian staggered backward from the impact. Just when he was about to lose his temper, the guard ignored him and rushed to Tian Haiba. Master. Clan leader. The Tian clan army has been completely wiped out. Hearing this, Tian Haiba was stunned. Housekeeper Tian even laughed out loud. Are you joking? The Tian clan army had more than 2,000 grain-fasting cultivators and hundreds of golden core cultivators. You said that they were completely wiped out? The guard seemed to have thought of something. His face was full of fear and his teeth chattered. Yes, the entire army, completely wiped out. Luo Tian. Luo Tian is dead. Over 100 Jindan stage commanders have all defected. It's the Dark Flame Army. That Dark Flame Army is Jun Mayan's subordinate. It was them who defeated 2,000 of my Tian family's cultivators. Dead, injured, captured. Not a single one escaped. He was only patrolling outside and did not participate in the battle. When he heard the commotion and rushed over, he realized that the Tian clan army had been completely wiped out. Tian Haiba only felt a huge explosion in his head and his face turned red. Are you joking? He didn't believe a single word of what his guard said. If you dare to mislead people with your lies again, do you believe that I won't crush you right now? The guard desperately shook his head. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. Tian Haiba raised his hand and was about to slap the guard to death, but at this moment, a white light suddenly shot into the room. It turned into an exquisite paper crane above him. Tian Haiba took the paper crane and looked at it. Immediately, he was so angry that he saw stars. The blood in his body surged crazily, and his eyes bulged out, filled with a crazy killing intent. Jun Mayan. Nether Fire Army. How dare you destroy my Tian army? I will tear you to shreds. Housekeeper Tian scrambled over and picked up the paper crane that Tian Haiba had thrown on the ground. He opened it and was dumbfounded. Mayan flips her wrist, and the Tian Mochin appears in her palm. Her slender, snow-white fingers lightly pluck on it, producing a melodious sound. Her gaze turns to Yun Ruhan and the others, and she chuckles, Senior brother, tonight, we'll go to the Tian family, and wipe out Tian Haiba and his lackeys in one go. The entire square goes quiet for a moment. The fiery red setting sun shines on everyone, as if plated with a layer of golden red. Yun Ruhan opens her mouth, and after a long while, she stutters, little junior sister, are you serious? That's the Tian family. The fourth great family of the azure blue world, the Tian family that has a nascent soul stage cultivator. The curve of Mayan's mouth becomes more and more languid, more and more wanton. What? You guys don't dare? Ha 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 ha. Ling Yuma waves the broadsword in her hand, and is the first to face the sky and laugh. Good, 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 why wouldn't this old lady dare? This old lady has a belly full of anger, waiting to chop that old turtle Tian Haiba. Little junior sister, you're really becoming more and more to my liking. Luo Yu says with a smile, I was thinking that, with sixth senior sister's temper, how could she casually let someone step on our heads? That's right, this is more like sixth senior sister's style. Thinking back to the Guai sect, those people who were stripped naked, painted naked, and ran around naked. Do you think that the reputation of the demoness Jun Mayan came so casually, Qingjiu? I'll listen to little junior sister. Ling Yuxing, we are the unfettered seven, of course we'll act together. Chu Moli's smile is much gentler, and there's a clear smile in his eyes. It's really a pity that I couldn't join in the liveliness this morning. This is very good, it seems that I'll have my painting material again. Yun Ruhan looks at her group of enthusiastic, belligerent junior brothers and sisters, and immediately holds her aching forehead. Casually saying that they want to wipe out a great family of the lower realm? Is this a ***king decision that a human can make? Just a quarter of an hour ago, the patriarchs of the Nailan family, Morong family, Lu family, Duan family, and Feng family were still earnestly comforting her junior sister, telling her not to be afraid of Tian Haiba's revenge. Just 2 hours ago, before Ning Yaoguang left, she gave her little junior sister an array disc so that she could activate it and ask for help when Tian Haiba came for revenge. But what about his junior sister? Just by turning around, he was going to wipe out Tian Haiba along with the entire Tian family. What could he do? He was also in despair, right? Apart from accompanying them in their nonsense, what other choice did he have? A brilliant smile blossomed on Mu Yan's face. Her fingers lightly plucked the strings of the zither once again. The sounds of nature, accompanied by the sweet-sounding music, reverberated in the ears of every member of the Dark Flame Army. Nether Flame Army, listen up. Here. The shout was so loud that the entire Yaoguang branch was shaking. Tonight, we'll flatten the Tian family and kill that old bastard, Tian Haiba. Yes, miss. Wherever the Nether Fire Army went, they were invincible and invincible. This whirlwind engulfed the entire Yanwu continent. One day in the future, it would also set off monstrous waves in the Shoshan continent. Ever since Luo Tian set off with the majority of the Tian family's army, Tian Haiba has been calmly waiting for the good news. He has no doubt that with over 100 Jindan stage cultivators and more than 2,000 Tian family's army, they wouldn't be able to bring back those 7 people from the Yaoguang branch. Once he gets his hands on them, he will definitely let Jun Mayan and those Yaoguang branch bitches, who don't know what's good for them, suffer. He must let them know the consequences of offending him, Tian Haiba. Urgent notice, chapters 1756 to 1760 have been revised due to an error in the upload. Those who have read it, please take a look again, lest you can't connect to the following chapters. I'm sorry. Master, you seem to be in a good mood today. Luo Yingman leaned into Tian Haiba's embrace, speaking in a coquettish voice, is there some good news? Tian Haiba looked at the woman in his embrace, and played with her for a while, before chuckling, you have a good brother, he can share my worries. If this matter is really done well, it seems like Luo Tian's position and cultivation will also rise. Luo Tian's innate talent was not high, and he was able to reach the Type 8 Golden Core mainly because Luo Yingman was doted on by Tian Haiba, and Tian Haiba had bestowed him with a huge pile of pills. Hence, for Luo Tian's position and cultivation to rise, he could only rely on Tian Haiba's kindness. When Luo Yingman heard this, she immediately revealed a shy and joyful smile, it is Tian's duty and honor to share your worries. Family head, you are too good to us siblings. In the future, Tian will definitely do his best for family head, and this servant will serve you even harder. To devour. He. How are you going to serve me? Tian Haiba was about to pounce on her, when suddenly, the door was slammed open. The Tian family steward scrambled in. Family head, bad news. Tian Haiba was about to raise his spear, and was suddenly interrupted. How could he not be furious? He turned around and glared coldly, his gaze murderous. Scram. Normally, after being reprimanded by the family head, Steward Tian would have run away. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with fear, his face pale, as he spoke in a trembling voice, Family head, bad news. All the properties of our Tian family in the Green Forest and Green Forest have been bought by the Dark Flame Army. Even the shops in the Azure Blue World have been squeezed out by the Nether Flame Army and acquired a small portion of them. Patriarch, many of the stewards in those villas are the relatives of the Tian army. Arranging them in these positions was to make the Tian family army work harder to be loyal to you, Patriarch. But now that these shops are all gone, the Tian family army will rebel sooner or later. Furthermore, our Tian clan's expenses are huge. Without the income from these farms and shops, how are we going to support ourselves in the future? Before housekeeper Tian could finish his words, Tian Haiba was already furious. He slammed his hand on the newly added mahogany table. With a loud bang, the thick table broke into pieces, and debris flew everywhere. Luo Yingmon's clothes were not on. At this time, she was splashed by the debris, and her snow-white skin split open several times. She immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. But at this time, Tian Haiba did not care about him. He roared at Steward Tian, how dare you? What was the Nether Flame Army? You think that with the support of the Zhu family, you dare to have ideas on my Tian family? Good. Good. That's great. Gather the Tian family army immediately. I want to swallow every single member of this Nether Flame Army alive. Housekeeper Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly said, Master, you're right. Let's call back the Tian army now. Let's immediately snatch back those shops. Maybe we can make it in time. Although the Nether Flame Army and the Zhu family had used legal methods to acquire the Tian family's properties. But the Tian family had long been used to robbing. Bought away? Then snatch it back. Anyway, Tian Haiba, rarely used crystals to buy things in the green-blue world. If he wanted it, he could just snatch it back, who would dare to not give it? Then he would break up the other party's family and break up their families. Tian Haiba sneered, send someone to the Starry School immediately and tell Luo Tian to act faster. Just a few brats and girls from the Starry School, yet they still haven't brought the person back after so long. What does he do for a living? Yes. Housekeeper Tian smiled and glanced at Luo Yingman, speaking up for Luo Tian. Maybe Lord Luo Tian wants to teach the Starry School a lesson, that's why he's delayed. Tian Haiba nodded. He did not doubt this at all. Luo Tian came late, it must be because he wanted to toy with the Starry School's teachers and students, and at the same time, see if he could bring the entire school under the Tian clan. Housekeeper Tian was about to leave, thinking about how to snatch back his family's lost benefits from the Nether Fire Army. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly bumped into a Tian clan guard who was rushing in. Steward Tian staggered backward from the impact. Just when he was about to lose his temper, the guard ignored him and rushed to Tian Haiba. Master. Clan leader. Tian clan army. Tian clan army is completely annihilated. Hearing this, Tian Haiba was stunned. Housekeeper Tian even laughed out loud, are you joking? The Tian clan army had more than 2,000 fasting cultivators and hundreds of golden core cultivators. You're saying that they're completely annihilated? The guard seemed to remember something and his face was full of fear, his teeth chattering, yes, the entire army, completely annihilated. Luo Tian. Luo Tian is dead, hundreds of golden core cultivators all changed sides. It's the Nether Fire Army. The Nether Fire Army is Jun Mayan's subordinate. It was them who defeated the 2,000 cultivators of the Tian clan. Dead, injured, captured. None escaped. He was only patrolling outside and did not participate in the battle at all. When he heard the commotion and rushed over to check, he realized that the Tian clan army was completely defeated. Tian Haiba only felt a loud bang in his head and his face flushed red. Are you kidding? He did not believe a word of what his subordinate said. If you dare to spread lies again, do you believe that I will crush you now? The guard desperately shook his head. I'm telling the truth, I'm telling the truth. Tian Haiba raised his hand and was about to slap the guard to death, but at this moment, a white light suddenly shot into the room. It turned into an exquisite paper crane above him. Tian Haiba took the paper crane and looked at it. Immediately, he was so angry that he saw stars. The blood in his body surged crazily, and his eyes bulged out, filled with a crazy killing intent. Jun Mayan. Nether Fire Army. How dare you destroy my Tian army? I will tear you to shreds. Housekeeper Tian scrambled over and picked up the paper crane that Tian Haiba had thrown on the ground. He flipped it open and was dumbfounded. The whole army was annihilated. They were really annihilated. How could this be? That Nether Flame army is just a motley crew of level 1 or level 2 abstinents. How can they contend against my Tian army? And that Jun Mayan, she's really going too far. She actually dared to not give our Tian family any face. She even killed Luo Tian. As soon as Luo Yingman heard the news, she screamed and threw herself in front of Tian Haiba. Is Tian dead? Who killed him? Patriarch, you must avenge Tian. Tian clan annihilated. 3. Before she could finish, Tian Haiba's palm was already on top of her head. Spiritual power suddenly exploded. Blood gushed out of Luo Yingman's head. Her eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. Tian Haiba kicked her body away, his face completely twisted. Jun Mayan. Jun Mayan. I'm going to tear her into pieces now. Housekeeper Tian hurriedly said, Master, please think twice. Nalan clan and Morong clan sent you a letter personally, telling you not to touch Jun Mayan and the Starry School. Master, a little impatience will spoil great plans. Our Tian clan is greatly weakened now. There's no way we can fight against the 5 clans at the same time. Tian Haiba was about to go mad with anger. Do you want me to swallow my anger? That bitch destroyed the Tian clan army that I worked so hard to build for 10 years. Housekeeper Tian grabbed Tian Haiba and persuaded him with tears in his eyes, Master, without the Tian clan army, we still have the support of the Purple Cloud Realm and you. As long as Patriarch is still here, there is no need to fear that our Tian family will not be able to regain its former glory. As for Jun Mayan and the Nether Fire Army, they're just a bunch of clowns. Master, as long as you do something, you can kill them. Tian Haiba breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling. After a while, the blood in his eyes faded. Yes. He couldn't act rashly, otherwise, if he offended the 5 clans, the Tian clan would definitely be suppressed in the Azure Blue Realm. It wasn't worth it for that little bitch Jun Mayan. Good. Good. I'll let those bitches live for a while longer. Just as Tian Haiba thought of this, his feet suddenly shook. Then there was a loud bang. Housekeeper Tian, who had just stood up, lost his balance and fell directly to the ground, falling flat on his face. When Tian Haiba finally stabilized his body, the ground shook again. The roof made a cracking sound, and broken tiles and stones fell from time to time. Housekeeper Tian's cultivation was low and he couldn't dodge in time. His head was smashed and bleeding, and he wailed. Outrageous. Who is it? How dare you come to my Tian clan? Tian Haiba leaped up and quickly broke through the roof, flying high into the sky. With this glance, his bloodshot eyes almost popped out of their sockets due to extreme shock and anger. He saw that in the huge Tian family, those luxurious buildings that he had spent a lot of effort to build, were almost completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. There were burning flames and billowing smoke everywhere. There were also the figures of the Tian family's manservants, maids, and the rest of the Tian family army running in a sorry state. Tian Haiba was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Who did this? Get out here. The Tian family's main house was located in the most central district of Heaven Luo City. It was already late at night, and most of the places in Heaven Luo City were silent. But these rumbling sounds woke up everyone in the city. Most of the cultivators living in Tian Luo City rushed over to see what was going on. Soon after, These practitioners were shocked to discover that the house that had collapsed and burned was actually the biggest overlord of Heaven Luo City, the Tian family. At the gate of the Tian family, there were already thousands of people gathered. The Xianxia that came to watch doubted if they were dreaming. That was the Tian family that no one dared to offend in the entire Azure Blue realm. End of this chapter. Tian family, completely annihilated. 4. Who was it? Which force had eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to actually dare to make a move against the Tian family? The crowd gathered around them. Even if they were afraid, even if they were worried that they would be implicated because of the Tian family's anger, they were too curious. Moreover, there was a feeling in their hearts. If they missed this scene and missed tonight, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. After Tian Haiba's rage, he quickly discovered the densely packed crowd standing around the Tian family. These people were all wearing the same uniform, with a black background and red stripes, like a raging flame burning in the depths of the pitch-black sea. That was the symbol of the nether flame. Tian Haiba's eyes were bloodshot, his eyes filled with killing intent. Without thinking, he condensed a thunderbolt in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it towards the nether flame army. However, that thunderball had yet to hit the heads of the nether flame army. The sound of a zither suddenly rang out in the air. A sound wall formed above the heads of the nether flame army, and actually directly reflected Tian Haiba's thunderball. The thunderball landed in the room that Tian Haiba had just come out of. Boom! After a loud sound, the only intact house of the Tian family turned into ruins. Tian Haiba's eyes stared at the direction of the door, his eyes dripping with blood as he gritted his teeth and said, "June. Mu. Yen. It's you?" The nether flame army quickly opened up a path. The 7 people of the Xiaoyao sect slowly walked forward. Mu Yan's usual clothes were usually blue and white, with cyan as the main color. But today, she and Xiao Bao, who was holding her hand, had changed into the uniform of the nether flame army. The black and red stripes of the nether flame army uniform not only did not reduce her beauty, but instead added a bit of charm, like a flower blooming in the night. At first glance, one would be shocked and infatuated with her. But when one wanted to get closer and see that pair of deep peach blossom eyes, one would feel a bone-chilling coldness, and an inexplicable fear welled up in one's heart. And Xiao Bao, who was holding Mu Yan's hand, was usually cold and handsome, but it still made people realize that this was a cute 5-year-old baby. However, at this time, wearing the nether flame army uniform, at first glance, one would only feel that this was not a baby, but a long sword that was restrained, yet could be unsheathed at any time. As for the other 6 people from the Xiaoyao school, they were wearing ordinary clothes. Their expressions were also simple and naive, gentle, and careless. It was as if they were just a group of the most ordinary young men and women, leisurely following the crowd to watch. When the practitioners who had rushed over to spectate saw the nether flame army, they did not understand who they were and why they had the guts to attack the Tian family. However, when they saw Mu Yan and the members of the Xiaoyao sect, they all gasped. "I recognize them. Aren't they students of the Starry School?" Yes, the carefree team that shone brilliantly in the Tri-Academy tournament. Damn, what are they doing here? Don't tell me they want to go against the Tian family? Ha ha ha, stop joking. They were just a group of students. Even if they had a good performance in the Tri-Academy tournament, it was only among their peers. Don't you see that none of them have even reached the Golden Core stage? That's right. If Tian Haiba wants to kill them, wouldn't it be easier than killing a few ants? However, there were a few people who disagreed. Look, don't they have a lot of people helping them? End of this chapter. Tian family, completely annihilated. 5. TCH, don't you see clearly? That group of people is quite large, but most of them are only at the first or second stage of Anidia. The rest are even funnier, there are actually quite a few at the body forging stage. There are more than 2,000 Anidia cultivators under the command of the Tian family. What can a group of low-level wastes like you do? The onlookers are clamoring. But Mu Yan and Tian Haiba don't pay attention. At this time, Tian Haiba's gaze suddenly turns to the army of thousands, his eyes almost spurting flames. These are the Nether Flame Army? Mu Yan smiles and says, yes, these are the Nether Flame Army that completely annihilated your more than 2,000 Tian family troops. As soon as these words come out, the originally noisy crowd seems to have their throats strangled. It's so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. After a moment, the crowd bursts out in a loud shout. Heavens, what did I just hear? More than 2,000 Tian family troops were annihilated? No, that's impossible. That's 2,000 Anidia cultivators. Even the lowest cultivation is at the 4th stage of Anidia. Tian Haiba relied on the Tian family troops to walk sideways in Azure Blue World, and no one dares to provoke him. How could the Tian family troops be annihilated? The key is that they were annihilated by this group of people in front of us? No, this is too unimaginable. I don't believe it. But look at Tian Haiba's expression, he's really flustered and exasperated. Heavens! Could it be that the Tian family troops were really annihilated? Tian Haiba's complexion at this time really can't be described as ugly. He thinks of the Tian family troops that he had cultivated for so many years, and yet they were so easily crippled. He can't wait to tear apart this group of instigators in front of him. Good. 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 He says good 3 times in a row, each more hysterical than the last, each crazier than the last. As he speaks, the spiritual energy around his body is already surging wildly. At the same time, a powerful pressure was suddenly released. Whether it's the Nether Flame Army or the onlookers, many people are immediately on the verge of collapse, their faces pale. The coercion of a high-level cultivator against a low-level cultivator directly affects the soul. Except for those who are special, there's no way to resist it. Turning the Tian Mo Qin in Mu Yan's hand, she loosens her grip on Xiaobao's hand, and the melodious sound of the qin rises. Stabilizing soul, activated, since the pressure worked on a person's divine soul. Then she will use her Shin musician skills to stabilize everyone's souls. Although the area it covered was too large, its effect was limited. However, the problem was that Tian Haiba's coercion was nothing special. It was an attack that could not be resisted with one's willpower. The sound of the zither reverberated in everyone's ears. Those who had felt like vomiting and were about to faint suddenly felt refreshed. Those in the Nether Flame Army who had low cultivation felt that their bodies were about to explode and they were about to lose their minds. But at this moment, it was as if a gurgling stream was caressing their souls, causing them to wake up all at once. Originally, most of the cultivators in the surroundings were just there to watch the show. But at this time, he is filled with gratitude towards Mayan. He only hoped that in the battle later, this beautiful girl would not be hurt too badly by Tian Haiba. As for the rest, these people had been harmed by Tian Haiba before. Now that they saw someone come to deal with the Tian family, even though they knew it was impossible to succeed, they were still filled with hope. As for the members of the Nether Flame Army, they were originally filled with admiration for Mu Yan. They only felt that Mu Yan's actions were a matter of course. End of this chapter. Tian family, completely annihilated. 6. There's nothing in this world that Miss can't do. They've always firmly believed in this point, without the slightest doubt. The Nether Flame Army, with the Everlasting Battalion and Tianji units insignia embroidered on their chests, hurriedly runs over and joins Mayan. The squad leader of the Everlasting Battalion has a smile on his face. He bows and says, "Miss, fortunately we didn't disappoint you, all the thunderbolts were successfully detonated." Behind him, the Tianji unit's people are also not to be outdone. They grin and say, "Our Tianji unit hasn't been idle either, we found the Tian family's warehouse. Sure enough, there are a lot of heavenly treasures inside. We've already followed Mrs. instructions and looted everything clean. We've also searched all of Tian Haiba's trusted aides and stewards. Sure enough, not everyone has a storage ring. There were a lot of Chankuan bags piled up in the house, and we've taken them all in passing. Our harvest is really quite a lot. Hee hee." Housekeeper Tian, who has just escaped from the ruins, is already on his last breath. When he hears this, his eyes roll back and he faints again. Tian Haiba didn't expect that his pressure attack would be so easily dissolved by Mayan's zither sound. He's already very angry, but now that he sees that there are many people in the crowd supporting Mayan, and he hears the words of the Everlasting Battalion and Tianji unit, he's simply going mad. The hatred in his heart is churning like lava. He's no longer flustered and exasperated, but curls up the corners of his lips, revealing a sinister smile. "Jun Mayan, I originally gave you many chances. But you insist on refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You destroyed my Tian family's army, making my years of painstaking efforts go to waste. I crazily want to dismember you into 1,000 pieces, but due to the warnings of those old things from the Nalan family and the Morong family, I don't intend to act rashly for the time being. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to be this stupid. I didn't go looking for you, but you came knocking on my door. Heh, the things you plundered from my Tian family, I'll immediately make you spit it all out with interest. Saying that, Tian Haiba suddenly takes out a bone whistle, puts it to his mouth, and blows it. Not long after the whistle falls, one of the collapsed ruins is suddenly blasted open. Then, hundreds of cultivators jumped out and stood behind Tian Haiba. Tian Haiba looked at the cultivators around him and revealed a satisfied smile. Since 5 years ago, I have trained this group of confidants who will never betray me. I originally thought that I would not use them before going to the Purple Cloud Realm. Jun Mayan, it's your honor that I let your Netherflame army die in their hands. Everyone turned to look at the group of cultivators and their expressions changed. These hundreds of cultivators were all at least level 6 abstinence realm. Moreover, 10 of them were at the peak of the Golden Core realm. The strangest thing was that every single one of them had lifeless eyes and stiff expressions, but when Tian Haiba gave the order to kill, they suddenly became murderous and bloodthirsty. These trusted subordinates of Tian Haiba were not cultivators, but slaughter puppets whose souls had been extracted and turned into Tian Haiba's marionettes. A group of puppets that didn't know pain, didn't fear death, and only knew how to kill and enter the palace. It's completely conceivable how frightening they would be. Especially that group of puppets at the peak of the Golden Core realm, it's even more unimaginable. End of this chapter. 7 Unfettered Demons. 1. Jun Mayan and the members of the Xiaoyao squad are merely children who haven't reached adulthood. The Netherflame army did not even have a cultivation above the 5th level of Anidia. Even if there were thousands of them, how could they contend against them? Not to mention, there was still Tian Haiba, a nascent soul stage expert. The surrounding cultivators quickly averted their eyes, unwilling to see the tragic scene of blood splattering everywhere. Looking at the slaughter puppet rushing over, Mu Yan faintly smiles and sits down cross-legged. His slender, snow-white fingers gently plucked the strings, and melodious music reverberated between heaven and earth. Everyone was on the verge of collapsing. What kind of situation was this? You still have the mood to play the zither, even if you are the strongest support in Azure Blue Realm? But he couldn't just play the zither leisurely on such a dangerous battlefield. After Tian Haiba gave the order, he looked at Mu Yan who was playing the zither, the Netherflame army who was quickly changing their formation, and Xiaobao who was standing in front of the Netherflame army, and revealed a mocking smile. Jun Mu Yan, I don't know what kind of scheme you used to defeat my 2,000 Tian army. I heard that you even instigated those Golden Core commanders to rebel. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, those methods of yours are absolutely useless against my puppet soldiers. Or do you think that this is the Tri-Academy tournament, and that you can make these trash win with just the help of your music? Ha ha ha. Tian Haiba's laughter was particularly ear-piercing, but the people around him couldn't help but agree. They sighed and felt heartache. However, this kind of heartache did not last for more than a quarter of an hour before it all turned into stupefaction. That was because that group of slaughter puppets didn't gain any advantage when facing the low-level Netherflame army. This was especially true for the 5-year-old boy, who looked like he was carved out of jade. At first, some people were worried about his safety, but in the end, they saw him stepping on a flying sword, going in and out several times. Wherever he went, those slaughter puppets were actually unable to put up a fight. They were directly struck in their vital points and completely lost the ability to fight. As for the Netherflame army, they dealt with the slaughter puppets with ease. They followed the rhythm of the zither and formed groups of 10 to deal with the slaughter puppets. In the blink of an eye, a slaughter puppet had its head chopped off. The Golden Core puppets' battle was a bit more difficult. After all, the peak of the Jindan stage and the Anidia stage were absolutely incomparable. However, even though it was a little more arduous, it only lasted a little more than a quarter of an hour. 6 young boys and girls in the Anidia stage against 10 peak Jindan stage. Cultivators. The result was a complete victory for the 6 carefree young masters. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Tian Haiba was even more dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, what surged in his heart was not only a monstrous rage, but also a hint of panic. His Tian family army, his Jindan commander, his Tian family, and his slaughter puppets were all destroyed. How was this possible? How could this be? A loud explosion sounded in Tian Haiba's mind, and his rationality almost completely disappeared, leaving only a crazy killing intent. He suddenly soars into the sky and ruthlessly slaps his palm towards Mayan. Bitch, it's you. It's all your fault. Today, I will tear you to shreds. Ah! The crowd screamed in fear. He was afraid that he would see the beautiful girl's blood splattered on the spot in the next moment. They were hoping that someone from the Carefree Squad or the Nether Flame Army would be able to save Mayan. However, when they looked towards the Carefree Squad and the Nether Flame Army, they were dumbfounded. What the hell? This group of people had actually already calmly assumed the posture of watching a play. End of this chapter. Unfettered 7 Demons. 2. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu had already started searching for Tian Haiba's confidants, concubines, and lackeys in the ruins of the Tian clan. Were these people crazy? Jun Mayan's life was at stake, and they were actually doing nothing? Didn't their conscience hurt? However, they soon found out who was the one who was too foolish and naive. Just as Tian Haiba's attack reached Mayan's head, the Tian Mo Qin emitted a 7-colored dazzling light that shot into the sky. Then, the 7 rays of light converged into a beam, turning into a crystal-clear sword. A black-haired girl in black stood on the transparent sword, her hands behind her back, her hair fluttering. The moonlight shone on her crystal-clear face, allowing people to see her lazy and charming eyes, as well as the careless smile at the corner of her mouth. Tian Haiba, I am a very vengeful person. The girl's voice was clear and cold, like a pearl compass, pleasing to the ears. You shamelessly asked the Alcade branch to submit to the Tian clan. When we failed to recruit you, you wanted to drag the entire Starry School down with you, even killing innocent people. You had a business conflict with the Nether Fire Army in the Qingyun world. Instead of a fair competition, you wanted to kill people for money. I don't care what kind of scum you were in the past, but now that you have offended me. In that case, today, we will settle all the scores one by one. Tian Haiba raised his head and looked at the girl in the air, wanting to scold her for overestimating herself. However, for some unknown reason, an ominous premonition arose in the bottom of his heart when he met those piercingly cold and serene eyes. It was as if there was a voice in the unseen world telling him. He had been arrogant all his life, and this time, he had finally kicked an iron plate. He was finished. An hour later, the 2 fighting figures in the air suddenly separated and landed on the ground. However, the girl in black landed on her feet. Other than her pale face and messy hair, there were no injuries on her body. On the other side, Tian Haiba could only be described as miserable. His whole body was densely covered with crisscrossed sword wounds, and his clothes were completely dyed red with blood. At this moment, he was lying on the ground like a dying dog. He wanted to get up, but after moving his body a few times, he could only fall down powerlessly. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot as he muttered, "Impossible. Impossible. How could I lose? I'm at the nascent soul stage. How could I lose?" That was right, the surrounding cultivators were also screaming in their hearts. Why did Tian Haiba lose? He was at the nascent soul stage. On the other hand, Jun Mayan was only in the Anidia realm, and she was at most 20 years old, a student of the Starry School. How did she defeat Tian Haiba? Was everything that was happening in front of them really not a dream? There were also people who couldn't help but shiver when they saw the dense sword wounds on Tian Haiba's body. Wasn't that a little too much? Jun Mayan is just a little girl, a cultivator at the stage of fasting, yet she beat a nascent soul cultivator into this state. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Even the people of the Xiaoyao school couldn't help but sigh when they saw Tian Haiba's shocking wounds. Their junior sister's sword aura was obviously trained in the blood slaughter sword formation that Uncle Master left behind. Think about it, she had to face hundreds of sword auras every day. End of this chapter. Unfettered 7 Devils. 3. How fast and terrifying was Yi Lingchen's swordsmanship to be able to stay in there for hours? It was terrifying. Sob, I heard from the students who came back from the 3-class competition that Mayan was nicknamed the She-Devil, but I thought it was an exaggeration. She's just a pretty girl. No matter how strong and tough she is, she can't be called the She-Devil. Heh, now I know how naive I was. Heavens, I heard that when June Mayan came out of the Minlu world, she killed the head of the Ning family, the overlord there. Later on, when she came to the Azure Cloud world, she messed with the Li Fire sect. So, is it our Azure Blue world's turn now? The Xiaoyao sect isn't to be trifled with. 6 cultivators at the peak of the Golden Core Realm killed 10 cultivators at the Golden Core Realm as if they were playing a game. I heard that someone named them the Xiaoyao 7. Sob, I think they should be called the Xiaoyao 7 Devils. I'm trembling. Boss June and the Xiaoyao 7 Devils, please have mercy. Please have mercy, too. Mayan was adjusting her spiritual essence and praising Xiaobao's excellent performance, when she heard the whispers of She-Devil Mayan in the crowd again. She almost fell to the ground. So, she really had that nickname back, and this time, the Xiaoyao 7 Devils? There were also people in the crowd who cried tears of joy, wantonly crying out loud. Because they knew that the Tian family was doomed this time. Truly doomed, they had been persecuted by the Tian family before, and now they had their revenge. From now on, they wouldn't have to fear the Tian family anymore. Someone went up to Mayan with tears in his eyes, wanting to thank her. However, as soon as they got closer, they saw the people of the Xiaoyao school dragging the Tian clan's lackeys, who were tied up. Looking at Tian Haiba, who was on the verge of death, everyone except Yun Ruhan, who had a headache, was very excited. Junior sister, third senior brother, did you have enough material? Can we start painting now? Painting? What painting? The people who came over even forgot to thank them. They just foolishly watched as the 7 people from the Xiaoyao sect began to happily strip the Tian family's lackeys, along with Tian Haiba's clothes. During this time, some of the Tian family's lackeys also woke up and wanted to struggle. In the end, Qin Jiao, who had a silly smile on his face, knocked him out with a single punch. Then, he continued to strip him of his clothes. After everyone was stripped naked, the people of the Xiaoyao sect happily posed for them. During this time, Liu Beiyu excitedly joined in. Based on past experience, he also provided them with a few more creative moves. The people of the Xiaoyao sect immediately got into a fight with this martial nephew who had no expertise in martial arts. Especially when Liu Beiyu followed Chu Moli's example and made a painting, the people of the Xiaoyao sect looked at him with admiration. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the disciple that little junior sister has taken a fancy to. Even if his combat strength was lacking, his drawing skills were still pretty good. Moreover, the few movements that he came up with were especially lively. Look at how enchanting and charming Tian Haiba, who was covered in sword scars, the onlookers, who were standing in the wind, were speechless. As well as the Nether Flame army, who were trembling as they recalled their unbearable past, they felt that this scene was so strange that it sent chills down their spines and tightened their anus. Those who wanted to scold him for being immoral immediately covered their mouths in alarm. End of chapter. The Unfettered 7 Devils. 4. Asking for tickets. Right now, they really want to slip away. They feel that if they stay, if they keep looking, their 3 views will shatter into pieces, and they won't be able to put them back together again. The female devil June Mayan, and the unfettered 7 sons, Pei, the unfettered 7 devils, they'd better not provoke them. No, no, no. This life, the next life, the life after that. They absolutely must not provoke them. Liu Beiyu has just finished sitting on a painting when he looks up and finds that most of the onlookers, who were originally jostling each other, have actually run away. And the Nether Flame army is even more retreating, with an expression that says, "I'm invisible, you can't see me, can't see me." He can't help but say angrily, this group of people has no vision. They actually don't know how to appreciate such a valuable art. Master, am I right? I think that everyone in the Nether Flame army hasn't been influenced enough. Mayan smiles and nods. She looks at the painting that Chu Moli has drawn, and looks at the Nether Flame army with great interest. What you say makes sense. I haven't seen third brother paint for the Nether Flame army. When the Nether Flame army hears this, they simply go crazy. Miss, I beg for mercy. We'd rather practice 100 times every day than to paint. Right. Miss, if you want to paint, we'll go find it for you. Especially Guan Hu and the others, who have been deeply persecuted. They grit their teeth and curse. Liu Beiyu, do you believe that when we go back, I'll let you drill me to death. Lu Beiyu shrinks his neck and doesn't speak anymore. Tian Haiba faintly wakes up. He only feels that his body, including his balls, are cold. He's startled at first, then he suddenly finds himself in that shameful pose. His face immediately distorts, and his whole face swells into the color of a pig's liver. However, he wants to move, but finds that his whole body is powerless. He can't even concave that shameful pose. The spiritual power in his body seems to be completely blocked by something, completely unable to operate. Tian Haiba immediately roars hoarsely, Jun Mayan, you dare to humiliate me like this? You dare? I'll make you wish you were dead. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Ling Yuemo dug her ears, then why don't you try and tear us into pieces? Tian Haiba's eyes were bloodshot, and a crazy determination flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in his chest. He clearly had no spiritual power, but the flesh on his chest actually exploded. Then, a dozen or so dark red light spots flew out from his chest and scattered in all directions at lightning speed. Mu Yan's heart tightens, and she subconsciously wants to stop these dots of light. However, the speed of the light dots was too fast, and there were more than 10 of them. She and Ling Yuxing each intercepted one, but were completely powerless against the others. Mu Yan opens her hand to take a look, only to discover that there is a small red paper crane in her palm. It was obviously used for communication, but it was more than 100 times faster than ordinary paper cranes. A bloody hole bursts open in Tian Haiba's chest. He's on the verge of death, but his face shows a crazed smile. Ha 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 ha, Jun Mayan, you're dead for sure. You're dead. There will be people from the Tian family's main family very soon. Before he could finish his words, 2 rays of light suddenly whistled over from the horizon. Red lights burst in the sky like fireworks. Soon after, 2 tall silhouettes, one black and one white, slowly land in front of Mu Yan. It's still a small explosion, and Azzy himself doesn't know how he managed to persevere. Sob sob sob, continue to support my dear friends, monthly votes, asking for monthly votes, end of this chapter. Mayan's pupils slightly contract, her face revealing a genuine and joyful smile. Di Mingju, young martial uncle, why have you come? Di Mingju and Luo Yunxiao simultaneously hold out their hands, 5 fingers spread open. From their palms, they took out 7 or 8 completely dull red paper cranes. Divine power surged. Almost at the same time, the red paper cranes turned into dust in their palms. Tian Haiba stared blankly at this scene. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with shock. You, who exactly are you? How could there be someone in this world who could so easily intercept so many fire beacon cranes? Di Mingju lifts his hand and gently points. There's a loud bang, and Tian Haiba's body suddenly splits into pieces, turning into bloody foam that floats in the air. The members of the Nether Flame Army, as well as the few remaining cultivators who were spectating, were all scared out of their wits. God, this is too. It was too terrifying. The dignified clan leader of the Tian clan, the 4th great clan of the Azure Blue Realm, a nascent soul cultivator, was actually completely annihilated in a single night. Thus, the remaining spectating cultivators also fled without a trace. As for the Nether Flame Army, they all knelt down. Greetings, Emperor. There isn't a single person who doesn't know Di Mingju from the Yanwu continent who has followed Mayan up here. They had also tacitly accepted the fact that this man was their brother-in-law. Of course, in the hearts of the people of Hellflame Valley, even if Di Mingju was so valiant, even if they called Di Mingju Di Jun, the strongest and most awesome person was still their young miss. As for Di Mingju, in their minds, rather than saying that he is a mysterious and powerful monarch, it would be better to say that he is the son-in-law of Hellfire Valley. Di Mingju glances at them, his face expressionless, even carrying a bit of disdain. You guys also came? So in the future, there would be more and more people sharing looks with him, until Ru Yan, Yan Haoyan, Feng Haitang and Bai Yichen, the 4 great leaders, walked forward and greeted him again. With Ru Yan taking the lead, she called out son-in-law. Although Shen Jinglin was somewhat unwilling, he still called him brother-in-law. Only then does Di Mingju's complexion look a bit better. However, when he saw that Luo Yunxiao had arrived almost at the same time as him, he still felt a little worried. When he turned his head and saw the naked dog of the Tian family in various poses, his face turned even darker. Under the dim light of the night, Mayan doesn't notice his expression for a moment. She steps forward and smiles. Fortunately, you and Junior Marshal Uncle came back in time. Otherwise, with so many fire beacon paper cranes, she and fifth senior brother would not be able to stop them. It was not that he was afraid of the Tian family, and the news of the Tian family's destruction would eventually spread to the Purple Cloud realm. Since they dared to make a move against the Tian family, they were not afraid of others finding out. But it was always good to buy some time. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, she was met with God's dark gaze. There's also the man's enraged, handsome face that almost deforms. June Mayan, do you still remember what you promised Ben June? Mayan stares blankly. Soon after, she glances at the Tian family members who have been stripped naked. She immediately cries out in her heart, oh no. Previously, because Mayan stripped off Xing Lang's clothes, she even drew a half-covered, half-clothed portrait of Xing Lang. In the end, Xing Lang, this brainless fan, actually turned around and told this matter to Di Mingju. This caused Di Mingju to become extremely jealous, and he nearly tormented Mayan to hover between life and death. In the end, Mayan could only agree to no longer strip men's clothes, and no longer draw pictures of men's naked bodies. Only then did June Shangdaran let the matter go. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse's mobile version. Com. In the end, she was too happy at the Tian family that she actually forgot about this matter. She stepped back silently and laughed dryly. You said I can't strip men, but you didn't say I can't watch others do it. You said I can't draw men's portraits, but you didn't say I can't watch others draw portraits. Ahem, I didn't break the promise, did I? Di Mingju's mouth slowly hooks up, revealing a gentle smile. Very well, Ben Jun understands. Mu Yan was shocked. Wait, what do you understand? Di Mingju turns his head to look at the other people of the Xiaoyao sect. He says unhurriedly, it seems that Ben Jun gave you too little homework, that's why you had time to draw these things. The members of the Xiaoyao sect, who had been fearless just a moment ago, suddenly shivered when they saw Instructor Mo's death stare. Their souls were almost scared out of their wits. Mr. Mo, we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. We beg for mercy. Little Marshal Uncle, save us. Sob sob sob, that's right. Little Marshal Uncle, our daily cultivation tasks are already enough to make ordinary people die 100 times. If it continues to increase, we'll all be dead. Chumoli couldn't help but shake his head. Did these idiots know who they were begging? If Uncle was willing to let them go, he would write his name backwards. As expected, Luo Yunxiao's gaze moved from the naked dogs of the Tian clan to Mu Yan, and then to the Xiaoyao sect people who were begging for mercy. On his incomparably handsome face, a gentle smile that could turn all living things upside down appeared. Indeed, I'm quite free. From tomorrow onwards, everyone will have 20 more sword chi in the blood-slaughtering sword matrix. Chiwen jumped out and laughed. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Who asked you to do such an interesting thing without me? Ha 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 ha. You are dead this time. Ha 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 ha. The only 2 teachers of the Alcade branch had returned. If the whole Starry School heard the news, they would definitely go crazy. However, at this moment, everyone from the Xiaoyao sect, including Mu Yan, only wanted to die. The next morning, Nailan Qing just got up and asked the housekeeper, is there a reply from Tian Haiba? Housekeeper Nailan smiled, not yet. I'm afraid that Tian Haiba is already so angry that he doesn't even want to reply to you. However, we've already spoken to him. No matter what, he will not dare to do anything to Miss June and the Starry School. Nailan Qing, he can try. Just because the Tian family had developed a little faster in the past few years, did he really think that he could be lawless and look down on everyone? This June Mayan is my family's Yanyan's savior. Her son is my Yanyan's oldest brother, and she can also make Yanyan's cultivation progress so quickly. I absolutely cannot let this scum Tian Haiba get hurt. Housekeeper Nailan said, Master, don't worry. I've already sent people to the Nailan clan to transfer people over. They'll definitely guard the Starry School during this period. If Tian Haiba really dares to act recklessly, We'll let him know who exactly is the number one family of the Azure Blue world. Xianxia nods in satisfaction. He's just about to go next door and bring his Yan Yan along to go to the Arcade branch to look for Jun Mayan and Xiao Bao. However, just as he stepped out of the door, he saw Murong Bai hurriedly running over. Upon seeing Nalan Qing, he immediately shouted, "Brother Nalan, do you know what happened last night? Please remember the domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. End of chapter 1772. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.